Uter Melvino, the hero of the Great Demon War. A man who could single-handedly annihilate the entire demon horde, casting them back into the abyss. Since that day, statues were raised in his honor, and even the Empire's top academy bears his legendary name. And yet, Uter's own grandson was not the hero everyone expected him to be. Elric possessed boundless knowledge and a towering intellect, plus the rare ability to see mana itself, a gift every mage dreams of. But what did it matter when he couldn't condense a single drop? While all his peers graduated long ago, Elric remains trapped in the beginner's class. The reason? A rare condition known as magical constriction, which prevents mana from flowing through his body. Countless treatments have been tried, but all of them ended in failure. Elric can't even form the smallest magic circle. Many professors urged him to abandon magic, to use his brilliant mind to become a great scholar instead, but Elric refused to listen. He desperately chased after magic. The result was always the same. Number 1 in theory, but an F in practice. 4 years, 4 failures. Now, he's facing his 5th attempt. This time, failure means expulsion from the academy. This was more than just a failure. It was a slap in the face to him and the legendary Melvino clan. The Grand Mage's grandson, expelled from the very academy named after his grandfather. As he sat researching his condition, someone suddenly slammed his head straight down onto the table. He shot his head up in anger, ready to curse out whoever it was. But the moment he saw Sonnet ni Meadow, the words died in his throat. The reason for his silence was simple. Just earlier, Elric had used Sonnet's fearsome name to scare off some gossiping first years. Back in the present, Elric's attitude did a complete 180. Well, who do we have here? If it isn't, my dear friend, the amazing Sonnet Nimedo. Sonnet snapped back with his usual gruffness. You bastard. Didn't I tell you to stop using my name to terrorize the freshmen? Though he seemed harsh, Sonnet was a good person at least when it came to Elric. After the Melvino family fell from grace, the Magic Tower came under the leadership of 6 royal families. Sonnet was one of them, the heir of the Nimedo clan. The moment he graduated, Sonnet became a professor, already an elite member of the academy. Though their paths were polar opposites, Sonnet was the only one who still stood by Elric's side. Getting back to business, Sonnet wasn't here for a friendly chat. He pulled out a file and slid it across the table toward Elric. Elric's curiosity was piqued. What's this? A diamond dragon? An exploration plan? Why are you showing this to me? It's an ancient species of dragon. But we're still discovering things about them, Sonnet explained. Recently, we located one of their nests. I want you to join this expedition. The moment he heard ancient dragon, Elric snatched the file, his face a mask of disbelief and fear. They were supposed to be extinct, and they found a dragon's lair, a place believed to be a source of all magic. Seeing Elric's reaction, Sonnet dangled the bait. If you managed to find an artifact in there, do you think the academy would still go through with your expulsion? A whirlwind of beautiful possibilities raced through Elric's mind. Amazing. It wouldn't just be about the expulsion, would it? Maybe the dragon's lair could even cure my mana constriction. But his hope died instantly. It's useless. Even if I found something, the director would just take it for himself. Then, something clicked. Elric slammed his hand on the table and burst into a fit of crazed laughter, leaving Sonnet completely bewildered. What the hell? What's wrong with this lunatic? Elric slowly pointed to a red circle on the map. Hey, Sonnet. There's no nest there. Sonnet quickly glanced behind them, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Thank goodness no one overheard them. Watch your mouth, Sonnet warned. Do you have any idea how many high-ranking professors are involved in this? You're challenging all of them at once. Elric just shrugged. So what? Annoyed, Sonnet instantly activated a simulation spell, transporting them both to the location on the map. Pointing down, Sonnet explained, Look, that rift was formed by 2 tectonic plates colliding, releasing a massive amount of mana. Staring at the overwhelming surge of power, even Elric had to admit it. This much, it must have been accumulating for at least 100,000 years. No wonder they think the dragon's lair is here. Then Elric prepared to lecture. But let me remind you of the 3 principles of mana flow. First, it flows from high to low. Second, from wide to narrow. And finally, from hot to cold. Based on those principles, anyone would assume the lair is right here. His finger pointed directly at the massive rift. But because incredibly hot magma flows through that fissure, mana can't accumulate. Therefore, no dragon could ever live here. Sonnet's face went pale, and he began to stammer. No, that can't be right. Mount Rand's volcano is special. Its lava flows beneath the continental shelf. Still refusing to believe it, Sonnet argued. Besides, we detected a dragon's mana wavelength in this area. How could the lair not be here? Elric rested his chin on his hand. I never said there wasn't a lair. A smirk played on his lips as he continued, pointing to a different spot on the map. There is most definitely a lair right here. Inside the Karagun cave. I'm 100% certain the dragon's treasure is there. The scene changes. Sonnet now stands before the director's office, scratching his head in frustration, wondering how in the world he's supposed to report this. His hand hovered by the door, his mind racing. Maybe I should just play dumb and pretend I know nothing. If I make the dean angry, I'll get expelled for sure. But what if everything Elzik said is true? Before this, Sun had witnessed his friend's struggle, training day and night, and all of that effort amounted to nothing. A faint smirk appeared on Sun's lips. If this theory is real, it could cure a magical blockage. He slapped his cheeks, forcing himself to focus. As his friend, I have to help him. With his mind made up, Sun reported the matter to the dean. Dean Burke was not pleased. Are you saying my research report is flawed? Sun tried his best to explain. That's not it, sir, but I wanted your opinion on a possibility. But before he could finish, he was cut off. Assistant Professor Sun, I don't know how you came to such a conclusion, but if you can't convince me, then even as a son of the Nemeto family, I will not let this slide. The room suddenly felt suffocating. A terrifying amount of mana completely overwhelmed Sun. So this is the power of a seventh circle mage. The crushing tension shattered as the door was thrown open by Elzik. Sun whipped his head around in shock. Seeing his friend, he yelled, Elzik, are you insane? What are you doing here? Elzik ignored him and bowed directly to the dean. Greetings, sir. Forgive my intrusion. The dean's gaze was anything but friendly. El Melvino, did the assistant professor's theory come from you? Elzik admitted it himself. Yes, that is correct. The old man sneered. I commend your insight and clear awareness. It's hard to believe a student could come up with this. But without any proof, it's nothing more than speculation, isn't it? Elzik's reply was sharp and clear. This is something so basic that even a 3-year-old would know it. And yet, you still require proof? Dean Burke's face darkened, but Elzik's gaze met his without a trace of fear. Standing by, Sun was trembling, thinking, is this guy nuts? Why would you provoke him like that? You devil. Did you come here to help me or get me killed? It feels more like you're here to kill the person trying to help you. Dean Burke covered his face, laughing in pure rage. Basic, you say? I'm so speechless I can only laugh. A little runt who can't even condense mana dares to say such a thing. Elzik shot back, are you saying my speculation is wrong? The dean regained his composure. Well, I suppose some people just get lucky. Trash like you who run their mouths without knowing their place. As a professor, I cannot simply ignore a student's opinion. He looked at Elzik with a predatory glint in his eye. Ah, that's right. Why don't we make a little wager? Dean Burke laid out the terms. I will provide you with everything necessary to form an expedition team. If you fail, the Melvingo family heirloom will belong to me. That was the necklace his grandfather, the great archmage Udon Melvingo, had left him. Sun screamed, are you crazy? While Sun was shaking with anger, Elzik was casually lying down reading a book. You're going to burst my eardrums, buddy. Calm down, it's fine. They already said they wouldn't bother me if I find the dragon's lair, right? Sun snatched the book from Elzik's hand, his face a mask of frustration. And what if you don't find it? If your theory is wrong, your family's sacred heirloom will be taken. You idiot, that pendant is only given to the head of the Melvingo clan. Elzik still acted like it was no big deal. It's true. That old man has always wanted that. You can still smile? Do you not understand the situation? Elzik just grinned brightly. Thanks, man. At least you're always by my side. Sun buried his face in his hands, completely defeated. Do you realize my life is over too if we don't find that lair? So what's the plan? Elzik's demeanor turned serious. My friend, do you really think Elzik Melvingo would accept a bet just because he was threatened? Sun looked confused. And then, Elzik's expression became almost maniacal. If he dares to covet the Melvingo family heirloom, he better be prepared to bet his own life to make it an even trade. A flicker of fear entered Sun's eyes. I almost forgot. This guy has 2 nicknames. One is the disgrace of the Melvingo family. The other, like a second personality, is the most feared of the Melvingo family. Sun sat down across from him, suddenly feeling much more at ease. The look on Elzik's face reminded him of their academy days. An incident Sun really didn't want to recall. 7 years ago, Elzik was only 15. Back then, because he couldn't use mana, he was constantly mocked by his classmates. The ringleader was Jevin. Are you sure you're a Melvingo? You can't even perform the simplest magic. Or did the family head pick you up from some gutter? Faced with their taunts and laughter, Elzik remained silent. As the group turned to leave, he quietly rose behind them and made his move. With a rock in hand, Elzik smashed it straight into Jevin's head, terrifying everyone. At the Udon Academy disciplinary hearing, Elzik was brought to trial. But according to imperial law, anyone who mocks a ducal family must be punished. That was the price Jevin had to pay. With nothing more to be said, Elzik was only suspended for fighting. And from that day on, no one ever dared to touch him again. A heavy facepalm. Complete disbelief at his friend's audacity. Just as he was calming down, Sun looked at the book and absolutely lost it. Are you out of your mind? His hand holding the book trembled uncontrollably. This is a forbidden text. Have you read everything else in the world? Elzik just scratched his head, trying to play it cool. You got it. If they catch me with this, I'm basically toast. Words failed Sun as he handed the book back to Elzik. You're certifiably insane. Why would you even want to learn the Beast King's body enhancement technique? Elzik hesitated for a moment. Well, I was wondering if it could cure my mana blockage. During the Beast King's invasion, his Beastman army gave the Empire a hell of a time, all because this technique insanely boosted their physical power. After the war, the technique vanished. The Empire drove out every last Beastman, and even built a massive wall to keep them out. Sun was still skeptical. Countless scholars have failed to replicate that technique. Elzik casually flipped a page. I've already recreated it, but I'm not sure what kind of changes it will make to my body. Sun was floored. He asked again in total disbelief, You actually recreated it. Before he could answer, the carriage jolted to a violent stop. Both Elzik and Sun stepped out to see what was going on. A voice rang out, accompanied by footsteps. Hello, Elzik. Long time no see. Elzik's face turned to ice. I can't say I expected to run into you lot. What are you doing here? The speaker was none other than Jevin, now a high-ranking researcher from the Veru Institute. Seeing Elzik, the three of them looked a bit nervous. Why am I here, you ask? Because I care so deeply for my dear former classmates. Sun was ready to confront them, but Jevin simply gestured behind him. The director himself sent us to provide support. Elzik's gaze swept over the so-called support team. More than a few of them were staring back with open hostility. How very kind of you. But I recall saying I didn't need any assistance. Sun leaned in and whispered, You can sense it too, can't you? How many of them are concealing their mana? A worried look crossed Elzik's face. This has the director's handiwork written all over it. Elzik reassured him. Don't worry. I came prepared. Something was already resting in his palm. Sun's eyes widened in utter disbelief. How? How in the world did you get that? Elzik just flashed a devious grin. Meanwhile, back in the director's office, a storm was brewing. What? He took Gehenna's breath and the Azure King's armor. Seeing his boss's fury, Jevin timidly tried to explain. You told us to support him with everything we had, so. But before he could finish, the director exploded. You idiot. Do you think it's okay to lend his student a Tier 4 magical artifact capable of turning an entire town to dust? And of all people, you lent it to him. The director clutched his head in frustration. Get out. I don't want to see your face ever again. The words were barely out of his mouth before Jevin scrambled away. Old Dinberic was worried. If the other candidates find out about this, it's going to be a huge mess. But then, a new thought crossed his mind. Wait a minute. If that brat actually finds the dragon's lair, this might not be so bad. I suppose that bloodline isn't just a rumor after all. Dinberic slammed his fist on the desk. I need to replace this entire team of imbeciles. They dare call themselves scholars, when they don't even know the most basic things. He licked his lips with greed. And thanks to those fools, I'll finally have a chance to take that pendant for myself. I must have it. Then I will become the next leader, without a doubt. His rage burned as he crushed the paper in his hand. Even if you win this bet, it only matters if you return alive. Following Elzik's instruction, Sun unleashed his magic. The mana tracking skill activated, and behind them, a brilliant pillar of light shot. This meant Elzik was right all along. The dragon's lair was truly here. But there was no time to celebrate. Elzik urged everyone forward. We have to move now. Before that pillar of light disappears, Sun immediately grabbed Elzik and flew straight ahead, leaving their stunned former classmates in the dust. Hey, what about us? Eventually, Jevin's group finally caught up. He was completely out of breath. Please, wait up. You two are running us ragged. But when they looked around, there was nothing. Not even a small cave entrance. Jevin gloated internally. Well. Now I can finally crack open that skull of yours and see what's inside. Someone better pay for this little mistake. Suddenly, Elzik yelled out, Sun, look, can you blast a massive hole right here? Sun nodded. Leave it to me. Mana surged through his body as he unleashed a blazing spell. A massive column of fire shot down from the sky, creating a huge explosion, and tearing a giant crater in the earth. His old classmates were in disbelief. What? How is that possible? Worst case, that means there could be a dragon down there. Before they could even process it, an immense wave of power erupted from the crater's edge, forcing everyone to shield their faces in fear. Elzik calmly explained, Don't move. That's just the compressed mana escaping from the entrance. Now, everyone, let's head inside. Without a hint of fear, he led the way into the darkness, ignoring the panicked calls from the group behind him. Inside the cavern, the air grew colder with every step. Even warming spells had no effect against the chill. Elzic's eyes were fixed on the darkness ahead. Sun asked, "What is it?" "You see something?" Alec asked, his brow furrowed. "No, it's nothing. Just a sudden chill down my spine." Seeing no immediate danger, they pressed deeper into the ruins. But Alec was unaware. A terrifying presence had already sensed his arrival. It was waiting for him just behind the next door. Soon, they discovered a massive gate, marked with the ancient sigil of a dragon. The group roared, ready to blast the door open with brute force. But Alec suddenly held them back. "Don't you see the dragon's seal on this gate? We have no idea what will happen if we tamper with it recklessly." Devin grumbled in frustration but reluctantly held his tongue. Sure. You're the expert. I get it." While the team debated how to break the seal, Devin's wandering hands found something on the door. He wondered aloud, is this round thing on the door made of gold? Seeing this, Alec shouted a warning. But it was too late. The moment Dev's hand made contact, the trap was sprung. Ancient runes blazed across the gate, and magic circles erupted from the ground below. A relentless barrage of fireballs rained down upon them. Even their defensive shield wouldn't hold for long. Sun yelled desperately, "Alec, what do we do now?" Alec pulled out a book and quill. "I'll try to decode these inscriptions first." The screams of his companions echoed around him. He retreated into his own mind, forcing himself to stay calm. Alec reassured himself, "This is just a situational test. That's right. Think of it as just another exam. I can solve this. I have to trust myself, just like I always have." Outside his thoughts, the rest of the party was falling into despair. Sun's face was grim as he watched Alec furiously scribble ancient characters on paper. Alec placed his hand on an orb on the door, his eyes shut tight as he whispered a silent prayer. "Please, I'm begging you, work." After a violent tremor, an eerie silence fell. They stood, stunned, in the ruined chamber. The trap had stopped. Sun let out a ragged breath and collapsed to his knees. "I really thought I was going to die." Alec rushed to his side. "John, are you okay?" John recognized him and managed a weak smile. "Alec, thanks to you, I'm still alive." The others slowly began to recover. "Hold still. Your wounds will heal quickly. That whole ordeal shaved years off my life." "Devin, you're all right, aren't you?" Sun's face was still covered in sweat, but he cracked a grin. "You magnificent bastard. You really are something else." The target of his praise just chuckled. "That's the power I possess, you moron." But their celebration was cut short as the atmosphere suddenly shifted. Someone sensed it first, their eyes widening in shock as they looked up. Moving faster than the naked eye could track, something shot down from above. It pierced straight through the man's arm, completely blowing it away. He didn't even have time to scream before his body slammed backward onto the ground. The two people standing next to him were frozen in pure shock. A sickening thud echoed through the chamber, followed by panic. "Hey, are you okay? What happened?" Countless icicles now pointed down at them from the ceiling. They rained down towards Sun, forcing a curse from his lips. Damn it all! A shield materialized, but the sheer force of the attack made him struggle. The other students rushed to reinforce the protective barrier. Alec quickly unfurled a new scroll. Seriously, this again. His eyes were glued to the parchment as he began chanting an incantation. The quill in his hand moved on its own, writing characters as he spoke. Sun's voice boomed from the front lines, "Alec, hurry up." His casting speed reached its absolute limit. Alec's eyes turned pure white, a faint symbol materializing in the depths of his pupils. A massive vortex of power heralded the arrival of a dragon, the very source of He snapped back to reality. The shield protecting Sun was growing dangerously weak. With no time to spare, he was forced to use an acceleration skill. Mana surged around Alec's feet, crackling with raw power. Sun's situation was getting worse by the second. "I can't hold on. It's too much." Shards of ice ripped through Alec's uniform. Blood trickled down his face from the relentless assault. As he drew closer, Alec unleashed another spell. Armament. Devin's jaw dropped in utter disbelief. It seemed an icicle would impale him, but it shattered harmlessly on his chest. A sturdy breastplate had materialized, deflecting the attack. "The Azure King's Aegis," Devin cried out. "How does he have that?" Alec's hand shot out, grabbing onto the artifact in front of him. He squeezed his eyes shut and focused on the incantation. This has to work. The dense barrage of attacks now targeted Sun from all sides. A massive ice shard rocketed towards him from his blind spot. At that exact moment, Alec's eyes snapped open, blazing with power. Through his will alone, the ice shards disintegrated into nothing. All that remained was the Great Gate. The trap had finally vanished. Alec collapsed to the floor, exhausted. "I seriously thought I was a goner, and my expensive clothes are all ruined. Damn it." Sun was just as battered, but he could finally lower his arms. Nearby, some wiped the sweat from their brows, while others stared intently at the mysterious door. Now that the trap was disarmed, it began to open on its own, revealing a brilliant light from within the crack. The sound grew louder as the secret was unveiled. The path forward was clear. All right, team, help the injured. We're going in. The scene inside left him both stunned and overjoyed. Bookshelves floated high in the air, suspended over a literal mountain of gold. This treasure hoard. Another team member gasped in awe. There are so many magic artifacts. Look over there. It's armor made from dragon scales. Every corner of this place glittered with a brilliant shine of gold. Incredible. These are all ancient, preserved texts. Elsic smiled to himself. At the end of the day, they were mages. Weren't they? Suddenly, someone clapped him on the shoulder. You were amazing, Captain. The young man, caught off guard, stared wide-eyed at him. After saying that, the man waved and walked away casually. Next, Sun came over and threw an arm around the genius. What did you just pull off? Huh? He answered with a cheerful smile. Elsic began to explain. Who do you think aced all the written theory exams? I just pictured it as another test. Then I solved it using spatial geometry, followed by elemental theory. As he passionately explained his method, a sudden realization struck him. Wait, a test? A shiver ran down Elzic's spine. Something feels off. It's like I was given a practice question right before the real exam. The person next to him remained oblivious. Hey, what are you thinking so hard about? That question pulled him back to reality. Huh? It's nothing. Sun released his hold and patted him gently on the shoulder. On an amazing day like this, you have to smile. Then he declared loudly, Elsic Melvingo, from this day forward, no one can ignore you or your prestigious family of mages ever again. Hearing those encouraging words, a deep blush spread across his cheeks. Still, that strange feeling continued to gnaw at him. Elsic gladly accepted his friend's head pat. For now, I'll just enjoy this moment. I finally earned my freedom. But in stark contrast to that positive mood, one team member had climbed to the top of the treasure tower. He held a magical artifact in his hand, his mouth muttering a strange incantation. Meanwhile, thanks to Elzic's achievement, everyone was warming up to him. Captain, someone called, pulling Elsic along excitedly. There's a laboratory here, too. Hurry, he stumbled along awkwardly. Okay, Sun watched them go, but kept a close eye on Devon behind him. Our Elsic has grown up. He's even being called Captain. I should follow them. He seemed to be in a hurry to report something. Sun, there's a dragon's corpse behind the mountain of treasure. Hearing that, Sun's own curiosity flared. What? A dragon? Before he could finish his sentence, Devon suddenly grabbed his arm tightly. He warned him carefully. He'll go there later. A hidden, mysterious intent lay beneath his words. Let's go. The two of them moved toward the dragon's skeleton. A skeleton of this size. This must have been a dragon king. Devon's eyes never left Sun. Yeah, looks like it's been here for over 4,000 years. At that moment, Elsic was struck by a powerful force. He collapsed to the floor, helpless. You bastards. The young man gritted his teeth in fury. Because of you, I got too excited and let my guard down. The assailant gently stroked his hair. We don't have any ill will. In fact, we like you. But then he added coldly, the job comes first. Sun, who had been observing the skeleton, suddenly spoke up. Wait, Devon. His question made the other man jump as if he'd been caught. Huh? What is it? Sun asked suspiciously. Didn't that thing just move? A noise nearby made him glance over at the others. The rest of the team was far away, probably taking their time exploring. What is that? I've never seen anything like it. Hey, let me see. Elsic was about to call out to them, but the attacker grabbed his shirt tightly. His vision quickly faded to black, his pupils rolling back in his head from the shock. I shouldn't have trusted a single soul after getting this far. At that moment, a nearby mage unleashed a fire spell, but before he could finish the chant, a massive force blew him away. Everyone, get back. Elsic was so stunned he couldn't even speak. The attacker's arm was lying severed on the ground. What the hell? Loud, earth-shaking noises began to pound in his ears. He couldn't believe it, but he forced himself to turn his head. And when he saw what was happening, the real shock began. Two mages were running for their lives in a desperate panic. Dragon, save me. Right behind them, the skeleton of the Dragon King was giving chase. What they had brought with them made his face go completely rigid. Holy crap. Rocks and debris rained from the ceiling as a colossal shadow drew closer. Elsic stared upwards in utter disbelief. It's horrifying. Even as a skeleton, the Dragon King's roar was deafening, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Let's find a cave. Elsic, this is another test. Devon was so terrified that sweat poured down his face. The others were paralyzed by the tremors. Just find a cave. He strained his eyes to regain focus. Don't let the dragon spot us. As he waited, Elsic grew more and more anxious. The Dragon King was gathering a massive amount of mana in its mouth but wasn't attacking. Why is it just standing there? A flood of thoughts rushed through his mind. Magic from a dragon's maw is still just magic. Dragons are truly incredible beings. Is the delayed casting time the key? Sun is safe, but that idiot Devon isn't. Even so, the mana consumption for this attack must be enormous. He tried to calm himself. That's right. If I want to pull this off in one go, I need a little time to prepare. Elzik shouted for everyone to hear. Expedition team, set up a defensive barrier. We're taking it down together. Magical artifacts were instantly drawn. Shields up. Sun and the other mages prepared their barriers. Everyone, hold your positions. A solid, two-layered barrier erupted, enclosing them all. Elzik's warning cut through the tension. It's here. A massive torrent of energy blasted from the Dragon King's maw. Its target was none other than the humans cowering behind their defenses. The attack slammed into the shield, scattering in all directions. Under the immense pressure, fractures spiderwebbed across the barrier. Elzik's mind raced, calculating the duration. 20 seconds. If we can hold out, we'll have an opening. Sun gritted his teeth, fighting through the searing pain. Everyone, hold on. Amidst the chaos, the entrance they used before remained wide open. His eyes locked onto it. A 17-second sprint to the door. The trap switch was just below it. 3 seconds to close the gate, and they would all live. But then, the situation took a drastic turn, making Elzik's heart stop. The barrier shattered. Several people were engulfed by the Dragon King's blast. Their shields burst into flames, incinerating them completely. In the end, only the few standing behind Elzik survived. He roared with all his might. Now. The dragon's attack had ceased. It was their chance. Run. Go. If it catches us, we're dead meat. Elzik was swept up in the chaotic retreat. Good, he thought. At this rate, but his smile froze on his face as a cruel reality set in. In a flash, the person beside him was torn apart in a spray of blood. A few drops landed on his chin, and his world came to a halt. At that moment, the mangled body of the unlucky soul was thrown backwards, no longer whole. Elzik's eyes widened in horror, his voice trembling. It can't be. A mysterious creature landed with a ground-shaking impact. It cackled with glee as it began its rampage. And it wasn't alone. An endless swarm of them poured into the chamber. Staring at the grotesque form, he recognized it instantly. The legendary guardians of the dragon, the Sabato. His mind was reeling from the shock, completely blank. Suddenly, a fireball soared past him from behind, lighting up his vision. It exploded on impact, sending the Sabato flying. Sun was behind them, launching a barrage of attacks. Elzik, help me take it down. The creature's sword swung down, but he managed to evade it. The air was filled with desperate screams. Help me. He calmly wiped the streak of blood from his chin. I have to find a way out of this. They were trapped, with the Dragon King waiting. I'm the only one who can save them. Just then, the stone on his necklace flashed, as if answering his desperation. The gem began to glow, its reaction growing stronger. A sharp pain lands through Elzik's mind, forcing his eyes shut. But it vanished in an instant, and his vision returned. But the world before him had completely changed. What is this? I can see. Lines everywhere, woven together like a spider's web. Sun, in the middle of casting a spell, turned toward him. Sun seemed to be shouting something, but no sound reached him. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Dodge. Blinking, Elzik muttered, What? He finally noticed the threat behind him. A Sabato already midair, lunging at him. It plunged its spear downwards. But his body was already gone. A look of sheer shock crossed the creature's face. Even Elzik himself was stunned. Did I just dodge that? His body moved on its own, evading every attack. A cold sweat dripped down his back as the realization hit him. This wasn't his imagination. He could see the lines, the paths. He knew where it would move, and how he needed to dodge. His opponent's movements seemed to slow to a crawl. He could see the exact point of attack. His focus then shifted to the path before him. If this is real, I'll be safe as long as I follow those points of light. But doubt still lingered in Elzik's heart. What if it's a trap? Unlike him, Sun was having a brutal time fighting them off. The Sabato were overwhelming the other party members with ease. They barely blocked the strikes, suffering grievous wounds. Just then, 3 more creatures closed in on Elzik. No. I'm out of time to hesitate. The young man vanished in the blink of an eye. He broke through their encirclement with impossible speed. Elzik's voice boomed, signaling the expedition team. You'll all die for nothing. Follow me. Sun was the first to react, moving right behind him. Hurry, everyone. A terrified Dem bolted. Let me come with you. His friend cried out in fear. Devon, wait. He took a deep breath, steeling himself. He had to trust the path his new eyes revealed. The entire party followed his lead as the Dragon King roared once more from behind. Elzik weaved past the Sabato's deadly weapon. This way, he yelled while running. Duck. His swift and decisive commands guided them through the first wave. Jump, Sun, up ahead, dealt with any creatures that got too close. Sun blasted a fireball at its left leg. The gateway was just ahead. We're almost at the exit. Just a little further. The first member gritted his teeth and dove through. I made it. A wave of relief washed over Elzik. Good. They all made it. Now, I just have to close the gate. But his hand froze just as it reached the lever. Somebody, save me. Devin was on the ground, trembling like a cornered rat. Please. The horde of Sabato was closing in fast. Damn it. To close the gate, I'll have to leave him behind. What am I supposed to do? This guy is such a pain. A war raged within his mind. But despite it all, a desperate Devin reached out as the monster charged. I can't let him die. El instantly spun back around to save him. The saber-tooth on the other side shared his exact goal. Elzik's eyes shot open, terrified when he felt nothing. Elzik was breathing hard beside him. It seemed they couldn't escape. He stammered in disbelief. I'm still alive. Sun roared in fury. El, are you insane? His nonchalant attitude only fueled Sun's rage. It was that guy's fault for being so weak. Why are you yelling at me? The saber-tooth stopped dead in its tracks right before the gate. Then, it simply turned and walked away. They can't get out? He watched intently. I'm only just realizing this now. A dense network clearly analyzed the gate's structure for him. There were traces of destruction above the cave. The intruders have been right beside us this whole time. His gaze shifted to the Dragon King, forming an orb in its gaping maw. Suddenly, his vision zoomed in, revealing every detail on its head. A magic tool was embedded in the dragon's skull, constantly radiating demonic energy. That thought was brutally cut short by the chaos erupting from above. What? Devin shrieked in terror. The saber-tooths are coming. One's diving straight down from the ceiling. Where do we run? We're surrounded. Just run. Ignoring the chaos, Sun suddenly stopped mid-flight and glanced back. El wasn't following them. He was standing inside the ruins. Sun yelled in shock, Elzik, what the hell are you doing? In response to his worry, El gave him a brilliant smile. You go on ahead. He desperately lunged toward El, but it was too late. The heavy gate slammed shut, sealing the entrance. Only Sun's hopeless scream echoed in the passage. He slammed his fists against the door, but it was no use. Hey, you damn bastard. Why won't this thing open anymore? Powerless, Elzik could only grit his teeth and tremble. Suddenly, a memory from 7 years ago, right after he was suspended, flashed through his mind. You're Elzik, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Nemedo. Want to be friends? El gave him a cold, indifferent glance before uttering a single word that left Sun utterly stunned. That night in the library, Elzik sat alone at a table when a friendly hand reached out, trying to get his attention. Sun returned, wearing that same friendly smile. Let's be friends. But the other boy's answer was unchanged. Get lost. Scram. His spirits plummeted instantly. I didn't even get to say anything. During a class session, they were gathered deep in a forest. You must be truly tenacious to become real magicians. You'll receive points based on the order you finish, so give it your all. However, if you use magic, you will be disqualified. The signal was given, and the students shot off like arrows. Among them was Devin, struggling just to keep up. In stark contrast, someone else was moving so fast his feet were a blur. Sun was confident, leaving everyone in his dust as he raced for the finish line. He effortlessly weaved through the dense trees and brush. Sun paused for a moment and muttered, I'm probably about halfway there. Should I bring Elzik with me? Not paying attention, he tripped on a large rock. His body lurched backward uncontrollably. Huh? Sun tumbled down the hill like a wheel, sliding down the steep slope with no way to stop. His hand luckily caught the edge of a cliff, leaving him dangling over a chasm of unknown depth. Blood started to trickle from a gash on his head. Is anyone there? Help! Just then, a group of people appeared, drawn by his cries. But Devin and his friends just sneered. Just use magic to climb up. What are you whining for? Sun scowled at their mockery. He couldn't use magic, and his hand was trembling. How long has it been? I can't hold on much longer. Sun was so desperate he started to cry. I could actually die like this. Even if I get disqualified, should I just use magic? A tear rolled down from the corner of his eye as his fingers began to slip. If I get disqualified, how will I ever face my dad? When Sun couldn't hold on any longer, he finally let go. Damn it. But in that exact moment, another hand shot out and grabbed his. Sun was shocked as the boy struggled to hold on. Sweat poured down El's face from the strain, but he grit his teeth and said, Hold on tight. A moment later, they were both safe, gasping for air. Sun took off one of his shoes to check his injured foot. Go on ahead. You're already late because of me. But El didn't seem to care, his eyes fixed on the injury. A dark bruise was spreading across Sun's ankle, making it impossible to move. To Sun's confusion, El still decided to help. Hey, what are you doing? I told you to go on without me. Elzik replied nonchalantly. You said you wanted to be friends with me, didn't you? Sun's cheeks flushed with emotion, but his touching moment was cut short by El's next words. Never mind that. Just give me some of those artifacts you have at your house, the boy chuckled. That's a fair trade, right? We're friends, after all. Sun immediately blew up at him. You damn bastard. Are you trying to scam your own friend? El shot back instantly. Hey, I just saved your life. The least you can do is repay the favor. By the way, your messy hair actually looks pretty cool. Why don't you let your bangs down? Sun answered gruffly. Shut up. This is a matter of honor. But right now, he could only stand helplessly before the door. That damn fool. He's weaker than me, and yet he still had to play the hero. The screams of the other members only fueled his rage. Sun shouted to the man inside, Elzik, just hang on. I'll call the elders, or at least your father, please. With that promise, he bolted away at full speed. Don't die. From the other side, Elzik offered a faint smile. Thanks, son. This is exactly why I can't let you get dragged into this mess. The grating sound of footsteps answered his resolve. The Dragon King and its guardians charged straight for him. Who do you think I am? Using his analysis skill, he weaved through their attacks. But in that moment, the young man realized something crucial. Found it. Espatho's arm swung, breaking off a piece of its body. They attacked relentlessly, but he dodged every single blow. Elzik launched himself from the ground in a blur of motion. He reached out his hand to seize his target. This is it. The flow of magic shifted from a deep blue to a brilliant gold, enveloping his body. Armament. But Elzik held another magical artifact in his hand. Time to fight fire with fire. A crazed crimson glow lit up Elzik's eyes. You want a taste of your own medicine, don't you? The fight fire with fire effect caused his arm to erupt in violent flames as blood trickled from his eyes. An artifact like this should have required mana to use. Elzik let the flames blaze uncontrollably. Unlock. I'll substitute my own life force for mana. The surrounding Spatho were scorched black by the intense heat. Their panic screams were music to his ears. This whole thing, it's just a test from the dragon. From within the chaos, something was about to erupt. If my guess is right, the Dragon King unleashed a ferocious blast of magic, sweeping the entire room. Elzik leaped high into the air, and there he found his answer. Just moments before, as he faced the Dragon King, the object embedded in its skull had pulsed with crimson magic. Elzik landed on the Dragon King's decaying skeleton. Right before him was the strange object, still lodged in the dragon's skull. This spear. It's the key, and the answer to the test. The remaining dragon guardians scrambled towards him. If I'm wrong and this is just some sick joke, then this is where I die. Behind him, the bloodthirsty Spatho Legion closed in. Even so, I will never give up. Because I am a Melvingo. They swarmed him, clawing at his body. But a second later, a strange power flared, sending them into a panic. Elzik was suddenly transported to another place. His eyes widened at the scene before him. What in the world just happened? Lightning cracked across the sky as a majestic dragon soared above. Its head was like a glacier, constantly breathing out plumes of frost. And beside it stood another figure, a man with horns. Who is that? The man suddenly turned with a sinister grin, and Elzik's vision flickered as his face grew dark. The ice dragon arched its chest, forming a massive orb of energy in its mouth. At the same time, the mysterious man raised his hand, summoning his own magic. Without a single incantation, he unleashed a chilling, murderous aura. The dragon's absorbed energy focused into a single point. As it fired the devastating attack, the man blocked it all with just one spear. Morpeth spun the spear like a drill, an amused smile playing on his lips. Then, he charged directly into the dragon's maw. Elzik watched the battle in utter shock. Is that the mana of an 8th-tier mage? No, it can't be. Intricate white patterns swirled across the black background of his weapon and body as he took aim. Elzik realized this power was on a whole different level. The Dragon King only saw a blinding flash of light. The battle in the sky was so intense, it shook the very ground below. Everything was torn apart by a powerful vortex. Morpeth channeled his magic into the spear and swung. When his weapon pierced the Dragon King's body, the world turned completely white. In the end, only his arm, still gripping the spear, remained. What the hell? The defeated dragon became a trophy as Morpeth stood upon its head. Everything had changed. Morpeth's silhouette looked utterly mythic against the ominous crimson glow. Elzik's eyes bulged in astonishment. He was the one. Who killed the dragon? A wisp of black spiritual energy drifted past his back as a wicked voice rose. It's you. Morpeth bared his teeth, his pupils glowing red. You will be the one to free me from this damned place. You will be my new sacrifice. Instantly, a surge of magic flew straight towards him. The voice echoed through the air. Come, let us become one. His voice dripped with ambition. And together, we shall rule this world. A mere human. Elzik felt no excitement, only pure, paralyzing fear. His gaze suddenly froze for a moment, as if he'd spotted something strange. Glowing blue chains were materializing from the dragon's body. They rapidly shot out, binding Morpit completely. He was momentarily stunned as a different, powerful voice spoke. Demon King Morpit. A brilliant energy flared to life. You will burn here with me. Elzik was reeling from one shock to the next. What, Demon King? The dragon's massive jaws opened wider and wider. The mystical chains began dragging him inside. We may have been sealed in this place for 1,000 years. But this time, things are different. His killing intent shifted towards Eli. A perfect vessel had finally appeared before him. Dark magic poured from the demon's eyes and mouth, silencing the boy's screams. He clenched his jaw, but the vile energy forced its way in. At the same time, the dragon's bones began to glow with a brilliant blue magic. This wasn't the dragon's trial. It was a trap laid by the Demon King. Eli collapsed, helpless, as his body was being stolen from him. His physical form was about to shatter from the strain. Is this how I die? He could feel every bone inside him being ripped apart, ground into nothing but dust. The demon, Mit, let out a triumphant, wicked laugh. The dragon's mana was fortifying the vessel's body, but Mit continued to torture Eli to the brink of unconsciousness. Damn it all. His ancestor, along with the entire clan, sacrificed their lives to drive back the demons during the Great Demon War. Then his parents also met their end, leaving only him and his sister behind. The royal family, the magic tower, their own vassals. All of them revealed their rotten core. Even the one person he trusted most tried to steal everything that belonged to them. His power was tearing his very being apart. As they tried to protect what was theirs, his sister had pleaded with a sorrowful voice, "Uncle, please, stop." But their uncle didn't even care. He simply turned his back and walked away. They were abandoned. The boy's silent screams echoed as his form twisted in agony. Facing the traitors who shamed his family, a younger Elzik could only throw stones in defiance. What else could I possibly do? The doors to their dilapidated mansion slowly closed, erasing their existence from the world. Damn it. I swear I'll fix this. I'll clear my block mana and restore my family's honor. His vision faded to black, but not before vowing to make those traitors regret everything. Suddenly, the sound of a heartbeat pulled Eli back. No. I haven't even started yet. It can't end like this. Malvingo. I won't let you devour me. With sheer force of will, he fought to reclaim control of his own body. You damn bastard. A torrent of blue mana erupted, forcing Mit back. An ancient voice echoed, "May this call reach our descendant in the distant future." Mit was stunned. What is this power? From the endless void, an arm reached out. Before Mit could even react, he was consumed by brilliant blue flames. Lightning crackled in Eli's eyes. Here, as per our agreement, the first Demon King will be devoured. He raised a hand and blew away the shroud of dark magic. The Demon King screamed in agony, completely powerless. Impossible. He was being overwhelmed by Eli's power. It can't end like this. Everything around them dissolved into pure white once more, and a striking pattern was now etched onto Eli's arm. The young man stared faintly at his now translucent hand. Where am I? A breathtaking sunset appeared before him, along with the silhouette of a figure. He gazed at it in a daze. Who are you? Why do you seem so familiar? The scholar replied. We are the first mages who pursued the pinnacle of magic. Eli was startled. Wasn't that the same voice he heard earlier? He saw a sphere of magic that was originally pure white. However, those who craved even greater power brought misery to the world. They were corrupted by demons, and their dark mana tainted the sphere. Red and black slowly stained everything in their path. We came to a decision. We had to fix this, to atone for the sins of our past. The corner of the scholar's mouth curved into a smile. We created an association in this world, one that could purge the demons down to their very roots. A giant horn appeared, confusing Eli. What is that? A demon? The Demon King? No. Two hands cradled an energy core known as the Demon Lord. The scholar slowly raised his partially human arm. Countless dragons descended from the sky. Our mission is to annihilate all demons. Then, his other arm did the same. Suddenly, a colossal monster emerged from the ground. But the demons will never be completely erased. They will always return. Evil forces swarmed around the scholar. You must destroy them, again and again, time after time. Until that day comes, our association cannot be disbanded. His fingers danced, as if playing a silent symphony. Billowing white smoke erupted from beneath the demon's feet. The roars of the dragons echoed through the void, but the scholar remained unfazed. They all attacked the scholar at once. But one day, in the future, he joyfully raised his cloak, revealing a galaxy hidden within. The very ground the demon stood on was ripped away, while the heavens above shone with brilliant light. The two forces collided in a world-shattering clash, leaving nothing but dust in their wake. But amidst that immense torrent of power, a red-eyed creature interfered. A giant hand reached for the scholar. Just then, Elzic's vision was violently pulled away. He cried out in panic, trying to warn him. Look out! But when he blinked, he was staring at his own normal hand and a familiar ceiling. Gentle sunlight streamed in through the window. He quickly wiped the sweat from his brow and noticed someone sitting beside him. Eli called out to John. His friend gave a gruff reply, but Eli wasn't afraid to call him out. Were you crying? The young man instantly denied it. Me? Crying? As if. In truth, John was just embarrassed and turned away. Damn it. Why do you have to wake up right now? How pathetic. The man in the bed just smirked, waving off his friend's tearful display. Sun's expression turned thunderous at the mockery. Hey, it's all right to cry. Now that I think about it, you were crying in the cave too, weren't you? Sun whipped around, looking ready to throw a punch. You want to go? Elzic flinched instantly. Whoa, my bad. But in the end, he still earned a solid hit from his friend. Did you bring the rescue team for me? Sun asked, his anger still simmering. Yeah, I did. You absolute lunatic. Elzic grumbled indignantly. Couldn't you use some healing magic on this bruise? Instead of just handing me a stupid egg? Sun shot him down instantly. You should be grateful I'm giving you anything at all, you moron. Elzic complained. You're a clan leader, you know. Can't you stop calling me names all the time? His only response was an ice-cold glare. What was that? You lunatic. Elzic immediately whipped his head away. Huh? What? I didn't say a thing. While scolding him, Sun's eyes narrowed as he noticed something else. And if you ever pull a stunt like that again. His voice trailed off as he suddenly ordered, wait, stand up. The man on the bed looked baffled. Why? Sun's patience snapped. Just shut your mouth and get up. The menacing tone in his voice made Elzic obey instantly. Right. As they stood face to face, Sun held up a hand to compare their height. Have you gotten taller? Take a look at yourself in the mirror. Even Elzic was stunned. What in the world happened? Has my body been altered? Sun asked, a worried look on his face. So, what exactly went down in there? Tell me everything. And what happened to the dragon? Elzic just gave him a mischievous wink. Sorry, Sun. I can't tell you the details just yet. But you'll be the first to know when the time is right. Fortunately, Sun just clapped him on the shoulder. All right, Elzic. I trust you have a plan, he thought to himself. But seriously, that jerk is keeping secrets from me now. Elzic awkwardly tried to smooth things over. Hey, don't be mad. He quickly changed the subject. So, what's happening with the cave? Sun sat back down, casually peeling an egg. My family is taking over management of the area. Returning to his bed, Elzic added, I bet they'll be busy with the excavation. But contrary to his expectations, Sun corrected him. No, they're just standing guard, sealing it off completely. Elzic sat bolt upright. What? Why? Sun just shrugged. Because it belongs to you, its discoverer. They can't just let anyone run wild in there. According to the law, a dragon's lair belongs to its finder. But usually, the major academies would have swooped in by now, requesting excavation rights. The magic tower and the academy are probably scrambling to get access. Elzic gave him a sheepish grin, which just creeped Sun out. What the hell are you smiling at? Thanks, man, he said cheerfully. He thought to himself, I'm sure the Namito clan is dying for those excavation rights, too. But they're still doing this. For me. Sun shot back with a sneer. That's disgusting, you idiot. Don't get all sentimental on me. The two friends bumped fists, a perfect understanding between them. What are you grinning about, you damn bastard? Elzic shot back instantly. Thanks for the compliment, you lunatic. But in the middle of their banter, another thought struck Elzic. Wait a minute, damn it. The memory of the headmaster's greedy expression surfaced in his mind. This is no time to be celebrating. That old fossil is definitely scheming to get his hands on those excavation rights. A cold fury began to bubble up inside him. He actually tried to have me killed. The sinister grin spreading across his face sent a chill down Sun's spine. What kind of insane scheme is he cooking up now? Every time he gets that twisted smile, it means trouble is coming. Elzic called out in a deceptively sweet voice. Hey, Sun. Sun gritted his teeth and took a step back. What are you planning? Leaning in close, Elzic whispered, I need you to do something for me. Sun immediately threw up his guard. I'm not listening. Nope, can't hear a thing. But Elzic's words reached him anyway. Announced that I've been gravely injured. In the end, all Sun could do was think to himself, damn it. I heard him. Elsewhere, footsteps echoed across a grand courtyard. A figure in a striking red cloak cut a path through the bright sunlight. An entire legion of soldiers stood guard outside the Royal Magic Hospital. A voice from the crowd called out, Could you please repeat that? The attendant calmly adjusted his glasses. Academy student Elzic is currently in a comatose state, due to grave injuries sustained during his expedition to the dragon's lair. Therefore, I must ask you all to disperse. One of the nobles sputtered in disbelief. I came all this way just to be told to turn back? Others echoed his outrage. What about the excavation rights? Are you just going to let that lair sit empty? A massive crowd had gathered, wondering, why was the great Nemeto clan sealing off the hospital? From his room, Elzik scoffed at the scene. Idiots. The Nemeto clan's representative, Katanet, entered with a tray of refreshments. Please, get some rest. Elzik ignored him, his gaze fixed on the crowd outside. The thick glass muffled the noise, but the uproar was still audible. Only when the door clicked shut did a sense of peace return to the room. Elzik finally let out a long sigh of relief. Hey, Elzik began, looking over warily at another presence in the room. Can you stop staring and just say something already? How long are you planning on glaring at me? The being, Mitfet, replied with a scowl. Why don't you show a little respect for the great king standing before you? This was the legendary Demon King, the one who once plunged the entire world into chaos and terror. But Elzik just looked at Mitfet with utter indifference. Maybe I'll just call you Fet. A surge of rage flared from the Demon King, but with a simple wave of Elzik's hand, that power was instantly suppressed. He was nothing more than an evil spirit. Mitfet relentlessly struck him, screaming, "Just die already." But Eli remained perfectly calm. This little magic fluffball is more useful than you. Meanwhile, the Nemeto family hospital remained sealed off, completely inaccessible to anyone. Alone in the room, Eli stood in silence. He gently placed a hand over his chest, just as I suspected. This feeling is real. The Dragon Heart. A wellspring of absolute power from the ancient dragon. But the dragon was supposed to be dead, pierced by the Demon King's spear. So is this dragon heart inside me really beating just like any other? No. Something feels different. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. My memory only goes up to the moment the Demon King tried to possess me. Then Eli glanced to his side. Stop staring and say something. How long are you going to gawk at me like that? The spirit, Mitfet, was fuming. I believe I told you not to call me that. I am the mighty Demon King, the one who drowned the world in fear and despair. The name is Mitfet. In the ancient era when gods ruled the world, the demon god of darkness had 4 great retainers. First was Phi, the harbinger of destruction. Then came in Sai, the embodiment of madness. Beside him stood Foration Net, the symbol of depravity. And the last, Sinin Bikatum, the source of all original sin. The Demon King, Mitfet, the most powerful and supreme ruler in all of mythology. And this legendary name, Mitfet, is now tied to me. The spirit raged on. I told you, my name was bestowed upon me by the great demon god himself. But Eli simply let out a long yawn, making the spirit seethe with rage. You insolent fool. Mit lashed out at Eli once more. I swear, I will tear you limb from limb. Unfazed, Eli simply replied, God, you're so damn noisy. His nonchalant complaint only enraged the spirit further. Is this how a demon king usually acts? So foolishly. How many times must I tell you before you understand? Have you gone deaf in your old age? For 1,000 years. I have waited for 1,000 years, and my mana was stolen by a whelp like you. I am the Demon King, Mitfet. I made the entire world grovel at my feet. He stood alone, bathed in a crimson glow. That was his entire reason for being. A colossal dragon tore through the clouds, soaring straight from Mitfet. Its enormous wings beat against the vast, empty sky. The Dragon King, Sai, let out a mighty roar, initiating the battle. But Mitfet was ready, welcoming the challenge with a battle-hungry grin. Mit's spear clashed with the dragon's magic. He dared to stand in my way. Chains erupted from the tip of Sai's tongue, wrapping tightly around the Demon King. Demon King Mitfet, he declared with finality, you will be buried here, with me. The Dragon King bound them both together. Damnation. His body was buried deep beneath the magical chains, and so, for 1,000 years, he waited, until he finally found something and began to laugh. I've waited for so long. As Ela's party entered the cavern, Mitfet whispered, you finally arrived. A chill ran down the young man's spine at the sound of that voice. A vessel. To finally release me from this seal. The perfect vessel, who flawlessly completed every trial right before my eyes. I had almost seized complete control of his body and soul, but when Ellie awakened, I lost my hold. My entire plan fell to ruin. Now, Mitfet existed as a mere spirit. Nothing but a fragment of demonic energy. Even my physical form is gone. He scowled. What kind of power could possibly absorb me? Suddenly, the young man beside him sneered. Cut the act. This noble and powerful act of yours. The spirit erupted in a storm of curses as Eli examined a pendant. How dare an insignificant mortal like you? If this were 1,000 years ago, you miserable insect, this must be the work of those damned Melvigos. Who in the hells do they think they are? I once stood against the entire world. By myself. Eli narrowed his eyes, recalling a voice from before. We can only hope our message will reach him. He remembered it clearly, from the moment his soul was reclaimed. Our descendant, on some future day. The stone statue. It bore a striking resemblance to the scholar's face. Was that his voice? The overwhelming pressure from that moment still lingered in his memory. Here, as the pact dictates, the first demon shall be devoured. Eli was stunned. Wait a minute. Devoured. Does that mean I actually absorbed the Demon King's power? Eli stared at the pendant in his hand. So this magic pendant is a tool designed to devour the Demon King? No. It's a tool for devouring demons in general. He slowly turned to the Demon King at his side, who was as surly as ever. What is it now? What are you staring at? But the young man was lost in thought. Could this thing devour other demons, just like Mitfet? The first demon. That means there will be a second. And a third. A wicked smile spread across his face. Get ready. Demon Kings, your time is running out. Though Mitfet couldn't hear the words, a shiver ran down his spiritual spine. What? What is this sudden chill? The two of them arrived at a high cliff, prompting the spirit to wonder. Why in the world did we wander all the way out here? When an elder speaks, you should have the decency to answer. L.A. sneered at him. You're too loud. Just shut up already, you worthless ghost. He spread a black cloth on the ground. Before I learn how to use this pendant's power, there are a few things I need to confirm first. His fingers laced together and rested before his chest. The young man assumed a meditative stance and closed his eyes. Elsik shut out the world, focusing his consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, a wave of pure power enveloped his surroundings. Within this new landscape, several azure roses bloomed. A ladybug, drawn in by the vivid blue, fluttered toward them. It landed on a delicate petal and began to drink the nectar. The insect's tiny weight caused the petal to fall, and a sudden breeze carried it away on an aimless journey. Each blue rose petal drifted past the spot where he meditated. Elzik could perceive every single detail around him. He sensed the beat of a ladybug's wings, the faint touch of a passing wind. He slowly opened his eyes. If his suspicions were correct, he could truly see and feel everything now. Mana condensed in his hand, analyzed into a dense frequency as his fingers began to curl inward toward his palm. Elzik clenched his fist, a mysterious shadow falling across his face. Instantly, the Dragon King's heart responded. A blinding light erupted from his fingertip, scorching the air before exploding into a towering pillar of flame. Merpedo witnessed the spectacle with eyes wide in terror. A cold sweat dripped down his face. Dragon arts? A mere human was using the magic of dragons? His finger continued to command the magic, even for someone with Melvingo blood. This was just unheard of. Sparks of raw power danced wildly through the air. Elsik took a deep breath, but his exhale quickly turned into a smirk. The scent of burnt ozone and dust from his little experiment hung thick in the air. I can finally use magic. At last. The wretched mana blockage that has tormented me for so long is gone. Those words, they were seared into his memory. The ultimate humiliation for the House of Melvingo. A magic family of such prestige. How much further could their name be dragged through the mud? A person like him is the grandson of our first headmaster? This is completely unacceptable. Did the headmaster just pick him up off the street or something? How can a so-called mage not even be able to form a simple magic circle? That trash. They dare run their mouths without knowing their place. All of them. All who betrayed the Melvingo family and abandoned me. Right here, right now, he swore an oath to the heavens and the earth. I will make every single one of them regret it. Down below the stage, the sound of camera shutters was relentless. Reporters swarmed Kadu, demanding answers. Is it true that student Elsik Melvingo is currently in a coma? And what about the excavation rights for the dragon's lair? His sharp gaze met the reporter's cameras as he answered with chilling calm. An official announcement will be made at the Magic Tower, so please confirm that notice. After the press conference, the man returned to a private room. Kadu stood trembling before a young man, his heart filled with dread. Young master, please, don't make me do these kinds of things again. Son, rubbing his temples, didn't even bother to turn around as the door opened. So you're back? You did well, Kadu. The trembling man slowly brought over a stack of papers. It was nothing, sir. But the commotion you cause every time you're with Elzik is going to be the death of me. Son just let out a light chuckle. Haha. But Kadu offered a sincere warning. If this deception of yours is exposed, neither the Magic Tower nor the royal family will back you. Can you handle the consequences? The young man just shrugged, casually offering a handkerchief. Well, Son replied, completely unfazed. Elzik said he has it all calculated, so I'm just going to trust him. You're covered in a cold sweat. Wipe it off. The look on Elzik's face at that time was truly twisted. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. But while Son put on a calm front, he was cursing up a storm on the inside. Elzik, That damn bastard. Does he have any idea what I'm going through? He wiped his face with the handkerchief and asked quietly, "Where did Master Elzik go?" Sun shook his head. "I don't know. He just wandered off somewhere." He held up a letter. "I'll be gone for a bit. What are friends for, right? I'm counting on you." Kadu cursed inwardly, crushing the note in his fist. With that weak body of his, where could he have possibly gone? Suddenly, his eyes caught something strange. Kadu immediately reported it to Sun. Young master. It's about Elzik." Sun's face was still blank, not understanding. "What is it?" The man seemed at a loss for words, holding out a sealed envelope. That's... Before he could finish, the door to the room was blasted off its hinges. "My dear little brother, are you plotting something without telling me?" Startled, Sun shot to his feet. "Sister, what are you doing here?" The woman strode in aggressively, a wicked smile plastered on her face. Why so surprised? It was Thaza, the witch known as the Phoenix Fire. She shrugged nonchalantly. Is it so strange for an older sister to come visit her little brother? The Magic Tower, the Royal Family, and the Holy Alliance. Each has produced a great genius of the century in this very generation. They are the 3 stars who will lead the Empire. And they are called the New 3 Stars. Thesa then turned to scold Kadu. "Didn't you show him my letter? My mind has been so foggy lately. My sister, the youngest person in history to achieve the title of Great Mage, is one of those 3. Sun's face darkened as he tried to change the subject. "So, why are you really here?" She shot him a sidelong glance and scoffed. "I heard your little friend was sick, and as a certified magical healer myself, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Is Elzik not in his room? Is the little lamb somewhere else?" His eyes darted around wildly, the memory of that paper sparking pure panic. He was so dead. If his sister entered that room, it would be all over. His sister was getting way too close. He had to get her away before she discovered the truth. Sun quickly averted his gaze, scrambling for an excuse. Eli isn't able to see anyone right now. Thasa's eyes narrowed, glaring at her little brother with utter suspicion. "Is that so?" She immediately seized his trembling body. "So please, stop bothering the doctors and just go home. Little brother." The entire room was already crackling with her overwhelming fire aura. "Are you giving me an order?" Thassa leaned in close, her voice a dangerous whisper. "Now, let's continue our little conversation. What happened to the excavation rites for the dragon's lair?" In that moment, a dreadful realization dawned on Sun. The dragon's lair? He completely forgotten. This witch of a sister was utterly obsessed with dragons. Her gaze bored into him, demanding an answer. "No one has claimed it yet, correct?" He trembled, unable to form a response. That was something only Eli could decide. Thesa's glare was murderous, as if she could devour him whole. Finally, she made her move. "Then I have no other choice." Thasa's powerful grip on Sun's wrist finally began to loosen. Then slowly, she let go. As she left the room, she left him with one final warning. "The moment your friend wakes up, you contact me. If you fail to be the first one to call." Thassa drew a sharp line across her throat. The message was crystal clear. Prepare for a world of pain. Sun's mind raced with terrifying scenarios of what she would do to him. "I have to do something fast." Just then, a trembling voice came from behind. "Young master." "Is she gone?" The butler's face was ashen and trembling, startling Sun as if he'd just seen a ghost. The cries of newsboys echoed across the capital. Heir to the legendary House of Mages lies unconscious. Crowds buzzed around the newsstands. Who will claim the rights to excavate the dragon's lair? A mysterious figure in black muttered under his breath. "Sun is handling things perfectly in my place." Humph. Then Eli spotted a familiar face on a different paper. Well, who do we have here? Our esteemed Dean is quite photogenic, isn't he? His gaze fixed on the man's picture, cold as ice. "Keep smiling while you still can, Dean. Or should I say, future headmaster." Meanwhile, Joe was busy flattering the Dean. "You can finally achieve your long-held desires, sir." "There's no need to rush." The Dean scowled, cutting him short. "The election hasn't even begun." Joe simply flashed a sinister, knowing smile. "Forgive my haste. I could never fully comprehend your noble desire to protect the Academy and its students, headmaster." But the flattery had its intended effect. The Dean's lips curled into a smug, disingenuous smile. "Honestly, I've already told you I am not the headmaster yet." The Dean took a slow sip of tea, then changed the subject. "By the way, what is the condition of that student?" Joe bowed deeply as he reported. "I hear he's barely clinging to life, fighting for every single breath. How utterly unfortunate." He then quickly offered a dark suggestion. "But if he does wake up, it will become a serious problem. Perhaps we should hire a few assassins, as a precaution." The Dean's aura flared with immense pressure. Silence. Feeling that terrifying energy, Joe began to tremble. "Why, yes, sir. I apologize. After putting him in his place, the dean's demeanor returned to normal. He probed gently. There will be an open professor position after the election. I wonder who might be suited for such a role. Joe looked up, utterly confused. Sir, the dean continued, I am merely the dean. I have no idea what occurs beyond the academy's walls. Joe was quick to understand the veiled order. Ah! A look of gleeful understanding spread across his face as he bowed low. I will not disappoint you, sir. The dean took a sip of tea, a terrifying smile on his lips. Later that night in the capital, a cloaked figure lurked in a dark, forgotten alley. Li pulled his hood low, his gaze fixed on the towering building above him. All right, let's begin. His blue eyes began to glow as he activated his mind's eye, an ability that allowed him to see beyond the veil of this world. If I can find the hidden dimension and channel the dragon heart's mana into it. Suddenly, a torrent of power surged through his very being. The ground trembled violently. Li was consumed by the fierce current of energy, and a deafening explosion ripped through the air. When the dust settled, he was standing on solid ground. I can use magic now, without complex incantations. Li breathed a sigh of relief. The first step is a success. I'm finally at the starting line, but the voice of Morpedo echoed in his mind, full of scorn. How pathetic. Is that meager level of magic all you can muster, even with my power? Was that just a simple leap? Are you even attempting a proper technique? Eli's moment of triumph vanished. He gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed in frustration. He's right. I need to be faster. And much, much stronger. Morpedo's voice continued to berate him. You insolent brat. How dare you ignore me while I am speaking? In my era, humans, demons, and even the dragon tribe itself cower before me. When I speak, I use the dragon tongue's sacred art, the mind rune inscription. Form the image. Then give it voice. Eli began channeling the draconic rune, awakening its immense magical properties. Mitch stood amidst the raging flames, completely bewildered. Huh? A wicked grin spread across Ellie's face. His feet were already coiled into position, ready to spring on command. The order echoed in his mind, and he launched across the distance in a flash, leaving his opponent gaping in disbelief. Impossible. After that godlike leap, he's actually flying? A fierce torrent of power erupted from Elzic's mind's eye. His target, that towering mansion, was still an impossible distance away. He soared through the sky, showing no signs of losing momentum. Even he couldn't help but marvel at the altitude. So high up. Sweat beaded on his face, but a grin spread across his lips. Incredible. Simple. But brutally effective. When the moment was right, he prepared to activate it again, pushing his speed to the absolute limit. All right, here we go. The being trailed lazily behind him, his heart seething with pure contempt for Elzic. A mere brat who just learned magic was already using mind's eye incantations and dual casting. This was the ancient enemy of the Melvino demon world. Not even the strongest of their clan could hope to match this creature. Suddenly, Movito let out a gleeful gasp. Ah, wait, there is one person. A pitch-black face emerged from beneath a wide hood, wearing a terrifyingly sinister smile. Recalling the memory, he cursed himself under his breath. Gods, I shouldn't even be thinking about this. No matter the cost. Before he grows any stronger, I must possess that body and crush this dangerous seedling. His mind raced with schemes. But how? Elzic kept his expression calm, but deep down, he was already running on fumes. The mind's eye incantation was incredible, but harnessing its power alone was proving difficult. Elzic's hand tightened into a fist. To grow stronger, I need to master the core of dragon arts. I need a teacher, someone who can keep my secrets. In an academy already under enemy control, there was no one qualified to teach me. As dawn finally broke, Elzic touched down on the ground. I need someone on Hageman's level, at least, but there's no way a master like that would take me as a student. A memory suddenly surfaced. Elzic thought of Mr. Yan. If only he were still alive. Or even his own father. Then a reckless idea sparked in his mind. Wait a second. Movito doesn't know I'm his target. He's just fuming, trying to figure out how to crush the seedling. Elzic suddenly approached him with a proposition. Hey, Movito, could you teach me magic? It just hit me. Movito is the most suitable teacher I could ask for. The creature looked utterly dumbfounded. What? What nonsense are you spouting? He spun around, ready to ignore him completely. But when Elzic called his name again, a flicker of amusement appeared on his face. Movito. But when he turned, Movito just shrugged with a bored expression. And what, exactly, is in it for me? Elzic laid out his bait. I'll use alchemy to create a new vessel for you. But the demon just sneered, completely unimpressed. You think a pathetic human can create a vessel fit for me? Then make me strong enough to do it, Elzic countered. Movito scoffed and shook his head dismissively. Still not enough. But Elzic held his ground, a confident smile on his face. What options do you have if I don't get stronger? Seeing the demon hesitate, Elsic softened his approach slightly. Fine, you name your terms. But a second later, Movito's answer was blunt. I refuse. Why would I ever empower you? I might consider it, if you were to become one of my kind. Movito shot him a triumphant look, his heart soaring with wicked delight. Heh. Just look at that confused face. So satisfying. Trying to play tricks on me, are you? The thought only made Movito more delighted. I'm too weak to devour him now. But if I secretly corrupt him with dark magic while I teach, he'll grow stronger, yes. But his soul will become tainted. And then I'll devour him whole. His eyes burned with predatory hunger, and a grotesque smile twisted his lips, the kind only a true demon could conjure. Now, kneel and beg me to accept you as my disciple. Know your place, and obediently become my new vessel, you ignorant Melvino fool. But then, Elsic completely dropped the act and cursed. Ah, to hell with this. Just forget it. This was the one response Movito never expected. As his jaw dropped in utter shock, Elsic laid into him with a furious tirade. There's a limit to how much you can demand. Do you have any idea what kind of position you're in right now? Elzic's cunning smirk stunned Movito even more. What? Right now, the great demon looked like nothing more than a cornered, frightened little imp. You, unable to swallow the humiliation, Movito lunged forward. You wretched bastard. But Elsic simply stood his ground and activated a mind's eye incantation. Silence. Instantly, the demon's mouth was sealed shut. Elsic grinned, pleased. Oh ho, worked better than I expected. Movito could only produce muffled grunts, but the noise was still enough to make Elsic cover his ears. Gods, you're loud. The demon was sweating bullets, his fingers still pointed accusingly at Elsic's face. There's no way I'll be subdued by a simple mind's eye incantation, but Elsic was already weaving a new spell. Act cute. Instantly, Movito puckered his lips and winked. The sight was a brutal assault on Elsic's eyes and ears. Elsic immediately spun away, bile rising in his throat. Gah, my eyes, my god. When he dared to look back, a pair of pink bunny ears had sprouted on the demon's head. A wave of goosebumps washed over Elsic in pure horror. Oh, why in the world did I command him to do something so disgusting? I think I'll actually puke if I have to look at that again. Mito's face was grim, but he forced himself to negotiate. Let's be reasonable. I don't want a repeat of what just happened. Understood. If you have a change of heart, write down everything you know about the art of the mind's seal. Once I've read it all, I'll release you from your bonds. The notebooks lay on the floor, untouched by Mito. You think this is enough to make me compromise? Me, the one who endured being sealed for 1,000 years, but Elsic remained completely unfazed by his outburst. Perhaps I should use this time to train instead. By nightfall, his anger had subsided, and he thought, I will be magnanimous and forgive you, if you just admit you were wrong. The next day, Elsic trained as usual, completely ignoring the silenced Demon King. He should be on his knees, begging me to teach him, but Elsic just continued his steady practice of magic. Meanwhile, Mito's mind was in turmoil. What is happening to me? Day after grueling day passed, the crushing boredom threatening to break his spirit. I'm going to have to teach him eventually. Should I just pretend to give in? But even as he wrote, only halfway done, Mito tried to bolster his pride. No, I cannot lose to him. The fundamental principle of the Mind Seal is, seeing the Demon King's trembling hand, Elsic smirked, thoroughly enjoying himself. Humph, must you be so theatrical about it? A fresh wave of fury surged within him. No, I am the Demon King, Mpit Fuss. I will never surrender my secrets to a mere human. But his rage was short-lived, as he felt a strange energy course through him. What is this feeling? Why am I acting like his loyal pet? Elsic steepled his fingers, deep in thought. The core principles of the Mind's Seal. Its ancient knowledge, not found in any book. Glancing at the sloppy handwriting on the page, Elsic couldn't help but offer a backhanded compliment. Good. Very good. Shouldn't you be happy you're helping me? He then used the Mind's Seal to undo the obedient behavior, before demanding even more. But this information back here. Elsic pointed to a line of text. Could you be a little more detailed? Perhaps I'll even let you speak again. Isn't it a bit frustrating, not being able to talk? The jab struck a nerve, and Mito's face flushed with pure, unrestrained fury. You absolute bastard. But Elsic just criticized his lack of effort. What is this supposed to be? Don't you know you're supposed to write more than you did yesterday? Who made that decision, you fool? Seeing the demon's expression, Elsic offered a new deal. All right, you can write multiple times a day, a little each time, and I'll remove the silence curse for 3 days. How about it? Is it a deal? But then came a barrage of new complaints from the hero. And your handwriting is awful. Try to make it legible. Actually, on second thought, multiple entries won't be enough. Just write it all down in one go. Have you considered teaching me one of your ultimate techniques? Just you wait. Mito seethed internally, a deep hatred brewing in his heart. The hidden sorcery within these notes. will utterly annihilate the body and soul of this arrogant fool who knows nothing of true power. Despite the potential danger, Elzik never skipped his training. I've only learned the first part, but with just this much power. Mito, who had been watching for days, was baffled. How is this possible? Why are there no signs of the dark magic activating? I'm certain I embedded the curse in there. Just then, a hand landed on the back of his neck. What's with that look on your face? Elzik glanced back with a knowing smirk. It's written all over you. You were planning something sinister for my body, weren't you? But nothing happened, and that disappoints you, right? His secret exposed, the Demon King whipped his head away, refusing to answer. I have no idea what you're talking about. Elzik laughed at Mito's childish denial. Did you really think I was stupid enough to learn whatever you gave me, without examining it first? Still, it was helpful. So, thank you. Thanks to you, I've reached a whole new level. Mito's mind descended into chaos and rage. He knew, damn it all to hell. Meanwhile, Elzik was already flipping through the notebook for a new formula. Is there anything else? I'm getting stronger. I don't want to stop now. Mito grumbled beside him. In your dreams, human. Seeing his reluctance to share more magic, Elzik resorted to threats. Fine then. Back to the silence, curse it is. But Mito's answer was firm. There's nothing more. Elzik's eyes widened in surprise. What? The Demon King yelled his point directly. Besides my true mind art, there is nothing else I can teach you. As birds scattered across the sky, Elzik froze, a sudden realization dawning on him. The true mind art. He meant the ultimate form of mind seal sorcery. Second, only to the divine language itself. The language of the gods. Mito crossed his arms, speaking plainly. You can't possibly comprehend it at your current level. Your mind would shatter. Elzik's mind went blank. He could tell. The Demon King wasn't lying. Now what? But the demon's next words sent his thoughts reeling. Magic can only be perfected on the battlefield. That has always been the destiny of your Melvingo family. Magic can only be perfected on the battlefield. Even the elders of his clan had acknowledged it. It was the sacred creed of the Melvingo family. We are the sworn protectors of this continent, the guardians against the encroaching darkness. Father taught my sister and me about the honor of House Melvingo, a legacy forged in the demon-ravaged lands. Even in his silence, I could see the toll it took. My father bore the deep scars from the war's devastating aftermath. He must have been remembering his glory days, fighting back-to-back with grandfather as a true war mage. As my father stared into the distant horizon that afternoon, a much younger Elzik ran up to him, full of childish pride. Dad, when I'm old enough to go to war, I'll be able to use awesome magic just like Grandpa, right? The great mage Elzik has arrived, but my father couldn't even meet my gaze. Seeing his despair, my mother spoke up instead. About that, Elzik, I've told you before, haven't I? What's the most important thing to become a powerful mage? Dejected, Elzik mumbled the answer. Studying. Exactly. Studying. But her next words were like daggers aimed straight at my father's heart. You can't rely on flashy, powerful magic alone, not like your father did. Didn't I tell you? Your grandfather became the greatest mage long before he became the strongest man on the continent. My father, trembling, tried to reason with her. My dear, I am still the head of this house. But my mother's reply was mercilessly sharp. My dear husband, stop feeding our children such dangerous fantasies. Honestly, the men of House Melvingo never were good listeners. Thankfully, we always knew to listen to Mother. Even so, my father managed one last piece of advice. Remember this, son. True magic is perfected only on the battlefield. And just like that, he was dragged away from my sight. But before she hauled my father away, she gave her final orders to us. Elzik, you will finish reading abridged studies on the correlation between ancient magic circles and Neo-era linguistics by day's end. Understood. Haley, you make sure he does. I cried out, Mom, please don't. I wanted to play with Dad today. But my sister showed no mercy, dragging me away by the ear. Ow. Haley, that hurts. You're gonna rip my ear off. Let go. Damn it all. My father tried one last time to defend me. My love, studying is important, but they're still just children. His words fell on deaf ears. That's because you spoil him rotten. It's precisely that attitude that gives him such bad habits. Like father, like son. And then, on a dark, rainy night at the estate, the halls were filled with the sounds of weeping. Sob. Mom. Dad. My father's condition worsened by the day, and my mother, who nursed him tirelessly, suddenly collapsed as well. My father spent his final moments by her side, and together they passed from this world. As he faded, he whispered one last apology to her. I'm so sorry, my love. You shone brighter than any star. This is all my fault. My mother, now frail and thin, looked at him, but she only offered a faint smile. From the day I met you to the day we had our beautiful children, I have never known a single moment of unhappiness. They held each other's hands tightly, their final words a heartfelt exchange. Thank you, my love. You raised our children so well. You were truly a wonderful mother. Then, mother's voice, barely a whisper. Haley, Elzik, are you there? With her head bowed low, Haley answered, yes, mother. She whispered, please, take care of your little brother for me. I'm so sorry, Haley, and thank you. Haley bit her lip so hard it nearly bled, refusing to let her sobs escape. Then my father turned to me, his voice ragged, Elzik, my son, I'm sorry. Your mana blockage, it's all my fault. Tears streamed down my face. Dad. I choked out, I'm scared. How could this be happening? My voice broke as I sobbed uncontrollably. If you leave, what will Haley and I do without you? He slowly raised his hand, gently cupping my cheek. The familiar warmth of his palm silenced my tears. He whispered, looking back on my life, all my time as a war mage on the battlefield, none of it compares to the happiness I found just being your father. I clutched his hand, fresh tears silently tracing paths down my cheeks as I listened. You don't have to become a mage, Elzik. His face was pale, his eyes shut tight, but he forced out the words. All I ever wanted was for you to live a happy life, surrounded by people you love. And with his last word, his hand fell limp. I stared, completely frozen, my mind unable to process what had just happened. Then, a trembling voice escaped my lips. Dad? Even in death, his hand remained intertwined with my mother's, never letting go. My mind shattered, refusing to accept the horrifying reality before me as I screamed, Father. The scene flashes to the present day. I stood in a sun-drenched forest. But you know what, Father? You were wrong. You told me I didn't have to become a mage. But if I'm not strong enough, this cruel world will chew me up and spit me out. My fists clenched at my sides. That's why I have to get stronger, so powerful that no one can ever abandon me again. Sunlight streamed down, silhouetting my determined figure. True magic can only be perfected on the battlefield. That's right. What I need now more than anything is real combat experience. The scene shifts to a dense forest under a brilliant full moon. So, where to begin? The Bloodwraith Forest, teeming with spectral beasts? No, that's far too dangerous for now. Then, I see it. A gate standing in the darkness, with faint light seeping through the cracks from within. Forget it. That place is far too crowded. So, where to now? Elzik mused, soaking in the last golden rays of the day. His father's words echoed in his memory. Listen closely. My son, there are secret chambers scattered across this continent, places where our ancestors once lived. That's right. That's the place. Elzik walked over to Mfit and spoke with conviction. Let's go. Mfit simply looked bewildered. Go where? The landscape began to shift, revealing a massive, snow-covered mountain. There, Elzik declared, taking a determined step forward. His eyes burned with purpose. The territory of the jetty, the highlands. Below, sunlight pierced through the trees, illuminating a brilliant emerald green lake. Elzik began to alter his features. It'll be a problem if my identity is revealed. I have to change my appearance. Using his inscribed mind magic, he summoned a swirling vortex of water. He stood in the rushing current, feeling the immense power of the water wash over him. After a moment, Elzik stopped the spell, and in an instant, half his hair was sheared away. The loose strands scattered into the wind, revealing a much shorter, neater hairstyle. With his hair changed, Elzik's handsome face now looked completely different. Even his skin tone appeared unfamiliar in the lake's reflection. This should be good enough. Meanwhile, in the capital city, a fierce blizzard raged on. A team was preparing for departure. You're a lucky one, a man said from inside the guide's branch office. Hardly anyone travels to the highlands anymore. It's a surprise so many people suddenly want to go there. The team I mentioned is right over there. Just then, the door creaked open. Ah, they're here. Perfect timing. A short young man led the way, laughing as he entered. Well, looks like we have a newcomer. Elzik quickly sized up the group. 4 herbalists, 3 demon hunters, and 5 others who were concealing their auras. The boy in the lead began the introductions. All right then, I'll introduce myself again. In my tribe, we name people based on the day they were born. My name is Manhwa, which means morning of the 2nd day of the week. Are you wondering why that's important? Well, today just so happens to be the morning of the 2nd day of the week. In your common tongue, that's Tuesday. So, as long as you stick close to me, you can't possibly be in any danger. Even the Demon King Mfit muttered in annoyance. This damn brat talks way too much. One day, I'm going to rip that mouth right off. Elzik, however, maintained a pleasant demeanor. Ah, I see. Manhwa, was it? Would it be possible for me to buy a communication crystal? But the boy just shook his head. What for? Our village doesn't have any crystals. You could use something like a pigeon or send a letter, I guess. He was getting more and more excited as he spoke. Hey, that actually reminds me of a hilarious story that happened once involving a pigeon and a letter. But suddenly, a gruff voice interrupted him. What a pain. Let's just go. Manhwa just laughed it off and turned to leave. Too bad for you. I'll just have to tell it on the way. Let's go. Elzic's expression grew troubled. She'll be furious if I don't contact her soon. This is becoming more complicated by the minute. Still, I already told Sun. He should be able to handle things on his own. On the road to the highlands, Manhwa's story echoed endlessly. And then the pigeons suddenly dive-bombed right down the chimney. But before he even realized it, that chimney belonged to the man who stole money from the neighbor of the lover of the grandmother of our oldest village elder. The Demon King crossed his arms, looking around. I have a feeling this place is quite familiar. This is where the Jetty live. Elzic shot him a skeptical glance. You know about the Jetty? You've been here before? Emfit simply nodded. Of course. They're a tribe of worthless scum who dared to defy me. Hearing those words, Elzic's body tensed. The Jetty are demons. Emfit scowled back and roared. Don't you dare put me on the same level as that trash. They are mere monsters. The idea that they're connected to the demon world is absurd. He continued to grumble about the old days. However, their former king was actually quite useful. He must have received a demon lord's blessing. Though his own fate wasn't so lucky. This revelation made Elzic's eyes widen. The Jetty had a ruler in their past. The Demon King Emfit closed his eyes, thinking. His tomb is probably still around here. Elzic shouted, unable to hide his shock. A tomb? Do you know where it is? But Emfit just shrugged, unconcerned. Even if it's still here, grave robbers have probably picked it clean by now. A complex expression flashed across Elzic's face. If the Jetty are demons, then their tomb must have some connection to my family's secret chambers. A flood of memories of his father returned to him. The secret chambers are the sanctuaries of our ancestors, built to protect our family's legacy. Elzic, when you come of age and become head of the family, you must travel to the highlands first. His father had instructed him carefully. You must confirm the full extent of our family's legacy there, and pay your respects to our ancestors. He glanced up, then looked down at the magic pendant. I'm wondering, what could our family's legacy possibly be? If I go there, will I be able to learn more about this magic pendant? All the while, Manhwa's voice continued on. If you believe the legend that's been passed down in my tribe for generations, the very first Jetty was a woman who was abandoned by her husband. Abandoned on this desolate plateau, the woman met her end. After her vengeance was complete, she encountered Yukian, appearing from nowhere. And that's how their story began. But his incessant rambling kept drilling into Mfito's skull. He shot a glare at Elzic. Are you useless? Can't you just use magic to shut him up? Look, my ears are bleeding. Elzic could only sigh, trying to keep him moving. Just bear with it. What kind of ghost bleeds, anyway? And as for the Yeti that fool keeps mentioning, why haven't we seen them yet? Minghua's voice cut through the air. All right, everyone. The path gets treacherous from here. Let's eat before we press on. The party split into smaller groups around several campfires. A stranger approached their small group of 3. Mind if we share your fire? Elzic's inner eye activated, piercing through the man's facade. He was as strong as a noble knight. Elzic scanned the other groups. They didn't seem to be targeting them. Could they be on some kind of secret mission? His attention then shifted to another unique individual. Is that their leader? He doesn't look the part. Suddenly, the figure lowered their hood. Elzic wasn't the only one stunned. Everyone nearby stared in disbelief. Isabao's soft voice broke the silence. Thank you. We are in your debt. A woman. A few of the nearby men broke into lecherous, predatory grins. Why would you hide such a pretty face? One sneered. Well, I never thought I'd find such a treat out in the wilds. In a flash, steel was drawn from its sheath, lunging straight for the man who'd just spoken those vulgar words. The swordsman moved like a phantom, utterly silent. The man only began to tremble in horror when cold steel kissed his throat. You insulted my lady with that filthy mouth. Now, you will atone for it with your life. Isabeau's sharp command cut in. Ren, lower your weapon. From the sidelines, even Elzic felt a shiver of dread. He dared to harass a noble woman? Does he even have a brain? But suddenly, Mit's terrifying gaze snapped towards him. An immense wave of magical energy was surging toward them from the distance. His eyes shot wide, as if witnessing something truly horrific. Sen refused to lower his sword. But my lady, these bastards. She roared, trying to stop him. Lower your weapon. Sen finally relented, sheathing his blade. Suddenly, he shot to his feet, screaming at the others, Everyone, run. Sen whipped around, completely confused, and the hunters looked just as lost. What's going on? Then, Sen placed a hand on his sword's hilt and bowed his head. Shimmering particles of light began to fracture from the blade. Minghua's jaw dropped, captivated by Sen's sudden, decisive movements. A blinding torrent of light blasted toward the enemy. The silence shattered, replaced by the sickening spray of blood. Even in the face of grave danger, Sen paused, his sword at the ready, to ensure his lady was protected. The onlookers trembled, gritting their teeth in raw terror. Elzic's brow furrowed, his eyes burning with an unbridled rage. This reminds me of the nest. Without a second thought, he launched himself forward. Reaching his destination, Elzic looked up to see the sky churning like a sapphire vortex as black, cylindrical pillars rained from above. Why are there so many? From his vantage point, he braced himself for the war that was about to erupt. Elzic's coat billowed around him, his eyes blazing with resolve. The very air crackled with an unbearable tension. A moment later, he raised his magically imbued hand to intercept the deadly wave. Elzic roared, unleashing his power. A blinding, golden light erupted from his palm, swirling into a massive vortex in the sky. But soon after, Elzic's gaze drifted downward, his eyes filled with grave concern for the others below. A single thought pierced his concentration. How are the others faring? Down below, the battlefield was pure chaos. Men and women alike wielded their swords, desperately clashing against the enemy horde. Limbs were severed with brutal finality, followed by the sickening gurgles of the fallen. Blades tore through flesh, spraying blood everywhere as cries for help were lost in the carnage. Save me. Every strike was a whirlwind of desperate force. Gaike. For a fleeting moment, Elzic's eyes locked with Amphido's, and the tension stretched to its breaking point. Elzic froze. The world around him seemed to grind to a halt as an indescribable emotion surged within him. Amphido flashed a wicked, villainous grin, his cruel face drawing closer and closer. It's those fools from the Blood-Eye tribe. Hearing those words, Elzic shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Ch! An image flashed in his mind, a wild, dense forest with round orange lights pulsing on the tree trunks. I've heard that Yeti always travel in packs of 10. Then, the ominous orange glows began to pulse, growing with a blinding intensity. His mind raced, conjuring images of colossal, terrifying beasts. A knot of dread soon tightened in Elzic's stomach, followed by a surge of pure rage. He gritted his teeth. This was just too much. Meanwhile, Sen's front was pure chaos. He roared out his orders. Wipe them all out. The monster before him snarled, baring its fangs in a clear threat to humanity. The moment the words left his lips, the monstrous beasts launched a ferocious assault. This first round is proving tougher than expected. Huh. The man beside Mito whispered softly. A cruel smirk twisted Mofit's lips. Feeling a tremor of fear now that the real battle's here, so typical of you pathetic humans, the man next to him roared, "Shut your damn mouth." In the next moment, 2 strips of tape were slapped over Mito's mouth and an X. This was no time for useless chatter. I suppose the Demon King is a little careless. X slumped over, darkness enveloping him as he thought, I have to admit, they're astonishingly powerful. A new light blazed in Sen's eyes as he lifted his gaze. Looking up, a vision of the arena flashed through his mind. So this is how a knight truly optimizes his aura. Another thought struck him as he saw Elzic racing forward. His eyes also turned skyward. I want to watch this unfold, but now is not the time. The Jedi's surprise attack was a massive problem, but he knew this wasn't their full force. The image of that wild forest resurfaced in his mind. There's another horde of Jedi out there, just waiting for the perfect moment to ambush us. One wrong move now could get everyone killed. Just then, boulders shattered overhead, raining debris down into the abyss. However, that all changes if I strike first. Crimson lightning erupted from his body, instantly canceling the transformation. But the blue light possessed a different power entirely. A vast, deep blue sky materialized, flanked by menacing spectral beasts. It seemed his memorized ability, which stored enhancement spells, was finally paying off. A horde of monsters immediately charged forward, a stampede of raw fury intent on pure destruction as they flooded the battlefield. As it neared its target, its eyes began to glow ominously. Even if my attack doesn't work, I have my target locked. He unleashed a devastating blow without hesitation. Elzic squeezed his eyes shut, trying to suppress the simmering frustration boiling within him. At the very least, I can slow them down. Seizing the moment they were distracted, he launched himself into the air. Magic erupted from his very core, culminating in a massive, fiery explosion. Kaboom! The fury they had ignited in him was finally unleashed. From a distance, he watched as his rage incinerated everything in its path. The violent explosion expanded with devastating force as vicious shards of energy tore through them relentlessly. Only 2 remained, but they stood their ground, staring down Elzic with defiant confidence. He would have to unleash an even greater power from his own hands. Powerful magic coiled around them like a python, seeping into their bodies and spreading through every fiber of their being. Their numbers dwindled under his assault as everything was annihilated. Whew! Only 2 of them left. Huh? From afar, Elzic's voice boomed. And where do you think you're going? He turned his head, a smirk of pure satisfaction on his face. Elzic landed gracefully, bending his knees to absorb the impact. Heh. I'm pretty amazing, if I do say so myself. Then he casually sat atop the giant beast. By the way, we need to have a little chat. A moment later, Mito came flying over. Mito was so furious he could only scowl, words failing him. Elzik, on the other hand, simply beamed, his expression dripping with smug victory. Hey, you're still here, so let's talk. Unable to contain his rage, Mito jabbed a finger in Elzik's face and spewed a torrent of insults. You son of a... You really... To shut him up, Elzik spoke with a deceptively soft voice that was laced with pure menace. That single word made him freeze. Shut up. A moment later, once the tension subsided, Elzik issued a command. We don't have time for this, so translate for me. Now. Mito was so stunned he could barely stammer out a response. What are you talking about? Elzik just watched as he and the Jedi began to have a surprisingly cheerful conversation. Tell it that if it reveals the location of its tribe, I'll spare its life. Mito simply propped his chin on his hand, grinning with delight. It says to untie it first. Elzik immediately shot back, and why should I trust it? Suddenly, Mito's expression turned dead serious, his gaze sharpening. In a situation like this, negotiation through dialogue is far more effective than threats. Seeing the two whispering back and forth, Elzik reluctantly granted the Jedi's request. Not long after, Mito slowly leaned in closer to the creature, whispering. The Jedi mirrored the action, leaning its own ear toward him to listen intently. Mito continued to whisper, translating the negotiation. For now, we'll pretend to cooperate with this rotten bastard. On the other side, Elzik was calling out in a friendly tone, but Mito wasn't listening. Hey, sir. He was cut off mid-sentence as the beast suddenly roared in displeasure, catching Elzik completely off guard. Elzik instantly unleashed a wave of power toward the monster to stop it from getting any more agitated. A chilling cold still lingered on his fingertips from the attack. He let out a shaky sigh of relief. That was way too close. At that moment, Mito could only turn her back, feigning ignorance of the spectacle and leaving the monster to its fate. Elzik didn't hesitate to flash a threatening grin. So, shall we have this conversation again? The Yeti's shriek of terror was so immense it echoed throughout the entire vast forest. A moment later, he looked at the beast and spoke softly. That gullible snowman nearly died because of you, sir. But deep down, Elzik thought, thanks for showing me the way. He raised two fingers in a farewell gesture to the bear-like creature. Its appearance was cute and inviting, but its true nature was something else entirely. Perish, all of you. But his moment of triumph was cut short as he suddenly clutched his chest. The dragon's heart contains the magic of both the dragon and the demon king. I can only unleash 3% of its power. If I were to release all of that strange demonic energy at once, my body wouldn't be able to handle it and would simply explode. At my current level, fighting like I used to is far too dangerous, but I can't afford to back down now. Elzik's confidence began to surge. He moved forward, his steps filled with power. If I give up over something this small, how will I ever build a great house? His gaze shifted backward as his thoughts continued. Besides, I wonder if that noble lady is safe. Elsewhere, the scene opens with a massive spray of blood. Ren was no exception. His body and sword were drenched. He stared into the distance and let out a heavy sigh. The three of them stood frozen for a long moment amidst the carnage. From afar, Isabel came rushing towards them. Ren, did you see someone who was just here? He began to ponder. He probably died while trying to escape on his own, or maybe he's hiding somewhere nearby. But when he turned his head, he gave her a different answer, trying to calm her fears. He probably managed to escape safely. Isabel was still deeply worried, her eyes staring into the empty space before them. You really think so? Though she tried to sound hopeful, her anxious gaze couldn't hide her true feelings. Meanwhile, Elzik was also staring intently into the distance. Please, be safe. Before him now stood dozens of colossal beasts with glowing eyes. His own gaze was just as fierce as his opponent's, filled with a formidable confidence. Don't look at me with such bloodlust. Take me to your chief. But they only responded with threatening glares and deep, rumbling growls. They swarmed him, their numbers so great that Elzik had no path of escape. Their massive feet began to stomp forward. Elzik looked up, a flicker of unease in his eyes. Looming over him was the body of a beast as towering and immense as a true giant. Despite the overwhelming presence, Elzik managed to say what he needed to. I have something to ask you. His only reply was a series of incomprehensible snarls. From behind his back, Elzik produced a shard of crystal pulsing with power. I was hoping we wouldn't have to take it this far, but he glanced up nervously, thinking, if negotiations fail, this is the fastest way to take down their leader. Suddenly, the beast's attention was drawn to Elzik's unusual green-colored eyes. Seeing them, it narrowed its brows and asked in a skeptical tone, What is your name? Elzik, finding this strange, answered slowly, Elzik Mellinger. After hearing the name, the giant beast's tone softened. Follow me. Through the thick, heavy snow, he and Elzik began to walk. When they arrived, the creature began to explain. My tribe has a legend. Hearing this, Elzik instinctively asked, "What kind of legend?" All at once, Elzik's eyes widened in shock. A very long time ago, a great king ruled this mountain. Turning around, he saw that Mito had appeared at some point, completely unnoticed. But the beast continued, passionately revealing a world-shaking truth. That king said there was only one person he ever acknowledged as his friend. An image from the past appeared, a small, mysterious figure standing next to the colossal king. That person had eyes that shone with a green light, and his name was Melvinger. Elzik grew wary, his mind racing with questions he couldn't answer. An ancestor of my family was friends with the king of the snow people. Elzik's expression became intensely serious. Where is that house? The creature opposite him bared its sharp fangs. There. They both looked down into a bottomless chasm that plunged deep into the earth. As he stared, it felt as if everything around him had frozen solid. Fear crept onto Elzik's face as a thought he dared not speak aloud crossed his mind. There's a house at the bottom of this cliff. The longer he stared, the more his terror grew. This is insane. There's actually a house down there. Then, Elzik saw another secret, and his eyes shot open even wider. Elzik looked down and declared, "The airflow is increasing." The beast then began to explain in more detail. "Once a year, when the winds weaken, we descend. But not a single one of us has ever returned." Then, looming from behind, Mito appeared again. With that much magic, you couldn't get a single thing from it. How is that possible? At the edge of the abyss, he stood in deep thought for a while. It seems no one has had the skill required. Not long after, Elzik spoke up immediately. "That's right. With my current abilities, this is beyond reckless. However, if I just stand here frozen in fear, I'll never be able to take another step forward." Elzik's slow, deliberate footsteps approached the edge of the deep chasm. It seems the ancestors want to witness the skills of their descendant. Elzik's companions froze in their tracks. "What do you think you're doing?" But he just plunged into the abyss without a second thought. Instead of fear, a wild, joyful grin spread across Elzik's face. "Guess I have to give them what they want." Up above, Mito was losing his mind over the reckless dive. That crazy bastard just jumped. Meanwhile, Elzik fought against the fierce updraft. "Damn it, this wind is stronger than I expected." Mito dove in right after him, roaring in frustration. "You maniac, focus or you'll get us both killed." But Elzik's feet were already braced and ready. "All right, just a little more." He gritted his teeth through the strain, enduring the pressure. "I can almost reach it," a voice echoed, urging him on. "Descend." The solitary house below grew clearer with every second. A golden aura began to surge around Elzik's feet. The light pulsed with each step he took through the air. The moment he landed, the impact shattered everything around him. A dark, terrifying, killing intent radiated from him. But then, he just collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. "Man, I really thought I was a goner." Elzik laughed, filled with a triumphant glee. "But I pulled it off, didn't I? Pretty epic, huh? You have to admit it." Yeah, I admit it." Mito could only sigh, helpless against his antics. Elzik struggled to his feet, his eyes fixed on the house. For all that trouble, it looked so normal. It's just a simple leaf-thatched hut. As his trembling hand reached for the door, a purple circle flared to life. It was clearly sealed by some kind of ancient magic. He paused, deep in thought, then gave Mito an order. "Try pouring your mana into the incantation." Mito just grumbled and cleared his throat, annoyed. Melvinger Elzik tried every incantation he knew. House of a famous mage. Demon King. Demon Hunter. Commission for a cake-eating squirrel. Sorry. DJ Dinosaur. He sank back into thought. So, mana alone won't work. It needs something more, like a key. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with realization. Could this be it? Elzik nervously held a silver artifact in his hand. As he pressed it into the purple glow, the aura flared violently. It erupted in a blinding flash of light. Elzik stared in disbelief as the heavy door slowly creaked open. He cursed under his breath. What a deceptive little trick. Inside the rundown shack was a space far larger than seemed possible. Whoa. He picked up a dusty tome from one of the shelves. And then, his eyes shot wide open in shock. This is... Elzik felt like he'd struck gold. The fundamental doctrines of magical theory. Oh, it even has elven magic and beast incantations, dark magic too. Is every kind of magic recorded here? Mito stood back, calmly analyzing the situation. It appears this was the residence of the Winter Hand Sage. Elzik popped his head out from behind a bookshelf. The Winter Hand Sage? Mito couldn't quite piece it together, lost in thought. Elzik's mind drifted to his family's connection with the Snow King. But his thoughts were cut short by another book that caught his eye. He found a peculiar tome, one he had never seen before. Its title read, The History of Melvinger. He opened it and began to read. The sacred mission of our house is the eradication of all demons. The words resonated deep within him, connecting to a familiar dream. This is exactly what I saw in my dream. Elsic read on until one particular page made him freeze. What is this? There must be some kind of condition to unlock this part. He was beginning to understand the book's true purpose, the mission bestowed upon his family by the heavens. He knew he could be the one to fulfill it. A green light poured from the pages. Devour magic, then devour demons. If one can properly digest them. Words materialize in the light. Will a new path find harmony? The light then erupted violently, engulfing his entire body. It felt as if it was seeping directly into his very soul. Eat the demon. Devour the demon. Drink the demon. As the words echoed, the silver artifact in his hand began to transform. The tarnished metal morphed into a sharp, gleaming silver crest. The disembodied voice continued its chant. Eat. Devour. Drink the demon. The crest, now part of his necklace, unleashed a colossal wave of power. Countless blurred images flooded his mind along with it. The mysterious voice boomed once more. If you succeed, all demons will be contained within you, and a new kind of sorcerer will be born. You are the first descendant to devour a demon and solve the pact. The trial of the demonic path begins now. The scene shifted instantly. Elsic found himself standing in a vast, grassy plain. Huh? Where am I? A voice approached from behind. It seems you are the descendant from the distant future, the one destined to inherit our pact. The speaker emerged from behind him. Elsic turned, an intrigued smile playing on his lips. Elsic's eyes widened in shock. You are? Before he could finish, the man introduced himself. Often Melvinger. Often explained his purpose. I am the one who guides and tests the descendants. I am your guide. And with that, his history was revealed. Centuries ago, Often Melvinger established the demonic arts of the Melvinger clan. For generations, only a handful of ancestors were worthy of the family name. Often smiled warmly as Elsic spoke. So, it seems you know of me, child. Elsic's sudden question caught the ancient spirit by surprise. Ancestor, are you the Winter Hand Sage? Often was visibly stunned. None of my descendants should know of that name. Tell me, where did you hear it? El revealed he knew the culprit was the Demon King, Impeto. But then a chilling realization hit him. Impeto was nowhere to be found. The old man seemed to recognize the name, asking quietly, Impeto, the Demon King of Original Sin? El confirmed it was indeed the foolish demon. Suhan laughed, placing a hand on his shoulder. Ha ha, so the first demon you devoured was Imfit plus himself. Thrilled to find such talent, he proposed raising the difficulty. A truly gifted descendant has finally appeared. Perhaps I should increase the challenge of this arrangement. Elsewhere, Impeto's ears suddenly began to itch. Which bastard dares to curse me? The great king? I'll tear them limb from limb. Meanwhile, Ellie was still confused by Suhan's words. What do you mean by an arrangement? Are you guiding me towards something? The old man ruffled his hair, his voice softening. You certainly are a curious one. Suhan smiled warmly. Just focus on recording this for now. We can leave the other details for later. Why rush into such complicated matters? Flustered by his gentle tone, Ellie's face turned red. Why was he getting so flustered? He raised his hand, summoning demonic energy into his palm. As he spoke, a magic circle formed before him. We have prepared something similar to a wheel of fate. A surge of power shot from his hand, blasting forward with unrestrained force. Once it begins to spin, it cannot be stopped. That's why I can't entrust this to just anyone. No matter how long it takes, I must test my descendant thoroughly. Suhan stood in the vast field. You have passed my trial. From this point forward, the choice is yours. An image appeared, their faces merging together into a single entity, united with the Wheel of Fate. He asked Elsic what he would choose, stop the Wheel of Fate or let it spin. Elsic Melvinger felt shackled by the wheel. I don't know what this family arrangement even is. One wrong step, and my life could be forfeit. He clenched his fists, his resolve hardening. This is my final chance to escape. Suhan spoke with a detached expression. Very well, I will respect your choice. Finally, Elsic made his decision. I will rebuild the family. The old man's expression froze in utter shock as he continued. I will carry on the will of my ancestors, the great heroes who came before me. He envisioned a future where he would build an empire, leaving his name on this land as a legendary sorcerer. El stood beneath a massive stone statue, gazing up. Bathed in the light of the magic circle, his face shone with confidence. This is the dream I've always cherished. With a swipe of his hand, the circle in his palm shot forward and slammed into the ground, creating a massive explosion. Suhan's face was a mask of stone, stunned by the sight unfolding before him. After witnessing this display, Suhan roared with laughter, slapping Elsic's back. Excellent. That's the kind of boldness our descendants should have. Eli yelped, dodging the heavy pat. Ow, that hurts. Suddenly, a vast landscape of grass and mountains appeared. And then, with a wave of Suhan's hand, a new sea materialized behind him. He spun around in astonishment. A sudden chill washed over him as he stammered, Where? Where is this place? The old man's voice was cold and hard. This is the first trial of the arrangement. El gritted his teeth against the biting cold. So this is where I'll be tested? A strange look of excitement spread across his face. If so, then I'll become infinitely stronger than I am now. Suhan's lips curled into his smirk. You're smiling? For someone about to face a trial, that's an excellent mindset. With that, he pointed into the distance. Then look over there. Eli followed his finger and stammered. What? What am I supposed to be looking at? The deep voice urged him on. Look further. Deeper. Through a thick shroud of black smoke, he squinted. Wisps of darkness were pouring out, growing thicker by the second, until they swirled together into a solid mass. What is that thing? A monstrous creature emerged from the gloom. It was the Snow Mountain King. In this frozen wasteland, a dark shadow reigns over all. This is the empire of the Snow Mountain King. He was the first and last to unite the Snowman tribes. The absolute ruler of this icy peak. Streams of black and blue energy twisted together, creating a demonic atmosphere. But in the end, he was consumed by his own ambition, left behind as a fallen demon. While Ele was still frozen in disbelief, Suhan laid out the next challenge. This Snow Mountain King is the second demon you must devour. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He pointed a trembling finger at the monster and screamed, You mean I have to fight that thing? Suhan calmly corrected him. Not just fight it, you must devour it. Seeing Elzic's terror, the old man explained sternly, You will now devour demons and claim their very root, the stigma. In utter shock, he whispered, The stigma? Each demon possesses its own dark ideology. It is their essence, their symbol. The heart where this dark ideology is stored is called the stigma. The stigma of original sin from MFit Plus should be visible. As he spoke, the strange mark on Eli's hand began to glow with a brilliant blue light. The mark of the Demon King. He stared at his hand in disbelief. From this day forward, I will hunt the demon tribes and seize the very root of their power. The old man placed a hand on his shoulder. Devour the demons, he commanded, and all of their power will become yours. Elzic's eyes shot wide, unable to process the words he just heard. He left Elzic alone, lost in visions of unimaginable demonic strength. With a cold flick of his wrist, the old man simply turned and walked away. Still, a sliver of fear and hesitation held him back. There was only one way to know for sure. He had to test this power. In a flash, he vanished without a trace, leaving only a cloud of green dust and the sound of something streaking through the air. A voice echoed in the depths of his mind. Remember this well. You are not to defeat them. You are to devour them. Emerging from the green haze, his face a mask of pure killing intent, Elzic plunged headfirst into the swirling black miasma, but a stray thought suddenly cut through his focus. Wait a second. What exactly am I supposed to eat or devour? What was that supposed to mean? A form began to materialize within the dark cloud. Shrouded in the thick, black smoke, a bizarre creature spoke, its voice trembling. This magical aura. Could it be Mfit Melvingo? Mfit's eyes narrowed with a dangerous glint. Then prove it. But the old man's voice cut through the air. Stop. As the strange creature trembled in disbelief, Elzic charged forward, overflowing with raw power. Our marshal. A feral glint ignited in Elzic's green eyes. A chilling voice echoed from above, commanding him, Kill them all. He planted his feet wide, channeling immense magical energy into a single leg, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Just then, an entire platoon materialized before him. These were the Royal Guard, the king's elite protectors. They stood in stoic silence, weapons at the ready. There had to be dozens of them. This was on a completely different level than the snow creatures he'd fought before. His gaze locked onto the one at the very front. He looked especially ferocious. The leader of the pack. Can I really win with my current power level? Elzic raised his arm, revealing the ominous mark etched into his skin. If I can just use the mark of original sin, combined with the Demon King's power, I should even be able to capture the Snow Mountain King. But tension and anxiety began to creep in. Damn it. If I don't know how to use this thing, it's nothing more than a useless scribble on my arm. An enraged roar echoed through the air. It seemed he was ready for a fight. But this is my first test, so using the Demon King's power isn't cheating, right? Magical energy gathered in his palm and detonated. His attack erupted with devastating force, blasting everything in its path. The blast rocked the very foundation of the mountain. But as the smoke cleared, a dozen sharp blades were pointed right at his face. His eyes froze. He stood completely stunned, his pupils locked in place. The Yeti demons had appeared out of nowhere, boxing him in from both sides. But Elzic didn't flinch. He began to weave another incantation. His arm rose, then fell through the air. He thrust it up, then stabbed it down. Massive shards of ice erupted from the ground, impaling the beastly Yeti demons. The single blow sent their severed heads flying. Elzic's inner eye glowed a vibrant green as he surveyed the carnage before him. All that remained was a pile of broken bodies. I heard you were once part of the demon tribes, but were cast out. Elzic let out a cold smirk. Then you must already know. What happens to those who are weak? The Yeti leader ground its teeth in fury. His words had struck a nerve. With a roar, the remaining horde charged him once more. But Elzic met their charge without an ounce of fear. If I can just become stronger, then a trial like this is nothing. He raised his hand, unleashing his magic once again. A firm resolve for the future burned within him. I'll crush this obstacle 100 times if I have to. He poured all of his focus into the battle, his fighting spirit blazing like a wildfire, challenging the frenzied beasts that swarmed him. The light from his fireball was blindingly intense, blasting the creatures away. With wave after wave of such powerful attacks, he thought victory was within his grasp. But amidst the raging inferno, a different kind of energy sliced through the air, and Elzic took the full force of the unexpected blow. Stunned, he coughed up a spray of fresh blood. The impact sent him flying back several meters, his body tumbling through the air, on the verge of collapse. The Yeti leader stood victorious, its sword dripping from the blow it had just landed. At this point, all he could do was curse. Damn it! He crashed to the ground with a sickening thud. Elzic struggled to his feet, facing the monstrous Yeti. At this rate, I'm going to lose. But his will to fight remained unbroken. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself back up. No, I can't fall here. Not on my very first trial. Even if my body is screaming at me to stop. Slowly, Elzic rose to his feet, gathering every last shred of his strength. As he did, the very ground beneath him began to tremble violently. Before him, the monster stared down its opponent with terrifying eyes. But Elzic didn't back down. I'll just have to draw out more power. The monster's eyes watched his every move intently. This time, Elzic decided to seize the initiative. His inner eye, fueled by the dragon's heart, began to blaze. Seizing the perfect opening, he unleashed a devastating slash. Elzic had landed a powerful blow straight to the monster's torso. The beast suddenly froze in place as the dark incantation activated within its body. Only then did the tension in his eyes finally release. His breath came in ragged, desperate gasps. Elzic collapsed onto the frozen ground, trembling. A ragged breath escaped his lips as his eyes fluttered open. Was this real? Behind him, dark energy seeped from the fallen monsters as their bodies began to reform. The very first trial was this brutal. Watching the demonic aura flare up from the Yeti beasts, panic began to set in. Damn it. My heart is pounding out of my chest. The monsters are reforming. What am I supposed to do? But before he could even gather his thoughts, the Yeti's power surged violently. He scrambled back to his feet in a daze. Huh? Suddenly, the mark on his hand erupted with a powerful energy, shielding him. Stunned, Elzic glanced around, realizing this was some kind of seal. He crouched, watching the sigil on his hand absorb the demonic energy. It was fainter than the seal of original sin, but a new seal had undoubtedly been formed. A vision of Tohan appeared before him. If you wish to wield their power, you must learn their true name. But Elzic was completely lost. How am I supposed to find it? It's not like they're just going to tell me. Do not worry, Tohan reassured him. When the moment is right, you will know. Remembering those words, Elzic focused inward. Amidst the vortex of chaotic energy, he saw the world through his mind's eye. The true name of these snow creatures is Malice. I can't explain how I know, but I know how to use the seal. The raging blizzard continued to blanket the towering mountains. In the eye of the storm, Elzic stood firm against the horde. Their true name? The answer was now his to command. He whispered, before this battle begins again. May you be cold and heartless. An icy blue light began to swirl above, coalescing into a final, chilling strike. The monsters huddled together, sensing the frigid doom aimed right at them. Their eyes glazed over, frozen in place, as the energy detonated, illuminating the entire sky. Elzic's body trembled, his legs barely holding him up. He had used too much power, but a satisfied smile graced his lips. As he looked around, a gasp of awe escaped him. So this is the power of a seal? A massive sigil now covered the ground, with him at its very center. Just then, a sinister, cackling laugh echoed in his ears. Now, only you remain. An instant later, he was struck down, collapsing to the ground. Huh. His vision faded to black, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. Why? With a blood-curdling scream, he shot awake. He clutched his throat, gasping for air, sweat pouring down his face. Elzic found himself sprawled on the floor of a messy room, surrounded by scattered books. His eyes were wide with fear, his voice laced with confusion. What? What just happened? Mephisto suddenly materialized beside him, arms crossed. Well, he sneered. Looks like you survived a rather difficult trial. Elzic looked up, startled. Mephisto, The demon paid him no mind, glancing away with a tone of disappointment. I was hoping a quest would trigger when your pendant started glowing in your sleep, but it seems things are never that simple. Elzik lowered his head as it all clicked. Oh, a quest. So I didn't actually die. He touched the Demon King's sigil on the back of his hand. I must have gotten reckless, relying on the seal like that. I passed out after absorbing all that mana. He recalled facing the entire horde alone, but its power was far greater than I ever imagined. As Elzik stroked the Demon King's sigil, he wondered just how much more powerful the seal of original sin truly was. Mephisto's voice cut through his thoughts. That was likely the seal of malice. His brow furrowed, his expression unreadable. It seems the Winter Solstice Sage has cooked up a rather peculiar plot. Elzik sat down cross-legged. Mephisto, how do I use the seal of malice? The demon shot back. I presume he told you my true name as well. A smirk played on his lips. And you think I would simply tell you? Mephisto's gaze darkened as he shot Elzik a look. No matter how you try to humiliate me, he declared, you will get nothing from me. Ever. With that, he turned away. Elzik just calmly rubbed the back of his neck. I was just asking. No need to get so worked up. To himself, he thought. I figured he'd say that. After all, seals are everything to demons. Glancing at Mephisto's back, Elzik made a silent vow. Not to press the issue of the demon's own seal. He subtly pulled down his other sleeve, hiding the back of his hand. Then, Elzik turned back to Mephisto, his expression brightening. Mephisto, you said you know the Snow Mountain King, right? Mephisto glanced back, a weary look on his face. Why are you asking about that all of a sudden? Elzik answered without hesitation. Because this place is his tomb, and it looks like I have to capture him. Mephisto's confusion quickly turned to agitation. His voice rose, questions tumbling out in disbelief. What? That toe hand Meavinger. I knew he was insane. But to send a creature like you to capture a being I personally acknowledge. Eli leaned in close, a devious smirk on his face, watching him sweat in a rising panic. So, do you know a way or not? Mephisto flew to the side in disgust, keeping his distance as he flatly refused. No, but Eli wasn't giving up, spreading his arms wide to close the gap. Come on, he's not even a noble anymore. You can at least tell me that much, can't you? Suddenly, veins bulged on Mephisto's face as he roared in frustration. What are you even talking about? Revealing the seal's secrets meant exposing his clan's mysteries and weaknesses. Eli ignored him, holding up 3 fingers to cut him off. 3 days free of your silly games. Mephisto squeezed his eyes shut, his words still laced with venom. Do you really think you can tame my pride with that? Eli then held up 5 fingers, continuing the negotiation. 5 days. Mephisto ground his teeth. Are you still looking down on me? Hearing that, the main character immediately gave in. Fine, forget it. Mephisto's voice instantly softened, and he held out a hand with a forced smile. But, ahem. Since my generosity is as vast as the ocean, I'll let it slide this one time. Eli sighed in relief. All that for just 5 days off. Haha, Mephisto coughed, trying to hide his embarrassment. A moment later, he turned serious. Listen closely. With the seal you have now, forget about completing the mission. You won't even get near the Snow Mountain King. Eli's expression sank. What do you mean? Mephisto crossed his arms, but a cunning smile spread across his face. That doesn't mean there isn't a way. The scene shifts. A blizzard rages as Eli stands on the ice, complaining in the frigid weather. It's freezing. This is exactly why I never came back. The figure of the Snow Mountain King appeared, its body shrouded in dark energy, its eyes glowing a furious red. He sighed. But it looks like I'll have to use the hint Mephisto gave me. In a flash, Eli vanished from his spot, leaving only a swirl of dust on the ground. He charged head-on toward the Snow Mountain King. It sat at the center, unleashing dark phantoms with piercing red eyes. Mephisto's warning echoed in his mind. Increase your proficiency. Seals can be divided into common, advanced, precious, unique, and legendary ranks based on their rarity. There's also something called a proficiency level, which can lead to different tiers of power even within the same rank. Eli closed in step by step, his movements incredibly fluid as he deftly dodged each lunging shadow. 2 snowmen rushed him. One swung a massive fist, while the other stood ready with its spear. Meanwhile, the Snow Mountain King's seal had already been cultivated to 10 stars. A moment later, the side of the snowman's face shattered into fragments from a direct hit. Mephisto's voice still echoed in his ears. That's why you must either raise your proficiency to 10 stars, or upgrade your seal's rank to unique. A wicked grin spread across Eli's face. And my proficiency is only at 1 star. He settled into his fighting stance, swinging a fist forward. The Demon King's sigil on his hand flared with a brilliant blue light as a powerful aura erupted around him. A blinding light flashed. Snow fell endlessly from the sky as his boots stepped firmly onto the white ground. Eli crouched low, his feet planted deep in the snow, his voice filled with excitement as he faced the shadow before him. "We finally meet, Snow Mountain King." The dark figure's shape was unclear, and it radiated an ominous presence. He thought to himself, "No matter how many warriors I defeat, my proficiency level is stuck at 2 stars. In other words, I have to face you directly to raise my level." The dark aura slowly dissipated, revealing the colossal figure of the Snow Mountain King. Eli froze in place, his mind screaming in panic. I can't even imagine. He remembered Ohan's gentle, comforting smile. "It's okay, you won't die." Sweat poured down Eli's face, his expression filled with disbelief. "You're telling me to defeat that? Is he really the revered ancestor of our clan? Are you sure he isn't our mortal enemy?" The snow continued to fall, and in the silence, strange sounds could be heard echoing. He stood tall, his hands at his sides, his resolve hardening. "Still, I'll give it a try." His hair fell over his face, hiding his expression as he began to psych himself up. "This will be hard, but if I keep at it." He looked up, swinging his arm forward with a confident smirk. "I can definitely win." The scene changes again. Mephisto looks down with a doubtful expression. "Huh?" Eli's eyes shot open, staring blankly. "Huh?" He was sprawled on the ground again, limbs spread wide, letting out a forced laugh. "Ha ha ha." Eli placed a hand on his chest, sighing in frustration. "I tried so hard, but when I fight someone truly strong, I die before I can even make a move." Mephisto hovered in the air, crossing his arms as he drew closer. "Have you finally figured it out? Just give up on that mission." He cut him off without hesitation. "However, if I manage to obtain that entity's seal..." Eli suddenly sat up, his eyes blazing as he looked at Mito. A cunning smile crept across his face, sending shivers down the other man's spine. "There goes that bastard again." Mito straightened his posture, raising a single finger as he suddenly asked a question. "Oh, right. This might be a bit random. Is the Snow Mountain King a woman?" Eli stared intently at Mito, his eyes filled with suspicion, before falling deep into thought, saying nothing more. Mito sensed something was off and suddenly looked up. Seeing Ellie's teasing expression, he flew into a rage, his face flushing red as he shouted, "Why are you looking at me like that? What's with that stare?" Eli watched in amusement as Mito tried to hide his embarrassment with anger, thinking to himself, "I get it now. There's something between the Snow Mountain King and Mito. I'll unravel this mystery, one step at a time." Eli clenched the flower-shaped insignia in his palm. Right now, the most important thing was to devour the Snow Mountain King. He gently shifted his stance, levitating the insignia between his hands. "I'm not sure how to do this," but as a light flashed in his eyes, his expression hardened with resolve. "I'll figure it out, even if I have to beat the answer out of him." Eli then shot forward, screaming, "Die." Eli charged toward a massive frozen boulder, his body hurtling downward with no clear place to land. Suddenly, Eli's eyes shot wide open in absolute horror. He crashed hard, collapsing in a pool of his own blood. The pain. "My head is about to explode." Despite the agony, Eli fought to stay conscious. Eli poured all his strength into his fist, preparing to shatter the enormous wall of ice before him. Finally, he unleashed a devastatingly powerful punch. Behind the ice, the demon's face slowly began to emerge. A jolt of excitement shot through Eli. "I'm getting closer, bit by bit. I can finally see her face." The creature glared at him, its face a mask of fury. It let out a terrifying shriek, its blood-red eyes promising to tear him apart. But Eli's expression was just as fierce, if not more so. "Now I see it. How the Snow Mountain King uses that wicked seal." The demon raised its massive hand, preparing to strike. Eli stared it down, raising his own hand to counter. And then, their hands finally met. Eli's hand looked impossibly small as it neared the demon's. Magic began to radiate from the Snow Mountain King's palm. As their hands touched, sparks of blue lightning erupted from Ellie's. "I don't care if I have to steal everything from her." A moment later, the magic from her hand surged, its power intensifying dramatically. It sent Eli flying backward. From his vantage point high above, Tohan had witnessed everything. A hint of disappointment crossed his face. He stared into the distance, worried that Ella's ego would shatter if he kept fighting so recklessly. Just when it seemed Eli was overpowered, a bizarre smile spread across his face, shocking everyone. "Huh?" A strange thought suddenly struck Tohan. "That's right. That child." He watched as Eli summoned all his strength for a powerful kick. "You will never have a place in our family." Ella's kick tore the demon's arm clean off. An explosion of blue light engulfed the entire area. Ella grinned wickedly, a madman who knew victory was his. Pausing for a brief moment, he began to laugh, his focus shifting away from his opponent. "Heh, I made it to 3 stars, but now, back to work." Eli's eyes narrowed, focusing on the blade now inches from his face. The demon attacked, taking advantage of Eli's distraction. Eli grimaced, bracing himself to block the powerful blow. As he blocked, he cursed silently from the sheer exhaustion. At that moment, the sword in the demon's hand began to descend. The demon's razor-sharp blade plunged toward Ellie. Acting on pure instinct, he used his power to block the attack, but the demon's power was overwhelming, leaving Eli stunned. He gritted his teeth, enduring the onslaught as a single thought raced through his mind. Is this my limit? Eli glared at the ferocious demon, calculating his next move. To defeat the Snow Mountain King, I have to understand her. He clenched his jaw, his face contorted in pain. No, I have to become her. Eli hesitated, opening his mouth to speak, but no words came out. The seal on his arm began to glow brightly, and then a brilliant light burst forth from its center. But before he could unleash his power, the demon struck, knocking him to the ground. Suddenly, Mito appeared, suspended in the blood-red sky. Seeing his condescending smirk, Eli could only wonder why he was here. He looked down at the exhausted Eli and spoke softly. Prove that you are worthy of becoming one of us. The Snow Mountain King. Eli's mind reeled with confusion. I am the Snow Mountain King. The blue seal on his arm was now pulsing with a soft light. And then, once again, a blinding radiance exploded from its center. In another place, a menacing figure with a skull-like face appeared like a phantom. Then, the image of the figure became clearer. What in the world is happening? In the distance, a silhouette waved before collapsing to the ground. The gods have bestowed upon us a prophet, and that person continued to challenge their leader's will. Our queen, the chieftain of the highlands, cradled a small bear cub in her palm, then let out a roar of absolute confidence and courage. This mountain range will be ours. The Snow Mountain King, in his younger form, recalled the words, I was born to be the monarch who would rule these snowy peaks. Hearing this, Elsik witnessed the scene and wondered, is this the past of the Snow Mountain King? However, the first in the Snow Mountain's history to unite the tribes could not be satisfied with the mountain alone. A pair of brilliant red eyes flashed open. The silhouette of the Snow Mountain King stood alone on the peak, watching the snow fall. We must reclaim our former glory, two of the high leaders declared. Hear me, for we were once part of the almighty demon tribe, he proclaimed, gripping his personal weapon. Once more, we will return to our rightful place. His sword swung out beyond the snowy peaks. We made countless humans and demons kneel before us. The blade tore through cells, sending plasma flying. A terrifying crimson sky appeared, and at last, we would become one with the demon tribe again. The Snow Mountain King's eyes blazed with power, and more than that, I tried to become a demon king. Countless corpses lay strewn across the ground. However, the vision changed to the Snow Mountain King kneeling on the ground in utter defeat. Above him stood Mito, radiating power. A closer look revealed that disgusting, triumphant smile still plastered on his face. Movito grabbed the Snow Mountain King's chin with a victorious laugh. The wall of the almighty Demon King was too high, and all I could taste was bitter failure. His voice was laced with disappointment. Even so, I never stopped. I did everything to build my name and strengthen my seals. A dark, gloomy shadow fell over everything. I have taken the first step. His eyes glowed a fierce red. Just a little more, and I could have received the recognition of MIT Flus. But a woman and a powerful man hovered in the bleak sky, their gazes fixed on some distant point. My path was blocked by their two majestic figures, the very wall that stood against my ambition. The vision ended on the image of Otoen, his green eyes grim and serious. It was perhaps the steepest wall any demon has ever had to face. Terror flared in the bear's glowing red eyes as it appeared in the dark. All of its energy erupted. A surge of blood boiled from nowhere, awakening the Snow Mountain King. To everyone's astonishment, a body began to fade away. A flash of pure outrage crossed his vision. What? Fast as lightning, a knight charged forward, unleashing a decisive, powerful slash. The attack created a massive explosion that blew everything back. An icy coldness was hidden in those eyes, ignoring the screams all around. Save me. I don't want to die. The warriors protecting the king were stunned by what stood before them. A strange, towering creature appeared amidst the piercing cries of the crowd. I want to live. A huge explosion rocked the earth, as if something had just slammed down from the heavens. Everyone threw their arms up, shielding their bodies from the debris kicked up by the blast. A wooden-handled axe with exquisitely carved patterns appeared. The Snow Mountain King gripped it as black smoke billowed out, enveloping his body in a threatening shroud. Calm yourself. Her furious roar echoed through the chaos. We are of the proud demon tribe. There is nothing we cannot accomplish. Show these enemies blocking our path our true terror. Blood suddenly sprayed everywhere, drenching the face of Impito, who was still reeling from shock. What followed was a maelstrom of chaos. A single swing of the axe cut down nearly every opponent in an instant, sending gore flying in all directions. His eyebrows knitted together tightly. An image of Otoan appeared, his hand outstretched as if trying to grasp something. Otoan vaguely saw a vision of the Snow Mountain King in the past, sitting defeated amidst a great fire. We lost the war against the humans he led. and were driven back to the snow mountain. Why? The question kept echoing in her head, a constant whisper of self-blame. Why? Otawan watched with a pained expression as she vented all her rage. You humans already have everything you could ever want. Are you saying you won't even allow us to have a single thing? She bit her lip, staring straight ahead. Glowing blue patterns were revealed on her arm. The dark aura around her body began to radiate outwards, before exploding with immense power. On the other side, Eli stood alone, completely unfazed by the Snow Mountain King's terrifying state. His eyes were half closed, his gaze lost on some distant thought. This is your mission. Eli stood there, so lost in concentration he seemed to be in another dimension entirely. Even if you fall into despair, you must endure. His memory flashed back to his childhood, when he was just learning to walk. Overcome countless hardships to reclaim the glory of your tribe. The dark aura continued to swirl violently around the Snow Mountain King. Eli touched the woman's face, and they both began to weep. A grand mission. The snow started to fall. After that day, Otawan stayed on the Snow Mountain to watch over the Snow Mountain King. Model. After countless clashes, the two warriors forged a deep respect for one another, their bond growing stronger over time. Vengeance had clouded her judgment. But even so, she vowed, we must reclaim our former glory. But the undeniable truth remained. She could not escape the lure of her own ambition. In the end, she became a monster, consumed by the shadows. Otawan stood there, a solemn figure. Behind the reflection, his face was an icy mask, the face of the one who fell by his hand. Strands of his hair fell across his face, but they couldn't conceal the cold resolve burning in his eyes. His pupils constricted at the sound of a voice. You must be a descendant from the far future. Elsik struggled to his feet, only to be met with cold, emotionless words. That is what he said. Grievously wounded, one arm lost to the battle, the Snow Mountain King still managed a defiant smirk. You destroyed a portion of my mana, and even severed my arm. It seems he wasn't just boasting, after all. At Elzik's awkward apology, she paused, then let out a soft chuckle. I'm sorry about your arm. As she breathed heavily, eerie black smoke began to seep from the wound. As Elzik watched in utter disbelief, her voice calmly cut through the tension. I may have become this monster because I could not abandon my ambition. But I am a king, the warrior who commands an entire race. I need no pity from my enemy. At that moment, Elzik's eyes shot wide open, his expression one of pure, stunned disbelief. The Snow Mountain King offered a chilling smile, shrouded in an oppressive aura of black smoke that suffocated the air around her. It seems the time has come to end this long battle. A time for me to atone to my people and honor the sacrifices they made. Why was I so greedy? Why did I crave the power of the demon clan? Just being happy with the ones I love. That should have been enough. The Snow Mountain King's entire body was consumed by dark ambition, a raging blizzard shrouded in thick, black smoke. Elzik watched, speechless, a single thought racing through his mind. She's finally been completely consumed by the demonic energy. Elzik's expression grew tense. What am I supposed to do now? Suddenly, the Snow Mountain King's body erupted, consumed by the flames of her rage. He forced himself to stay calm. Get a grip, he thought. My opponent is the Snow Mountain King. Facing the Snow Mountain King, now lost to an explosive rage, Elzik stood his ground, his expression calm and determined. The monarch who unified this entire great mountain. The greatest warrior of the Snow Tribe. And the enemy I must now overcome. If I don't use every ounce of my strength to defeat her, it would be the ultimate sign of disrespect. His entire body began to glow, and the seal on his hand blazed with an eye-catching light. I will show you the weight of my duty. From the seal, countless invisible blades sprang into existence, all aimed to strike her down. He slammed his foot into the ground, assuming a battle-ready stance. Elzik's other leg slid out wide, gathering power for his next move. Elzik channeled all of his power and lunged forward. Their immense auras collided, setting the stage for a final, ferocious showdown. He charged, and the moment their auras met, a massive explosion erupted, sending the blue light blasting to one side. A torrent of red light recoiled with equal force to the other. The blue light tore through the very air, and blood erupted from the Snow Mountain King's body. After the impact, her strangely patterned axe materialized in her hand once more. In response, Elzik summoned his own familiar axe. With their weapons drawn, the next phase of the battle began. He gritted his teeth, forcing his body to push onward to continue this desperate fight. Elzik launched himself into the air. Two crimson beams of light flashed past, while two azure streaks cut across the sky from the opposite direction. The Snow Mountain King reeled from the impact. Elzik unleashed his incredible speed, becoming a blur across the battlefield. His feet hissed as they sliced through the snow. The Snow Mountain King's eyes began to glow a furious red, while Elzik's gaze remained locked forward, filled with unshakable resolve. They unleashed a flurry of attacks on each other. How strange, he thought. as one foot touched the ground. This is clearly a battle for survival. His other foot landed firmly. Though blown back by the force, the second their feet touched the ground, they instantly lunged at each other again. Both of their faces were etched with a fierce will to win, giving their opponent absolutely no room to turn the tables. But why is this so exhilarating? Across from him, the Snow Mountain King's face was also bathed in that same crimson glow. Suddenly, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, shattering the entire mountain and sending rock and debris flying everywhere. Azure light pulsed from the mountain's cracks, a sign of the overwhelming energy being unleashed. The colossal peak crumbled into nothing but rubble. I can feel it. The stones themselves are breaking apart, carried upward by the sheer force of this spiritual power. The more he fought, the more thrilled he became. Even amidst their ferocious clash, Elzic's mind drifted to the Snow Mountain King's past, to the history she shared with Otoen. After a long and grueling exchange, they both knew the other was nearing the point of exhaustion. We've both reached our limit. Puffs of steam erupted in the cold air. The outcome of the battle was about to be decided. Without a single moment of hesitation, they both moved to settle it all with one final blow. They closed the distance, preparing to unleash a final, decisive blow. The very technique that had forced countless races to kneel before them. Her eyes blazed with a crimson fire, one hand poised to attack with the Snow Mountain Queen's secret art. Alec mirrored her, his blue eyes flashing with a deadly glint. As their hands met, a massive explosion erupted. Everything was consumed by thick black smoke, which slowly revealed two figures still locked in a fierce snowstorm descended upon their battlefield. Alec stared in shock at the scene before him. His opponent's body was charred black, completely motionless. A huge portion of the Snow Mountain Queen's body was destroyed, yet she still let out a horrifying laugh. Ha ha. Her legs still stood firm, but her torso was pierced and mangled beyond recognition. Alec began to tremble uncontrollably, gritting his teeth in fury. His pupils contracted at her words. Thank you. At that moment, her true face was revealed, a woman, tears still fresh on her cheeks, wearing an expression of pure bliss. After the intense battle, a profound peace finally settled over the land. The woman suddenly collapsed to her knees. A gentle ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating everything around them. In that warm glow, her lips curved into a smile, the silhouettes of two figures still standing in the distance. That smile grew more content as her body slowly began to fade away into light. Alec simply stood there in silence, his tattered robes fluttering in the wind. His hand fell limply to his side. From the earth, a single green sprout began to grow, and a flower slowly blossomed. A lone flower had bloomed upon that barren, war-torn land. May you rest in peace. My first mission is finally complete. Just then, Tan appeared, clapping his hands cheerfully for Alec. You actually devoured the Snow Mountain Queen. That's incredible. But Alec just sighed, unable to hide his bone-deep exhaustion. It seems this first test was far too difficult from the very beginning. His mentor's immediate counter-argument made his blood boil. Our family is invincible. If you can't even overcome a trial like this, then you have no right to call yourself a Melvin. This is exactly why Sun calls the Melvins a bunch of arrogant pricks. Tahan's face turned serious as he praised Alec's incredible talent, but I have to admit, I am truly astonished. Even with your gifts, I expected this to take you at least 1 to 3 years, but for a kid who's only studied magic for a few years to defeat the Snow Mountain Queen in just 1 month. But Alec couldn't agree with the 1-month assessment. Tahan's voice grew colder. Yes, 1 month. Alec tried to explain, recalling the exact amount of time. No, I've only been learning magic for a month. Wait. Maybe around 1 to 2 months. Thinking it was a joke, Tahan roared with laughter. Ha ha ha, what a kidder. But seeing Alec's helpless expression, he grew worried. Wait, are you serious? With his face still pale, he asked. This isn't some kind of arrogant Melvin-style joke, is it? Tahan forced a laugh, trying to reassure himself. Ha ha ha. My eye for talent is truly second to none. You're the one who said it. Let me repeat your exact words, even with your gifts. Though still laughing, he suddenly pulled Alec into a tight hug. You little brat. Ha ha. Ouch, ouch, your beard. Your beard is poking me. The two of them stood there, relaxing and talking comfortably. In her final moments, what was she like? After a moment of hesitation, Alec finally answered. She was smiling. Hearing that, Tahan was happy to hear the answer he'd hoped for. I'm so glad. The time had come for them to say goodbye. Thank you for everything you've done. Of course. Travel safely on your way back. But another worry crept into Alec's mind. I probably won't be able to visit often. Tahan seemed to understand completely. I know. The head of the family is an incredibly busy position. After all, as Alec strode away, Tahan spoke softly. All right then. Take care. But Alec suddenly spun back around, leaving his mentor confused. Alec couldn't hide his awkwardness. How do I get out of here? This question even surprised Han. What? You've left this place countless times before, don't you remember? Ha! Just then, a circle of light appeared, cutting across Alec's vision. Returning to his starting point, he was still in a daze. Then, Alec clutched his face, cursing up a storm. Damn it all, so much for a respected ancestor. My face, my handsome face. Seeing him, Morphe immediately started to taunt him. Aha, looks like that psycho two-hand finally did you in, huh? Who kills someone without even saying a word? Then, he remembered the most important question. Oh, right. Did you manage to devour the Snow Mountain Queen? In response, Alec pulled up his sleeve to reveal his arm. Yep, just finished. Mito grinned, taking all the credit for himself, and Alec decided to play along, flattering him. It was all thanks to my help, of course. Yes, our great demon king is #1. This guy really has a talent for twisting the truth, doesn't he? But then, his expression slowly turned serious as he reevaluated Alec. No way. I only gave him a few pointers. This kid has surpassed the level of a genius. He's an absolute monster. But now, Alec was curious about something involving him and the Snow Mountain Queen. Ah, there is one more thing I'm curious about. Didn't you have a rather special relationship with the Snow Mountain Queen? So why didn't you just turn her into a demon? Mito began to stammer in fear, while Alec's own excitement only grew. Model, how could you possibly know that? Simple. I took a peek into the Snow Mountain King's memories before the end. Why would you do something like that? After a moment's hesitation, he revealed his reasons, a memory flashing back of him sitting on a throne of bones. I am the Demon King. She was nothing more than a bottom feeder of the demon race. Back then, I was simply bored. From the snowy peak, I saw Mito gazing down below. I'd heard rumors that someone on Snow Mountain was determined to become a true demon, so I went to see what kind of person they were. A mocking smirk on his face, he lifted the Snow Mountain King's chin. Sure, she was lacking what it took to be a true demon, but her ambition and skills were commendable. He began to boast smugly. If she hadn't met a benevolent demon king like me, but instead ran into someone like Ao or Lishi, she would have been turned to dust. On that crimson land, Mito turned her back, leaving the Snow Mountain King behind. In the end, I told her to find me again when she got stronger, and just left her there. Hearing the story, Elzik was furious at how their encounter was so brief. He snapped back at him in frustration. That's it? You never saw her again? Why would I ever need to see her again? Just then, a magnificent scene appeared, surrounded by snow-capped mountains and a towering figure. Next, a gleeful Mephisto was seen with a wicked grin, holding an axe before a massive block of ice covered in strange markings. Mephisto let out a soft, excited laugh, though his expression remained chillingly cold. Then, Elzik clapped his hands as if he'd figured something out, startling Mephisto. Oh, I get it now. I finally get it. I see it all. Elzik taunted with a smug, knowing look. Do you know how immature boys bully the girls they have a secret crush on? Mephisto exploded in anger, trying to defend himself. What, immature? A crush? The two of them argued back and forth, neither one willing to back down. This is exactly why you're still single after 1,000 years. You bastard! How dare you mock me? Unable to win with words, Elzik resorted to insults and fists. Mephisto is single forever. Single forever. Just die. The scene shifts, as white smoke emanates from someone's arm. It was Otohan, watching the two of them from a distance. He really is an interesting junior, isn't he? Then his face grew heavy, as if suppressing a deep pain. Don't you think so? His eyes closed, lost in thought about someone. Aren't you angry with me? But then Otohan denied his own question, answering his own thoughts. No. The image of the Snow Mountain King, kneeling on the ground, cradling something small, reminded him of himself. The surrounding scene was even more horrifying, with corpses scattered everywhere. Otohan slowly called out her name, Snow Mountain King. The Snow Mountain King was seething with killing intent, yet she let out a desperate, broken cry of despair. She reached out a hand towards Otohan, begging him. Otohan, please. She pleaded for him to do the unthinkable. Please, kill me. His figure blurred into the blackness. I'm sorry. Otohan's hands began to summon a strange, red magic, and with the close of his hands, everything seemed to end. Otohan's gaze remained, showing he had come to terms with what happened. He regained his composure, slowly opened his eyes, and whispered, Thank you. Standing on a gentle, grassy field, he offered a few words and departed in tears. Leave your regrets and responsibilities with that child and rest in peace. We will meet again in the next life. The sky had turned to a quiet, melancholic twilight. I hope that life will be better than this one. Mephisto floated in midair, arms crossed with curiosity. What in the world are you digging for? Elzik sat on the floor, staring intently at a book. I need to find something. Mephisto glanced at the towering stacks of books behind him. Find what? What could possibly make you tear the entire library apart? Elzik reached inside his cloak, fumbling for something. Mephisto's tone was filled with suspicion. Wait a second. Isn't that? In his hand was a blue, egg-shaped crystal, only 2 fingers wide. An ice crystal. Elzik recalled a memory of Odahan standing before him. Take this ice crystal, and go find the deity, Camellia. He held the blue, egg-shaped crystal in his palm. What did you just say? Give it to Camellia. You mean the camellia flower, he answered calmly. That's right. That person will become your new guide. Elzik reached back to rub his neck, looking down at the glowing crystal. Is this some kind of quest? Odahan's voice remained steady. It is. Elzik held the crystal up to his eye level. How long is this going to take? My back's gonna kill me. Odahan's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Until you reach the rank of our predecessors. Elzik's eyes widened, a look of shock on his face. Predecessors? Odahan stood facing him directly. You will have many questions, and someone will provide the answers. The predecessors are truly amazing. The sky above was a brilliant blue. His comforting words echoed in the air. We have opened the path for you to reach him. Elzik reluctantly tucked the crystal inside his cloak. All right, I'll just make sure to keep this egg with me. Odahan remained perfectly calm. I apologize for placing such a dangerous burden upon you, but this is a path that only you can walk. Odahan's silhouette was filled with conviction. Go. His expression was one of majestic serenity. Go, and complete the winter. Back in the present, Elzik held the crystal high, examining it. Model, right. My only instruction was to bring this ice crystal to a god named Camellia. Mephisto couldn't contain his laughter, clutching his stomach. Ha ha ha. Then, his expression turned deadly serious. The god Camellia? I wager he's trying to usher in winter. Elzik was confused. Winter? What do you mean by that? Mephisto turned away from him. Of course I know. Those detestable 4 seasons, his brow furrowed in disgust, have always been a thorn in the side of demon kings like me. Elzik watched him with growing unease. He quickly stood up, pleading, Please, tell me more in detail. Mephisto arrogantly crossed his arms and looked away. And why should I tell you? Elzik, desperate, held up 4 fingers to negotiate. 4 days off. Mephisto shot back without a moment's hesitation. What do you think 4 days off will accomplish? Elzik clenched his jaw, then reluctantly waved his hand in surrender. All right. Then I'll lift the silence curse. Is that enough? That's my final offer. A triumphant smirk spread across Mephisto's face. Heh. Much better. Now listen closely. 4 subordinates aided our ancestor in laying the foundations of Melvingo. Each one has a distinct appearance. Spring wears a cloak that reveals only their eyes, their gender unknown. Summer appears as a young man holding a smoking pipe. Autumn is a middle-aged man with shoulder-length hair and a beard. And winter is a man with a cold aura who wears a single monocle, Mephisto explained. Because their personalities and traits align perfectly with each season, we demons call them the 4 seasons. A man with an ice-cold presence floated in the middle of a raging blizzard. One of them corresponds to winter. Mephisto paused. In any case, the fact that someone is staying behind to give you these quests, he continued calmly, staring at Elzik's tense face, means he is trying to pass down the power he possesses to you. Elzik was lost in thought. If he completes this, he can receive quests directly from one of the 4 seasons. He thought of the mysterious streams of power and the Owl Book. With this kind of strength, he could obtain the power of his ancestors. The image of the Demon King's sigil flashed in his mind. If I can devour that power, then I might even be able to. The corner of Elzik's mouth curled into a slight smile. Rebuild my family. He held the crystal in his hand and turned to Mephisto. So, how important is this ice crystal to the god Camellia that he needs it so badly? Mephisto looked thoughtful. The ice crystal, towering mountains of ice, a sky of unending snow. Mephisto explained slowly, is the very core of winter, formed only in the deepest parts of lands eternally covered in snow. In other words, it is a divine egg. A brilliant light flared from the top of the crystal. Since the camellia is a flower that blooms in winter, there is no better vessel for it than an ice crystal. Elzik asked, then where must I go to meet this god Camellia? Mephisto squinted one eye. Himph. Probably the flower temple. It's somewhere to the south. Elzik's face was a mask of pure shock. The flower temple? I've only heard of it in legends. But it actually exists? Mephisto's tone remained nonchalant. Indeed. That noisy bastard is probably in charge of it. Elzik fell into deep thought. From this moment on, he could confirm it after reviewing the records in the royal library. Elzik suddenly froze. But, isn't he being a little too friendly? What kind of scheme is he plotting this time? A dark aura began to radiate from Mephisto's body. His spiritual form, it's gotten stronger. He watched him intently. Mephisto's expression was strange. He seemed to have noticed that a fraction of his power had returned. However, even if you notice my power returning, there's nothing you can do about it. Elzic's mind went blank. You'll have no choice but to complete these quests to get stronger. He bowed his head, lost in thought. By completing quests to get stronger, I'm also making Mephisto stronger. Elzic imagined Mephisto spreading his arms, flying through a blood-red sky as powerful waves of dark energy rained down on the world below. I could be creating a demon king powerful enough to plunge this entire world into despair. Seeing Elzic's body tremble slightly, Mephisto was delighted. KK, what an agonized expression. You should be afraid. Of course, you should be, he grumbled internally. I hate the idea of leaving Melvingo just to get stronger, but I have no choice. My own recovery must take priority. His thoughts were suddenly cut short as he glanced up suspiciously. Humph. Elzic's head was still bowed, but a smile was blooming on his face. Mephisto was stunned. This bastard is smiling? A thrilling idea ignited in Elzic's mind. This means I might even be able to absorb Mephisto's power. After all, for him to recover his power and escape, I first need to become overwhelmingly stronger than him. Mephisto's body trembled involuntarily. What is wrong with this son of a bitch? Has he gone from terrified to completely insane? They stood back to back, a cunning, calculating smile plastered on Elzic's face. I'm losing my mind. We have to stop thinking. His voice shattered the heavy silence. All right, when we finally finish everything we need to do. Should we even come back to this place? Streaks of light suddenly sliced through the darkness. They flashed by, accelerating, until they became an unrecognizable blur. A faint smile touched E's lips as he materialized from thin air. Returning was almost too easy. Mephisto hovered beside him, sneering. You're getting far too arrogant. A cloud of dust and splintered wood exploded outwards. So, we have a guide now. Should we head straight for the Red-Eyed Tribe's territory? A confident smirk played on E's lips as he thought, even after everything I've been through, I still want to face them. A moment later, his expression darkened. He stared straight ahead, his eyes fixed on the scene of utter devastation. Wooden huts lay in shattered ruins, and blood stained the pure white snow. What? Bloody, severed arms lay frozen on the ice amidst the tattered remains of a brutal battle. What in the world happened here? A body lay on its back, impaled by countless sharp metal rods. Mephisto analyzed the scene. It looks like they were killed slowly, tortured. When a quick death was possible, this was clearly done for sport. His face hardened, and his voice turned to ice. I don't know who did this, but their cruelty surpasses that of most demons. Ellie's silhouette seemed so alone against the carnage as his voice choked. This is unsettling. He forced himself to walk forward. The snowmen are monsters, so they can die at any time. It doesn't matter how many I've killed myself. Eli gritted his teeth, his face trembling with fury. But I would never, ever treat them like they're just toys. Is this awful feeling because I absorbed the Snow Mountain King's quest? He exhaled slowly, trying to regain his composure. Calm down. I'm not the Snow Mountain King. I have no right to feel pity for them. Suddenly, Ellie's eyes shot wide open, an expression of pure shock on his face. He stood frozen, staring at the faint shapes that appeared before him. Eli's footsteps halted in front of a disturbed mound of snow. His hands shot out, digging frantically, tearing away the icy layers. He kept digging until his fingers brushed against soft cloth underneath. A raw, agonized scream tore from Eli's throat, sending snow flying everywhere. A small figure was revealed. The boy, Manhwa. His eyes were squeezed shut, brows furrowed in pain as tears streamed down his face. The memory was still so vivid in his mind. A happy Manhwa had led the way. Whoa. It looks like we have a newcomer. He had cheered, waving his arms with innocent excitement. The path gets a lot tougher from here. Let's get something to eat before we set off. Eli knelt in the snow, as Mephisto hovered silently behind him, not daring to speak. He glanced to the side, at the other bodies hung upside down, their heads buried in the cold drifts. This was the work of that bastard from before, wasn't it? Mephisto hesitated. Yes. Eli's expression turned frigid. Are they trying to provoke me? The three of them were on the run, fleeing from assassins who wanted them dead. The girl gasped for breath in the freezing air when her foot caught in a patch of loose snow. Isabel Go pitched forward onto the ground. Seeing his mistress fall, Sal rushed to her side. My lady, are you all right? He asked frantically. Are you hurt? Though weakened and drained of all strength, she tried to reassure him. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. We don't know when those killers will circle back. We must focus on finding that graveyard. Sal's heart ached for her. How could she keep pushing herself like this? But you need to rest now, milady. She was resolute, refusing to stop. I am a child of the Blue Lion. I will not be a burden to anyone ever again. Sen worried, seeing the terrible state of her injured body. The young mistress trembled, fighting to stay on her feet, refusing to show a single moment of weakness in this life-or-death crisis. The assassins chasing us have already taken so many lives. For their sacrifice, I cannot fall here. She clutched the map and forced herself onward. It's already been a month. We've been searching for this graveyard for an entire month. But she paused, a wave of despair washing over her. Where in the world could it be? Her gaze drifted upward, a pained look in her eyes as she stared into the silent night sky. Father, she called out in her heart. Back in the lavish palace of the Great Lion clan, when their banners still flew high. The only daughter of the Blue Lion. She can't even swing a sword properly. The Great Lion clan, the House of Go, the Blue Lion. The cowardly soldiers would whisper. Considering our traditions, the lion only follows the strong. That means Our Lady is. The other guard cut him off as she passed by. Quiet. Do you want her to hear you? She walked on in silence, her face an unreadable mask, not giving them a single glance. The heavy atmosphere was suffocating. She channeled all her frustration into her sword practice, swinging wildly as her breath grew ragged. Her blade plunged into the earth with a heavy thud. Why? The question screamed through her mind, again and again. Why was I born with absolutely no talent? The cruel whispers and mocking comparisons echoed in her memory. If the daughter of the Blue Lion is worthless, what hope is there for our family's future? From behind, a gentle voice called out to her. Isabel. She turned, meeting her father's kind and weary eyes. Father. The two of them sat together, breaking the heavy silence. He carried the blame on his own shoulders. I'm sorry, he began, forcing you to bear such a heavy burden. She comforted him, showing no trace of resentment. It's not your fault. I'm just not strong enough yet. He spoke with hope in his voice, not the weight of expectation. Daughter, you don't have to follow my path and become the next Blue Lion. His voice was low, filled with a deep and genuine love. You may not be blessed with innate genius, but you are still a proud member of the House of Filaire. She couldn't bear the thought of disappointing him, but he just patted his bicep reassuringly. Don't trouble yourself with this anymore. Just feel this solid muscle. Your old man is still strong as an ox. She stared in silence. Father, that's your armor. She tried to apologize. I'm sorry, Father, but He offered a gentle smile to soothe her. Don't worry about the Blue Lion anymore. Tears of relief welled in her eyes as she looked at him, truly happy. I'll follow my own dream. To become the greatest swordsman on the entire continent. A radiant smile finally lit up her face. But elsewhere, in the desolate palace halls, a pained voice whispered, Father, why won't you wake up? A small hand desperately clutched a much larger one. The doctor gravely explained her father's condition. He's showing symptoms similar to a severe mana blockage. He lay on the bed, his life force drained and his health failing. The blockage was even causing his muscles to atrophy. She was completely devastated, refusing to believe the diagnosis. The doctor continued. The condition could be reversed if we restore his life force, but that is something far beyond human capabilities. He has simply depleted too much of his own vital energy. In that moment, her entire world shattered. At this point, our only option is to rely on some form of powerful magic for aid. A new resolve ignited within her. She would save her father. She would ride to the Mage Tower, or even the Magic Academy itself. She would risk her own life to find a cure, no matter how dangerous. Two blue flames flared to life before the tower's gate. Her party had arrived, but even their magical artifacts proved to be useless. They found themselves in a sunlit land, nestled at the foot of a frozen mountain. I can't find anything that can treat my father's illness. Suddenly, voices drifted down from a nearby rooftop. Hey, you ever hear about the cemetery in these mountains? The one ruled by the Frost King? Isabel listened intently as another man exclaimed, You serious? They say it's overflowing with treasure and rare artifacts. Should we go? Her expression soured as his friend shot back. Are you insane? You want to get eaten by yetis just for some legendary item? Her own companions fell silent, their faces tense as they listened. Don't throw your life away. Just have another drink. But Isabel stared at her map. A spark of hope finally reignited. After a desperate search, she finally had confirmation. The legendary cemetery was real, and she knew exactly where to find it. But unfortunately, a woman whispered this news into a man's ear. As the wine in his glass sloshed ominously, there was a problem. Her plans had reached the ears of her uncle. He dispatched assassins to eliminate her and her men. Young miss, run. She was forced to watch as her loyal retainers were cut down. My uncle. Bonneville, you've been waiting all this time for a chance to usurp the Blue Lion's throne, sending killers after me, the rightful heir. Clutching the map, she pressed on, trembling with rage. Just how deep did his cruelty run? Suddenly, Sen spotted something and screamed, Young miss, get to cover. Before she could react, her other guard yanked her aside. Isabel froze, utterly confused. Sen took a defensive stance before her. As a voice sneered, We had to tear this place apart to find you. We were wondering what miserable hole you crawled into. But it doesn't matter. You're here now. The assassin revealed his face. It was the sixth Blue Wolf, an elite knight secretly dispatched by Bonval. He let out a chilling laugh. Since you're still technically part of House Geo, I suppose I can grant you a quick and painless death. She and her last guard held their breath as his eyes narrowed. Now, if you're here, the young miss must be close by, wouldn't you say? Sen roared in fury and charged forward. In your dreams, hell, you will pay for what you did to Isaac and Jax with your life. He prayed silently. Young miss, please, just run and don't look back. As Isabel moved to rush out, her guard pulled her back. Don't go out there. The two of us alone can't stop them. But she fought against his hold, her voice filled with desperation. I have to go. If I don't, Sen will die, he yelled, trying to force the harsh truth upon her. Sen is risking his life right now to save US. She froze. His words were undeniable, but when his voice called out, young miss, her gaze locked onto him, unable to move. He pressed his foot down on Sen, taunting her. Your loyal servant is about to die. Are you really going to abandon him here? Lying beneath the man's boot, Sen spat, You fool. My lady is already far away. In response, the man plunged his sword straight down. He glanced forward, knowing she was close by, a triumphant smirk spreading across his face. Looks like she abandoned her faithful knight after all. She's even more heartless than I thought. With that, he raised his blade. Very well, let us begin. She couldn't just leave him to die. She burst out from hiding. Stop. Her guard couldn't hold her back in time. She rushed out, standing directly before the enemy. Tears of rage streamed down her face as she screamed at him. It's me you're after, isn't it? Then just kill me and let Sen go. He cut her off, his voice chillingly calm. I'm sorry. Her tears froze the moment he spoke, but I will not be doing that. She couldn't comprehend his intentions. What? Heno's voice was devoid of all emotion. We've decided to eliminate everyone involved, or anyone who witnessed this event. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. That's impossible. You monster. As dark memories flooded her mind, his words cut through clearly. If you hadn't tried to escape, all of them could have survived and lived happily with their families. The images of blood-stained bodies collapsing, the sight of a fallen child, with tears still wet on their face. A cruel smirk played on his lips as his words shattered her world. Crushing pain and guilt washed over her. All of those innocent people die because of someone like me. The scene shifts to an earlier time, with Elzik holding a green egg. Elzik, you have been given a mission. To make the winter perfect. After completing his first task, he prepared to leave the snow-capped mountain to begin his true mission. But brutal images from the war flashed through his mind again. He had learned of the Snow Tribe, and the senseless slaughter of countless innocents and children who were brutally murdered. At the same time, Isabel's group was riding with urgency. Isabel was seeking the Snow Mountain King to find a cure for her father's illness, but she was being hunted by a group of assassins, the Blue Wolves. Shockingly, the assassins were sent by her own uncle. And at that most critical moment, Elzik appeared and rescued her. I see. One of the assassins yelled, Who's there? Elzik ignored him, muttering a single word. Teleport. In the next instant, he was perched silently on a tree branch. The man ground his teeth in fury. Elzik's voice dripped with provocation. Just a passing devil. You damn bastard, the man cursed. Heno sneered with utter contempt. A devil? What kind of fool are you, daring to interfere with my affairs? Are you some kind of devil worshipper? If you hadn't meddled, you might have lived. Without another word, Elzik vanished. A sharp-eyed subordinate spotted him in an instant, rushing forward with an aura of intense cold. Magic. Heno was thrown back by the powerful blow. From a distance, he watched Elzik warily. Just what in the hell are you? Elzik turned to Rhea and Isabel. Are you two all right? Isabel stared at him, astonished. We're fine, but... Isabel then looked back at Elzik on the ground. What about you? Are you okay? He gave a slight wince as he replied, Of course. Heno mocked him. How pathetic. You fell and can't even get up? Elzik cursed internally. If it wasn't for this slippery snow, I could have made a much better impression. Suddenly, a realization hit Isabel. Wait, isn't he the one who went missing? Oh no, there was a person who disappeared. She said urgently, We can't just leave him to fight them alone. Run away. You can't beat them, she yelled. But Heno calmly addressed her instead. Young miss, didn't I tell you we wouldn't be leaving any witnesses? He then gave the order to his men. Destroy that so-called devil. In a flash, his men charged toward Elzik, and Isabel screamed, No. But he remained unconcerned, standing perfectly still to face the onslaught. That's right, he said, his voice dropping. Mercy is wasted on scum like you. A dangerous glint flashed in Elzik's eyes. He wasted no more words. With a single upward sweep of his arm, he unleashed his power on the advancing mob. A powerful blizzard of pure white snow erupted, overwhelming them. The swirling snow completely enveloped his enemies. Finally, he clenched his hand into a fist. In that instant, they were crushed into nothing. Isabel and a man named Rosea watched on, completely stunned. Henno was frozen in shock. What? What was that? He screamed at his remaining men. What are you all doing? Kill him. Now. Another assassin yelled to his comrades. Don't give him a chance to cast another spell. Die. In an instant, Elzik appeared before them, his expression grim. And who gave you permission? His blue eyes flashed. He raised a hand, unleashing a piercing spell. Shards of razor-sharp ice shot towards the remaining men. Horrified screams of agony echoed through the air. As the storm of ice descended upon them, a desperate voice cried out, "Break through it!" A few of them turned to beg for their lives, but a single blast obliterated them all. Grisly remains of his underlings rained down before the mysterious man. He gasped in terror, demanding, "You. What kind of monster are you? You already know who we are, don't you?" Elzik replied, his patience wearing thin. "I don't care who you are. Now, why aren't you on your knees?" The man seethed with defiance. "I'll kill you." She watched the one-sided battle, stunned, wondering just who this man could be. He defeated the blue wolves so effortlessly, but that was no longer the issue at hand. Isabel's eyes widened in shock. He was clearly a powerful mage, but he also seemed incredibly dangerous. If I can just get closer. Hanno swung his sword, fury fueling his every move. He lunged with blinding speed, screaming with hatred. "At the very least, I'll take you down." Elzik was slightly surprised by his opponent's speed. "He's fast." The woman screamed, a warning from the side. "Keep your distance from him." Elzik's expression hardened as he focused his power, enhancing his weapon. Just as the enemy's sword sliced through the air, he dodged backward with perfect timing. Hanno's eyes still burned with pure hatred. Elzik raised his hand, gathering chilling energy, and in the next instant, a thick layer of ice completely encased his foe. But surprisingly, the mysterious man shattered the ice with ease, a triumphant smirk on his face. "Did you really think something like this could stop me?" He shattered the rest of the ice with a single blow and charged forward with a furious roar. "You're dead, you damn bastard." Elzik's face darkened as he met the attack head-on. Hanno's blade slammed to a halt, stopped by a massive pillar of ice. He stared in disbelief at Elzik's shocking new technique, a fortress of self-freezing. He trembled, stammering. "Why? Why won't it break?" A smirk played on Elzik's lips. "Do you know what's more important than that?" He coolly brushed back his hair and stared him down. "It's the fact that your head is already buried 6 feet under." Hanno's face twisted in fear. "What? You son of a bitch." In the next second, a final, devastating blow ended his life for good. And just like that, he met the same fate as his lackeys, leaving only a tattered cloak behind. Elzik simply turned and walked away, unfazed. Uncle Ria watched in stunned silence, unable to believe he had defeated the blue wolves in an instant. Isabel added, "I never thought a mage this powerful would be on this hill." She stared after him, deeply impressed. "It's unbelievable. He seems to be around my age. But how can he possess such immense power?" She watched his retreating figure, her mind filled with questions. To be so young, yet so overwhelmingly strong. He was a complete enigma. He let out a soft breath, closing his eyes and tilting his head toward the sky. A long, weary sigh escaped his lips. Elzik stood there, lost in memories of happier times. His eyes filled with a deep sadness as he remembered. "Please, rest in peace." Mitt looked between the two parties, then spoke to him. "They're staring at you. Why aren't you saying anything?" The sudden question made the silence even more awkward. "Hello there. Forgive me. I forgot to introduce myself." When he finally spoke, his voice startled them, putting them on edge. He turned his gaze back to the woman. "It has been quite some time, hasn't it?" Sen remained on high alert. Even if he helped us, he's still a complete stranger. We can't let our guard down so quickly. If he has ulterior motives, he's just as dangerous as they were. He couldn't understand why his master showed no signs of caution. Then, without warning, she knelt before him. "We are forever in your debt, our savior." Sen gasped in shock. "My lady." Her guard was equally panicked. "What are you doing?" Elzik became flustered, urging Isabel to her feet. "Please, there's no need for this." But then, all 3 of them knelt together. "We thank you from the bottom of our hearts, our savior." He tried to reason with them again. Anyone in my position would have done the same thing. "Please, I beg you, stand up." Meanwhile, Mita watched with amusement. "Ha! At least she knows proper etiquette. Unlike those 2 scumbags from before." She rose to her feet, her gaze firm. "This may sound rude, but may I ask a favor of my savior?" Her request, however, made him tremble slightly. Do I have to go somewhere?" She took his hand, her grip surprisingly strong. "No. I wish to hire you." He was still flustered by the contact. My hand." Elzik looked at her, completely bewildered, his mind drifting. Was this what the night sky here looked like? So vast and filled with stars? A carriage moved through the darkness. As it turned out, the carriage was for them. Inside sat Isabel and her guard, along with a pensive Elzik. The other two seemed quite nervous in his presence, but unexpectedly, Mito was also there, glaring daggers at Elzik. "I can see that smirk on your face, you bastard. Wipe it off your face, right now." But Elzik simply replied, his voice calm, "This is just as I expected." In Elzik's hand was a glittering gold coin, because I was given something of incredible value. He remembered the moment she had pressed it into his palm. This is solid gold. And not only that, it's marked with a blue lion. In that instant, he understood her true identity. "Are you, by any chance, a lady from the Golian family?" She confirmed his suspicion with a slight blush. "Oh, yes. How embarrassing." Elzik wasn't fazed, merely lost in admiration. So that's why she's so breathtakingly beautiful. A fitting thought for Isabel, the scentless flower. Isabel Gio. They revealed a bitter truth about her. Even though her breathtaking beauty once captivated the crown prince and earned his proposal, she was cast aside, all because she was a flower without a scent. Her lonely silhouette was proof of her lack of talent, a soul born without a single gift. What worth is a lion of royal blood without fangs or sharp claws? They deserve such a fate. Elzik felt a wave of sympathy for Isabel. I'd heard that after the engagement was broken, she lived alone in her own territory. In his eyes, she seemed consumed by sorrow and anxiety. To break the heavy silence, he introduced himself. "My name is Elzik. It is an honor to meet the only daughter of the Blue Lion." Her eyes widened in surprise. "An honor to meet someone like me?" Elzik's voice was firm. "Shouldn't you be proud of who you are? From what I can see, your resilience brings no shame to the Blue Lion's name." His sincerity moved her, and tears welled in her eyes. "Thank you," she whispered. Then, he remembered the matter she approached him about. "Ah, right. You mentioned something about a commission, correct?" She quickly collected herself. "Oh, yes. As of now, I have nothing." But Isabel pressed on with her plea. "Could you escort us to the capital?" Before she could finish, Chen shouted from behind, stopping her short. "My lady, we still haven't found that place." She turned to reason with him. "Chen, I refuse to lose you both because of my own greed. First, I must meet with my uncle and negotiate." But Chen would not be swayed. "My lady." Elzik's figure turned away, his thoughts swirling. These knights must be part of the Geo clan. Could there be some hidden conflict brewing within their family? He began to analyze the dark undercurrents of her clan's situation. "I've also heard that the Blue Lion is suffering from an incurable disease. She must be searching for a remedy." He suddenly recalled something Sun had told him long ago. Then, it clicked. He knew what he had to do. Wait a minute. Couldn't this be an opportunity to place the Great Blue Lion in my debt? Elzik pictured himself shaking hands with a legendary man. If the Melvingo family is re-established with the Blue Lion owing us a favor, that's a monopoly on power. A cunning smile crept across Elzik's lips. "I really am a genius, always keeping a level head." Seeing his dark expression, Isabel feared he was refusing and quickly doubled her offer. "I know it is a great burden to ask for your help. In that case, I will give you twice the amount I just offered. Please, consider it a reward for when the task is complete." As Elzik remained silent, Isabel's desperation grew. "I suppose it's impossible, isn't it?" To her shock, he returned the coin to her. "This is shameful." Elzik paused for a dramatic moment, then made a vow with an unshakable look of integrity. "I will escort you safely, my lady." An awkward silence filled the carriage as they traveled. Movito couldn't understand why Elzik needed more money when he was already rich. "There's a mountain of treasure in the lair. Why do you still need coin?" Elzik cut him off. "It's all part of the plan." He then shot him a look. "And don't talk like that, not if you've never experienced true hunger and cold." The creature looked back, confused. Exasperated, Elzik finally explained, "What am I supposed to do right now, without a single cent to my name? It may not matter to you, you trashy horned demon, but humans need money to eat and sleep. Do you have any idea what it's like to be destitute?" Hearing this, the demon remained completely indifferent. "That sounds like a human problem." Changing the subject, Elzik began to praise his own incredible abilities. "You know, this telepathy is pretty useful. With just a little energy, I can speak to anyone I want." Movito seemed amused by his expression. "I only taught you because I found your constant silence incredibly irritating. You go completely mute whenever someone else is around." Elzik shot back, teasing Movito. "Now I understand why you hate being told to shut up. You're such a chatterbox." The demon fumed. "How dare you?" He was simply bored by Elzik's quiet demeanor. "Whatever. Are you planning to just sit there like that for the whole journey? You look even more ghastly than you realize. So what should I do? I'm so bored." Isabel grew more and more anxious as she watched his silent form. "He isn't saying a word. Could it be because of the job I hired him for?" Her lips parted as if to speak, but she hesitated. "But I really need his help right now. As the carriage thundered through the night toward a distant castle, she worried. If my uncle sends even stronger assassins, the three of us will never make it past them. In a dark chamber, a subordinate knelt before his master. Squad 6 has been eliminated. The man trembled, unable to form words. I apologize. The leader slowly walked toward his kneeling underling. If you were just going to apologize like a coward, you should have never failed in the first place. A flash of crimson sprayed across the room. The master coldly called out, Huth, where do you suppose Isabel is headed? The useless subordinate's head was already rolling across the floor. We have confirmed she has left the Snow Mountains. Tan's voice echoed in his mind. She was most likely heading back to the capital. Bao seemed to grasp Isabel's intent, returning to the capital. Does she actually want to negotiate? The cunning Achan's voice confirmed his thoughts. Indeed, captain of the 1st Blue Wolf Unit. As it turns out, the leader is Isabel's own father. Yet he despises her. Such a foolish, naive child. How could a talentless girl like that dare to negotiate with me? Bao's cape billowed as he called out his name. Tan. From his supreme position, he gave the order. You have only one opportunity. Below, the jet-black war horses came to a stop. Sen turned back to inform Isabel. We've reached the rendezvous point. The capital glittered in the early morning light. We've arrived at Le Center, my lady. She sighed in relief, smiling as she rubbed her own shoulders. We made it. After 2 days of relentless travel, I'm so sore. Mito shivered from the fatigue, but Eli just laughed at him. Hey, for a floating spirit. You look pretty worn out. Eli's smug grin showed he had no intention of stopping. Don't you understand that proper posture helps ease the tension in your nerves? Why must you always do things backward? But at the gate stood a group in green cloaks, inspecting everyone trying to pass. It was another specialized squad, the 2nd Blue Wolf Unit. A subordinate, kneeling on the ground, gasped as if he'd heard shocking news. What was that? They were shocked that a task they deemed minor required so many terrifying figures. Do we really need to deploy the strongest unit for something so insignificant? For the young lady to return to the capital, it must mean she's accepting her surrender. Heichan appeared, spattered with fresh blood. A hunting dog should act at station. The crimson streaks on his face only seemed to deepen his twisted amusement. She has to pass through La Center. If she wants to reach the imperial capital from the Snow Mountains. He let the sentence trail off, but his sinister intentions were crystal clear. A subordinate's eyes widened in pure horror. The lion's head sigil of the Green Lion Unit. Their faces were merciless, their eyes bloodthirsty. A cold voice issued the order. Make this place their tomb. Isabel was completely blindsided by this development. Sen, sizing up the impossible odds, advised a retreat. Her answer was firm and unwavering. No. But suddenly, a member of the Green Lion squad noticed something amiss and pointed right at their carriage. The moment she saw him point, she knew. Their cover was blown. Isabel quickly formulated a plan. We abandon the carriage and slip away quietly. But Eli calmly stopped her. That won't be necessary. Hearing him, she felt a wave of confusion. He simply raised a hand, gently casting an illusion spell. The guards drew closer to inspect the carriage, and miraculously, they were waved through. But those unnerving eyes remained locked onto them, a truly terrifying gaze. The carriage swiftly rolled into the city walls, drawn toward a welcoming light that radiated from within. Inside was a breathtaking, vibrant city. Once the carriage stopped, they disembarked one by one. Isabel couldn't wait another second, turning to him to ask about the illusion magic. What magic did you just use? He just smiled gently. It was nothing more than a simple illusion spell. After thanking Eli, the group settled into an inn. But Eli himself seemed eager to go somewhere immediately. Mito immediately began to grumble about Eli's choices. Why bother with an illusion when you could have easily annihilated them all? Eli calmly answered his companion's question. I don't want to start a war when we know nothing of the enemy. Besides, it's wise to conserve mana for a true emergency. Mito then asked snidely about the contract between them. Then what's the point of our vow, our soul contract? Is it just because you're lazy? Mito still couldn't grasp why Eli chose these time-consuming methods, when there was still so much to do. Eli replied with an air of mystery. But there is something I must investigate first. Ella's question seemed directed at someone far away. It's been a long time, but you certainly haven't forgotten, have you? An image of a man named Din surfaced in his mind, his expression one of pure contempt. I need to learn Din's current status. To prepare for the old man's removal. Mito's ears suddenly perked up at the sound of children playing. Just then, he remembered something important he had to ask Eli. I have a question for you. I sensed something from those nights. Something like mana. What is it? Eli offered his hypothesis. Oh, I suppose in your time, the aura chain didn't exist. But Mito just repeated the term, still confused. Or a chain? Seeing his confusion, Eli decided to explain it thoroughly. It's quite simple. Mana was originally a blessing reserved for mages, but as time passed, even martial artists developed ways to use mana to enhance their bodies. He used the image of a witch and a knight as opposing examples. If mages cast magic by creating a magic circle in their heart, martial artists reinforce their bodies by accumulating an aura chain around their dantian. The dantian is the part of the body where one's... Next came an image of children, some with mage hats and others with swords, a mix of orange and blue hues. Eli used this image to explain the ranking system for mages and martial artists. Mito expressed his surprise. There are so few ranks? Eli replied calmly, normally, yes. But there are exceptions. Only one person exists who can circulate more than 5 chains. That single exception hooked who? A knowing smile spread across Eli's face, clearly enjoying the question. Elzik made the introduction. The Golden Lion. He's recognized as the strongest man on the entire continent. Mito scoffed in disbelief. What an arrogant title. Only by human standards. Perhaps. Elzik shot back without missing a beat. No, this time is different, he answered, his patience wearing thin. Fine, I get it. Just then, they finally arrive at their destination. Hearing this, a curious smirk appeared on his face. His interest was clearly piqued. I look forward to meeting him. The two of them stood before a newsstand. That stubborn old man. Never mind him. The real mission was more important. Elzik needed to learn everything he'd missed. Can I purchase every newspaper from the last month? Meanwhile, at a grand mansion, the conflict was far from over. A subordinate knelt at Din's feet, pleading for forgiveness, but was only met with a storm of rage. My lord, please forgive me. Nem's men are guarding the hospital like an impenetrable fortress, son Nemito, that ungrateful swine. Javen tried to calm his master by recalling Din's past glories, but Din was focused. He didn't just want a victory, he demanded an overwhelming one. Javen smiled wickedly. Please, just give the order. A cunning grin spread across Din's face as he commanded, go and put more pressure on Nem's little crew. In another room, Sun sat alone, drowning in helpless thoughts. Kadonnet entered to inform him that the excavation rights were being transferred to his name. A shaky laugh escaped Sun's lips, causing Kadonnet to call out in confusion. Young master. When Sun looked up, his face was a mask of agony, streaked with tears of unimaginable pain. My own sister comes to torture me every day. And that bastard Elzik hasn't tried to contact me even once. His hand then brushed against the documents on the table. But I have already steeled myself. As if nothing was wrong, his interest returned. I will continue to endure this, until Elzik returns. Back with Elzik and Mito, they were devouring the news from the papers. Elzik let out a low whistle. Din is as cunning as ever. And because of me, Sun is facing a living hell. Elzik couldn't help but admire Din's masterful play. Truly, the older the fox, the sharper its claws. So, you know how to manipulate public opinion, do you? Mito watched the venomous look on Elzik's face, thinking he was getting far too used to seeing it. Elzik's fist clenched in pure fury. Keep climbing higher, Din. It will only make my grand debut even more. Elzik's expression grew thoughtful. Still, I feel for Sun. Is there anything I can do to help him? Suddenly, a bright orange light flashed through the window, erupting into a powerful, raging inferno. They both whipped their heads toward the blaze with worried expressions. Shouts of fire, bring water, fill the air, along with a child's desperate cry for their mother. Somebody, please, save us. Elzik instantly bolted for the door and threw it open, but he froze in absolute shock at the scene before him. An overwhelming wall of fire devoured everything, blinding him completely. What in the world is this? At a large estate with a carriage parked out front, a doubtful voice rose. My lady, do you truly place your faith in Elzik? Isabel sat at her desk, her eyes fixed on the paper before her. He is the one who saved our lives. But Sen, standing behind her, continued to question it. He may not be one of Pav's men. But what if he's an assassin sent by another of the 7 lions to take this estate? He pressed on, his tone urgent. I'm not certain, my lady, but it is always wiser to remain on guard. I understand Sen's concerns, Isabel thought to herself. But ever since Snow Mountain, he's become far too overprotective. She turned her head to reassure him. Sen, I understand what you are trying to say. But Sen quickly interrupted her. Yes, my lady. She pointed to the map in her hand, her voice turning stern. However, do not speak of this again. To doubt Elzik is to doubt my decision. At her words, Sen and Ed froze on the spot, their faces a perfect picture of disbelief. She remembered the look on Elzik's profile. I believe in him. That kind of expression only belongs to those who walk a righteous path. The memory of his hand holding hers so tightly was still seared into her mind. Sen hesitated before speaking. I understand, but isn't he just another mercenary obsessed with money? Isabel offered a gentle smile. No, he genuinely wants to help us. The skeptical voice spoke again. What do you mean, my lady? She turned to them and answered softly. He helped us even when there was no payment involved. That proves he isn't a man who helps just anyone who makes a request. Isabel remembered his expression when she revealed her family's crest, but his entire demeanor changed the moment he realized we were from the House of Go. She looked at Sen and Ed with absolute conviction. He deliberately lowered his own status, fearing it would harm his reputation. A grin spread across Ed's face. I get it. He did it to protect the Blue Lion's good name. Sen, however, still looked uneasy. So that was it. A faint blush colored Isabel's cheeks as she lowered her eyes. At that moment, a massive explosion tore through the city, engulfing it in a sea of fire. A mocking voice echoed through the chaos. My, what a brilliant-looking fire. A man with a vicious scar across his face appeared, his hair slicked back. This was Smolin, captain of the Green Wolf's third squad. He gazed at the destruction with a satisfied smirk. This fourth circle magic scroll, primordial heat ray. It was worth every penny. His companion was a shorter, burlier man. He was Bekob, captain of the Green Wolf's second squad. He stood beside Smolin with a deep frown and couldn't help but ask, how can you possibly be smiling at a time like this? Soren. He casually waved the scroll as it dissolved into ash, a mocking smirk on his lips. Why this serious face? You already agreed to this. Besides, this little operation cost me a fortune. Bako pressed his lips into a thin line, cursing the man internally. I can't think of a better way. But she won't give up easily. Soren glanced over at him. So, what's our next move? Shall we light some more fires? Bako's tone turned grave. Squad 6 may be gone, but their mages are still out there. We cannot let our guard down. Soren flicked the last of the embers away, his voice dripping with arrogance. Relax. Squad 6? I could incinerate every last one of them with my eyes closed. You and him. You both worry far too much. A wicked smile spread across his face. After all the trouble we went through, I hope they're strong enough to at least be entertaining. Bako's eyes narrowed. All right then, let the show begin. The Azure Knights appeared in a flash, kneeling in perfect, disciplined rows. Their leader's voice cut through the air. Find her, now. Raging flames devoured the entire estate. Isabel lay collapsed on the ground, the commander's ruthless order echoing in her mind. Leave the main daughter. Kill all the rest. The order was punctuated by the chilling screams of her people. My lady, you have to run. If this is the Blue Wolves' doing, then you are their target. Her body trembled as she struggled to her feet. Chen, are you two all right? Isabel gritted her teeth, horrified by the grotesque nightmare unfolding before her. A great inferno was devouring everything in its path. Piercing screams echoed from every direction. Fire. The fire. Somebody, help me. Isabel could only kneel there, frozen, as chaos consumed her world. No, my shop. Everyone, run. Terrified citizens with blood-streaked faces ran for their lives. Corpses littered the ground as cries of despair filled the sky. Is this really happening? Isabel choked out. What is it that you want from us? A sudden, urgent shout from behind made her whip her head around. My lady, look out. A massive explosion erupted, sending a wall of fire that launched her small frame into the air. Isabel's body crashed back down to earth. She crumpled to the ground, shaking uncontrollably as she saw Chen, pinned beneath a pile of rubble, still pleading with her. Please, I'm begging you. Just run. Just then, a sword materialized right beside Isabel's hand. Her jaw clenched tightly. With a trembling hand, she grasped the hilt of the sword, her entire being overwhelmed by a crushing sense of powerlessness. Thick smoke and dust swirled around her as small stones rained down from above. I want to fight. I have to save everyone. But she forced herself to stand, even as her body refused to stop shaking. I'm not strong enough. I don't have the power to stop any of them. Isabel bit her lip until it nearly bled. I won't run away. I refuse to live my life in shame. Suddenly, she remembered Alec's gentle smile and the words he once told her. From where I stand, your tenacity brings no shame to the Azure Lion name. Not at all. A fire of determination ignited in her heart. I want to become a person just like him. A devastating attack rained down from the sky, aimed straight for Isabel. I am from the House of Go, sworn protectors of this empire. She dropped into a battle stance, ready to face death itself. Isabel gripped her sword, her face a mask of pure resolve. I will fight. To my very last breath. The clashing powers detonated in a massive explosion, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Isabel squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable impact. But after a moment, there was only silence. She slowly opened her eyes. The ground before her was completely untouched. What in the world? A wave of chilling energy washed over the area, extinguishing the flames around her. Isabel stared in utter disbelief. What just happened? A tall, imposing figure was now standing between her and the danger. Gusts of snow and ice swirled violently through the air. The tide of the battle turned towards the city itself. Waves of frigid ice and snow surged towards the burning buildings. A biting frost filled the air, and the raging fires were instantly snuffed out. Cries of joy and relief began to ring out from the survivors. The flames, they're gone. We've been saved. Meanwhile, Isabel remained completely frozen, stunned by the sudden turn of events. What is all this? Tears of relief suddenly welled up in her eyes. Her gaze fell upon the man standing protectively before her, as fragments of stone rained down around his broad back. She called out his name, her voice thick with emotion. Alec, staring at his determined profile, she made a silent vow. I don't know how long it will take, but one day. Just then, Alec launched himself forward into the fray. Isabel watched his back as he charged ahead. I hope that someday, I'll be strong enough to stand right beside him. He gritted his teeth, pure rage burning in his eyes. He stared out at the wasteland before him, where collapsed buildings had crushed countless innocent lives. Alec was seething. To think that so-called knights were capable of slaughtering civilians. Humph. He landed gracefully next to Mitt, who was already waiting. The truly powerful are masters of controlling their rage. But once that rage is finally unleashed, it becomes an inferno that is nearly impossible to quell. The captain of the Azure Knights stood atop a ruined spire, his squad assembled below, awaiting his command. He seemed lost in thought. I've dealt with situations like this before. But for them, this is a first. Mitt stood beside him with his arms crossed, raising an eyebrow with amusement. Seems like there are more of them this time, and they look a lot stronger than before. So, do you actually think you can win this? Nearby, the citizens gathered in terrified, wounded crowds. Alec answered calmly, It's going to be tough. I can't maintain this power for long, and I can't risk using large-scale magic with all these people around. Mitt was skeptical. Then why didn't you run? A golden aura flared to life, lifting him from the ground. My clan has a saying. Smoke and dust choke the air as chaos and fear grip the people. Those with great power have a duty to fulfill their responsibilities. An immense power exploded from Elzic's body. Arcs of golden lightning crackled around him. His voice was calm, yet filled with absolute authority. That's why the strong always lead the charge in any war. Isabel had decided to negotiate with her uncle, Pao. At her request, Elzic agreed to go with her. But Pao had already dispatched the elite Blue Wolf squad. In their attempt to assassinate Isabel, they had turned the entire city into a sea of flames. Isabel was consumed by rage, drawing her sword even if it meant certain death. In that desperate moment, when her demise seemed inevitable, a tall, imposing figure appeared from nowhere. It was none other than Elzic Melvingo. The ground shattered around him. He slowly turned his head, his body erupting in a blinding radiance. He hovered in the air, forcing the assassins below to look up. Seo Maonan turned to his partner, Tigris, with a question. Those scrolls. I paid for them with my own blood, sweat, and tears. They were supposed to be seventh circle magic. Where did a guy like that crawl out from? The magic tower? He hissed. Tigris, what do? We can't afford to mess with the tower. Elzic Melvingo remained on the rooftop, his piercing eyes scanning the chaos below. Tigris finally answered Seo Maonan. I know every mage in the tower, but I don't recognize him. Still, be careful. He radiates danger. We just need to kill the young lady and retreat. Seo Maonan said, his grotesque tongue flicking out. What if that mage interferes? Isabel clutched her sword, her heart pounding as the two assassins charged toward her. At that moment, Tigris replied, then we kill him, too. The two leaped simultaneously, preparing to strike the girl down. Isabel's eyes widened in pure terror, her legs giving out from under her. Elzic Melvingo suddenly materialized before her, calling her name. Isabel. Startled, she turned to look at him. Elzic glanced back at her, his eyes conveying a silent message. Isabel met his gaze with a determined look. A maze of light trails filled the air as an enemy shouted, They're getting away. Formation A. Squad 3. With me. Elzic swept Isabel into his arms and moved like the wind. He calculated quickly. There were over 40 of them. Blue lights chased relentlessly behind him. I need to lure them somewhere empty. An enemy blocked his path ahead, raising a whistle to his lips and blowing a sharp note. Elzic Melvingo descended to the ground, only to find himself completely surrounded. Suddenly, his entire body flared with brilliant light, and he teleported instantly to another location. In his arms, Isabel could only gape in astonishment. But the assassins were relentless, their swords flashing as they swarmed Elzic Melvingo again. He ducked low, and with a sweep of his cloak, Isabel vanished without a trace. Elzic skidded to a halt across the smoking ground. He froze, realizing he was trapped, with enemies on all four sides. A voice echoed from behind him. Found you. Seo Maonan rested his sword on his shoulder, a wicked grin on his face. Hunting a mage for the first time. This is actually kind of exciting. He bellowed out a demand. Where did you hide the young lady? A smirk touched Elzic's lips. You think I'd tell you? You really are a bunch of idiots. He laughed, openly taunting Co Maonan. Of course, you wouldn't know. You're nothing but a pack of dogs who only know how to chase. Veins bulged on Co Maonan's face as he roared in fury. You're asking for death. Bring me his head, he commanded his subordinates. Elzic was blinded by the flash of their blue auras. He had to raise a hand to shield his eyes. I used too much mana putting out the fires across the city. He clenched his hands into fists, settling into a combat stance while his mind raced with strategy. The Dragonheart's mana has grown since absorbing the seal. But my body won't hold up like last time if I push past my limits again. He remembered being torn to shreds. Back then, he could just restart. But now, if he died even once, it was all over. A bead of sweat trickled down Elzic Melvingo's temple, his expression tense. Are there 30 of them? Or 40? I heard they go all out, even for a single target. Just as Isabel had warned, a blade swung for his head. Elzic Melvingo instantly shot forward. First, I'll take out their commander. But he was easily countered by the mob, leaving him no room to maneuver. What is this? My body. It's not moving as well as when I fought the Frost King. A taunting laugh echoed. Are you really the one who defeated the Frost King? Elzic thought to himself, no, I'm sure of it. Back then, my body moved exactly as I willed it to. The enemy then spat an insult that made him freeze. You fool. A colossal wave of power surged past, sending debris flying. Two terrifying, glowing eyes glared through the dust. Elzic Melvingo lay sprawled on the ground as the other man plunged a sword into the dirt right next to his face, sneering. Did you really think the little game that old man set up for you would be anything like reality? If you're not going to help, then shut your mouth. Elzic Melvingo roared in frustration. Get the hell away from me. He suddenly sprang to his feet, launching a surprise attack that caught the man off guard. Scorpion lunged forward, his tongue darting out menacingly. What kind of pathetic mage fights in close combat? Why don't you use your almighty magic? Elzic Melvingo furiously ground his teeth. The bastard fired two brilliant beams of destructive energy simultaneously. Elzic quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest to block the blow. His enemy laughed arrogantly. Is that all you've got, you little brat? Scorpion leaped into the air, swinging his sword down. Entertain me a little more. Elzic ducked again to dodge the attack. Just as a terrifying beam of light shot down from above, Scorpion cackled, his attacks growing more vicious. Elzic looked up, his eyes wide with shock. The ground suddenly erupted in a blinding flash, wiping out everything from sight. Scorpion slowly advanced toward Elzic Melvingo's silhouette. You run like a little rat. His countless subordinates swarmed around Elzic Melvingo. Now you're a rat caught in a trap. He was certain the end had come. A brilliant red light shot upwards, soaring high into the air before bursting into a dazzling firework display. Scorpion stared up, stunned. What the hell is that? Fire? A confident smile finally appeared on Elzic Melvingo's face. You're all here, aren't you? A magic circle materialized beneath them. Scorpion stammered in disbelief. A magic circle. Panic began to set in as he screamed, "Stop your tricks." His eyes bulged in terror. He looked toward Elzic Melvingo and saw that his eyes were blazing like fire. Huh? How can a human have eyes like that? He immediately barked an order to his men, kill him before he activates it. Elzic Melvingo gave a chilling smile. Scorpion gritted his teeth, struggling against the overwhelming surge of power. Elzic Melvingo's voice was as cold as ice. You want to murder me? At that same moment, Elzic was carrying Isabel away from this place. As they moved, he wondered about their fighting style. Isabel answered honestly. They always attack in groups, even if it's just to kill one person. Suddenly, a wave of green fire engulfed the area behind them. Elzic couldn't help but remark, they live up to their name, like a pack of wolves. In just a few short seconds, their pursuers were right on their heels. Lying in his arms, Isabel suddenly made a suggestion. You just have to lure them to the square and wipe them all out. Setting a trap would be even better. Elzic then smiled faintly and replied, a trap? Suddenly, he came to a complete stop. His action made Isabel visibly anxious. She whispered softly, Elzic. But he replied in a conflicted tone, Isabel, I'm sorry. But can I ask you to do something for me? Moments later, a streak of fire shot forward with incredible speed, tearing through the air in an instant. Unexpectedly, it exploded mid-air, illuminating a vast section of the sky. What seemed so menacing was actually just a firework. Its light cast Elzic in a cold, determined silhouette. After you evacuate the civilians from the square, tear this magic signal scroll. I will eliminate all of them. Elzic floated in mid-air, his entire body radiating a brilliant aura of light. He repeated with deadly emphasis, eliminate. And with that, his power was finally unleashed. A vast area was instantly engulfed in a blinding silver light. In the square, a massive block of ice suddenly materialized, freezing every single enemy solid, leaving them no way to escape. Witnessing this, Alec commented with satisfaction. The magic circle is an excellent mana container. One of the men trapped in the ice stammered with his last breath. Impossible. Hearing this, he couldn't help but taunt. How stupid are you that you didn't see me drawing the magic circle? Immediately after, Alec held his hand out in front of his foe to cast a spell. His movement made the enemy tremble. The man cried out in fear, "Stay away." But just as he was about to cast his magic, Alec noticed something strange. Alec muttered to himself, "I'm not going to die in peace." Suddenly, a member of the Grey Wolf squad leaped out. The man threw a punch that seemed to tear space itself, separating Alec from the other enemy. Scorpion offered some praise. "Not bad, but your luck has just run out." Those words made Alec freeze for a moment, his eyes filled with unwavering vigilance. He was completely surrounded. Towering walls of ice now enclosed them. Scorpion gave the order, Formation B. The man watched from a distance, his eyes fixed on the motionless Alec as he calculated everything. He lured us in close to kill us all with a magic circle. You'd have to be confident and meticulous to pull that off. Is he smiling? Did he know we were hiding and watching him? No, that's impossible. He knows we're here. If he knew, he wouldn't have used the magic circle. After a moment of thought, Scorpion made a sudden decision. "I'll spare your life if you hand over the young lady." Alec casually replied, "Is that so? The problem is, I have no intention of letting you live." At that very moment, a powerful surge of magic erupted from his body, enveloping the entire area. Elzic stared down at his foe, contempt dripping from his every word. "You should never have come here. There's no mercy for corrupted knights like you." But in a flash, Kotor gripped his sword, his eyes blazing with hatred. He lunged, channeling his spiritual energy to fortify his body and maintain his formation. Unfazed by the attack, Elzic simply raised a hand and calmly chanted an incantation to dull the blade, but the sword was unaffected. In fact, it grew even stronger as it sliced toward him, forcing a shocked Elzic to dodge the blow. He couldn't help but wonder, could his curse magic be completely useless? After his swing, Kotor snapped his head back, his gaze as sharp as a dagger. In response, Elzic hastily launched another magic attack, his brow furrowed with grim determination. However, his enemy's sword continued its relentless charge. A thought struck Elzic. Even his gale force wind felt significantly weaker. Could it be because of the sealing curse? All magic that isn't ice-based is weaker here. Do I need a seal of the same element just to use them? Even so, is using a sealing curse really that simple? He answered his own question. No, it's incredibly difficult. Unlike the ice mountain, which is overflowing with ice energy, the city drains far too much mana. He fought as he processed this, realizing every spell he cast was practically useless. Finally, Elzic made his decision. He began unleashing a furious barrage of attacks against his opponent. Faced with the onslaught, the knights quickly raised their swords to deflect the powerful magic. But tendrils of that magic began to slowly seep into their blades. Seeing this, Elzic immediately conjured an even more powerful spell. An idea sparked in his mind. It's not impossible. He suddenly thrust his hand forward, roaring a powerful command. The knights on the battlefield were frozen in place, their only option to brace themselves against the immense gale Elzic had summoned. One of them seemed to snap out of the daze, raising his sword high and shouting with authority, "Block it!" The razor-sharp blade sliced through the layer of ice, surging forward as if it had been empowered. Elzic stood his ground, a majestic figure amidst the chaos. He calmly swung both hands down, creating waves of light to intercept the deadly attack. But Kotor refused to be outdone, his eyes burning with an unyielding determination. He spread his arms wide, flooding the entire area with a vibrant, chaotic display of magic. Small wounds began to appear on Kotor's sword hand, dripping with blood, as scratches materialized on his face. Slowly, Elzic pointed a finger forward. A brilliant magical light flared from the corners of his eyes, swiftly enveloping his entire body. He moved like a phantom, weaving through the knights before him and unleashing spell after spell upon his enemies. His cold voice cut through the air. "Playtime is over. I don't have time for you amateurs, so I'm ending this now. I'll kill every last one of you." The men, already being frozen solid by his magic, could only stammer in terror. "The slightest touch of my ice venom is enough to freeze you solid. Your mistake was trying to block me instead of charging." Kotor's eyes were completely bloodshot. His eyes widened as he stammered, I've never heard of a curse like that." Elzic just scoffed. "What's so surprising? I simply added a curse to my ice magic." In the chaos, the man Kotor had saved earlier managed to escape. He laughed arrogantly. "The captain of Squad 1 is a complete fool. He never should have sent just us. I'll admit, you're strong. But you will regret ever crossing us. You'll die by our captain's hands soon enough." A curious voice suddenly echoed. "Is that so? The mastermind behind this, you won't be lonely on your trip to the underworld. I'll send him down to join you shortly." A nearby pocket of space was instantly encased in ice as the voice spoke again. What is this? It's a scroll containing a six-circle fire spell. We only escaped because KOTOR held him back. But we are the Azure Wolves, the sworn swords of Lord Paul Will. You are to become the next Jade Lion. You can't just tuck your tail and run like this. We can still escape. Run until your feet are blistered. Start a fire, and if that's not enough, set yourself ablaze and keep running. The man's eyes had become utterly crazed. He held the scroll in his hand, setting it aflame in an instant as his mocking voice rang out. It doesn't matter if the young lady dies. Use your life to burn this city to the ground. We are the proud Azure Wolves, the trump card of Sir Paul Will, destined to become the Jade Lions. How could we possibly run away with our tails between our legs? So run. Run until our feet are raw and bleeding, then light a fire. If you must, use your own body as kindling. Her life means nothing. Sacrifice everything to turn this place into ash. Suddenly, Mito burst out laughing. Looks like they're about to do something completely insane again. Her words made Elzik pause. What? Why? Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open, as if he just realized the critical piece of the puzzle. Without hesitation, Elzik rocketed into the sky. He cursed aloud, "Those damn bastards." Amidst the shimmering void, Mito's voice echoed. In this world, there is only one species more treacherous than demons. And that is humanity itself, no matter how civilized they pretend to be. In the end, their true faces are always revealed. Elzik frantically searched, exhaustion creeping into his bones. Panting heavily, he thought to himself, the Blue Wolves only have 3 members left. But I can't find a single one. What's worse? The spellbook is in their hands. It has to be at least a 6-circle magic spell. One tiny mistake, and this entire city will be turned to ash. Sermon gloated, muttering to himself, "Let's see how you stop this now." Meanwhile, Elzik streaked past the base of a tower, but he still spotted a figure on the rooftop above. It was Sermon, holding the scroll with a smug, taunting grin. It's all too late. At that very moment, Elzik finally spotted him. Elzik's gaze turned to ice. With a sharp exhale, he gripped his sword and thrust it forward. An instant later, Sermon's arm was severed. It flew through the air before he even realized what had happened. In that moment, Elzik touched down on the ground with deadly grace. A smirk played on his lips as his mocking voice rang out. "I had a feeling back on the mountain, but I can't believe you were actually fearless enough to try it. Stealing the item I gave you and making a run for it, huh? Looks like my A+ rank in scroll crafting is worth something after all." That silent spell scroll worked like a charm. Isabel's eyes widened in shock. It seemed she had just realized something was terribly wrong. Sermon, with his remaining hand, charged at her with his sword. He screamed in a rage, "Die!" But Elzik's attack instantly intercepted him. Sermon's entire body began to freeze solid. Elzik's voice was like ice. "Looks like you put up a decent struggle, but you're dead either way, so why tire yourself out? What's with the attitude? I only cut off one arm. No need to be so dramatic. You were already ugly, and now you look even worse. I'm getting tired of this. Let's just end it." But faced with this threat, Sermon wasn't afraid. He shot back with a defiant taunt. "You think this is over?" His words left Elzik completely baffled. He immediately questioned him. "What?" Sermon was kind enough to remind him. "Have you forgotten about the other 2? Instantly, a hazy image of the village appeared. It quickly sharpened, showing the full scene. Sermon was standing on the roof of a fortified building. His voice dripped with arrogance. "While you were wasting your time with me here, my subordinates have already finished their preparations. I may have lost to you personally, but we, the Blue Wolves, the Lord's ultimate trump card, will never be defeated. You wizards are far too careless. This place is about to become a living hell filled with wailing souls." Elzik let Sermon enjoy his final moment of triumph before speaking. "I've already stopped them." His words made Sermon tremble with uncontrollable rage. Sermon stammered, "What?" Elzik immediately shot the question back at him. "A moment ago, you told me to use the magic I'm so proud of, right?" The moment he locked eyes with Sermon flashed back in Elzik's mind, making him feel a bit awkward. Back then, he had swiftly used a secret spell, all while wearing a cunning smile. Elzik shouted the final word of the incantation, and in an instant, the entire area was engulfed in magic. Elzik couldn't help but whisper smugly, "See?" The second beam of light struck another man in the stomach, who could only gasp in agony. Hearing Elzik's mocking tone, Sermon's face went pale with terror, but Elzik's voice continued relentlessly. "Now, even your so-called trump card is gone." The man began to scream hysterically. "Impossible! This is a joke. This has to be a joke. Ma'am, please, listen to me. If you let me live, I swear I'll put in a good word for you with Lord Bulver. We were only planning on scaring you a little, before escorting you to see him, that's all. I'm the captain of the Blue Wolves' 3rd squad. He'll definitely listen to me. Isabel couldn't stand it anymore. She decisively drew her sword and swung with all her might. Her voice rang out, cold as steel. Do not tarnish the name of my family any further. And just like that, Sermon's life ended on her blade. But as she regained her composure, Isabel felt a pang of guilt. She turned to Elzik, her voice barely a whisper. I'm sorry. I lost my temper. He gently comforted her. It's all right. I was planning on leaving him to you anyway. He then asked with concern, Are you hurt anywhere? Isabel's body suddenly trembled uncontrollably. She stammered, I'm fine. Elzik quickly reached out a hand to steady her. Your body is probably in shock. Just give it a moment. Suddenly, she gave a contented smile, her voice growing stronger. Elzik? He answered softly, I'm here. Right after, Isabel made a plea. Could you spare the life of one of the Blue Wolves? I never would have believed it. The knights from my own family never wanted to obey someone as talentless as me. Even if they respected me, it was only because I am the daughter of the Blue Lion. That's all it ever was. As for the Blue Wolves, sometimes they'd show me some courtesy, but that was it. Their eyes were always like ice, staring me down with nothing but utter contempt. But Isabel couldn't help but remember a scene from the past. A blue wolf knelt before her, demanding, Why did you let me live? The moment he spoke, the answer came. We wanted to leave one alive. As a message. And now, those very same blue wolves cower in fear of me. She issued a silent command. Tell my uncle he will never become the Blue Lion. Of course, it was Rick they truly feared. Isabel quickly turned, needing to escape this place. Behind her, Ellie waved goodbye. She thought to herself, if only I had that kind of power. No, I have to get stronger. What good is wallowing in self-pity? To gain true power, I must cast off this weakness. Suddenly, Elzik broke the silence. Where will you go now? A brilliant smile lit up Isabel's face. I'm going to Koi. My father is preparing for our future there. He seemed surprised. You intend to expand your influence? She didn't hesitate. Yes. I will call on the old allies who owe my father a debt. Elzik's voice was filled with admiration. A wise decision. No one would dare approach the territory of the Blue Lion. Isabel's expression grew heavy. Yes, because the Blue Lion is there. But if my father doesn't wake up, it will be an impossible battle. If Rick helped us, perhaps. But a lion cannot be involved with a sorcerer. The thought swirled endlessly in Isabel's mind. Besides, I already owe Rick far too much. I can't rely on him any longer. It's time to say goodbye. Just then, Elzik held out a stack of papers to her. Take this. Her curiosity piqued. She asked, What is this? Some kind of document? Elzik's sincere voice echoed in the quiet space. Forgive my forwardness, but I heard the Blue Lion's illness resembles a stagnation sickness. I don't know if this will help, but it's the cure. His expression seemed to shatter her composure. She cried out, What? Nearby, by a crumbling wall, Elzik was treating an injured man. The man grimaced in pain. What are you talking about? Another man sitting beside him scoffed, stagnation, sickness, but Elzik ignored their words, remaining completely focused on healing the wounds. He suddenly rose to his feet and declared, Allow me to introduce myself. The formal gesture left Isabel slightly bewildered. She could only repeat, Introduce yourself? As Elzik raised his hand, a brilliant light enveloped his entire body. He stated calmly, My name is Elzik Melvinger. Of the Melvinger clan, the Starlight Duke. Starlight. That is the title bestowed upon the head of Melvinger, the Star Knight Magic King. A title granted after his great victory over the demon tribe, a symbol of his radiant courage on the battlefield. A title is just a title, but his name alone was enough to become a symbol of glory, the Starlight Magic King. As the bearded man's wounds fully closed, Isabel slowly found her voice. You mean, the one who's been in a coma in the Royal Magic Hospital? Before she could finish, Ellie, standing opposite her, gave a gentle smile. He explained calmly, I cannot reveal all the details, but yes, I was once afflicted with a stagnation sickness. Instantly, she pulled out the papers he had given her, her voice laced with disbelief. Before she could form the question, Elzik continued, What you're holding is the very cure that healed me. The Blue Lion's condition seems similar to mine. Perhaps this can be of some use. Don't you wish to avenge the past? It would be a shame if the Blue Lion couldn't witness that day. In that moment, Isabel was frozen in place. Her lips trembled, but no words came out. A single tear rolled down her cheek, her voice choked with emotion. How? How can I ever repay such a kindness? Elle gently patted her head. Don't worry about it. I'll simply ask for the favor back one day. They stood there in a comfortable silence. Ellie's gaze on Isabel was filled with warmth, and a happy smile slowly bloomed on her face. Suddenly, Isabel's expression darkened. A cunning smile played on her lips as she probed. Then, to begin my repayment. This time, I will. Ah, no. Lord Ellie, would you like me to help you become a hero? Meanwhile, in another place, a scene of absolute chaos unfolded. A panicked voice yelled out, "Make way for the patient." Another shouted, "Hey, get over here and help." A familiar voice cut through the noise. "Is it really okay to reveal your identity like that?" The words made Ellie pause. "That man, Pow, will use any means necessary to find me. I killed so many of his blue wolves. He is undoubtedly a man who despises losing. Furthermore, my magic is unique. The moment I cause a stir at the academy, my identity will be exposed." Seeing his expression, Mito spoke in a mocking tone. "Then you better prepare for the show. You're going to be exposed anyway." The people waved joyfully toward him. This sight only strengthened Ellic's resolve. Helping the Blue Lion was a crucial first step toward the revival of the Melvinger clan. Mfit suddenly chimed in, praising him. "Not only did you build a massive reputation, you've also laid a solid foundation for the future. I thought you were just a powerful mage, but it turns out you're a cunning strategist, too." Just then, a woman holding her child spoke up, her voice full of regret. "You're leaving already? Why can't you stay a little longer?" Ellic could only offer a strained, polite smile in return. "No, I've imposed on you all for far too long. It's time I returned to my own path." She gently touched her child's innocent face, her voice overflowing with gratitude. "Thank you, sir. If you hadn't destroyed those villains, perhaps we would have." Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the crowd, grabbing his attention. "You have endured so much. I don't know how I can ever repay you." He replied with a hint of exhaustion. "Why do you look so guilty?" "I already told you. I was simply doing my duty." Sen formally introduced himself. "I am Sen, a knight of House Powell. I will never forget this debt of gratitude." Faced with such an overwrought display, Ellic spoke with a bored tone. "I told you, there's no need for any of that." Mfit sighed helplessly. This guy is only doing this to secure his own future. He cursed inwardly. Just drop the dramatic act already. Ellic quickly changed the subject. "So, Sen, what do you plan to do now?" The other man pondered for a moment before replying. After a moment, he answered with a decisive voice. "Though Powell himself was the transgressor, the sin still belongs to House Powell. Therefore, I will help the people here until the very end. Then, I shall travel to Canali to reunite with my lady." Standing behind him, Memphit couldn't help but scoff. "So, they intend to win public favor, while simultaneously amplifying Powell's infamy. She looks so innocent, yet her methods are utterly ruthless." The comment made Ellic reflect on his own responsibilities. Mfit shot him a frowning glance, his eyes now clearly showing his irritation. Ellic looked back at the townspeople waving joyfully for him. He affirmed it once more. It is the responsibility of a nobleman. All around them, the voices of the people continued to swell. "Thank you, Mr. Mage. When I grow up, I want to be a mage just like you. Please come visit again. Thank you so much." Mfit looked at their smiling faces and hesitated for a second. "Responsibility, my foot. That's just a convenient excuse." Ellic departed, feeling satisfied. Now, it's time to pay Din a visit. The scene abruptly shifts to a magnificent, yet ancient-looking castle. Inside a certain room, Din's subordinate was trembling and bowing low, while his master growled with fury. "I ordered you to get me the excavation rights. Even with the Sonnet family in the way, what in the hell have you been doing?" Sweat streamed down the spectacled man's forehead. He was too terrified to look up, his voice a mere whisper. I'm sorry." But his words were savagely cut short by Din. "Sonnet, how dare he obstruct an instructor? I swear I'll make sure he never sets foot in the academy again. We must obtain those rights by any means necessary. Bribe the press, pay off our superiors. I don't care. Just find me a way." The man with the glasses vanished in an instant, slamming the door behind him as he fled. Din's desk was covered in stacks of newspapers. A grating voice suddenly filled the air. "Damn it. The election for headmaster is in only 3 days. If I don't have those excavation rights by then, I'm completely finished." A second later, the entire stack of newspapers erupted into ash. After venting his rage, Din's mood seemed to calm down. From a dark corner of the room, a figure who had been sitting there all along emerged. He asked softly, "Would you mind repeating what you just said?" The other party didn't answer, only offering a slight, knowing smirk. Din's pupils contracted in a flash of rage. He saw Siesta, sitting comfortably on the sofa. A domineering smile spread across his face as he spoke. "So, you finally decided to cooperate?" Ellic had annihilated the blue wolves sent by Powell, protecting the city. After the problem was resolved, Ellic revealed his identity to Isabel. He gave her the cure for her mana blockage, and they decided to go their separate ways. Ellic, hailed as the hero of Last Center, journeyed to the capital, Bardic. But what awaited him there was not just a hero's welcome. In the darkened room, Din asked Siesta coldly, "You're going to make me headmaster? How exactly do you plan on arranging my promotion?" He glanced at him and calmly replied, "The preparations are all complete. All I need is your consent. Have you made your final decision about cooperating with us? Din was still full of doubt. How can you accomplish something that even we couldn't do? Faced with this question, Siesta smirked. Since you don't seem to trust us, it appears we have nothing left to discuss. After all, Din, you aren't the only candidate for headmaster. Din's expression changed in an instant. In a low tone, he conceded, I trust you. Then what do you want? Siesta's lips curled into a mocking smile. It's simple. Your support. Surely that's a small price to pay, Din, compared to what you stand to gain, isn't it? Principal Din's voice cut through the silence. Is that all? A sinister smile twisted his lips. That is more than enough. His image flickered like static before fading away completely. Meanwhile, the story of Elzik had already set the capital ablaze with gossip and discussion. Hey, did you hear? Hear what? You know that small city, last center. I heard the Blue Lion family recently stirred up a massive storm over there. Just for some internal feud? It's not like those brutes ever cared about us common folks when they start throwing their weight around. You don't know the half of it. This time, people died and homes were burned to the ground. It was pure evil. But then a single mage appeared and wiped out every last one of those bastards. What? A mage? The other man chimed in. I heard that from now on, he'll be known as the hero of Lost Center. Movito scoffed from his comfortable spot. Ever since we set foot in the capital, you're all we've heard about. People really go wild for these hero stories, Elzik thought. Why are you even bringing it up? But all he said was, I just wanted to fill my stomach since it's been so long. I told her to keep this quiet, but she insisted on making a huge scene. He remembered meeting Isabel on the battlefield, where she had asked, do you want me to turn you into a hero? Elzik had asked back, shocked. What do you mean? A smirk played on her lips as she explained, there's nothing more effective than a heroic tale to win the public's favor. I guarantee this will help you. That kind of fame will be an incredible asset down the line. Of course, she added, it also gives me a solid foothold to put pressure on my dear uncle. Snapping back to the present, Elzik finally understood her true meaning. This is supposed to help me? Is this really what you call help, my lady? This tavern is no different than a chaotic marketplace now. I heard he even rescued that scentless flower. You mean the Blue Lion's daughter who was almost the crown princess? Have you all heard about the hero of Lost Center? I heard he's on his way to the capital. Oh my gosh, does that mean they're dating? So what's going to happen now? I wonder who she'll choose. I heard the crown prince is still in love with her. I heard it's a total disgrace to her prestigious family of mages. Is this a love triangle? They're turning a hero's epic into a cheap romance novel. Elzik mused, but I have to admit, she's a master of timing and setting the perfect stage. He stood up reluctantly and tried to console himself. I should just find another place to eat. Whether it's a hero's legend or a love story, it's all great for promoting my name. If only I had Isabel's talent for raising a family's status. I wonder if she arrived safely. Wake up, Movito. We're going somewhere else. Suddenly, a person screamed, he's here. Without a word, Sun unleashed a powerful punch straight for Elzik. A shockwave of mana erupted around them. The crowd yelled, what was that? Is a fight breaking out? No way. Could that bastard Pal Will dare to cause trouble here in the capital? Another person shouted, everyone, get back. The dust cloud began to settle. It revealed the figure of Sun, his fist flying toward Elzik. He dodged with ease, recognizing the familiar aura. This mana's signature. Sun's face darkened as he growled, you dare dodge me? A smirk crept onto Elzik's face as he recognized his old friend. He let out a playful taunt. Well, it's been a while, hasn't it? But don't you think you're taking this little joke a bit too far? Sun didn't stop, his fist flaring with even greater mana. Do you have any idea how much hell I had to go through because of you? If you had a shred of conscience, you would have come to the capital to make amends and let me hit you at least once. Don't you think so? You damn traitor you call a friend. The dust finally cleared completely. Elzik raised a hand to reassure the onlookers. My, look who it is. My wonderfully adorable friend, Sun. At that moment, everyone realized the truth. What the hell? It was just a friendly greeting. But Sun was anything but happy. You son of a bitch. The two of them sat down at a table to talk. Sun fumed, please, after having to clean up your mess. What more can I expect from someone as morally bankrupt as you? Movito leaned toward Elzik with a grin. I'm starting to like this friend of yours. Meanwhile, Elzik fired back without hesitation. If I'm so beyond redemption, why don't you buy me a beer? The question only made him angrier. You have a prestigious family backing you now and you're still trying to leech off me? Sun sighed, warning. This is the last time. Sun was still suspicious. You damn bastard. What exactly is your relationship with the Blue Lion's daughter? Elzik felt a bit awkward at the offer of beer. Huh? It's nothing. Really. Sun waved over his server while saying, it's fine, put it on my tab. Elzik tried to explain about Isabel. We don't have that kind of relationship. Sun put on a worldly air. You can't fool me that easily. "We'd like an iced tea, a steak, and one bacon carbonara." Elzik just looked at him and gave a weary smile. That bastard, he thought. He must have sensed the change in my mana, but he hasn't asked a single question. He's just waiting for me to confess everything myself. Sun propped his chin on his hand, a look of disgust on his face. "Why are you making such a serious face?" Mito, sitting beside him, chimed in. "He's right. That expression of yours is seriously creepy." Sun then gestured toward the feast on the table. "The food is here, so eat before it gets cold." "And what do you mean, creepy?" "Haven't you heard all the compliments I've been getting lately?" Sun retorted. "You still owe me for that punch, you know. But setting that aside, are you sure this whole act we're staging based on your letter is really going to work? What if you end up losing everything because of this? Don't worry about it. Only two things matter to me right now: dragging that bastard bears who tried to kill me down to hell, and ensuring the glorious revival of the Melvinger family. And I plan to make both happen at the exact same time." Sun couldn't argue with that resolve. "Fine. I'll keep preparing what you ask for." But then, Elzic's gaze turned sharp as steel. "My older sister also suffered terribly because of that incident." At that, Sun's expression grew grim. "Damn it, this is bad. Your family of witches must have heard those rumors by now." Elzic looked intrigued. "Witches? You mean?" "Faza." A shiver ran down Sun's spine. "That's the one. When that dragon-obsessed maniac hears those rumors, she's going to go absolutely berserk." At that very moment, within the castle of Sun's witch clan, the atmosphere was anything but peaceful. He thought to himself, our entire plan is about to fall apart. Faza's ice-cold voice broke the silence. "Has the promotion order been delivered to the academy?" Hanabi answered, his voice trembling. "Yes. It was sent to Dinby Dish at the Elemental Magic Institute." Faza hissed, seething with anger. "How could he let this happen? Prepare to leave for the academy at once. Hanabi, give me a quick report." Just yesterday, the papers were filled with nothing but slander against that scoundrel, but now it's all changed. He stammered. "For some reason, every newspaper is printing the same story. Dinby Dick, recipient of the promotion, has reclaimed his wings. Headmaster appointment postponed. The Nimiter family announces support for the promotion. Pressure mounts on the House of Hasagam." Reading the headlines, Faza's voice became dangerously low. "Even if the Hasagam family pressures us, Father will never let this stand." "What about Son?" Hanabi replied. "The young master has not yet made any specific response." Faza trembled with rage. "What did you say?" After all the noise he made about how that position belonged to his friend, he chooses to stay silent now? "We're making a slight change in our destination." Sweat dripped down Hanabi's face. "Why, yes, ma'am." Thassa glared. "You still don't understand, do you? That promotion order didn't come from us, and it didn't come from the academy. How dare they try to deceive me? Perhaps it's time I paid a visit to those scheming bastards." The headmaster of Udon Academy. While it might seem like a simple administrative title, the position holds immense power and authority. Not only is it a rank equivalent to a marquis, the title carries enormous influence in both academic and political circles. It's a position that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Lord of the Hasagam Tower and the Dean of the Imperial Knights Magic Academy. Star rank witch. An honorary position for the descendants of Uzon Melvinger. Today was the day of the headmaster's selection. A voice boomed from the stage. "Thank you all for gathering here from far and wide for the future of our academy. As you are all aware, the discovery of the Jade Dragon's lair was a miraculous event, one that is unlikely to ever happen again. And I, B. Ditch, was at the very center of that historic moment. If you choose me, I will establish a system to ensure we can continue to make such phenomenal discoveries." From high above, a figure watched B. Ditch with utter contempt. He acts like he already owns the place. The other candidates aren't even here yet, and he's already started. Sun sat with his arms crossed, a note of worry in his voice. "Elzik, can our guy really handle this alone? Director B. Ditch's approval rating is already sky high. I know you have a meticulous plan, but his supporters have been bribed. They won't listen to reason. You'll have to make your voice heard tomorrow." Sun simply said, "Let them do whatever they want." Meanwhile, Siesta couldn't stop praising the candidate. "A magnificent speech." Headmaster Din smiled coyly. "I haven't even been selected yet. Why are you heaping such praise upon me?" "I will do as you wish, Siesta. There's no need to worry. The other candidates are speaking now. We can talk later." Siesta looked pleased. "Very well, I'll place my trust in you." But in his mind, Din had other plans. "That's right. I'll become headmaster without any trouble at all. I never had any intention of helping you from the start. Soon, I will stand as an equal to the Lord of the Hasagam Tower. Why did you think I would ever help a powerless group like the CSA? Once I become headmaster, crushing all of you will be as easy as flipping my hand." At that moment, Siesta's lips curved into a knowing smirk. Below in the audience, Sun remained silent, watching everything unfold. Candidate B ditch speech has now concluded. The voting will commence shortly, so please take your seats. Sun looked up at the stage, his concern growing. Suddenly, a glowing blue circle, covered in runes, materialized on the stage. A tall, dark figure appeared in a flash of light, causing the crowd to gasp. Seeing Thaza appear, Sun shot to his feet in panic. Sis, what are you doing here? Din glared at her with a mocking sneer. Do you even know where you are? Lady of the Nameter family? This is an academy, not an insane asylum. This seat determines the next head of Hagrim. Tharja shot him a piercing look. What makes you think I'm unaware? I know perfectly well. I am attending on behalf of the head of the Nimit family. Therefore, I believe I understand what happened here better than anyone. Sun froze under that gaze, a cold sweat breaking out across her face. Did she see me? That's impossible. What could she possibly know? On stage, the announcer cleared his throat. Your attention, please. I have an announcement regarding the election before the banquet begins. I ask that everyone be seated and remain silent. You should have all received one of these magic stones. You may use this stone to view information on the candidates and to cast your vote for one individual. The results will be announced as soon as all votes are tallied. Din's heart swelled with smug satisfaction. I've waited for this day. My pledge will grab the attention of everyone tied to this academy and open the door to partnerships with the Magic Tower and the royal family. Not only that, I've already spoken with every voting representative. This outcome is already decided. Jevin stammered, his voice filled with hesitation. I will now announce the results. Excluding the vote of the absent Melvinger family, the candidate who received the most votes is. Din's eyes burned with unconcealed ambition. Say my name. Jevin deliberately dragged out the moment, building the suspense. Bezdik. But before he could finish, a voice cut through the hall. Wait. A figure in a majestic black robe stepped out from the shadows. A wave of gasps rippled through the audience. What's happening? Who dares to interrupt this sacred selection? A slow, intrigued smile spread across Tharja's face. Sun cheered silently in her heart. Go, Elzik, go. Elzik's voice rang out, the head of the Melvinger family. Elzik Melvinger. As the Starlight Duke and a representative of this selection council, I have come to exercise my small but crucial right to vote. The crowd erupted in murmurs. Elzik Melvinger, the disgrace of that noble magic family? What is going on? Wasn't he supposed to be in a coma? Jevin muttered to himself. Elzik, draped in his magnificent black robe, walked forward with a brilliant smile. Din stared, his mouth agape, pure terror gripping his heart. How in the hell did you get here, you bastard? The audience buzzed with agitation. Elzik, what is the meaning of this? How dare a mere academy intern disrupt the headmaster selection ceremony? He calmly addressed them all. Do you take the laws of the Empire so lightly? At this moment, I am not an academy intern. I am a Duke of the Empire and a voting representative. That empty seat in the center belongs to the Melvinger family. Is the head of Melvinger not permitted to congratulate the new headmaster? Din shot to his feet, challenging him. While I am overjoyed that the head of Melvinger has recovered his health, I must wonder why you're acting out now that the selection has concluded. Unfortunately, the voting is over. The announcement, you mean? Elzik immediately countered. The Hagrim Academy Selection Law, Clause 2, Article 2. If suspicions regarding a candidate are raised before the ceremony's conclusion, a revote can be held if a majority of the members agree. Din's brow furrowed, but Elzik simply walked forward, placed a hand on Jevin's shoulder, and spoke softly. I, the Starlight Duke, Elzik Melvinger, hereby expose Headmaster Candidate Bezdik as unqualified, due to suspicions of a conspiracy to assassinate the Starlight Duke. From his seat, Din furiously challenged Elzik. It seems you fail to grasp the gravity of your accusation. Can you truly prove that I am a criminal? Since you've joined this election as the esteemed representative of a magic family, we must follow procedure, just as you said. My beloved council members, will you truly listen to the baseless claims of Elzik, the head of the Melvinger family? His eyes were slick with cunning, his mind already racing. Melvinger, he seems to be hiding something, but no matter what you do, the result will not change. How dare you touch me, you little brat? I'll show you what real politics looks like. So, Din declared, I assume no one agrees with you. What will you do now? Elzik's reply was maddeningly calm. Why are you in such a hurry? It won't be too late to decide after you've heard what I have to say. Din smirked with absolute confidence. You insist on spewing such slander during this sacred election. But his face darkened as he heard the next words. Are you saying there's truly a dragon's lair there? This is bad. Deal with Elzik as planned, and keep his magic necklace as a souvenir. Sheer panic seized him. That voice. It's from back then. A knowing smile bloomed on Elzik's face. Contrary to public knowledge, Headmaster Bezdik did not contribute to my and Headmaster Nemit's great discovery. In fact, he tried to eliminate me and steal my family's heirloom. Now, who still believes my words are nothing but groundless slander? Din scrambled to object. No, he's framing me. How dare you deceive everyone with such fraudulent magic? Elzik challenged him. Fraudulent? How could I possibly deceive you? A 7th circle mage. Are you implying that I'm an 8th circle mage? That's right. How could such simple illusion magic fool everyone here? A patient cursed by a sealing spell being an 8th circle mage? That's even more ridiculous. Then, did he really try to kill the Starlight Duke? Din's memory flashed. That crystal sphere. It was the one I gave Jevin when I ordered him to kill that bastard in the lair. Why does he have it? That scoundrel Jevin spoke up. Since the election committee members are in a critical discussion, all guests are requested to remain silent. Rage boiled inside Dean. Damn it, Jevnin, you dare betray me. It was just as Sun had warned Elzik. Oh, that's right. We caught a suspicious person sneaking around the hospital last night. It was Jevin. You don't look surprised at all. That bastard Bedik must have ordered him to do something again. Isn't he just pathetic? This time, it seems he had something to say. He had an item for you and was going to wait for you to wake up. I was rather surprised. Is that so? In a grand, opulent palace, an enraged voice roared. Find a way to get it. Whether you have to use the press or bribe the higher-ups, just find a way. Those bastards are getting on my last nerve, including that useless piece of trash, Jevin. Jevin trembled in fear, gritting his teeth. He scurried away in a hurry. Elzik just smiled and waved, having already prepared his refusal. Luckily, Jevin had secured a piece of evidence. Of course, the proof I already possessed was more than enough to completely destroy Bedik, but this just makes things even easier. Still, why would Jevin record the conversation as a precaution? Perhaps he knew his life was on the line in that den of vipers. The words spoken sent Dean into a panic, but this was not the end of it. According to the law, ownership rights of a dragon's lair belong to the person who discovers it first. However, Headmaster Bedik seized the mining rights to it without my consent. So not only did he conspire to assassinate the Starlight Duke, he also tried to steal the Melvenir family heirloom and the rights to the lair. I don't just demand that Headmaster Bedik's candidacy be revoked. I demand he be punished for his heinous crimes. The other candidates stood stunned, unsure how to proceed. What should we do? Is that even a question? Without the mining rights, Headmaster Bedik is worthless. But Elzik, I sense a strange mana from you. Is your sealing syndrome gone? The two men beside him muttered constantly. I also heard you were in a coma, but you seem perfectly fine. Representative of House Nem, you seem to know something. What is happening here? Thasha smiled brightly, feigning ignorance. I have no idea. The one with connections to the Melvinger representative is my brother, and that's not important anyway, is it? Dean desperately tried to justify himself. I am certain that Crystal Orb has been manipulated. When I analyze it, the forgery will be exposed. He furiously ground his teeth. Damn it. At this rate, the headmaster's seat will disappear along with my head. I'll just deny it and ask Siesta for help. A figure approached, causing Dean to recoil in fear. He couldn't help but wonder. Lajalai, why is he standing next to Sun? It dawned on Dean in a flash that Bastard was working with Sun. Siesta adjusted his glasses, a smirk playing on his lips. Sun already let Elzik hear it. In any case, this whole thing is causing me a lot of trouble. He's just relieving stress by toying with Bedik. How could you call me cunning? And that Senta guy isn't so bad. Elzik laughed with utter contempt. Dean could only grit his teeth. You planned all of this from the very beginning, didn't you? I, the great Bedik, was deceived by a mere brat. Elzik turned to the other candidates. Esteemed members of the committee, it appears everything has been sorted out. We can hold the re-election now. Is anyone interested in buying the headmaster position? After another round of voting, a new headmaster was chosen. Thank you for entrusting me with the noble position of Academy Headmaster. Mephisto spoke up. I am speechless. I can't believe your blatant scheming. Are you incredibly brave or just insane? Elzik replied, if not for moments like this, how would I get my fair share? I had to postpone academy patrols and my scholarship work. What would you know about it? He then asked, and what about him? Are you just going to let that guy go? He looks completely humiliated. Oh, you mean the bald guy. Dean walked away with heavy steps. My apologies. Did you not receive my telepathic message? I didn't mean to send it to you. My bad. To think a bald man like you is still a 7th circle mage and could hear my thoughts. Simply amazing. But why aren't you saying anything? You can use telepathy too, can't you? Well, I suppose just being able to hear it is impressive enough. Ah, I see now. You didn't hear it because of your talent. It just seeped directly into your brain because there's no hair to block it, right? A blast of purple energy shot down where Elzik was sitting. Dean roared with fury. You wet behind the ears, brat. How dare you mock me? The scene sent the onlookers into a panic. What's going on? Headmaster Bedik is on a rampage. He was still screaming, die. Elzik's expression suddenly turned grave as a powerful torrent of light rained down. Elzik simply smirked as he unleashed his ice magic. A brilliant light began to pulse from the tattoo on the back of his hand. A barrier suddenly materialized, shielding everyone from the attack. The crowd gasped in shock, their screams echoing. They looked up at the protective dome, whispering in awe. A fifth circle spell? Who blocked that? Dean charged forward with savage intensity. He muttered strange incantations under his breath. Suddenly, a powerful ice shard shot towards him from afar. In a flash, Elzik appeared directly in front of him. He relentlessly used his power to overwhelm his opponent. A white-haired man cried out in shock, the man from left center. He just nullified his sixth-tier lightning spell. As the dust settled, the crowd got a clear look at the figure. A wave of shocked screams swept through them. Wait a second, isn't that the failure from the Thuat-Tin clan? How can a cripple like him possibly wield magic? A smirk played on El's lips. He thought to himself, I figured this old geezer would be easier to handle. But still, he's a level 7 mage. Taking him down will take some effort. Then again, I think he's forgotten exactly where he's standing. Boom! In the next instant, a massive explosion erupted. Thousands of spell rays, red, purple, and gold tore through the air as a powerful inferno began to take shape. El spoke up suddenly. If this old man keeps being such a nuisance, someone's bound to put him in his place for good. Just then, Thassa appeared with her spirit beast, the Fire Phoenix. Her arrival sent a storm of whispers through the crowd. The Phoenix, a legendary magical beast. El watched her carefully, his eyes calculating as he fell deep into thought. The youngest level 7 mage, with the power to summon a phoenix. He wondered if this woman, Thassa, was involved in this affair. Regardless, the real battle was about to begin. Thassa's voice cut through the tension, freezing everyone in place. From this moment on, your actions will be deemed terrorism, and you will be punished accordingly. Dinby, a panicked voice suddenly cried out, "Stop this at once." The warning sent a jolt of fear through the old man, causing him to stumble back. His mind raced, chanting a desperate plea. To the 6 great families and their lords. From a distance, Jorn watched in a daze, completely stunned by the scene. An alarm blared. The master of Melvin is under attack. Apprehend Dinby. Apprehend Dinby immediately. Mepet surveyed the chaotic scene inside. And I'm the one who calls himself the Demon King? I'm not so sure anymore. If you had been born a demon, you'd definitely become the next Demon King. El simply smiled. He thought to himself, don't they get it? This is what happens to anyone foolish enough to stand in my way. In the days that followed, within the walls of an equally luxurious mansion, the whispers and rumors never ceased. So, have you heard the news from your own academy? You mean that commotion with Elgic Melvinger, the one who was supposed to be in a coma? What could that outcast son of the Thuat-Tin clan possibly do? You fool. You have no idea who Elgic Melvinger truly is, do you? What in the world are you talking about? I heard he was the one who saved La Center. Dinby was expelled, then arrested for attempted murder. And Elgic Melvinger, grandson of the great Melvinger, is a mage now protecting the Demon King. How did he manage to cure the supposedly incurable? Did he uncover some ancient secret in the dragon's lair? And Elgic Melvinger is the one who brought House Nemeter to justice. Sun casually read the newspaper, muttering to himself, the Melvinger family is slowly regaining its honor. A hero emerges from the one they all mocked. My ass. Why am I the one reading this garbage to you? The person across from him quickly made an excuse. Hey, I'm a patient here. The spot where old man Dinby hit me still aches. A swarm of reporters had surrounded the Nemeter family estate. They clamored endlessly. Please, let us see Sir Elgic Melvinger. House Nemeter, open the gates. The public has a right to know. Hearing the noise, Sun snapped at his friend. You damn faker. You're just good at playing the hero. Can't you see how much trouble my guards are going through? El sat up and stretched, lamenting dramatically. Those reporters should know the truth about this fraud. Sun couldn't help but grumble in response. You pulled a few cheap tricks, and now you're a living legend. Seriously, where did you learn to do all that? El replied, you think I've just been messing around these past few months, back in La Center, with the young lady of the Great Lion House. He trailed off, suddenly going silent. El whispered, you don't need to know. Sun cleared his throat. More importantly, you're not planning on causing any more trouble, are you? Hearing this, El just gave a casual shrug. Who knows? Sun pressed on. I don't know what you're scheming, but put it on hold. My father wants to have dinner with you. Sun's father was named Geometer. He is one of the world's few level 9 mages, an archmage of immense power and the head of House Nemeter, leader of the Magic Tower. Even his own grandfather wanted to take the man as a disciple. The man was a genius among geniuses. Realizing who they were about to meet, El and Mepet were stunned into a trembling silence. El stammered, what the hell? You absolute madman. Sun looked at him, completely baffled by the outburst. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? El continued, I knew you were rich, but if I knew you were this loaded, I would have shaken you down for every last coin long ago. A true silver spoon noble. Before El's eyes, a majestic mansion materialized, standing as tall and imposing as a fortress. The sight left him speechless, and he couldn't help but mutter, "You call this a house? This is an entire castle." The main estate of House Numeter was simply colossal. As he stood before its massive gates, a sudden thought ignited in his mind. So, this is House Numeter. And the magic tower. The very powers I'm destined to surpass one day. With that thought, he stepped confidently into the magnificent estate. As Sun led the way for Elsic, he suddenly blurted out, "Oh, that's right. Is your sister coming too?" Hearing that, Elsic instinctively shot back. "What? Why are you just now telling me this?" Sun calmly handed him a letter with a sigh. "Do you have any idea how hectic my life has been lately, all because of you? You should have contacted her sooner." Elsic grabbed the letter. It read, "To my dearest little brother, Elsic, I heard you're planning to visit the Nemeth family's domain." Elsic carefully read every word as the evening sun began to fade. "Don't cause them any trouble before I arrive, and prepare yourself. If you try to run, you're dead meat." An image of his sister hauling a massive bag somewhere flashed in his mind. The words sent a chill down his spine. Elsic was utterly terrified. He whispered to himself, "It's over. I'm a dead man." Amphic could only watch helplessly and sigh. "It seems there's another demon lord among the Melvins that we didn't know about. One who makes a man worse than Satan tremble in fear." Sun also chimed in, scolding him. "She's practically an angel as long as you don't cause trouble. Did you already forget she worked herself to the bone just so you could get into the academy?" Amphic immediately piled on. "I knew it. You're the problem here." Elsic, still unable to calm his nerves, spoke in a hushed tone. "Of course, I'm grateful to her. Incredibly grateful. But if you saw her true nature, you would never dare say things like that." Sun quickly cut him off. "Come on now, your sister is a saint compared to mine. Do you really think that damn old hag got the nickname witch for no reason? Ha ha. Her personality became rotten to the core after everyone started calling her a genius. You can't even consider her human anymore." Thassa cleared her throat. "I believe I already said I'd give you a proper beating, didn't I? If you were that eager to get hit, you should have just told me." A split second later, a massive CROCK echoed throughout the area. With Thassa now leading them, Elsic spoke up from behind. "Thanks for your help during the headmaster election." Then he turned to tease his friend. "It's time to grow up, son." Sun's face was already swollen. He shot back, annoyed. "I don't want to hear that from you of all people." Meanwhile, Thassa, walking ahead, replied softly, "It was nothing. You could have handled everything on your own, am I right?" Sun relentlessly interrogated her. "But why would a stubborn old hag like you do something like that? Don't tell me you're interested in Elsic." Thassa, wasting no time, delivered a chilling warning. "Was that last hit too light for you? Are you really going to act like this in front of my friend?" Thassa retorted without missing a beat. "Oh please, who was it that lied to me first?" Just then, Elsic saw something in the distance that made him stop dead in his tracks. Meanwhile, Sun continued his tour guide monologue. "Once we pass through this misty forest sanctuary, we can get to where our father is staying. It's rigged with traps, so don't let your guard down. Follow us closely and carefully." Thassa suddenly spun around, her expression serious. "This place is incredibly difficult to escape, even for a sixth circle mage." It was only then that they noticed Elsic was completely gone. Sun called out his name, confused. "Elsic?" Elsic was panicking, lost in an abyss of pure darkness. He began to call out, his voice filled with fear. "What is this? Sun, Thassa, where did you go?" With no other choice, Elsic ran desperately toward a sliver of light in the distance. His weak voice echoed in the void. "Where did that monstrous Amphic run off to? He's completely useless when you actually need him. Where am I?" An image of a colossal eye appeared beneath his feet, threatening to devour everything. A storm of chaotic thoughts flooded his mind. Magic of this magnitude. Is the Nemeth family truly this powerful? All of the elements are filling this space. Some are violent, others are gentle. Some are razor sharp, and others are painfully dense. They all feel like completely different magical elements, with no common ground between them. And yet, they are all harmonized at a single point, unified by the element of wind. I don't know what this place is, but I feel that if I could just study it, I could make its power my own. Suddenly, a deep, ominous voice rumbled. "You're observing something quite interesting, boy." The voice made Elsic freeze instantly. He frantically scanned his surroundings, his mind racing. "Is someone watching me?" The voice, belonging to Odin, continued. "Do you even understand what you're looking at? Or are you simply staring at it, completely ignorant?" Elsic's eyes darted back and forth in terror. He realized that while he was lost, snooping on someone else's magic without permission was a crime punishable by death. If this person can control space itself, they have to be at least a seventh circle archmage. What should I do? Suddenly, the mysterious being let out a deep, amused laugh. "Ha ha, did you not hear me? I am certain you reacted. Are you deaf, boy?" Elzik remained perfectly still, his mind working at lightning speed. Hold on. Objectively, this is the Nemet siblings' fault for not guiding me properly, so I have no reason to be interrogated. I'll just play dumb and find my own way out of this labyrinth. The old man's voice echoed once more, as a colossal shadow began to form at Elzik's feet. Oh? Are you thinking of ignoring this old man and running away? I can practically hear the gears turning in your head from here. Wasting no time, Elzik cast a spell of concealment and vanished into thin air. The old man appeared instantly, pondering. I can't see inside this maze. Did he use my own mist against me to hide? You done, you left us too soon. But it seems you've left behind quite an interesting child. Sheer terror had completely taken hold of Elzik. He was lost in a spiral of desperate thoughts. If it weren't for that elder, I would have deciphered it by now. But staying here any longer is a death sentence. Suddenly, he froze, sensing a sinister shift in the air. His opponent was casting his own magic, swiftly exposing Elzik's hiding spot. The elder's voice dripped with arrogance. Leaving so soon? Things were just starting to get interesting. You coveted something that wasn't yours, so you must pay the price. No? Meanwhile, outside, Sun was sick with worry for Elzik. He pleaded with Thaisa. What do we do now, sister? We have to tell father. Then, a voice boomed from behind them. The Azure Mist True Palace has been opened. The speaker was none other than their father. The head of the Nemet family demanded. What in the world happened here? Sun could only stammer in response. Guy raised his voice in blame. Did you not guide him properly? Sun haltingly recounted everything to him. He vanished before we even stepped through the entrance. Hearing this, their father was puzzled. He disappeared before even entering the True Palace? It seems like Grand-Uncle had a hand in this. Sun voiced his suspicion. Why would great-grandfather do that? Hearing this, Guy quickly made an excuse. His illness. It must have taken a turn for the worse. Gripped by fear, Sun suddenly shouted. We can't just stand here and watch. He is an honored guest of the Nemet family. If something terrible happens to him. But before Sun could finish, Thassa cut in with a teasing tone. You're so adorable. Confused, Sun could only ask. What? She then replied with a calm smile. To think he could make my little brother, a boy who's indifferent even to his own family, worry this much about him. The Starlight Duke of this generation. Now I'm even more curious. Her words hit a nerve, and Sun snapped back in frustration. Who the hell said I was worried? Guy chimed in. Well, I'm quite curious, too. Face's sharp gaze quickly scanned the area. Guy then spoke his thoughts aloud, the new Lord of Melvinger. Elsewhere, a look of pure panic washed over Elzik's face as Guy's voice continued to echo around him. Just how skilled is this prestigious family of mages, who stand on par with the magic tower? A massive explosion erupted. Elzik silently cursed Murphiton and that damned old man. Why is every old geezer around me completely insane? Elzik deployed a protective shield. Calm down. I need to assess the situation. The mana here isn't a single attribute. But the Nemet family's specialty is wind magic. In other words, he's using the wind attribute to perfectly mimic other attributes. A scorching wind carrying the fire attribute is turning moisture to steam, and a gentle breeze gathers it to create this mist. Then, a cold wind with the ice attribute freezes the mist, while a powerful gale weaves through it, locking everything in place. Elzik gritted his teeth. If that old man can control wind with such mastery, creating a storm would be nothing to him. Did he even form this mountain out of wind? Although, it doesn't seem like he actually intends to hurt me. But since he started this fight, I have no choice but to finish deciphering what I started. I sense this back in La Center, too. Other than my ice magic, all my other attributes are incredibly weak. I'll use his own method against him, and change the flow of mana and wind with my own ice magic. If I go deeper, rearranging the mana connections, soul speed, and seals to reduce waste. At that moment, his opponent sensed something was terribly wrong, just as Elzik prepared his counterattack. Instantly, a brilliant light flared, enveloping everything. Doesn't this mean I can use other attributes through my ice magic? Elzik stood his ground, waiting for the wind magic to strike. He unleashed his most powerful ice magic. The very next second, a massive explosion rocked the space to its core. The entire area was consumed by an overwhelming light. On Elzik's arm, a strange seal began to materialize. He absorbed the surrounding energy, then unleashed it as a counterattack. A dark aura swirled around him, but it was quickly vaporized by the intense light. An unexpected voice called out his family name. Melvinger. Elzik stood there, radiating an aura of pure confidence. His sudden appearance left everyone completely stunned. Both Sun and Thassa cried out his name. Elzik. A spell of the sixth circle should take at least 24 hours to break free from. Before he could finish, Thassa cut him off. Even I would need 40 minutes. But you only took 46, Mephisto exclaimed in disbelief. Not only that, the rank of his sinister ring's seal had climbed to 5 stars. That was high-tier magic that could impress even me. But he didn't just decipher it. He stole the spell and evolved it this far. Elzik stepped forward, asking why everyone was looking at him that way. Isn't anyone going to ask if I'm okay after nearly dying? Just then, footsteps approached. Perfect timing. Guy was completely stunned. I should have gone to the new headmaster's selection ceremony, he thought. I'd only heard a few days ago that your mana blockage was cured, but you're already a sixth circle mage. The Nemeter sisters began to whisper among themselves. A sixth circle mage? Is that for real, Elzik? Has my record been shattered by my little brother's friend? Guy stepped forward and extended a hand to greet Elzik. He spoke first. Forgive my late introduction. I am Elzik Melvinger. The other man quickly replied, I am Guy, head of the Nemeter family. Please forgive me for what you've just endured. I apologize that you were caught up in such a terrible incident. Elzik replied, there's no need to apologize. It was actually a good experience for me. Guy quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your understanding. In that case, though it's a bit messy, welcome to the Nemeter household. Sun hurried to speak. Let's go, Elzik. Your mother and sister are waiting. Hearing those words, he couldn't stop himself from muttering. Family? Yes, I'm coming. The scene suddenly shifts to the Blue Lion's fortress. Isabel opened the door to a room and called out, Father. Herman quickly raised his arm, embracing her in a tender hug. He spoke with a loving scolding in his voice. Oh, why is a grown lady like you acting like such a child? How are you able to wake me? Even the best doctors couldn't do anything for my condition. Isabel began to cry as she explained. Sir Elzik helped me. If it wasn't for him. Hearing that name, Herman's eyes widened in surprise as he cut her off. Elzik, from that prestigious family of mages. That's right. The Melvinger clan has always been a light that cuts through the darkness. Herman immediately stood up and began to dress, making Isabel incredibly curious. Father, where are you suddenly going? You need to rest more. But he continued to dress, saying, how can I prioritize my own health at a time like this? If a talent like that exists, I must find him, even if I have to travel to the ends of the continent. In this decaying world, for a child with such a righteous spirit to appear, isn't that all the more reason for me to go? A powerful stream of magic radiated from his hands. Back at the Blue Wolf's den, the leader was interrogating his subordinate about the death of Blue Wolf and Isabel's escape. He was cured. And Blue Wolf returned alive, only to explode right before my eyes. Was all of this caused by that one mage? He furiously unleashed an immense wave of pressure, instantly shattering everything around him. The kneeling subordinate trembled as he explained he must have cast a spell on his own body. But the boss interjected. What about him? He is traveling with the Blue Eagle. Hearing this, the boss froze for a moment. The subordinate continued. And it seems he's trying to contact Elzik Melvinger, who is currently at the Nemeter residence. The commander replied, the Blue Eagle, you say? He didn't come to attack me directly, but summoned his sworn brother first. The Blue Lion. He must have grown weak. Han, do not let him and that damn Melvinger meet. Kill him the moment he leaves the Nemeter estate. Han, don't forget the only reason I haven't killed you is because of that little trick you possess. A strange seal appeared on Han's hand as he swore a solemn oath. I will remember. Returning to the Nemeter family mansion, Elzik and Sun were walking down a path together. Sun urged him on. Let's go. Elzik, your mother and sister are waiting. He quickly answered, all right. But Elzik's footsteps were halted by a familiar voice. That bastard. The owner of that voice was none other than Mitt. He kept rambling. Is he even human? His words made Elzik ponder. What do you mean? Is he a demon or something? Mitt immediately denied it. No, that's not it. But if he's just a normal person and not a Melvinger, how could he possibly reach that level? Without being connected to some non-human entity, Elzik sighed. You're scaring me. He grumbled to himself. Do you really think humans just sat around doing nothing for the thousands of years you were sealed away? The other lords of the Magic Tower, the lions of the Great Lion family, the Royal Intelligence Bureau, the Beastmen Revolutionary Army, the Rebel Alliance, the list goes on. So why do you think people say this era is overflowing with monsters? Mephisto quickly replied, so you're saying it's not just the Golden Lion, who's considered the strongest on the continent, but that there are many others as strong as him, and maybe even stronger? Then it seems there's all the more reason for the Great Myth to awaken in this era, a wild world where countless beasts devour each other to become king, and the chaos and suffocation that follows, the sheer joy of defeating them all and walking away in victory. I, Mitt, will push you as hard as I can so you regain your power as soon as possible. Remember who you're talking to. The scene changes to the Nemeter family's lavish dining table, where his two younger siblings were staring at Elzik with eyes full of admiration. Sun's little sister suddenly shouted, Mom, look, this dummy dropped his food again, staring at Sir Eli. But the boy who was scolded shot right back. What did you call me? How dare you call my brother a dummy in front of Sir Eli? Son, exasperated, finally commanded, "Can you two please be quiet?" That's when their mother stepped in to mediate. "Why are you two being so noisy in front of the hero you admire so much? Didn't I tell you that good children eat their meals quietly?" Witnessing this scene, a shadow of sorrow flickered in Ella's eyes. Meanwhile, the two children quickly straightened up. "You did, Mom. I'll be good. Me too. I'll be quiet from now on." That warm family moment stirred up memories of his own childhood. He remembered his little sister's angry voice. "Why do you keep copying everything I say? You want a beating, Eli." He, of course, fired back without missing a beat. "Mom, this little brat keeps trying to hit me." Ella's mother would scold them, but her voice was full of love. "Didn't I tell you two not to fight at the dinner table?" His father would always defend them. "Kids are supposed to be a little mischievous. And you, little sister, will be the first one I discipline when I become an archmage." But his father would remind Eli of his duties. "Today, you must read The 100 Ideals of a Mage." Hearing this, he protested fiercely. "No, I'm going to play with you today, Dad." His mother chimed in with a laugh. "Ha ha, I'll leave Eli in your care today, dear." A deep sadness filled Eli's eyes as he recalled those fragmented memories. Son's mother's voice pulled him back to the present. "Is the food not to your liking?" Eli looked up. "Pardon?" "Oh, no, it's not that. I was just a bit overwhelmed by how delicious it is." Son's mother smiled warmly. "I'm glad you like it. I was worried we weren't being good hosts because you looked so sad." "Not at all. Sharing a meal with others is a truly joyous occasion. And the sunset, it's beautiful." Golden rays of light streamed through the window, making the scene feel almost magical. Son's family poured their guest a steaming cup of tea. Then, the four of them sat and began to talk. Guy opened the conversation. "I heard you plan to transfer the exploration rights for the Tiger's Cave to us." Eli immediately replied, "Yes. It's to repay a long-standing debt I owed a son." The old man calmly took a sip of his tea. Eli watched Guy with an unreadable expression. Suddenly, Guy spoke. "Do you not resent me?" Son, sitting beside them, gasped in shock. "Sir." Son was left speechless, unsure of what to say. The fall of the Melvinger family, a house with a 1,000-year history of victory, couldn't have collapsed overnight without a reason. The imperial family's oppression, the political scheming of the 6 Hexagram families, and the betrayal of those he trusted most. The downfall was executed under the guise of politics. If he asked whether I felt hatred, "I'm not even sure myself." Eli finally answered Guy's question. "I do not. Everyone has their own circumstances." He stared into his teacup, his mind a storm of troubled thoughts. "The Nimeter family didn't directly cause my family's ruin. They were simply unable to help due to the political climate. I could blame them for just standing by and watching. But would I have had the courage to act differently if I were in their shoes?" Mido's voice echoed in his memory. Why is a Melvinger being so cautious before a mere Nimeter? 1,000 years ago, the 6 Hexagram families were nothing but flies buzzing around the Melvinger's tail. And since you are both family heads, you are of equal rank. Eli had answered him then. "Well, pride doesn't exactly put food on the table. And it wasn't his fault." Despite what Eli said, the truth was that the Melvinger family had lost its power long ago. Mido continued, "That's a surprising take for someone who lives for power. Is there a reason you've come all this way?" Eli recalled what he told Mido. "Even though this is my friend's home, it's also a place I must one day surpass. I have to confirm the caliber of their mages, and what kind of man their patriarch is." "Back in the present," Guy declared, "tell me what you desire." Eli's eyes instantly sharpened. Guy continued, "The Nemeter family will lend the Melvinger family its full support." Both Son and Eli were stunned into silence. Eli asked again, "Pardon?" The patriarch then reassured him. "Don't trouble yourself over it. Consider it payment for the exploration rights and a gift to my son's friend." Mido's cynical voice returned to his thoughts. "Oh, he's a cunning one. Is he trying to use this chance to get close to you? Or is he truly helping the struggling Melvinger family?" Eli already had his answer. "This is good for me. My foundation will be much stronger with the Nemeter family backing me. But I'm sure the other Hexagram members and their factions will try to pressure the Nemeter family for supporting me. Why would he risk potential losses to help the weakened Melvinger house? I have no idea what he's thinking." Eli took the initiative and spoke, "Patriarch." As a hand reached out, a sudden explosion rocked the room. Yet, no one in the room showed any fear. They simply watched in silence as a brilliant light erupted from the doorway. What in the world? Eli thought. What kind of madman would attack the home of the Nemeter Patriarch? A pair of feet slowly stepped forward. Instantly, the world plunged into darkness, and a voice like a call from the abyss echoed out. "You." That single word sent a jolt of terror through Eli. As the figure pointed a finger forward, he thought in disbelief. It can't be, not him. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure stood with overwhelming authority, only his blazing red eyes visible as he commanded in a low growl, Become my disciple. Alec once heard Shin say his father's generosity was legendary. Hundreds lived in the main house, not as vassals, but as esteemed guests. But the Nemet family's true power lay with its loyal council of elders and the monsters they commanded. The moment the masked man entered, the guards stiffened. Elder, this is the master's study. Such disrespect is forbidden. Withdraw at once. The masked figure slowly raised a hand, preparing to lower his hood. This was the head of the Elder Council, the Grand Master who had trained every mage in the Nemet clan. A wrinkled, ancient face emerged into the light. It was the infamous Ogden. The instant he appeared, Alec sized him up. He's strong, possibly even stronger than Guy Nemet. Ogden narrowed his eyes, offering a slow, insincere apology. Oh my, this old man has been far too hasty. You have my apologies. The family head, Guy, simply looked up, light glinting off his glasses. He calmly replied, "It is of no concern." He was far more interested in what brought Ogden here. The old master raised a heavily bandaged hand and pointed it straight at Alec. His demand was absolute. I will take him as my disciple. Guy's gaze shifted to Alec. Are you referring to the one beside Shin? He is one of the 4 dukes of the empire. Duke Melvinger. I imagine making him your disciple will be quite difficult. Then, Guy's eyes locked onto Alec. Duke Melvinger. When Alec didn't answer, he called out his full name. Alec Melvinger. Alec stepped forward until he stood before Ogden, offering a respectful bow. Greetings, Great Master Ogden, head of the Nemet family's Council of Elders. Behind him, Maeve gasped at the gesture. Thesa whispered his name, her voice trembling with fear. Shin, however, was just bewildered. What in the world are you doing? Ogden scoffed, amused that he had been recognized. But Alec shot back with a defiant smirk. How could I not recognize the great elder of the Nemet clan? He bowed his head slightly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. My late pretend father spoke of you often before his death. He always said that if our family had a pillar of strength such as yourself, it would never have collapsed so easily. Ogden denied any connection to his father, but Alec just waved it off. That's understandable. After all, a man of your fame couldn't possibly know everyone. You have a sharp tongue, Ogden remarked. Alec's reply left Shin and Thaza speechless. Isn't that the very reason you want me as your disciple? I'll take that as a compliment, then. Thank you. Ogden was relentless. Now that you know who I am, this is simple. Become my student. But Alec just smiled, feigning unworthiness. I am not worthy of such a high honor. I must ask that you withdraw your offer. Ogden trembled with rising anger. Have you not already been taught my mist art? Still, Alec brazenly refused. That was merely something I happened upon during my escape. Please, you must understand. So you stole my magic without permission. Ogden roared. Alec immediately cut him off. And another thing, weren't you the one who made things difficult for me first? The elder gritted his teeth in pure fury. Just as Alec began to say, so please. Ogden completely snapped, screaming, silence. He shot into the air, and the entire chamber was flooded with a magical radiance. Guy barely glanced up as Ogden's voice thundered from above. You will learn to listen to your elders. Alec stared, mouth agape, as Ogden scoffed at his defiance. The light erupting from behind the old master grew blindingly bright. Alec glanced up at the ceiling, his mind reeling. Is that the night sky? Sparkling stars seemed to twinkle above, confusing his senses. No, it's too white for that. In a flash, Ogden appeared at his side, striking the back of his neck. Teleportation? Alec thought in a panic, but he quickly realized it was something else entirely. The elder's hair fell across his face, but his eyes burned with the light of a sun. The truth dawned on him. This was pure physical movement, a level of speed no mage should ever be able to achieve. Ogden seized Alec's coat, yanking him backward. Maeve and the others were completely blinded by the light, unable to see a thing. The light converged into a single point, carrying Ogden's arrogant declaration. You belong to me. Then, the light vanished. Everyone looked around, their faces etched with worry. Thassa furiously rounded on Shin, screaming, Hey, what's wrong with you? Why did you just stand there while he was taken? But Shin just calmly asked a question in return. Sis, do you still not understand what kind of person Alec is? That maniac is going to be the death of me. Hearing this, she could only stare, confused. What? Because it had all been an act. Elsewhere, a man's voice was filled with admiration, a faint smile on his lips. You've left me speechless yet again. It seems I have another successor in the making. Do you truly have the nerve to choose that old monster as your master? No, that's not right. Perhaps. You've chosen him as a new pawn. In the vast darkness, only a tiny orb of light remained. Alec's eyes slowly fluttered open, his pupils reflecting a familiar silhouette. He wasn't the least bit surprised by who stood before him. Ogden stared down, his eyes glowing fiercely as he spoke. You are awake. A scream ripped from his throat as he scrambled backward. Small explosions erupted before his very eyes, and he had no idea what was happening. He threw a hand down to steady himself, but found only empty air. His entire body lurched over the edge of a chasm as one question screamed in his mind, "Where am I?" Far below, a faint light pulsed from the bottomless pit. Auden shot his heavily bandaged hand out, gripping the young man's collar in a vice-like hold. The old master yanked him back, his voice a stern warning. He'd come too close to losing his first disciple in all his 90 years. Elsik gritted his teeth. His plan to manipulate the old master had backfired spectacularly. He tried to trick the man, and instead got himself kidnapped and forced into an apprenticeship. In that moment, Elsik knew he had messed with the wrong person. He tried to calm himself, to circulate his mana. But to his horror, his power was completely stagnant, just like when he suffered from his mana blockage illness. Auden's voice was laced with amusement. "Ah, so you've noticed. Your senses are impressively sharp." Elsik glared at him, rage burning in his eyes. "What did you do to me?" The old man's feet were planted firmly, while Elzik's legs began to shake. Auden promised to explain everything, telling him not to be hasty. But then, his voice turned threatening. "Do you see what's down there?" Elsik defiantly shouted that he couldn't see anything. In response, Auden simply let go, sending him plummeting into the darkness. From the clifftop above, the old master's voice echoed. "Then why don't you go see for yourself?" Elsik's eyes widened in sheer terror as he cursed. "You damned old geezer." Just then, Morpheus appeared, diving right alongside him with a smug grin. "So, you finally met your match." Elsik roared with fury. "Morpheus, how are you here?" The entity remained perfectly calm. "Finding you is as easy as breathing for me. Do you finally understand my importance now?" But Elsik was still falling to his death. "Forget that and save me," he screamed. "If I die, you die with me." Morpheus, however, was completely unbothered. "That's probably true. So, how may I be of service?" Elsik tried to take command. With his own power sealed, he ordered Morpheus to teach him a way to escape. But Morpheus just crossed his arms with a mocking smile. "And who do you think you're fooling? Your internal mana is blocked, yes, but you can still draw upon the mana in the atmosphere." As soon as he heard those words, Elsik instinctively kicked against the air. The tattoo on his hand flared with light as he snapped into a ready stance. He prepared to use the flow technique to stop his fall, even as the taunting continued from above. "Can't you just fall for it once?" All around them, small pebbles started to rain down, followed by larger and larger boulders. The entire cliff face began to crumble, avalanching into the deep abyss. Elsik hit the ground hard, catching himself with one hand. He let out a pained groan, realizing the seal on his power had almost been a death sentence. The feeling was identical to his old mana blockage. That aside, where in the world am I? I've memorized the map of the entire continent, but there's no place like this. It feels like the Blue Rain Palace. And then, as he looked around, it dawned on him. The Blue Rain Palace wasn't just like this place. It was a part of it. From the cliff high above, Aten watched. The boy's mana had been sealed, yet he had harnessed the ambient energy in the air to cast a spell. "It seems I've chosen quite a talented one." Down below, Elsik was seething. "I almost died. Why did you do that?" "You said you wanted me as a disciple." The old man explained calmly, "And I still do. But I will not be teaching you the arts of the Nemet family. As you pointed out, I cannot teach you my family's magic." Elsik was completely lost. "Then what in the hell are you planning to teach me?" Auden continued his cryptic lecture. "While I am the head of the Nemet family's council of elders, I am also the headmaster of a school called Grassland. Its arts are passed down to only one successor and are entirely separate from Nemet. I trust you'll have no objections to learning them." A thought shot through Elzik's mind. Grassland? Why have I never read that name in a single history book? Suddenly, Morpheus spoke up in his mind, his tone one of shock. "Grassland. I can't believe that school is still active." Elzik turned his thoughts to him. "You've heard of it? I never have." A smirk crept into Morpheus's voice. "They're an ancient order from the West. They were a real nuisance back in my day. They use martial magic, not sorcery." The pieces began to click into place. An order from the West, active 1,000 years ago. So that was it. But what is martial magic? Like the arts of a sword master? Morpheus clarified. Similar. It's a combat art that uses mana flow to fundamentally strengthen the physical body. In other words, it's exactly what you need right now. Grassland specializes in harmonizing different types of magic. It's the perfect school to learn how to control the chaotic torrent of mana inside of you. Morpheus let out a cynical sigh. "You even stumble your way into the perfect master. The world is truly unfair." Elsik placed a hand over his chest. He had no clue how to manage the storm of power within him. But this was the opportunity of a lifetime. So that's why the old man sealed my mana. His heart pounded with excitement, a chance to learn techniques perfectly suited for his condition. Far from the prying eyes of the Nemet family, There could be no better path forward. But just as this hope began to blossom, a foot armed with razor-sharp claws stepped into his line of sight.
So, you're going to teach me the legendary magic of the grasslands. Ogtin couldn't hide his astonishment at the young man's insight.
The old master's sudden urgency made Elzic's eyes go wide. If you're ready, then we begin. Now. Elzic immediately raised his guard as the old man spoke. You are standing in the domain of the dire wolves. They're 3 times larger and far deadlier than any normal beast. Ogtin knew this kind of power wasn't learned from books, but forged in the crucible of battle. And so, he decided to throw Elzic to the wolves. Literally, without another moment's hesitation, the monstrous wolves charged. The Beast King glanced down as Elzic's desperate scream echoed through the clearing. You crazy old man. You sealed my mana. What am I supposed to do now? A voice suddenly spoke from behind Ogtin, filled with concern. Sir, are you sure we should just stand by and watch? From what I've heard, he's a novice who's only studied magic for 6 months. But the master replied calmly, you're here. He is indeed a rookie in experience, but not in potential. Thank you for lending me your pack of dire wolves. As Elzic desperately fought for his life, the pack master's calm voice echoed again. It will be a serious problem if they get a taste of human flesh. Seeing the young man overwhelmed with despair, the observer had to ask, isn't your new disciple in serious trouble? If he keeps fighting those dire wolves head-on, he won't make it out alive. Yet, Ogtin remained perfectly serene. Just watch. Suddenly, Elzic thrust his palm forward, unleashing a new wave of power. He struck the dire wolves with a force that stunned the onlookers. Ogtin asked with unwavering confidence, See, what did I tell you? Elzic's knuckles were white, his hand gripping a makeshift weapon as blood dripped to the ground. The master declared, he truly is different. The master was certain he could pass this trial and fulfill a 1,000-year-old prophecy of the grasslands. But Ogtin knew Elzic was still far too weak. The old master then turned to the other man. You will step forward as the one who builds our revolutionary army, an army so secretive. Even the Empire's most elite spies cannot uncover their true identities. They are masters of steel, magic, and alliances, united by a single purpose, to liberate the continent from the iron fist of the Empire. The most feared rebel in history, the former leader of the Revolutionary Army. At that moment, a massive tiger padded silently into view. I will do it, because you ask it of me, Beast King. A massive eagle spread its wings, as if in agreement. But the old master was undeniably thrilled to have a new disciple. Seated upon the tiger, with a majestic eagle perched on his shoulder, the man known as Gulidi Tenor finally spoke. Are you prepared to lose him? The cold question hung in the air, punctuated by Elzic's helpless roar. Taking down one of them before was just a lucky fluke. But this time, things will be different, especially in your condition. As Morpit's taunt echoed, the dire wolves raised their deadly claws. They'll be more cautious now that one of their own is down. I can't rely on luck again. Huddled in a corner, Elzic desperately calculated his next move as a wolf stalked closer. He's right. I can only absorb ambient energy a couple more times at best. How does that crazy old man expect me to kill these monsters with my bare hands? Hatred flashed in his eyes. If only I had the weapon from Snow Mountain. If I'd known this would happen, I would have focused more on physical conditioning. Wait a second. Physical conditioning. An image flashed in his mind. A research book on physical enhancement. One based on countless trials and experiments. That's it. The body-strengthening art. The very technique I studied as a form of physical conditioning. His resolve hardened. All I have to do is replicate the movements. Elzic moved, his hands beginning to trace the patterns of an ancient art, a technique passed down by the descendants of the Tiger King himself. The body-strengthening art. A combat technique that makes one's bones as hard as steel and multiplies their physical power exponentially. It also teaches the user exactly how to wield that newfound power. Elzic's hands flowed through the air as he began to practice the forms. The tiger progenitor, king of all beastmen, once said, "The body is a microcosm of the world forged by the Creator. Like rivers carving through the earth, breath and life force flow to every part of the body. The body transforms according to one's breath and one's will. And from the depths of the mind, countless paths of potential awaken, one of which is chosen by pure instinct." As the dire wolf lunged, Elzic calmed his mind. My transformed body will move on its own. I just have to trust it. He cast aside all expectations and simply accepted the world as it was. In that moment, Elzic found it. A fighting style born on the edge of instinct and intuition. As the dire wolf closed in, Elzic acted without plan or reason. All he knew was that this path was the right one. His choice, the combat style of the tiger progenitor. Morpit watched the spectacle unfold, stunned into absolute silence. Watching Elzic's fluid, powerful strikes, he could only curse under his breath. That insane bastard. Another dire wolf bared its fangs and charged. Morpeth could only watch in disbelief. Why would a mere human want to fight like one of the beastmen? The howling wolf opened its jaws wide, but an unseen force held it back, stopping its advance completely. Ellie's eyes shot open in disbelief as Morphus muttered his confusion. Showing no mercy, the howling wolf lunged at Ellie, unleashing a relentless assault, yet it couldn't comprehend how he was resisting. Suddenly, in a cloud of dust and debris, the howling wolf was thrown into the air. Ellie let out an exhausted sigh, the battle finally over. Odin watched, a satisfied smirk on his face. Just as I expected from my disciple. You've already defeated 2 of them. Perhaps it's time I raise the difficulty, but you look like you're struggling. So I'll give you a little hint. Look for the patches of moss growing in the shaded parts of the cliff. Go and gather them. Hearing this, Morphus crossed his arms and scoffed. That old man has lost his mind. He's probably getting a kick out of watching you suffer. But Ellie remained completely unfazed. Don't you dare compare me to that old fool. Ellie stomped his foot, his resolve hardening. He muttered under his breath, damn it. His hand gripped his belt, tightening it. He wants me to hunt down this entire pack, doesn't he? Then, with a look of defiant determination, he declared, we'll see who breaks first. From the depths of the chasm, the sounds of ferocious battle erupted once more. The howling wolves surged forward, relentlessly descending upon their target. As the pack charged him again and again, Ellie calculated his every move. 10 grueling days passed in a blur. Is this a flower that holds demonic energy? Morphus nodded in agreement. I have no idea why it's growing here. Ellie gazed at it, remarking, it's beautiful, this crimson moss. Morphus then explained, it's a plant from the demon realm. It's called the revival herb. Another howling wolf lunged as Ellie pondered out loud. If it holds demonic energy, will consuming it restore my own? Looking at the herbs on the cliff face, Morphus explained, for a normal human, it's just a weak medicinal plant. But for you, I'm not so sure. You're the one who bears the seal. He paused for a moment, then continued, no, it's possible. It might even strengthen the seal's resistance. Ellie reached out and plucked the herbs as Morphus continued to speculate. I bet that old man sent you here for this very reason. But still, why would it be growing in a place like this? Perhaps this place is somehow connected to the demon world. Ellie glanced at a fallen howling wolf and an idea began to form. This is a rare opportunity, for sure. But I'm still furious that he threw me into this deadly trial. But thanks to him, the seal's resistance has grown stronger, and I've recovered a lot of my energy. With that, Ellie turned his back and walked away from the field of fallen beasts. I even managed to train my body-strengthening technique. Long after he was gone, the lifeless bodies of the howling wolves remained scattered about. As Ellie walked on, he muttered sarcastically, so this little charade is finally over. But then, a lone howling wolf approached him slowly. He wondered, are you the last one? He stared at it, deep in thought. But then he noticed something odd. A human-like foot was visible beneath its fur, making it seem far more than just a beast. A spark ignited in his eyes as a voice rang out. You continue to surprise me. A majestic white tiger appeared, its voice praising Ellie as the strongest in yet an academy. It admitted it never expected such a monstrous display of power. Then, a man suddenly descended from above. Seeing the unwavering look in Ellie's eyes, the man announced his decision. He walked slowly towards Ellie and laid out his condition. If you can defeat this final howling wolf, I will take you as my disciple. Ellie slammed his foot down, cursing, you insane bastard. Suddenly, a thick cloud of white smoke erupted from the ground. Odin appeared beside him, his tone sharp. Do you know how hard it was for me to find this boy? And you're trying to steal him from right under my nose. Ellie watched the 2 powerful figures bicker and called out softly, Master. But they ignored him, continuing their argument. I should be the one saying that to you. Do you have any idea how much work it'll take to replace the pack of howling wolves you had him slaughter? This is just pathetic. Morphus muttered beside Ellie, thoroughly unimpressed. This is just pathetic, isn't it? Ellie silently disagreed with Morphus's harsh take. He then looked directly at Giddy, interrupting firmly. Excuse me, shouldn't you both be asking for my opinion on the matter? But before he could finish his sentence, the man cut him off. My apologies. I saw such brilliant potential that I got a little carried away. Judging by the wanted posters, you must already know who I am. So, what do you say? Do you want to become the disciple of the Beast King? But Ellie's answer left the man utterly stunned. Giddy stood there, frozen in shock. Odin covered his face, moved to tears. Morphus just sighed in resignation as Ellie spoke. While my master can be reckless, I am already a disciple of Lord Odin. Therefore, I cannot become your student. The Beast King cut him off again. I will teach you the Shadow Eye. It is the technique that allows one to control any demonic beast. It is the very power that earned me the title of Beast King. You saw how I commanded the white tiger and the howling wolf, didn't you? The temptation was too great for Ellie to resist. The rule of having only one master suddenly seemed like a hollow tradition. I would be honored to receive your guidance, if you don't mind, sir. Guliti immediately commented. The Melvinger clan is so direct. I'm quite pleased. Ojin, trembling with rage, cursed under his breath. That damn bastard. Morphe sighed again. I knew it. There's no way he understands respect. You poor thing, Alec eagerly proposed. Then please, teach me the Shadow Eye now. But Guliti just wagged his finger in front of him. No, 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 have I told you yet? I'll take you as my disciple. If you can defeat this dire wolf, masterful mana control is essential for those with the Shadow Eye. Martial arts use the flow of mana to amplify its power. It looks like you're replenishing your mana by eating revival herbs. But this is the final test. If you can defeat this beast using only your demonic martial arts. Guliti broke into a thrilling, victorious smile. The dire wolf seized the moment, lunging straight for him. All Alec could see was a massive shape hurtling toward him. Meanwhile, Guliti and Ojin stood frozen, waiting to see what would happen next. The white tiger sat calmly like a puppy watching the drama unfold. Alec asked calmly, is it over? Guliti's hesitant voice replied, yes, it is. His footsteps slowly approached the boy. Alec's eyes widened in disbelief. So, the one enjoying my suffering has finally appeared. Seeing Ojin standing before him, Alec challenged, are you satisfied now? His gaze was locked firmly on the old man, whose long beard still draped over his face. Ojin's hand slammed down on his shoulder with a look of praise and expectation. Yes, well done. It seems I can finally. Alec's eyes stared intently at the old man's hand. Suddenly, as Ojin's words echoed, a ray of sunlight pierced through the cliff face. So you know of the Shadow Chronicle's grudge. From the ground, branches and flowers began to reach for the light. Alec's feet moved lightly across the earth. The three of them slowly entered a cave, wondering, so where are we? Ojin, standing beside them, answered, the Temple of the Shadow Chronicle. Hearing this, Alec wondered to himself, this is a temple? An idea began to form in his mind. A bleak and sorrowful stream of mana. No. Is this demonic energy? Morphe, standing nearby, questioned, why is there a demon domain here? Alec hesitated. A demon domain? Isn't that a territory only a demon king can create? Morphe's eyes lit up as he explained. No wonder revival herbs, which only grow in the demon realm, are here. This energy. Is this his territory? But from what I know, he mainly occupies the eastern regions. Ojin then asked, can you feel it? I'm certain a descendant of the Melvinger clan, the Demon Hunters, can sense it. Alec nodded in agreement. Yes, the Temple of the Shadow Chronicle was actually a demon domain. Ojin placed a hand on the wall and explained. You may know this, but the Shadow Chronicle began far in the east and crossed over to here, Eastern architecture. Isn't that an Eastern language? Ojin turned to look at him, explaining, the founder of the Shadow Chronicle was originally an alchemist searching for herbs in the east. One day, he lost his wife and daughter to a demon king, and ended up chasing that bastard all the way to the west for revenge. Because the demon king was so powerful, the founder had to change his plan. He didn't just combine Eastern knowledge with Western magic. He even integrated the power of demons, without discrimination, all to become stronger. Hearing this, Alec had another question. So you're saying the founder's grudge has continued to this day? The old man immediately agreed. Yes, that's right. For nearly 1,000 years, a realization dawned on Alec. Since you've accepted me as your disciple, does that mean the revenge isn't over yet? Ojin turned away, denying it. No. The revenge is finished. Alec's gaze drifted toward the deep, dark tunnel. Finished. Who could have possibly done it? The old man standing beside him posed a question. Isn't it obvious? Alec's eyes flew wide open in absolute shock as Ojin declared, it was me. They all entered a room filled with tangled chains. Morphe judged Ojin's back, thinking, his origins may be humble, but he's quite powerful. I can't believe he was able to capture him. This strange old man must be incredibly skilled. Hearing this, Alec was lost in thought. If even Morphe couldn't recognize the Demon King, he must have been immensely powerful. Then, Master, just how strong are you to have defeated him? Ojin lowered his head, hesitating. This isn't something I should brag about to my disciple. That battle could have gone either way, so it's hard to say who truly won. So, just like our founder, I created a new goal. I will decide the victor of that battle, through the disciple who will one day take my place. Alec's expression soured as Ojin called to him. My disciple, you will be the one to settle the score. The image of the beast suddenly blazed to life. Could it be even stronger now? Ojin's eyes narrowed as he continued. Or perhaps, this old man's teachings are even more terrifying. Elric's gaze drifted up to the creature suspended above, its form bound by a vortex of swirling talismans. You mean, you want me to fight that thing? But despite the worry etched onto Elric's face, Augerton remained unnervingly calm as he confirmed it. That's right. To be precise, I want you to battle its seal. The old master was convinced that Elric, a mere human, could claim the monster's power for himself. Augerton's words sent a tremor of rage through Elric, and a choked cry escaped his lips. How could you? The old man simply raised a hand to calm him. I know what you're worried about. There's no need. Why would a master ever reveal his own disciples' secrets? Elric gritted his teeth, his expression hardening as he fell into a defensive posture. The air crackled with anticipation. Augerton tightened his grip on his staff, thinking to himself, a master and his student must have absolute faith in one another. Take a look. Gulity gasped, stammering, Master. That's. Glowing white runes began to swirl into existence on the old man's arm. He explained that every mage possesses a secret they can never reveal. And he, too, was no exception. With his introduction, the leather wrappings on Augerton's arm unraveled, revealing the flesh hidden beneath. It was the arm of a dark elf. They were a far cry from the elves living in the Forest of Light. They dwelled in the sunless depths of the world, devoted worshippers of demonic entities. Branded as demons themselves, the Empire hunted them to extinction. Augerton held up the dark elven hand, his voice a low challenge. You're aware that grafting the body parts of another creature is forbidden dark magic. Are you not? A sin made even more severe when that creature is a demon. He covered the arm again, his lecture continuing unabated. Besides Gulity here, no one, not even the head of House Nemeth, knows this secret. Now we both know each other's weakness. Does that put your mind at ease? Augerton explained how he discovered the secret while examining Elric's unconscious body, all for the sake of his training. But if you are not satisfied, I will apologize. Elric's face soured at the old man's seemingly sincere offer. He knew Elric could absorb and activate demonic seals, and he refused to let a simple grudge stand in the way of that potential. In the center of the vast chamber, the two stood face to face. This is born from my own greed, Augerton admitted. Therefore, from this moment on, the choice is yours. Beside Gulity, a small white tiger with a love for drama suddenly appeared. Even the cub, Mo, seemed to fall into deep thought at the old man's words. Elric pressed his lips together, his mind racing. Greed. Yes, that was it. Perhaps it was just an old man's selfish desire to reclaim something long lost. But is greed really a sin? Or is it just another word for ambition? Just like me, my master has his own goals. A faint smile touched Elric's lips. How could he possibly turn down someone so fiercely chasing their own dream? He took a few decisive steps forward. Then, Elric clenched his fist over his heart. He bowed his head, stating his full name and respectfully greeting Augerton, the inheritor of the Night Annals. As a disciple, his lips were sealed, his gaze fixed forward with both confidence and resolve. Hearing this, the old man smiled with deep satisfaction. Thank you, my disciple. Suddenly, Elric's eyes shifted with a question. So, I just need to absorb the Demon Lord's seal? What is its name? But Augerton admitted he didn't truly know, as it bore a new name with every appearance. However, there was one title everyone called it, and that beast, bound tightly by countless sealing talismans, was known as the Berserk Beast. Elric slowly began to rise into the air, engulfed by a blazing red aura. Augerton watched him, a faint, knowing smile on his face. He pushed forward without a trace of hesitation, his voice resolute. Then, let's begin. An image of the demon god flashed through his mind. Even if this was a demon lord acknowledged by Mephisto himself, if he could absorb the seal of such a creature, then he would do it. As Elric stood before the demon god, ready for battle, a single thought echoed in his mind. I will do this. However, he had no idea how to actually absorb the seal. The beast in his mind roared. After all that, you don't even know how. Elric felt a surge of anxiety. So what? How could I refuse? He shot back. You said demons get stronger by stealing each other's seals, right? So how do I do it? Mo, the tiger cub, snapped back with a scowl. Did you have to learn how to eat before you took your first bite? For us, stealing a seal is as natural as eating. How am I supposed to teach you that? At this, Elric felt a wave of helplessness and panic. This is bad. The magic medallion isn't reacting at all. When he sealed the cruel one, it happened naturally. As his eyes flew open in a moment of sudden revelation, Elric stared intently at his target and began to forcefully activate the absorption technique. The demon god's claws began to stir, glowing with a brilliant crimson light. Its body shifted as it began to awaken, radiating an aura of pure savagery. Augerton and Gulity could only stare, their mouths agape in utter shock at the scene unfolding before them. The talismans plastered on the demon god ripped away, scattered by a violent gale. A thick, dark smoke began to swirl around Elric's lone figure. Though tossed by the wind, his mind was racing. His priority during training wasn't just combat magic or body reinforcement. It was learning to harmonize multiple forms of mana within his body. He had already tested it by connecting his own seal with spiritual magic. just as I thought. Finally, all of Elric's grueling effort was about to pay off. Lost in a dense, dark forest, Elzik scanned his surroundings, wondering if this was another trial within his own mind, just like the one with the Snow Mountain King. He pushed forward, his eyes darting around, trying to make sense of this new domain. A swamp like this should be teeming with life. Insects, birds. But an unnatural silence hung in the air. This wasn't just an empty mental space. The silence was predatory, as if something was devouring all sound itself. His pace quickened as he heard the wind whispering through the swamp. He picked up the rustle of leaves, a sound that felt wrong. It was grim, yet radiated a ferocious energy. Deeper into the woods he ran, the chilling realization dawning on him. An unapproachable predator was stalking this territory. Suddenly, he glanced back over his shoulder, senses on high alert. A flash of unnatural color pierced the dark and dangerous wilds. Elzik pressed on, the feeling of being watched by some great beast intensifying. He sensed movement, but couldn't tell if it was from the shadows below or the canopy above. No matter how hard he focused, he couldn't pinpoint its location. And then, it appeared behind him, a colossal monster, its razor-sharp teeth bared, ready to strike. An interesting human has wandered in. Facing the beast known as Merfolk, Elzik's mind raced. Its silhouette and fangs were barely visible in the faint light. The rest of it was pure, endless shadow. Elzik told himself to fight just as he did against the Snow Mountain King, but he had no idea how to absorb this creature's seal. First, he needed to observe. There might be another way, but victory felt terrifyingly uncertain. As he stood before Merfolk's blazing red eyes, the monster's voice echoed in his mind. Melvin always acted without thinking. But you possess a strange patience. The words sent Elzik deeper into contemplation. And that isn't the only odd thing about you. The beast mused, sensing something was deeply wrong. For a mere mortal to possess a seal. And isn't that the mark of Mephisto? Hearing this, Elzik gritted his teeth. He could feel the predatory hunger in its voice. To Merfolk, he was nothing more than prey. The creature continued its judgment. And though it's of a lower class, you have another seal. A dragon's heart. You can even use spirit arts? He steeled himself to charge forward, but the monster's voice cut through his resolve. You're quite impressive. If you were an ordinary human, I wouldn't have given you a second glance. His body felt weightless. Beneath his feet, a deep crimson void appeared, and a blinding light erupted from its center. Merfolk's jaw opened wide, revealing rows of terrifying fangs. It praised Elzik for facing it head-on. Perhaps you are worthy after all. Then, Merfolk began to urge him on. Child of Mervinger, continue to desire more. The words caught Elzik completely off guard, but in the next instant, its true nature was revealed. It intended to fuel his greed and ambition for its own ends. Powerless, Elzik struggled to move his body. He forced his eyes open, staring into the monster's maw, from which a horrifying hiss escaped. If you do, the tattoo on your arm will awaken. It will activate. And I promise, you and I will meet again. The creature's words left him stunned, his eyes wide with alarm. His gaze snapped back down to the tattoo on his arm. Back in the real world, Gulidi approached him. Is it over? Odin, walking beside him, offered his own assessment. I believe so. Ifrit crossed his arms, cursing in frustration. That lunatic. He actually gave up his true name. Elzik, however, was confused. Are seals normally this easy to obtain? It seems impossible. Ifrit explained with a sigh of resignation. He had no other choice. He spent too long keeping that seal from fading. He was at his absolute limit. He paralyzed you to revert to his original form, and even gave you a seal weaker than the original. Elzik's gaze fell upon the tattoo on his arm. He thought to himself, Merfolk said we would meet again. If I continue to crave more power, does that mean I have to upgrade this seal to its original state? Are you Merfolk's new keeper? As a gift, could you tell me his true name? But Ifrit refused to help, content to have simply survived. Suddenly, Odin spoke up. His true name is Zepar, the demon god. The old master explained as he walked, his rank must have fallen after he lost to me, so he's likely changed a great deal. Ifrit immediately shot back. Is this old man insane? Who asked for his opinion. He even understands the value of a true name. He must be possessed or something. Meanwhile, Elzik sealed his lips, lost deep in thought. He couldn't understand why Odin had just offered the name so freely. A smirk played on Odin's lips as he repeated the name. Ferocity. Elzik was taken aback. The old master stood before him, explaining the true meaning of the seal. It is the embodiment of ferocity. Odin revealed that Zephyr was originally a bottom-feeder demon, living in constant fear of being devoured at any moment. However, by their very nature, they are consumed by greed. This power allows Elzik to sense the imminent danger from the seal, to uncover his enemy's strengths and fatal flaws, and to strike them down. Awakening a sixth sense through mana circulation is the ultimate goal that all martial arts strive to replicate. As Ojin's words sank in, Elzer's heart hammered against his ribs. A wave of nausea washed over him, a complete sensory overload. Tears streamed down the old man's face as he choked out the words, calling it the ghoul's sense. Yeon had finally managed to seal away both Du and the dreaded ghoul's sense. All you need to do now is strengthen this seal and fight Du. At that moment, Elzik finally understood the seal's true purpose and power, details that could never be found in any book. He could only imagine the sacrifices Yeon's ancestors and master had endured to obtain this knowledge. For 1,000 years, Yeon's lineage had guarded this secret, all for this one singular purpose. The tattoo on Elzik's arm now pulsed with a hidden, lethal power. He could feel the malevolent forces gathering in the shadows around him. Standing within their invisible siege, he realized the time had come. This burden was now his to carry. Suddenly, a bizarre and blinding light erupted. A crimson orb, blazing like a miniature sun, shot right toward him. Elzik's heart pounded with a terrible dread. My master. Didn't he say the ghoul's sense was a pounding heart and overwhelmed senses? He faced the orb, completely baffled as to why it had activated on its own. Suddenly, Sun burst into the room, leaving Elzik stunned. How can you be here? But Sun just brushed him off. That doesn't matter. We're in big trouble. At his grim tone, both Ojin and Guilty bowed their heads in silence. Outside, Elzer stood watch, wondering what was happening. The castle grounds remained eerily quiet, as if nothing was wrong. A voice suddenly cut through the silence. Lady Feza, you must come outside and see this. Her interest was piqued. What is it? Is the Duke's training complete? She pressed her lips into a thin line, noticing the hesitation in the guard's eyes. Feza's brows furrowed in annoyance. The messenger shuffled his feet nervously before delivering the order. They said, "Stop her. At all costs." The girl's hand tightened its grip on her suitcase, refusing to let go. Hearing the declaration, she resolved, I will see him myself. She bowed her head, eyes closed for a moment, before speaking with perfect courtesy. Pardon me, is my younger brother, Elzik Melvinger, here? Sparks seemed to fly as they raced through the air. Elzik was frantic. Why didn't he try to stop his sister Feza sooner? Sun scowled, his voice laced with irritation. And how exactly was I supposed to stop that crazy witch? Besides, why are you blaming me when this is your fault? He muttered under his breath. This is a disaster. Her battle lust is flaring up again. And it's because of you. The two continued their desperate rush, like twin streaks of fire. As he flew, Elzik prayed that nothing terrible had happened yet. Meanwhile, Thassa had already stormed out of her room, eager for the confrontation. Sun had told him that the Starlight Duke's older sister sacrificed her entire life for him. In other words, the sister, who had no gift for magic, supported her brother who was suffering from mana blockage. In the end, it's nearly impossible for a fallen noble house to produce a true talent. The person the Starlight Duke feared most in this world was his own sister. It couldn't just be because she was his older sister, could it? Just what kind of person is she? At that exact moment, Hai appeared, a large suitcase in her hand. Her presence was as gentle as a flower. Excuse me, she began politely. Is my dear younger brother, Elzik Melvinger, here? Seeing the delicate young woman, the guard replied stiffly. The Starlight Duke is present, but you cannot enter without an invitation. Hai's face fell with confusion. I'm sorry, but why is that? Could you please call for the third young master? Son, I am quite certain he is expecting my arrival. However, the two guards stood firm, blocking her path. You are not permitted entry. Furthermore, we have orders from Our Lady not to allow you inside. As Hai whispered in shock, Son's sister, why would she? Just then, Thassa herself appeared. A pleasure to meet you. Hai immediately turned to face the imposing woman who introduced herself. I am the daughter of House Nemet, Thassa Nemet. Hai bowed gracefully in return. My name is Hai Melvinger. I have heard many things about you, from both Elzik and your own brother. I heard you possess a rare charm, and a spirit as strong as a blazing fire. It seems the rumors are true. It is an honor to meet you. The compliment caught Feza completely off guard. Thank you. But her voice suddenly turned heavy, her tone shifting to an interrogation. But if I may be so bold, why are you blocking my path? I cannot imagine any reason for you to stop me. Thassa felt the immense pressure of Hai's gaze and retorted, This is the main estate of House Nemet, leader of the 6 families that govern the Magic Tower. It is not a place where just anyone can come and go as they please, is it? Blonde hair and blue eyes are trademarks of the Melvinger clan, I admit, but you could be wearing a disguise. Furthermore, even if you are the Starlight Duke's sister, you must still follow proper procedures. Hai's gentle demeanor suddenly vanished, replaced by an icy calm as she posed a single question. Then tell me, what must I do to prove my identity? The pressure mounted, and Feza's brows drew together tightly. If you are truly the Starlight Duke's sister, Then you are a member of a great house of sorcerers. I will believe you only if you can defeat me in a duel of magic. But Hai simply shook her head. Unfortunately, I have no ability to use magic. Thassa had another way. Then what about your spiritual aura? Hai's voice dropped, laced with a clear warning. You'll get hurt. The more she heard, the more intrigued Thassa became. I wonder, she thought. See, it's quite simple. Instantly, the air began to shift, growing impossibly dense, and then everything exploded. This is merely a procedure to verify your identity. A small smirk played on Thassa's lips. Are you certain you can withstand something that massive? Hai revealed her massive, hidden war hammer, standing in silence as she stared down Thassa. In the next moment, huge boulders began to levitate around them. Ever play tag as a kid? As the words left her mouth, a beam of light shot forward. It rocketed towards Thassa with the force of a missile. Excitement was written all over her face. It's been a long time since I've played, but Elzik and I used to play all the time as kids. Thassa opened her palm, muttering an incantation under her breath. Then, she aimed her hand directly at her opponent. I've never lost track of my target. How about you? Are you any good at this game? Across from her, Hai gripped the handle of her war hammer. I can assure you, I have never known defeat either. But that's because my thirst for victory is absolutely relentless. A confident smirk spread across her face. She hoisted the hammer high above her head and with every ounce of her being, hurled it forward. I always caught Elzik, time after time. Thassa couldn't believe her eyes. She was frozen in place. She snapped her head back, barely dodging the attack. The massive war hammer was still hurtling towards her. After that surprise assault, Thassa broke out in a cold sweat. She thought to herself, how unexpected. A member of the Shunting clan is a master of martial arts? It was unthinkable. She was wielding a 100-kilogram war hammer, as if it were light as a feather, without using a single drop of aura. That's a true member of House Melvingo, all right. And that symbol, it's the Black Skull. The sister of the Starlight Duke is a member of the most powerful mercenary corps in the world. Elsewhere, two others were locked in a furious battle. A wide grin spread across Hai's face. With this, the score is 1-0, isn't it? Thassa's eyes gleamed with determination. I won't be holding back this time. Suddenly, a third wave of energy blasted towards them, forcing them both back. Thassa cried out, what was that? Hai, on the other hand, was calmer. She simply observed, waiting to see what would happen. A soft voice whispered, things are just starting to get good. In a flash, Hai grabbed Elzik by the neck and lifted him into the air. Thassa sensed Elzik's presence nearby and frowned. Even while being choked, Elzik wore a confident smirk. You look as strong as ever, big sister. It seems you and Miss Thassa were having quite a bit of fun. Did I interrupt something important? Because this repair bill is going to be a real problem. Now, just calm down and let me go. Hai whispered his name, Elzik. She cracked her neck, the sound echoing ominously. Hai's expression darkened instantly. Her voice turned ice cold. We need to have a little chat. A short time before her encounter with Hai, Thassa was in her room, her brow furrowed in concentration. She held a document, scrutinizing every detail. The document read, Hai Melvingo, status unidentifiable. She looked up and asked, is this information accurate? The attendant, clutching a stack of papers, replied nervously. I apologize. According to our informant, the information is under extremely tight security. Hearing this, Thassa tilted her head with a thoughtful hum. Well, that's exactly what I expected. After all, the Black Skull is the most powerful underground mercenary group. Their number of enemies grows with every mission they complete, so it's only natural their identities would be heavily classified. Excellent. I'll use this opportunity to get closer to her as a peer. It's nearly impossible to even meet a member of the Black Skull, since they only associate with the Grey Lion clan. So, what does it mean if the young lady of House Melvingo is also a member of the Black Skull? Just because of Duke Jaddy, we had enough reason to form a bond with House Melvingo. But with this new information, it seems House Nameto has nothing to lose and everything to gain. It seems we made the right move. All right. Back in the present, Hai's hammer was still on the chase. Thassa watched them. Are they still playing tag? Hai and Elzik were like a cat cornering a mouse. He yelled, Sister, I'm begging you. Let's just talk. Hai's expression grew grim. You seem to be enjoying your newfound fame, little brother. And it looks like you can use magic now, too. It seems you've also learned how to talk back. With that, she launched a devastating blow right at Elzik. He leaped high into the air to evade it. But back then, if it hadn't been for Preta, I would have truly lost my life. She's been this way since we were kids. She'd break my legs every time I caused trouble, just to teach me a lesson. From the sidelines, Movido commented, I've never seen you struggle this much. She is certainly worthy of the Melvingo name. However, the aura I sense from her is different. Not what you'd expect from someone of their house. That's when Elzik realized something. It was the aura radiating from high. Movita watched in awe. This is the first time I've witnessed something so fascinating. But Hai showed no signs of stopping. My foolish little brother, let's see you dodge this. He threw up his hands, focusing all his energy into a defensive barrier. L6 summoned a protective ward to surround himself. He braced every muscle in his body to withstand the blow. Are you serious right now? How could you expect me to dodge an attack like that? His body trembled, but nothing happened. Confused, L6 slowly opened his eyes. Hai's sledgehammer was frozen in midair, just inches from his face. She began to recount her story, saying when she heard I'd made some basic progress, she finally felt a small sense of relief. She knew I'd had a hard time because of my mana blockage, but I still tried to do everything I could, so she wanted to support me in the best way possible. But look at you now. You throw yourself into dangers you can't control, losing consciousness for days on end, and after you woke up, you vanished for months without a single word about where you were going. When do you think was the last time you contacted me? Half a year. I lost contact with you for half a year. Do you have any idea how worried I was? A sudden pang of guilt struck his heart. His sister had always been overly protective. She'd scold him for everything he did, warning him of the danger. She was always by his side. He never liked that suffocating protection, but he understood exactly why she acted that way. After their parents passed away, she had to grow up too fast to take care of a troublemaker like him, forcing her personality to become a bit extreme. I've discovered the mission of our clan. Both when I lost consciousness in the dragon's lair, and when I disappeared after waking up, it was all for our family's duty. Honestly, there were times I thought there was no need to revive our fallen house. It was already destroyed, and I wondered if all my efforts were meaningless. But after everything I've been through, a thought crossed my mind. This world could be plunged into disaster again at any moment. To run away as a member of the Melvin family would be to disrespect our mother, our father, and all the ancestors who fought for our lives. I will head north. Our ancestors left a mission for us there. No matter what that mission is, or how dangerous the path becomes, I will pursue it, just as our forefathers did until our clan fell into ruin. This world, and every place I set foot, shines so brightly. Hearing this, Hay suddenly froze, stunned. Then, a smile of pure happiness and relief spread across her face. She gently warned her younger brother, if you ever disappear without a word again, I will personally shatter both of your legs. Got it? El was confused. What? Weren't you just moved by my speech? Hay replied. Yes, Elzik, you've grown up. I won't interfere in your affairs anymore. Isn't that what I'm supposed to say? Mito commented coldly. How utterly shameful. She should have hit him a few more times for me. I was hoping this time next year would be his death anniversary. Luckily for him, he still has a way to escape my control. You actually said a few decent things this time. But how can I trust you after everything you've done? Setting that aside, humans truly are moved by the smallest things. In the dead of the moonless night, a mysterious figure appeared. Something glowed in his hand, a small demonic statue. He muttered to himself about the revival of the Dark Lord in the Whispering Gorge. Against a blazing red sky, an eagle spread its mighty wings and soared into the heavens. 3 months later, on a cliffside, El sat in deep meditation. The eagle descended toward him with incredible speed. He remained completely focused, a blindfold wrapped tightly around his eyes. Suddenly, one eye flashed with light as he raised a hand to catch the eagle. Guladi's voice praised him. You're a fast learner. I didn't think you'd perfect the phantom eye so quickly. Suddenly, something sliced through the wind, grazing his shoulder. Since when had he been sparring with Otin? The old man smiled with satisfaction. It seems you've also mastered the ghoul's perception. You've learned everything you can hear. From now on, real combat will help you awaken your powers faster. Hearing this, El collapsed onto the ground, pulling the blindfold from his eyes. Huh, so it's finally over? Does this mean we'll never see each other again? Auden seemed rather pleased. It feels like just yesterday you were begging me to be your master. Guladi, however, looked incredibly annoyed. I must say, you've been an outstanding disciple. He slowly dusted himself off, getting up with a playful smirk. Have you all forgotten how you tortured me in the name of training? Still, I learned a lot thanks to you. Thank you, my masters. Auden shot back. Are you trying to flatter us? Good grief. Guladi's eyes lit up. Weren't you saying you were heading north right away? Remember to bring us back a souvenir? Got it. El just smiled faintly. A souvenir? What the hell? Let's just hope we never meet again. Despite his words, the two old masters waited silently for what he'd say next. El suddenly dashed away, throwing one last sentence over his shoulder. Make sure you take care of yourselves, both of you. The space grew quiet again. Guladi spoke up. Does this make you feel nostalgic, Chief? About the days when we roamed everywhere with thunder. Otin was lost in thought. Every day was filled with excitement back when I was in my prime, and now I spend my few remaining days stuck in this place. Guladi glanced toward the horizon and asked, what would Thunder say if he were still here? Otin replied, He'd probably nag us for sitting here waiting to die like a couple of old men. We're not even 100 years old. Good lord, we're not as ancient as him. Gullity nodded in agreement. That's right. Compared to him, we're just a couple of middle-aged guys. Suddenly, Oten changed the subject. That aside, how could he just leave such amazing teachers behind? Gullity continued solemnly. Heading to the north all alone like that disciple of ours needs to be taught some manners. Just then, Elzik arrived to meet with Tassa. She studied the documents carefully. So, you're entrusting the excavation of the lair directly to me. Yeah, thanks. I really appreciate it, he replied casually. I'm leaving it in your hands, sis. Why so formal all of a sudden? I've already arranged a carriage to take you to the north. It's waiting right at the entrance. I'll handle your affairs at the academy, so just travel safely. The document detailed an agreement for the joint excavation of a diamond dragon's lair between the Firebrews and Melvingo families. The Melvingo clan, Elgic Melvingo. The Firebrews clan, Tassametal. At that moment, her eyes lit up with pure excitement. Finally, I get to handle real dragon artifacts, and they're all top quality. He thought to himself, I knew she was famous for her love of dragons. That's why I entrusted this to her. But I never imagined she'd be this overjoyed. In any case, our relationship with House Nem is only getting stronger, so this should be a win-win for everyone involved. Come to think of it, there's still someone who owes me. Lady Isabel said she'd contact me after arriving in the north. Could she have forgotten her promise? Anyway, I should get on the carriage. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Homan was sheathing his sword. That bastard Pow. He actually wounded me. No matter how weak I've become, to think he believed this would be enough to finish me off. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It seems he's getting impatient. He's grown weaker after losing so many of his blue wolves. And he knows if you join forces with House Melvingo, his own position will become dangerously unstable. Blay and Ando appeared, with Isabel in tow. Well, our niece is quite the clever one. The girl is right, you know. Brother, why don't we drop the act and just go kill Pow right now? That's right, the three of us will go together. She pouted. I told you to stop treating me like a child. Blay, release Isabel. Homan nodded slightly, his eyes narrowing as he spoke. I've told you already. The problem with House Will is mine to resolve. The three of you just need to protect Isabel. I will meet this duke myself to express my gratitude. The rest of the group, including the girl, stared at him intently. Homan continued, we'll decide how to deal with Pow later. As he spoke, twilight began to fall. Aiden stood with his back to the room. Why hasn't Pow been appointed as the Blue Master yet? The other man replied, there was a minor hiccup. Don't worry, the plan is still on track, he said. I thought eliminating a Blue Master with a mana blockage would be easy, but I didn't count on the declining Melvingo clan getting in the way. Regardless, it's not time to deal with the Melvingos yet. Hurry and appoint Paul Will as the new Blue Master, the captain of the Blue Wolves. The moment he becomes the Blue Tiger, both his body and his power will be stripped from him and offered up as a meager contribution to the Lord of Johto Ambeth. Suddenly, a flock of birds scattered into the sky, though a voice still echoed. I told you not to worry. The carriage is fully prepared. When a piercing scream cut through the air. No, this can't be happening. My plan was to travel to the north in complete secrecy. I appreciate you preparing such a grand carriage, but I have no need for a coachman. The man in the driver's seat introduced himself. The name's Kadao, not coachman. Elzic's mood sank with every word. Even Sun relented, thinking a trip with friends once in a while couldn't hurt. He shot an unhappy glare. I'm only here because my father ordered me to be. Got it? Elzic turned to Hai with a heavy sigh. Sis, shouldn't you be at home resting? But she just lowered her head and smiled. What's the matter? Don't you want your big sister to come along? He gave a helpless, sarcastic reply. No, of course I do. In fact, I'm already jumping for joy at the idea of being with you. Master, shouldn't old folks like you just stay put? Ah clicked his tongue. Tix, are you saying an old man isn't allowed to get out and have some fun? Perhaps I should teach you some manners while we enjoy the northern air. Gulity also wore a sulking expression. You hurt our feelings when you left us behind. With Movito now sandwiched between the two old men, it was shaping up to be a very loud journey. I hate being bothered more than anything. Elzic's entire body trembled as he held back a laugh. Wow, this is so much fun. 7 people is the perfect number for an expedition. You'd think this was a family vacation or something. Come to think of it, I haven't properly introduced myself. I am Ogtin, Elzic's master. And I am Hai. Thank you all for taking care of my little brother. He's so weak he even needs a cute creature like this to help him. You find a member of the Demon King's race. Cute. How interesting. Can you stop scowling? It's not like I wanted to come either. Elzic. Sun propped his chin on his hand, his face still a rigid mask. The white tiger stretched lazily and let out a huge yawn. Seeing this, Gulati couldn't help but let out an amused chuckle. Even old Ogden stole a glance at that moment. Its heart seemed to soften, its eyes sparkling like crystals, as the carriage continued smoothly down the road. Elsic held a glittering stone in his hand, a small smile playing on his lips. He looked up to the heavens and thought, maybe a family like this isn't so bad after all. Guy sat silently in his room, placing his coffee cup on the table. So, they've all departed for the north? The man beside him replied concisely, yes, that is correct, Chief. Is something the matter? Guy simply gazed out the window. Isn't it fascinating? Look, out there. A magnificent carriage is making its way down the road. What a ridiculous combination of people. Inside, Hai was laughing until her eyes crinkled. Elsic, didn't I tell you to mind your manners in front of your elders? Nearby, Sun was bursting into laughter. Now, Sun is what I'd call a model gentleman. The comment made Elsic incredibly irritated. A role model? Don't make me laugh. She burst out laughing. I'm about to teach my bratty little brother a lesson. Do you all mind? Aten replied, not at all. Don't mind us. Gulati clutched his stomach, roaring with laughter. That's right. Family discipline is a family matter. Hai gave a slight bow. Thank you for your understanding. As she spoke, her hand slammed down on the back of Elsic's chair. He flinched, his face a mix of fear and worry. Seriously, I'm way too old to be taught a lesson. Suddenly, Hai grinned devilishly and made her demand. Elsic, let's go for a little walk. His soul practically left his body. If we're going for a walk, can you leave that terrifying aura behind? Before he could even protest, she grabbed his ear and dragged him away. Ow! Let go. Let me go. Movito floated after them, a sinister grin on his face. I never thought I'd see the day Elsic gets dragged around like this. This is amazing. The horse-drawn carriage continued to roll unsteadily. Cruising along, the driver sensed something was wrong and stopped the carriage. The wheels slowly creaked to a halt. He immediately poked his head out and asked, what's going on? Blocking the road ahead were 3 men, 1 old and 2 younger. The old man's voice dripped with provocation. You've got some nerve stepping into our territory. Now, hand everything over. The entire group froze for a full 5 seconds. The village chief looked just as bewildered. A bead of sweat tracing a path down his cheek. He stayed completely still, his face a mask of utter confusion. He roared in fury. You bastards, are you looking for a bloodbath? Elsic sighed and jumped down from the carriage, thinking, what a pain. But Gulati stopped him with a hand on his shoulder. He stepped down, brimming with confidence. Leave this to me. This is my chance. Gulati's eyes lit up with excitement. I'll show Elsic just how powerful his master truly is. At the appearance of the white tiger, the bandits stumbled back. The old man's face went pale with fear. A tiger. Gulati's eyes blazed a brilliant crimson. Watch closely, Elsic. I'm about to show you why they call me the Beast King. But Elsic's voice rang out, cold as ice. Freeze. Instantly, a massive wall of ice erupted from the ground between the 2 groups. The 3 men were thrown to the ground. Gulati sighed in disappointment. Elsic, I had them. Why did you interfere? But Elsic's reply was chilling. Were you planning to turn this place into a sea of blood? They aren't bandits. They're just starving wanderers from a nearby village. Suddenly, the men dropped to their knees. All 3 bowed their heads low, desperately begging for their lives. We have families back home. Please, spare us. Hearing this, Elsic's voice turned to ice. If we had been helpless travelers with no way to fight back, would you still be begging like this? The village chief glanced at his 2 companions, saying nothing at first. Then, unexpectedly, he slammed his forehead against the ground. Great mage, you are right, but they only came here because I forced them to. Please, punish me alone. The other 2 men immediately tried to stop him. Chief, why are you saying that? You only did this for our village. That's right, it's not your fault. Punish us too. Elsic's eyes curved into a smile as he waved his hand. All right. Let's see if what you're saying is true. The group walked a long way, arriving at a place filled with dilapidated buildings. As he led the way, the village chief explained. Because of the drought and famine, life here has been incredibly difficult for years. We figured if we were going to die as starving ghosts, we might as well become bandits. It takes 5 days on horseback to reach the next village. We can't leave to find work, or our livestock would starve to death. It's all my fault. Aten stroked his beard, cracking open one eye to observe. Unfortunately, the laws of the kingdom don't reach this far. Elsic, even though they committed a crime, perhaps we should spare them. Their intentions were good. Elsic pressed his lips together, his eyes scanning the area. The old man offered a piece of advice. Caring for the people, is that not the responsibility of us nobles? Hearing these words, the village chief's nose began to turn red. He's right. This isn't entirely their fault. Thank you, my lord. We'll never resort to robbery again. It's all right. Elsic noticed Movito's strange behavior and questioned him. Movito, why do you keep circling like that? He He bared his teeth, his expression mysterious. It's faint, but I can feel demonic energy around here. Demonic energy. Elzik also felt a sense of dread. The sky above the village seemed deceptively clear and blue. Staring at the scene before them, old Aten couldn't help but exclaim, "This land is so desolate." In front of them was nothing but an endless expanse of barren, yellow earth. Aten scanned the area. "Disciple, I don't sense anything. Are you sure something is here?" But Elzik sensed something was off. "Yes, this is the place." Movito chimed in, "I'm sure I buried it somewhere around here. And since I helped you, you have to give me that magic potion when we find it." Elzik shot back, "I knew it. You tricked me. First, I need to dig." "Everyone, stand back." Pierce. The moment he spoke, an explosion rocked the heavens and the earth. Everyone was terrified by the sudden blast. My word, he dug such a huge hole in the blink of an eye. Elzik knew exactly what he was doing. Leaping down from above, he noticed something strange. He looked closer and quickly spotted a box. Old Aten jumped down after him. "Did you find something, disciple?" he replied. "Yes. A box, buried deep beneath the ground." The box creaked open, unleashing a torrent of dark, sinister energy. El and Mito could only stare in shock. Old Ojin was stunned. Demonic aura. Inside was a strange statue. Mito's brow furrowed. "What is this doing here?" The four great demon kings, heirs of the demon god's lineage, and the absolute rulers of the seven deadly sins demon realm. This statue depicted one of them, alongside figures like Satan, Apocalypse, and Lilith, plus Rebellion, the tyrant who commands the largest army of all the demon kings. He was known as the Demon of Madness, Ozdo. Legends say Ozdo is a being of insatiable greed who desires nothing more than to conquer the human world. During his last invasion, he annihilated more than 12 villages. El pieced it together. "This is a symbol made by Ozdo's followers, isn't it?" Mito added grimly. "It's an artifact powered by human sacrifice." "Hold on. How do you know about Ozdo?" El explained calmly. "I read about him in a library book, and everything you just said points to human sacrifice. So, everyone in those villages, they were all sacrificed to summon Ozdo." Mito glanced at the desolate landscape around them. "Looking at the state of this place, that's the only logical conclusion." El's brow tightened. "The demons are hiding something in our world, but what is their master plan?" Mito started nagging beside him again. "Enough talk, absorb the magic and give it to me, like you promised." Aljin's voice cut in. "My student, investigating the remnants of demons defeated 30 years ago is a perilous task." The old master suggested, "I believe we should turn this over to the Magic Council." Mito immediately shot that down. "Nonsense," but El just smiled. "That's a great idea." Mito's face went pale with panic. "Hey, promise you give that to me." El sighed, feigning helplessness. He wants to give it to the Magic Council. "If I absorb all this demonic energy, how am I supposed to explain that?" Mito was speechless. "Well, if you tell me how to use Mayfai's seal, maybe I could make it work." Mito yelled, "In your dreams," but his eyes lingered on the artifact in Ojin's hand, a mix of fear and longing on his face. "Son, send this to the Magic Council, immediately." Mito grew flustered, stammering. "Don't you have another request? Anything. Anything but telling you how to use the seal." Ogin urged his subordinate, "Send it away, son. As fast as you can." Just then a mysterious voice echoed, "That looks delicious." A burst of energy erupted from El's hand. It shot towards the other two, or more precisely, right at the box in Ajin's grasp. The energy took the form of a dragon and swallowed the artifact whole. "No!" Mito's scream tore through the air. "Impossible, my magic." Ojin looked at his student, bewildered. "What was that?" El rubbed his head. "Looks like my own power got away from me. The evidence you worked so hard to find is gone." Mito was practically boiling with rage. "You bastard! How dare you snatch what's mine?" El replied coolly. "It seems this village won't be turned into a wasteland over a single artifact. Just to be safe, let's look for anything else they left behind." Meanwhile, in the depths of a dark cave, lit only by the faint glimmer of candlelight, a group of cloaked figures stood before a massive statue, performing a ritual. Their leader clasped his hands and bowed low, when a sudden premonition struck him. One of the followers behind him noticed. "What is it, High Priest?" He rose to his feet. "Some heretics dared to interfere with our Lord's summoning ritual." His words sent a wave of unrest through the followers. What kind of blasphemer would dare do such a thing? Another follower's eyes went cold as he shouted, "Great One, we will dispose of these heretics. Please, do not vent your wrath upon us." The High Priest roared with all his might. "We swear we will carry out your great will upon this continent. We will bring about your rebirth. Relay my orders to Joda." before they march north. His expression turns savage. They are to meet with Kai and begin the summoning rite. Back at the lake shore with El and his companions, he wondered aloud, how has no one noticed what these demons have been up to? Nearby, the villagers were overjoyed. Now we can finally grow our crops again. Look, the water level is rising fast. They've taken so many innocent lives. Ajin placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Since we sent the evidence to the Magic Council, they should begin their investigation shortly. Not to mention, the local lords will be held responsible for all of this. The old master sighed. I, too, wish I could personally behead the scoundrels behind this scheme, but this seems to be far beyond our control, El thought. Master's right. Because the council is getting involved, those bastards will move quickly. The first thing we need to do is find all the tainted artifacts in this region. He resolved to deliver justice for these people, and then to utterly crush the ones responsible. The village chief approached them, speaking on behalf of everyone there. Thank you. Thank you all so much. El gave his final instructions. The drought is over. Please, take good care of your people. We must be on our way. Just as he turned to leave, a voice called out, wait, at the very least. May I have the name of the mage who saved us? With unshakable confidence, he announced his name loud and clear, Elzik Melvingo. The crowd instantly recognized the name, their jaws hitting the floor. The Radiant Duke, the hero of Marin. Just as the legends foretold. House Melvingo. The stars of the Empire shine once more. The group settled back into the carriage to continue their journey. An uneasy silence hung in the air until a voice suddenly broke through it. Elsic, I think you should come see this. He stuck his head out of the carriage. What now? The young man stammered, pointing towards an approaching group. They're from the Royal Inspectorate. As the imposing group drew near, their leader stepped forward to speak. Are you Elzik Melvingo? Elzic's anger flared. The absolute nerve of this guy. The Imperial Intelligence Bureau. Of the Emperor, by the Emperor, and for the Emperor. Everyone knew they were monsters in human clothing, stopping at nothing, kidnapping, blackmail, or assassination to complete their missions. Their combat prowess was said to rival even the mages of the Magic Tower and the Knights of the Great House Lion. Elsic sized them up, his mind racing. If even an organization like this is clueless about the demon's movements, then it's no surprise they'd come rushing here before we could even analyze the situation or send a report with a totem. A sigh escaped his lips. But there wasn't a trace of fear in Elzic's eyes. Even with the Emperor's backing, this is an incredibly rude way to start a conversation. He replied with a cocky smirk. That's right. The agent seemed taken aback by his casual defiance. That's right. His words were like a spark in a powder keg. The men behind the agent shot him daggers. How dare you speak with such disrespect? A man named Pun was especially furious. We are agents of the Royal Intelligence Bureau. A commoner like you should know how to show proper respect. Elzic just looked bored, his expression dripping with contempt, which only enraged Pun further. What did you just say? Elzic's gaze was his only reply. A silent warning. Even if you're from that great intelligence bureau, on your own, you're no stronger than a mere viscount. The moment the thought crossed his mind, an immense aura exploded from him, throwing the inspectors into a panic. What is this pressure? Elzic's voice cut through their fear. Since when does a mere agent have the right to disrespect a duke of the empire? His eyes blazed with fury. Pun finally broke, his knees slamming into the ground. How? How is he doing this? Is his power really on par with a high-level mage? Pun shot a quick, subtle glance at his partner. It was Jam who caught the signal. Pun gave a nearly imperceptible nod in return. With that settled, he spoke, his head bowed. We apologize, Your Grace. Please forgive our unforgivable disrespect. Mitt, the small familiar, zipped over, eager for the drama. You certainly know how to put people in their place. Elzic replied to the creature in his mind. If I had let that slide, they would have seen me as a pushover and tried to take advantage of me later. They were testing me, ready to bare their fangs. Make a mistake like this again. And my next conversation will be with the Noble Council directly. Pun remained bowed, not daring to look up. I will engrave your words into my memory, Your Grace. But inside, his mind seethed with hatred. A punk with nothing but a fancy title dares to humiliate me like this? Damn you, you insolent brat. Suddenly, a new voice boomed through the air. Consider yourself lucky. The agent's face went pale with fear. To think someone would dare disrespect my student. The newcomer was none other than the great Ojin. If it had been me, your head would already be rolling on the floor. Pun clutched his chest, suppressing a wave of pain. Gritting his teeth, he looked up, and his eyes widened in recognition. The White Knight, Augerton Nemeth. Pun remembered Ojin's words as he watched the two of them chatting amiably in the distance. He's the disciple of the most powerful mage in the tower? This is absurd. The moment I return, I'm replacing this entire intelligence unit. Sometime later, the two parties sat down to negotiate. Pun spoke first. Please allow me to properly introduce myself. I am Pun of the 4th Intelligence Bureau. The name sounded familiar to Elzik. The 4th Bureau. They were the ones who backed the Crown Prince during the bloody war for the throne. Has the Crown Prince already caught wind of what's happening here? Pun continued. It seems I am wasting your time, so I will get straight to the point. Elzik was already losing patience. Then stop wasting time and just say it. Pun's face flushed with barely contained anger. This insolent brat, he continued his report. For some time, we have been tracking demon corpses. Recently, we located a new, unidentified group. Elzik knew immediately. The Rigori, correct. Pun's jaw dropped in astonishment. How could you possibly know that? Elzik smirked. Has your intelligence bureau forgotten which family I belong to? Pun was once again put in his place. Of course, House Melvingo, the sworn enemy of all demonkind. The report states that 9 totems were found, but only 1 has been surrendered. So where are the other 8 right now? He didn't hide a thing, answering truthfully, I am holding them. The men from the Inspection Council erupted in disagreement. What? That's a flagrant violation of the law. Artho's brow furrowed. According to Article 11, Section 2 of the Royal Code, the royal family is to hold all demon-related artifacts as evidence, but Elzik swiftly cut him off. Article 8, Section 1 of the Possession Law states that with the administration's approval, one may possess demon-related artifacts for research purposes. I already have the administration's permit. Does the Intelligence Bureau not know this yet? Artho pressed on. Then allow me to ask one final question. How did you know the Viscount's exact locations? Elzik stuck to his previous excuse. Didn't I already tell you? I am a member of the Melvingo family. Are you serious? Artho knew he was being difficult on purpose. So, you want me to reveal my family's secrets to the Intelligence Bureau? Artho was furious, but couldn't do a thing. This cunning brat truly has no respect for his superiors. He just kept using his family's name as an excuse for everything. Elzik had no intention of continuing. I believe I've answered enough. Let's stop here. All they could do was leave, seething with resentment. Thank you for your cooperation. As Elzik watched them depart, a voice spoke from behind him. Sun praised his courage. You've got some serious guts, daring to talk back to the all-powerful Intelligence Bureau. Hei was also incredibly proud of her brother. You did well, Elzik. If you had just stood there while they pushed you around, I would have cracked every single one of their skulls. Sun held his head, sighing at her attitude. My goodness, these siblings are exactly alike. Gulati then offered him a warning. Elzik, the Intelligence Bureau is relentless. Once they sink their teeth in, they never let go. Is it really okay to leave things like this? Elzik understood perfectly. No, it's not okay. You know it too. I'm not the type to let things end so easily. Sun suddenly had a bad feeling. What kind of trouble is he planning to stir up this time? Elzik was the type who always gets even. I'm not the kind of person who just lets someone show me hostility without a good reason. Old man Ogden let out a laugh. Truly, only you would dare to make sure those men don't get away so easily. The bright moon rose high, replacing the twilight in the forest as night fell. The wind whispered gently, joined by the light of fireflies in a quiet corner. At that moment, Artho was kneeling. I am a disgrace. I apologize. The man sitting above him spoke. Raise your head, Agent Pachun. You are not the one who should be ashamed. In an instant, his true face was revealed. It was the Crown Prince. The one who should feel shame is me, the Crown Prince. They were unaware of a bat hanging from a nearby branch, observing everything. And the one controlling that bat was none other than Elzik. So the big fish has appeared. I was the one who wanted you to meet House Melvingo. I was the one blinded by jealousy, who underestimated my enemy. The one who acted carelessly was me. Artho was stunned by these words. Your Highness, the Crown Prince continued. I have made you suffer shame because of my own incompetence. A hint of fear crept into Artho's heart. Your Highness, please do not say such things. But before he could finish, the prince raised a hand, silencing him. However, everything that has happened until now has been a personal matter. Our top priority is to eliminate the hidden remnants of the demon tribe. Artho accepted the command. Yes, Your Highness. But the prince still had his doubts. You said Viscount Gozen was one of Jigo's subordinates, correct? Artho recounted the entire incident. Yes, we have confirmed it. They are all demons, and everything related to the ancient artifacts is connected to them. To gain the upper hand in the war for the throne, we must succeed in defeating the demons in this upcoming battle. The Crown Prince's voice turned cold. There is no room for error. Artho dared not fail again. Yes, Your Highness. He looked at the Crown Prince's back, thinking he still couldn't forget his former fiancée, Lady Isabello. He had no choice but to choose politics over his love for her in order to claim the throne. He also understood why the prince had hidden his identity, deciding to reveal it now. Perhaps he wanted to see Elzik Melvingo for himself. You saved Lady Isabello. Just what kind of person are you? Maybe this was his way of finding some small peace of mind. But now, they've given him a reason to do what he's always wanted, to completely annihilate the demons. He is the son that will lead the Empire to greatness. And to do that, we must avoid any involvement with Alec Melvingo. Furthermore, this nuisance cannot be allowed to continue. In other words, we need to eliminate Alec Melvingo permanently. All the while, the Bat controlled by Alec had witnessed everything. The next day, Arthur summoned all the agents of the Intelligence Bureau. Royal Intelligence Bureau, listen up. This is demon territory, a forest teeming with our enemies. I want you to search every single corner of this place. Leave no stone unturned. Wipe them all out. From a high vantage point overlooking the Gozon territory, rocked by a massive explosion, Elzik and his crew watch the chaos unfold. Looks like they've made their move. It's our turn now. Elzik led the way, with Sun and Hai following close behind. El reflected on his decision. Sending scouts to the Intelligence Bureau was definitely the right move. It yielded far more intel than he'd ever anticipated. The prince hiding within the Bureau was a fascinating twist, but the true prize was discovering the location of the demon's stronghold. This would be a brutal, unending war. A battle fought until the very earth ran red with blood. The Intelligence Bureau and the Viscount's family. Two powers locked in opposition. This was the perfect chance to exploit their chaos. As the demon remnants clash with the Bureau, he would seize the artifact and vanish in the ensuing mayhem. Outside, his teachers would be carving a path, securing their only way out. Alec and his two companions entered MIT. It was time to move. Inside, the battle raged on as the trio pushed deeper into the fray. It's only a matter of time before the Bureau's forces storm this place. We have to infiltrate the mansion as fast as we can. Sun glanced over his shoulder as he ran, then yelled back, "Got it." After that, all three of them charged toward their destination. Alec unleashed his power, creating another blast. We're breaking through. In an instant, magical arrows materialized from thin air. At his command, they flew straight towards the mansion's gate, obliterating it in a cloud of dust and splinters. The soldiers stared, breaking out in a cold sweat. What? The wall's been breached. The Intelligence Bureau? They're already here. Alec leaped into the air, roaring, "John, watch this." The arrows multiplied, becoming a deadly rain from the sky. Naturally, no one in the mansion could escape the downpour, but strangely enough, they felt no pain at all. Suddenly, one of them began to transform. His body warped and grew, sprouting a pair of demonic wings. He was a demon in human skin. This was the lesson Alec wanted Sun to learn. Never be fooled by their outward appearance, because the monster within is the only thing that's real. This is the reality of our fight. He also reminded Sun, your teachers will protect the innocent townspeople. Seeing its prey, the demon lunged forward. Die, human. From the sidelines, Alec urged him on. Don't hold back. Unleash everything you've got. Sun extended his hand, forming a blade of pure wind that sliced the demon clean in two. The other demons quickly met the same fate, falling swiftly to Sun's wind blades. More demons poured out from the mansion, their numbers swelling. Over there, stop those humans. From another direction, a figure shot forward like a blur. Behind her mask, her eyes were ice cold. So I just have to smash the head of anyone in my way. Is that right? With a single graceful movement, she sent 3 demons flying. For Alec, this was just another day. He glanced back to see Sun, completely stunned by her overwhelming power. After finishing them off, she casually slung a massive hammer over her shoulder. Alec, leave this area to me and the others. Her voice was low, almost demonic. Go, now. Alec didn't hesitate for a second. He shot straight inside, the demons' cries of "Stop him" echoing behind him. Deep within the mansion, demons were transporting some kind of statue. Their leader commanded his underlings, "Be careful with that." He watched the statue, then glanced back smugly. Even the Intelligence Bureau would struggle to find this place. He remained perfectly calm. While they're busy searching, we'll move the artifacts out through the secret passage. But that calm was shattered by the sound of cracking stone from above. He heard the noise and looked up, just in time to see a figure smash through the ceiling, a chunk of debris crashing right into his face. His head exploded like a crushed tomato. Another demon sent back to the underworld in an absolutely gruesome scene. Alec emerged from the settling dust. "See, my magic isn't half bad, is it?" The demons recoiled in fear. How did he find this place? But Alec just strode forward, filled with confidence. "Looks like we were lucky enough to crash a party." Flames quickly engulfed the entire mansion. A loud crash echoed from nearby. "What did you just say?" The inspection team found the underground vault. His subordinate tried to warn him. "Sir, I think we need to leave immediately." But Viscount Godot was reeling in disbelief. Only my most trusted associates knew about that vault. How could they possibly have found it? Impossible. Unless there's a traitor in our midst. And then, a massive explosion erupted, sending rock and earth flying everywhere. The man who just offered advice was instantly obliterated. leaving only the silhouette of his attacker's legs. I was just wondering, who is this Viscount Godot? Arthur and his intelligence team emerged from the smoke. The Viscount sneered. So, it was you. Arthur then called out another name, Kaja. A grin spread across his face. The trap had been sprung perfectly. You were always a slippery rat trying to flee, Godot snarled. But now, we've finally cornered you. You planted a mole in my ranks and plundered my vault, Arthur accused, pointing his sword straight at the Viscount. So tell me, who's the real rat here? Vault? What nonsense are you babbling about? Godot roared. Don't play dumb with me. With a wave of his hand, the Viscount's entire body began to transform grotesquely. I'm sure you'll tell me everything I want to know, after I've cut off your limbs and tortured you properly. Arthur was equally fired up. By the authority of the royal family, I sentence the traitor, Kaja, to death. With that declaration, the two sides clashed, the air crackling with immense tension. But just as their blades were about to meet, a massive explosion erupted. The shockwave ripped through the air, reaching Elzic and his companions. Sun muttered, "Is Elzic causing trouble again?" Hai was lost in thought for a moment, until someone called out to her. Bursting out of the Elzic mansion, he gave the signal. It was time. Sun looked at him, teasing. How can you be smiling at a time like this? Hai didn't say a word. She just effortlessly spun her 100-pound warhammer, letting out a piercing battle cry. Then, Hai launched the massive hammer forward with incredible force. The walls began to crumble, forcing the demons inside to pour out into the open. The mansion's coming down. We have to get out of here. Now. Using the chaos as cover, the three of them made their escape. To the master. Without another word, they sprinted towards the gate with everything they had. In the distance, they spotted Augerton and Gillity. Master. A teasing smile spread across Augerton's face. Can you believe it? A disciple who dares to order his master around. Gillity chimed in, and who was it that said mocking the inspection team was fun while playing the hero? With everyone gathered, they piled into the vehicle and took off. Ogden wondered what Elzic's next move would be. Elzic, the civilians are all evacuated. What's the plan? Elzic grabbed the doorframe, pulling himself up. What else is there to do? Leaving the mansion to burn in a sea of flames. It's time to get out of here. The next morning, at the ruins of Viscount Godot's estate, only ashes remained. The pursuers came up completely empty-handed. Kaja, he's completely lost it. I can't believe he tried to take everyone down with him. He must have had accomplices on the outside. That bastard. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in. Vice Captain, we've located the vault you mentioned. Arthur headed to the location, but the collapsed mansion made the situation complicated. My mission is to find a trace of the Demon King and deliver it to His Highness, the Crown Prince. With a victory this huge, he'll seize the throne, and I'll finally get that promotion. A wicked grin spread across his face. And if I can plant some fake evidence left by Elzic, linking him to this disaster, I can finally bring an end to House Melvingo. Suddenly, a stuttering voice cut through his thoughts. Vice Captain, you need to see this. Arthur rushed over in a panic. What is it? The subordinate could only stammer, pointing inside the completely empty vault. Arthur roared in frustration. Damn it, don't tell me the demon clan already looted this place clean. The subordinate didn't know what to say. I'm not sure, sir. Arthur's mind flashed back to the look on Kaja's face, and he froze. No, it's impossible. Kaja couldn't have known about our ambush. Unless he suspected we had a mole all along. Wait a minute, that's it. There's a spy from the demon clan inside the inspection team. But while Arthur's face twisted in horror, Elzic was having a hearty laugh. Even Ogden was confused. What could possibly be so amusing? He replied, I'm just imagining the inspectors scrambling to cook up a story after discovering that empty vault. Ogden could only laugh helplessly. Those bastards from the inspection team picked a fight with the wrong man. Truly, my disciple. Elzic then turned to Mephisto. Are you still mad? I let you absorb the demon energy, just like I promised. Why is the great demon king being so petty? If you had just told me about your seal, I would have gone easier on you. Back inside the mansion, Elzic's eyes went wide at the mountain of treasures. My God, look at all this. Seeing his reaction, Mephisto, standing beside him, was not pleased. Mephisto warned him. If you break your promise this time, there will be no more deals between us. Elzic sighed. I know. Using his power, he levitated the artifacts into the air. With a flick of his wrist, the spiritual energy from his tattoo flared, enveloping and absorbing them. Mephisto was ecstatic as he felt the delicious surge of power. Finally, a taste of real demon energy. Maybe because it all belonged to Godot, it tastes exceptionally sweet. But before he could absorb much more, Elzic cut off the flow. Mephisto roared in fury. What are you doing? Why did you stop? Elzic casually rolled his wrist. Come on now, this isn't our first negotiation. It has to be a fair exchange. Tell me how to activate the seal of original sin. Give me that information, and I'll give you the rest of this demon energy. Mephisto was practically vibrating with rage. Even now, the memory made Mephisto tremble with fury. He had screamed, "You are the most despicable creature alive." L6 simply shrugged it off. This wasn't a deal, it was extortion. To use the seal, one must first be worthy. And to become worthy, one must understand the seal. Glancing at the mark on his hand, he thought, if I want to understand original sin, I first need to receive its seal. The problem was, Mephisto was so self-absorbed, he had no idea who his own subordinates even were. But the emblem was engraved with the image of a wolf. That should be enough to start my search. But then, something felt off. He glanced outside. Just as an uninvited guest approached, stalking toward Elzic's carriage was the old man, Godo. It seems the system hadn't banned him for cheating after all. His voice echoed, "Found you, you little thieves." Like a monster unleashed from its cage, Khazar shot forward in a terrifying blur. He snarled, grinding his razor-sharp teeth. "You wretched spies," he roared. "I will never give up this easily." Then, spreading his wings, he rocketed into the sky. "The totem you stole has a scent that only I can follow." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon his own arm, where a dark, twisting mark was seared into his flesh with wicked purple energy. "Once I absorb that totem and finally break this seal, I will tear you limb from limb." Ojin crossed his arms, his expression turning grim. A demon that can walk in broad daylight. It seemed he was furious with someone in particular. "Answer the old man with respect," a voice said. "I will go and investigate for you." Ojin calmly stopped her. "Sit down, child. This is not for you to interfere with." She looked confused. "Forgive me, but what do you mean?" He answered coolly. "Isn't it only fitting that the one who invited him be the one to greet him?" Eli sat in his chair, completely at ease. "That's right. I was the one who summoned him. I believe he can still be very useful to us." Hearing this, the woman spun around, asking Eli hesitantly, "Don't tell me you're aiming for the seal." A smug grin spread across his face. "When fate delivers a feast right to your doorstep, it would be rude to refuse. Wouldn't you agree?" In his hand, he held a small statue. Its wings looked just like Khazar's, and it pulsed with a soft light. Hidden in the forest, Khazar's eyes were locked on the carriage. A terrifying killing aura billowed around him. A royal carriage. With no guards in sight, do they really think they can fool me with such an obvious trap? "Fools," he seethed, his eyes blazing red. "I will reclaim my totem. I was worried you wouldn't show, but you actually came." Just then, Eli stepped out wearing a black mask, holding the glowing, winged statue in his hand. "You're here for this, aren't you?" he asked, his voice dripping with provocation. Khazar stammered, Who are you?" Eli replied with a casual air, "Me." With a hand skilled in hunting demons, he slowly removed the mask. A brilliant smile spread across his face as he revealed himself. "It's me." Khazar's fury ignited. That cheap mask. His expression darkened. "Impossible." He growled through clenched teeth. "You!" A piercing shriek tore from his throat. "How dare you deceive us?" Moving like lightning, Khazar lunged forward, roaring, "I'll tear you to shreds." Mikt appeared above Eli's head. "Are you sure it's wise to provoke him like this? Even with one arm, he's a demon who commands a powerful seal." Eli just smirked, his confidence unshakable. Khazar charged, his razor-sharp claws enveloped in a raging tempest. "Die." The demon's claws sliced through the air, inches from Ellie's face. But he dodged effortlessly, a look of pure excitement in his eyes. "Perfect," he thought. "I've been dying to see just how much stronger I've become since I left." In the next instant, Khazar lunged again, claws aimed straight at Eli. The ground erupted, sending debris flying, but he calmly leaped away, untouched. "And I finally decided what I must do." Eli landed perfectly, his gaze burning with enough intensity to incinerate his foe. He raised his arm, revealing a wolf tattoo that erupted in flames. A chilling declaration left his lips. "I will eradicate every last demon." The hand with the glowing blue wolf tattoo clenched into a fist. He brought it to his face, a smirk playing on his lips, his eyes piercing straight through Khazar. He roared the name of his technique, Piercing Fang. The golden energy swirling around him blasted forward like a volley of lances. With a commanding stance, he pointed directly at Khazar, causing the beams of light to converge on their target. The demon's eyes widened in panic as the attack rushed toward him. Without a moment's hesitation, Khazar gathered his demonic energy, clenching his clawed fist. He surged forward, slicing through the golden beams. "You think this level of magic can stop me?" he bellowed. The golden light vanished. Ella's expression hardened at the demon's taunt. "A mage who dares let me get this close?" Khazar dove from above, laughing maniacally. "You're finished, you fool." But at that very moment, Eli swung a devastating fist upward, blazing with raw power to meet the attack. A thunderous crack echoed as Eli's fist met Khazar's claws. The opposing forces clashed, shaking the very foundation of the earth. The impact created a massive explosion, sending shockwaves and debris in every direction. Khazar was thrown back, his claws gouging a deep scar in the ground. He collapsed to one knee, grinding his teeth in pure rage. How can a mage possess this much physical strength? Through the dust and smoke, Eli stood staring intently at his own arm. The fist he just used was now covered in the demon's viscous, purple fluid. His expression grew grim. Fighting him head-on like this could be extremely dangerous. The poison in his demonic aura can seep through any opening on my body. So this is the power of his seal. I'll have to freeze it to stop the poison from spreading, he decided. But this is just a temporary fix. I can't risk any more exposure. With his other hand, Eli began to encase the demonic substance in ice. The pain etched a grimace onto his face. Khazar rose to his feet, a sinister smirk on his face as he watched the frozen Elsic. He stopped the poison spread by freezing his own hand. How pathetic! The tattoo etched into his skin reappeared, unleashing an overwhelming wave of killing intent. Is that all? The old man sneered. Very well. You'll soon see the consequences. A vicious gale began to rage once more. The sigil on his skin writhed like a savage beast coiled on Sir's half-severed arm. He laughed again, a triumphant smirk on his face. Let's see you try to freeze a wind of pure poison. With a roar, Sir unleashed his full power, sending the venomous tempest surging straight for Eli. Eli raised his wounded arm to block the assault. He growled through gritted teeth. Damn it, the toxic energy is invading my body. This isn't something I can just freeze to neutralize the venom. But amidst the howling storm, a glint of inspiration flashed in his eyes. But there's still a way for me to shatter his assault. Eli's posture suddenly became defiant. He thrust his hands forward and roared. Freeze! Reversal! As he unleashed his ultimate skill, his wrists crossed before him. A chilling light surged forward, fueled by his unwavering, resolute gaze. I'll blow this toxic gale right back at you. Sir, who still had his back turned, was suddenly assaulted by the raging whirlwind. He effortlessly blocked the massive wave with a flap of his wing. How foolish. Did you truly think my own magic could ever harm me? But as the vortex dissipated, a flicker of confusion crossed his face. What the? Where did he go? Eli had vanished without a trace. And then, he reappeared right behind Sir. It was a diversion. Standing behind the old man. The corners of his lips curled into a smirk. His eyes had turned completely pitch black. An aura of pure wrath billowed from behind Eli. Sir finally sensed the danger and glanced back. But it was too late. Eli Melvingo roared, binding. A chain erupted from the ground, binding the old man from head to toe. He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with absolute fury. Sir couldn't believe he'd fallen for such a classic trick. Behind him, Eli wore a look of pure satisfaction. As the chains tightened their grip, Sir screamed, Wait, hold on. Come on, if you finish this now, there's no fun in it for you. Eli just gloated, raising a hand from behind to unleash his final move. It's been a while since I've had to use this one. His palm slammed into Sir's chest with a thunderous impact. A brilliant blue light erupted from Eli's hand, spreading all around it. His expression was that of a mage about to claim his victory. Eli pressed his hand deeper into Sir's chest. This was the secret art of the Mountain King. The world dissolved into a swirl of white and blue, like rivers and mountains merging into one. The chains had completely immobilized Sir. He collapsed to the ground, all his strength to resist now completely gone. Sweat poured down Sir's face as he roared in utter disbelief. How can a mere human wield the power of the Snow Mountain King? Eli loomed over him, placing a hand on the old man's head. A cold glint in his eyes, his voice was merciless. You don't need to know. Then, Eli pressed down hard, absorbing him completely. The demon screamed in agony, and in that desolate forest, another monster met its end. When Eli withdrew his hand, only a withered husk remained. He looked down at the corpse with a grim sigh. Suddenly, Mike appeared, hovering above Eli's head. Exterminate the demon race. How dare he say that right to my face? Mike crossed his arms, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Does that mean, even though we have no choice but to work together now, we're destined to become enemies we must fight in the future? A demonic aura pulsed from Mike, his feigned grin terrifying. How wonderful. That's exactly what I was thinking. Eli gazed down from above at the lifeless body on the ground. It was Ser. His fists tightened, his expression unreadable. But then, he realized something. A flash of panic appeared in his eyes. An instant later, Eli coughed up blood. He clutched his chest as his knees gave out, collapsing in excruciating pain. From a distance, Hai and Ojin rushed to his side. Hai screamed, Eli. His face was already darkening. The poison was rapidly spreading through his body. Ojin placed a hand on his back, channeling his energy into Eli. A golden light, like a beacon of salvation, enveloped them. Hai struggled to help Eli to his feet as Ogun continued his work, restoring some of his power. "Eli, my boy, are you all right?" He grimaced, forcing himself to stand as he coughed weakly. "Yes, I'm feeling better now." His words came out in ragged breaths. Eli coughed again, his body covered in the filth of battle. He then asked, "Have these demons always been this powerful?" The old man removed his hand from Ellie's back. "Yes, of course they have." Glancing at Sir's corpse, the old man added, "If he had been in his peak condition, you likely would have been defeated." Eli just smirked in response. "No, I still would have won." A mix of exasperation and pride flashed in the old man's eyes. The boy's confidence was truly limitless. With that, Eli sat down on the ground and stretched, looking completely refreshed. "Well, I suppose the boy will always find a way to defeat his opponent, no matter the odds," Ojin thought to himself. "However, I have a feeling Eli is about to get a lecture from his master. Must you let arrogance consume you? You need to change that attitude." Eli looked up at the old man, clearly annoyed. He simply replied with a playful smirk. "But Ojin, why are you making that face?" he asked, his tone full of mischief. Ojin burst into laughter, his cheeks flushed like a young maiden's. "Truly worthy of being my disciple." He was overflowing with pride for Eli. In the dead of the silent night, a full moon cast its light over the withered branches. We returned to Kay's underground lair. Two masked figures in royal uniforms were talking. "What does the captain want us to find here?" The other replied, "I have no idea. Why does he keep telling us to search this place?" For traces of a third party, the one with neatly combed hair sighed, adding, "We've been searching all day and found nothing." If this wasn't a direct order, before he could finish, a hand burst straight through his chest. His eyes shot wide open in shock. Crimson blood erupted, soaking through his pristine uniform. The hand that had just pierced his heart was raised, dripping with fresh blood. Its owner had blood-red eyes, utterly devoid of humanity. His face was pale, emotionless, even after extinguishing the life now crumpled on the ground. He opened his mouth, asking the other masked man, "Hey, what happened here?" Terrified, the man stumbled backward, his voice stuttering. Who are you?" Then, the creature stretched out a tattooed hand, reaching for his mask. "Show me your face," the man screamed as he was lifted off the ground, his legs kicking wildly. The creature spoke with chilling indifference. What an unpleasant sound. The tattoo on its hand was now clear. In the center was a cross, and beneath it, a pair of wings. A purple aura radiated from that very hand. The creature said, "Fine. I'll find out for myself." He roared a single word, "Assimilate." The inspector screamed in agony as his body dissolved into particles of dust and smoke, scattering into the wind. The inspector's hand turned black and crumbled away, while the creature's hand blazed with a violet flame, revealing a demonic symbol. He looked up at the sky and declared, "So, Kazir failed." A memory flashed through his mind. Kazir, fighting against the Intelligence Bureau. A third party, neither from the Bureau nor his own kind, had interfered. In that cellar, two masked men were confronting Day, and shockingly, one of them was the Crown Prince himself. He saw the prince walking through the forest with the same carriage that Kazir had spotted earlier. Snapping out of the memory, the creature let out a laugh. What an unbelievable harvest. To think the Crown Prince himself was involved. Elsewhere in that ruined cellar, a group of men in suits knelt before a figure of immense power. It was the Crown Prince. He snarled at the man kneeling at his feet. "Enough." He clasped his hands behind his back, his tone lecturing. "Remember the wounds you suffered today for the rest of your life. Use them to reflect on your failure." The man at the prince's feet was Arthur. His back was covered in wounds. He slammed his head against the stone floor with a loud crack. "I will engrave this lesson upon my soul." The Crown Prince looked down on him, his voice laced with scorn. "The conquest we planned for years has been utterly shattered. What do you intend to do now?" Arthur continued to strike his head against the ground, his voice trembling with fear. "According to my report, Viscount Godot was not the only follower of Gregory. Fortunately, the agents we sent to the other branches managed to gather intelligence on their main camp." The Crown Prince's tone softened slightly. "That means the plan for this region hasn't completely failed." Arthur kept his head pressed to the floor, a pool of blood spreading beneath him. "Yes. Viscount Godot's plan was merely a failure on the part of us. The fourth squad." The prince turned away. "All right, Pen. Clean this up, and let's head to the rendezvous point." Only then did Arthur dare to lift his head. Suddenly, a loud crash from behind made the Crown Prince freeze. One of the masked inspectors yelled, "Ambush!" A violent whirlwind tore through the area. "Demons!" Arthur shot to his feet, barking orders to the inspectors. Everyone into formation. In the distance, a winged demon pinned down one of their own. It raised its claws, ready to feast on its prey. Closer by, another masked inspector leaped into the fray, slashing at the demon before him. The air filled with chaotic screams. Arthur, sword drawn, cut down a demon in front of the crown prince, roaring, "You fools! Protect his highness first." At his command, they all rushed toward the prince. The inspector shouted, "Protect his highness! Get to his highness!" At the same time, the swarm of demons surged toward the crown prince as well. A flicker of fear crossed Arthur's eyes. "They're too fast." He swung his sword with all his might, desperately blocking a purple storm that shot towards the prince behind him. As Arthur gritted his teeth, struggling to hold on, the demon from the treasury materialized before him. It leaned in close and whispered casually, "Not bad, for a human." Arthur instantly swung his blade with a furious roar. "You scum! How dare you!" But the demon had already taken flight, and his sword sliced through empty air. The moonlight silhouetted the demon's form. Its eyes glowed as it pointed a finger forward. You are the crown prince." Arthur continued to slash wildly, while the crown prince merely shot the demon a look of pure contempt. Hearing this, the strange, mouthless winged demons lit up. As if they had caught the scent of their true target, they screeched, "The crown prince! He is the crown prince!" All of their eyes locked onto him. Arthur raised his sword high, yelling to his men, "I'll hold him off. Protect his highness." Two masked guards bowed respectfully to the crown prince. "Please, come with us, your highness." He stared straight ahead as a crimson light erupted from his sword, wrapping around him like a shroud of power. Arthur would now execute the enemies who dared to harm his highness. A monstrous grin split his face, ear to ear, as tentacles writhed around him, his razor-sharp tongue and pointed fangs on full display. He commanded his grotesque minions, "That one looks delicious. I suppose it's time we made our move." Without another word, he unfurled his wings and dove from the sky like a raging tempest. Arthur leaped into a battle stance to meet him head-on. Two opposing torrents of light collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Meanwhile, the other demons swarmed the crown prince, surrounding the very ground he stood upon. His remaining royal guards formed a defensive circle. The demons schemed amongst themselves, "We'll get the seal if we bring the messenger the prince's head, right? I wonder if we get a few more seals by bringing the messenger a few other body parts, too." Hearing this, the prince glared up, his face a mask of pure disgust. One of the inspectors charged toward the demon who just spoke, roaring, "How dare you lowly demons insult the future ruler of our empire?" Then, two sources of light flashed past, one from a sword, the other from a claw, and blood sprayed everywhere. A voice called out, "Your Highness, I will forge a path for you." And now, only one inspector remained to guard the prince. The demon watched from a distance, gloating, "You'd be wise to hand the prince over to me." The demon shot forward like the wind, its eyes glowing, its mouth wide, claws raised as it screamed, "The seal is mine." The prince's eyes widened in terror, his mouth agape in pure shock and horror. Suddenly, a bearded man appeared with a confident smile. He announced loudly, "Who dares stand in the messenger's way?" An immense surge of blue power erupted from below, as if to devour the entire demonic horde. The demons hovering in the air were blown away in every direction. At the center of this power, a figure emerged, roaring like a ferocious beast. It was a lion. When the storm of power subsided, the demons were annihilated. All that remained was a single banner, fluttering defiantly in the wind, bearing the emblem of a majestic lion. The demon, who had been clashing with Arthur, stared down from above at his own severed arm. He ground his teeth in frustration. "You all got lucky this time." A masked soldier clenched his fist, stammering in awe. The Blue Lions. Under the pale moonlight, an army stood tall. They were clad in black, hooded cloaks, led by a man on horseback. He was Herman. And beside him rode a young woman with a fiercely courageous gaze. "And she is Isabel," the inspector cried out. "The Blue Lions are here." Herman roared his command, "My soldiers, eradicate the enemy." The black-cloaked soldiers surged forward. With every swing of their swords, a demon was wiped from existence, leaving not even a trace behind. The lone inspector screamed with pure joy. "We're saved, we're saved." The crown prince, still shielded by his guard, looked on with a profound gaze. He whispered the name of the girl before him, Isabel. Silence returned to the dark night, with only the faint moonlight illuminating the scene. The two armies faced each other in the cavern. The voice of Arthur Penn resonated through the silence. "Even with the Blue Lion's aid, while we have defeated most of the demons, we failed to eliminate their leader." The prince turned his gaze from Arthur and faced Herman's army, closing his eyes. His voice was quiet, yet carried a heavy weight. "Thank you." Herman replied with a respectful bow. "I am relieved that you are safe, Your Highness. Your Majesty, I will escort you back to the palace. But since you have the intelligence division with you now, I will take my leave here." Hearing this, the prince replied, "You must be busy. Please, continue your work." Herman answered, "Thank you for your understanding, Your Highness." But then, the prince unexpectedly questioned him. "May I ask where you are headed?" Herman let out a hearty laugh. "I'm on my way to find Eric." At that moment, A faint blush appeared on Isabel's cheeks as a small smile touched her lips. The prince said nothing more, his eyes fixed on her. I see. Isabel's cheeks remained flushed as she glanced down, still smiling, before the prince finally turned to leave. Very well. Farewell. The prince's eyes burned with a crimson light, his lips pressed into a thin line of fury. Eli Melvin. So that's his name. A lone carriage cut through a forest of ice and snow. Eli peered out the window, his face filled with pure excitement. He leaned out of the carriage. They were approaching a towering castle. So that's the Great Wall. It's even bigger than the stories say. He settled back into his seat, his gaze now thoughtful as he stared at the massive fortress. The Flower Palace is somewhere behind that wall. A short while later, the carriage halted before a massive gate, blocked by a group of guards. They issued a command. Halt. The driver offered a friendly smile. You must be the border patrol. We'd like to cross. Just as he finished speaking, Eli popped his head out to get a look. One of the 4 guards spoke with a serious tone. Apologies, but you may not be allowed to pass. Being denied so bluntly wiped the smile from his face. His brow furrowed in annoyance. Eli stepped out of the carriage, demanding an answer. Did something happen on the other side of the wall? The guard explained grimly. The monsters outside the walls have been running rampant lately, and strange phenomena have begun to appear. Because of this, the city watch is on high alert. He knew something was wrong. The energy he sensed beyond the wall felt incredibly sinister. Even so, he had no intention of backing down. His resolve was unshakable. Cadonis, give them the travel permit. Cadonis cheerfully complied, understood, and began searching through his pockets. Cadonis approached the soldier with the permit. He handed the scroll over, leaving the guard momentarily stunned. What is this? The Nurister and Minger families? My apologies. I had no idea you hailed from such prestigious houses. Normally, passage is forbidden, even with a permit. But I'll make a special exception for members of the Nurister and Minger families. In return, he offered a piece of grave advice. If disaster strikes, please run to the highest possible shelter. El asked. A mix of surprise and confusion. If we hide there, will someone come to rescue us? The guard replied coldly. No. It just makes it easier for us to recover your bodies. El froze at his words, just as the terrifying shriek of a sandworm tore through the air. He instantly dropped into a combat stance, ready to face it head-on. The sandworm shot forward like a missile, aimed straight for Elsic. With immense strength, he wrestled for control with a single hand. Elsic seized the opportunity, leaping up and delivering a devastating kick to the sandworm's neck. He couldn't understand it. Why were these sandworms charging in so recklessly? Suddenly, another one materialized right behind him, his gaze sharpened with deadly focus. Elsic was still thinking. After that fight with the demon, I feel like I can't fully master the abilities I've gained. If I acquire more seals in the future, my own mana reserves will become a limiting factor, and I won't be able to use them to their full potential. The sandworm let out an agonized howl as Elsic struck its mouth. Its massive body crashed to the ground, sending debris flying everywhere. He landed gracefully, as if he planned every move. A magic meant only for me. I need to create something entirely new. That is the only way I'll be strong enough that no one will ever dare look down on me again. Just then, a voice called out to him. Are you done yet? Sun was trembling. Even with a mana shield, I'm freezing my butt off out here. I'm about to run out of mana, too. El was lost in thought. This place was supposed to be a scorching desert, but instead, it was bitterly cold with harsh winds. I wonder if this is one of those strange phenomena they mentioned. This area is called the Black Snowfield. The name Snowfield is simply a metaphor. Because the land here is corrupted and stained black with poison, it resembles a field of black snow. That's the meaning behind its name. This place is completely overrun with monsters, and even the Empire has given up on trying to conquer it. It's a forbidden zone where not even an 8th Circle Archmage is guaranteed to survive. Sun tapped El on the shoulder curiously. Hey El, is the Flower Shrine really a place forsaken by the gods? In the fairy tales, the Flower Shrine was a peaceful garden where the goddess of flowers lived happily among humans. Does this place look like a flower garden to you? El had no time for rumors and tales. The Flower Shrine is real. I can confirm its existence through the records kept by my royal ancestors. Optin seems skeptical. So you know its exact location. I find it hard to believe you could find it with just information from old records. But El already had a plan forming. I'm thinking of searching for the beastmen who guard the Flower Shrine. The old man couldn't hide his concern. Beastmen harbor a deep-seated hatred for humanity. Are you sure this is a good idea? El was confident in his abilities. We'll be fine. I have a way. Optin's voice was filled with excitement. I don't know what you're planning, but I'm looking forward to it. It would be even better if I knew what was going on. But a sense of dread washed over him. How do you intend to find beastmen in a place this vast? El admitted. That's the part I'm still working on. Mick voiced his concern. Is there a map or some kind of sign? We can't possibly search this entire snowfield. He faced the harsh reality. No, we have nothing. If only we at least had a compass. His eyes locked onto a sudden gleam of light. Hey, the ice stone is glowing. El finally noticed and reached into his pouch. He held it up, puzzled. Why is it suddenly shining like this? Sun gasped in disbelief as the ice stone suddenly floated into the air. What the? The stone pulsed with a brilliant light. It seemed Elzik had a revelation. The light from the stone. It's showing us a path. I think we found our way. A full moon bathed the world in its silver light, but the forest below remained deathly silent. A lone carriage slowly carved a path forward. Elzik gave the order, caught in it. Stop here. He immediately obeyed. Yes, Master Elzik. Sun, confused by the sudden halt, questioned him. What's going on? Elzik then explained, the glacial stone. Its light died the moment we entered this forest. I believe that means we need to search this area. The woods had become a labyrinth of shadows when a sudden light pierced the gloom. The glow of a campfire helped guide the group forward. He shook his head, feeling weary. Are we actually going to find anything out here? I can't see a single thing. Giddy then used her special eyes to survey the area. I'm searching from the sky with my spirit beasts, but I'm coming up empty, too. Elzik, however, refused to give up so easily. Is that so? He clenched the now dark glacial stone in his hand. Elzik finally had to face reality. All right, let's head back to the carriage. Perhaps the glacial stone will guide us again. Just then, a distant sound caught his ear, and his head snapped around. He and Sun exchanged a look of silent understanding. Without a moment's hesitation, Elzik shot forward like a bolt of lightning, his team right behind him. The three of them moved like arrows, drawn toward the strange disturbance. His sharp eyes told him something was there. Elzik, you must hurry. He ducked behind a tree to conceal his presence. Elzik's mind raced. A female demi-human. He had confirmed Yina's identity. She was from the cat tribe, and she was surrounded by monstrous beasts, dripping with feral rage. They lunged, ready to pounce on her. Yina screamed, pleading for help. Is anyone there? Please, help me. A chilling blue energy swept through the air. In that moment, she squeezed her eyes shut. When she opened them again, Yina stood frozen, stunned by what had just occurred. The beasts that lunged for her were now encased in solid ice. Someone casually snapped their fingers, and the ice encasing the monsters shattered into a million fragments. Elzik calmly approached her. Are you all right? You must have been shocked. He then teased her. You really don't have any talent for acting. Elzik offered coldly. If you're injured anywhere, I will heal you. He stepped closer, asking calmly, can you stand on your own? Yina's eyes blazed with fury. She slapped Elzik's hand away, her voice dripping with contempt. I don't need help from a human. Two more members of the cat tribe appeared from the trees above, their bows drawn as they monitored the tense situation. She then threatened them with a furious glare. Stupid human, if you don't surrender by the time I count to 3, I will kill you all. The bowstrings grew taut as she began her countdown. 1. His companion glanced at Elzik, waiting for the command. 2. He was starting to think this was a lost cause. Elzik, what in the world are you planning? But Elzik just smirked, a wide grin spreading across his face. Elzik quickly threw his hands in the air with a cheerful expression. I surrender. His teammates collectively wished the ground would swallow them whole. He tried to make his performance convincing. I'm surrendering. Mike, however, wasn't worried in the slightest. He knew Elzik was a master of deception. Just moments before, Elzik and Sun had been hidden from view. He had noticed it instantly, the slight tremor in Yina's hands. This whole situation was clearly a poorly laid trap. His sharp eyes could perceive things from a great distance. He even spotted more female soldiers hiding nearby, waiting to discover his plan. Elzik, what's your move now? What else could he do but play along with their little charade? If they want to play a game, we'll play along and let them lead us right into their den. And so, the group was captured by Yina and her subordinates, escorted into the kingdom of the Beastmen. An uncomfortable silence filled the carriage as they rode. Mike finally broke the tension. Did you really need to take it that far? Elzik immediately shot back. You're an idiot. He was incredibly proud of his own talents. You have to be willing to make such sacrifices to pull off a convincing deception. Mike was in disbelief, shocked that those dim-witted beastmen were fooled by such a terrible performance. All the beastmen were in an uproar. Wretched humans. Why did the search party bring humans back here? They're surely up to no good. We should just kill them right now. Even Elzik was taken aback. I was expecting this, but the depth of their hatred for humans is truly immense. He knew the entire history behind their conflict. You humans stole their lands and drove them here, so of course, it's normal, right? Appeasing the rage passed down through generations won't be so simple. He decided to remain silent. The wheels came to a stop on a deserted path. Yina turned around to face them. She introduced herself. I am Yina, a royal guard of the Anthermop Kingdom. If you value your lives, you had better behave yourselves. He finally looked up. Yena continued, because our great kingdom will now interrogate you. She then led Elzic's group deeper inside. He followed Yena without a word. It wasn't hard for his companion to guess. You must have a plan for walking right into the enemy's headquarters, right? Elzic stated with absolute confidence. Of course. The beastmen won't be able to refuse me. The beastmen were all waiting in the grand hall as he calmly explained. Because I possess a power they have craved for centuries. The technique of the Tiger King. The former Beast King. The body-strengthening art. The Tiger clan had held the throne for generations, but now, they are all extinct. What if the body enhancement art, the ultimate symbol of the king's authority, were to suddenly reappear? Alec couldn't hold back a grin, just imagining how much a technique like that would be worth. He wasn't surprised in the least. You seem eager to sell it for a king's ransom, don't you? Just then, Irina knelt to give her report. Your Majesty, great king of the Anthropomorphs, I have brought the prisoners. The king offered Irina a word of praise. Well done. A faint light emanated from the king's claws. You humans, why have you trespassed into our territory? Did he recognize him as a Tiger King on sight? The Tiger King bared a fang as he spoke. If you dare to lie. Alec was still reeling from the shock. It couldn't be. He couldn't believe his eyes. The king of the beastmen, the Tiger King. Velen immediately followed with a threat. You won't be leaving this place alive. Alec scoffed inwardly. He's just a kid. But Alec was captivated by Velen's appearance. So cute. Almost adorable. Still, something felt wrong. A Tiger King this young. This deal might not be as profitable as he thought. A cold sweat trickled down his back. It was a relief that the Tiger King had an heir, but he was far too young. Alec steeled his resolve. He would give it a shot first. After all, if things went south, he could always find a way to escape. You're the king. One of the beastmen immediately roared in outrage. You insolent whelp. How dare you question our great king like that? Alec shot back without a second thought. Hey, old man, stay out of this. The beastman was seething with rage. Old man, you little brat, guards, drag this prisoner out of here immediately. Alec provoked him further, such a noisy mouse. Velen personally intervened. Stop. The other beastman tried to protest, but he erupted in fury. Are you trying to defy my order? The old guard had no choice but to restore order. Velen then turned his attention back to the prisoner. Well, do you have something to say? Alec saw his opening. He thought the boy was just an ignorant kid, but it seems the blood of the Tiger King truly runs through his veins. This might be easier than he expected. Your Majesty, are you familiar with the body enhancement art? The young king looked puzzled. The what? Alec cut straight to the point. If I told you I was willing to sell it, what price would you offer me? The beastman exploded in anger. How dare you speak such nonsense before the king? You bastard! How dare a pathetic human like you even mention the body enhancement art? Guards, behead this insolent man. Velen hastily tried to calm them down. All of you, be calm. In a single motion, Alec shattered his manacles. Honestly, you people are way too loud. The royal guards immediately swarmed forward. The prisoner has broken his chains. Protect the king. Alec's group was completely surrounded by beastmen, the broken cuffs clattering to the floor at his feet. Aten remained alert, watching their every move. Beastmen are not to be underestimated. Do you require my assistance? Alec's face lit up with a grin. No need, master. I will handle them myself. A powerful aura erupted from his body. I need to show them what I'm truly capable of. Only then will they finally believe me. One of the beastmen gave the order. What are you waiting for? Royal guards, take down those vile humans now. San finally understood. He was so quiet on the way here. I knew something was up. She then offered a gentle warning. Alec, darling, if you so much as lay a finger on my precious little tiger cub, I'll skin you alive. Nearby, Gon just let out a hearty laugh. I just love watching this kind of chaos. A blonde-haired guard lunged toward Alec, but instead of getting angry, Alec simply flashed a smirk. He shot forward like an arrow from a bow. Alec met the blonde guard head-on. The raw power radiating from his hands was overwhelming. Alec unleashed a flurry of techniques, leaving two beastmen completely frozen in shock. Impossible. How can a human possibly know the body enhancement art? Another beastman shouted a solution. Royal guards. Assume your beast forms. The guards instantly transform into ferocious black wolves, their clothes ripping apart to reveal sleek, dark fur. The black wolves gathered as a pack, and their leader gave the command. Attack. They charged relentlessly toward Alec. A smug look crossed someone's face. You're finished. Alec planted one foot back, gathering his power. He then unleashed a storm of strikes that sent the guards reeling. Body enhancement art. Tiger Claw. Even they were stunned by his incredible power. A nearby catkin worried that he would be the next target. The spectral image of a massive tiger materialized behind him. Body enhancement art. Black tigers rending steps. Its enormous paws slammed down, crushing the beastmen beneath it. Irina could only watch as her kinsmen were brought to their knees. She charged forward in a fury. "How dare you?" Velen commanded Irina, "Stop at once." But her sword was already at Elik's throat. Elik calmly addressed the king. "Your Majesty." He had more than earned the right to gloat. "I believe that was a sufficient demonstration of my power. No. Do you believe me now?" The entire hall fell into a dead silence. Velen gritted his teeth, his eyes a storm of doubt and rage. "How do you know of the body enhancement art? It's a technique that even we no longer possess." Suddenly, beams of binding light shot through the air. Everyone ducked in alarm. Elik just grinned. That would be magic. The young king stammered, his face a mask of utter confusion. Magic? At that very moment, a massive magic circle materialized behind Elik. It pulsed with the mysteries of nature itself, harmoniously uniting all principles within its design. The color completely drained from Velen's face. So, the body-strengthening art was preserved by magic all along. Eli let out a chuckle. Indeed. As he spoke, he lowered his hand. Wisps of ethereal energy materialized in the air, causing the king's eyes to widen with surprise and fascination. From behind, Mick crossed his arms with a frown of annoyance. Magic? This is just another bait and switch. Eli simply raised an eyebrow. Besides, the demi-human race has a certain affinity for magic. If we present this with enough mystery and flair, they will surely take the bait. Look over there. It's not just the king. The others are starting to believe it, too. His voice dripped with disdain. These demi-humans are far too naive. A cunning glint flashed in Eli's eyes as he sighed. That's what makes them so perfect to manipulate. It's time to play my final card. With that, he slowly lowered his head, placing a hand over his chest and a show of deep respect. But every single word was meticulously calculated. The body-strengthening art is a secret treasure of the royal family. Even though I have replicated it through magic, it's true. Radiant power can only be wielded by its rightful master. Hearing this, Velen gave a slight nod, a look of clear satisfaction in his eyes. He lowered his voice, and so, we wish to use this agreement to build a new foundation for the royal family and its people. But suddenly, a firm voice cut through the air. That is enough. Eli froze, a flicker of shock in his eyes as Nose strode confidently into the center of the great hall. To put it simply, you want to sell us the body-strengthening art for a high price. Am I wrong? Eli's composure wavered for an instant as he watched his opponent carefully. He saw right through my true intentions. This old man is not to be underestimated. That is correct. What I require is information. I want to know the path that leads to the Temple of Flowers. A wave of confusion washed over the hall. The Temple of Flowers? Why would a human want to go there? Someone nearby sighed. Besides, access to that place is currently sealed. Nose slowly advanced to the center of the grand hall, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. We understand your terms for this agreement. However, we require further discussion among ourselves. For now, you must leave. Captain of the Royal Guard, escort our guests to the outer manor to rest. Irina bowed her head respectfully. Yes, my lord. A silent rage burned within him. It was a perfect deal. Until that old man interfered. Mephisto seethed, grinding his teeth. That old man is a demon. Back in the hall, the crowd erupted into a heated debate. One of the clan chiefs spoke up. We must accept this deal. This is our chance to restore the blood of the Tiger King and bring back the former glory of our people. Right now, those bastards are proving to be quite cunning. They represent a far greater threat to us than any of the humans on the outside. If we can unite under the will of the Tiger King and the damned people, they will have no choice but to fall in line. The king's footsteps halted. They are right. The body-strengthening art is the very symbol of unity for the demi-human race. Its loss has fractured our clans and shattered the harmony between our species. This is our one chance to reclaim it. With it, the Rage Clan will no longer have a reason to refuse acknowledging a Tiger King who lacks the art. He closed his eyes, his voice calm yet resolute. Very well. If that is the will of the people. But instantly, an authoritative voice boomed in protest. We cannot do this. The clan chief erupted in fury. Minister of Finance, Nose. If we lose the symbol of our royalty in this way, we will never be able to shadow pass over Nose's eyes. I understand perfectly well how crucial the art is to our people and his majesty. Nose's brow furrowed, his gaze becoming as sharp as a blade. But have you all forgotten the very reason our demi-human race is forced to exist in this cursed land? Have you forgotten the agony we endured? A heavy silence fell over the hall. The humans lured us with sweet promises, then stabbed us in the back like cowards, forcing us into this miserable existence. Even Valen was taken aback. Your Majesty, if we accept this deal, we will once again become mere puppets in the hands of humans. That painful history is bound to repeat itself. His voice lost none of its intensity. That is precisely why we must never join hands with them. We must remain ever vigilant. The king's gaze softened, becoming unnaturally calm. After a long moment, a heavy voice finally spoke. Your Majesty, we cannot let this opportunity slip away. This is our only chance to reclaim the body-strengthening art. Velen remained silent. His eyes were fixed on the ancient stone statue, a monument to the rebuilding of the royal family. If we are to fulfill the late king's dream of unifying the clans, we will need the body-strengthening art. The chief spoke with urgency. Then let us summon the humans at once and finalize this agreement. The king turned away, his gaze falling. But we cannot do that. Not after hearing Lord Nose's argument. Model, because I believe his reasons are just. We've been deceived by humans far too many times. He refused to yield his position. I am well aware that Finance Minister Norris is a wise man. Our people call him the wise black sage for how masterfully he runs this kingdom. But he is getting old, and even his judgment can falter. Hearing this, Velen's voice turns stern. Watch your words. He is a man who dedicated his entire life to this kingdom, serving since the previous king's reign. I do not doubt his judgment. We must remain wary of the humans. The courtier immediately bowed low, his voice urgent. Forgive my impertinence, Your Majesty. As he quietly departed, Velen thought to himself, Norris, I trust that your judgment is sound. The scene shifts to the Anropov estate. Slow footsteps approached as a man emerged to open the door. Inside, Elzik sat casually in the living room, letting out an arrogant laugh. Well, what have we here? To what do I owe the pleasure? Finance Minister Nernoer spoke in a low tone. I'm here to strike a deal with you. Elzik's smile widened. So, you're a client. Please, sit. It seems you've decided to accept my proposal. And how do you intend to pay our price? Nernoer's voice dropped, his eyes emotionless. I will give you what you want, and I will open a path to the throne for you. Elzik's laughter was electric with excitement. Excellent. You're every bit as generous as I predicted. The physical enhancement technique. The man let out a low, chilling laugh. Sell it to me. Moments later, he was slumped over the table, arm dangling lifelessly, his eyes staring into the void. I suppose no one else is coming. Do they truly believe they can seize the throne and unite the clans just by possessing the physical enhancement? Why are the Ministry of Finance and the other officials all saying the exact same thing? Ojin gave a dry chuckle. I heard the Tiger King's bloodline fell into ruin long ago. They need the physical enhancement to revive their kingdom, but I never imagined the situation was this desperate. So, who are you planning to sell it to? The finance minister still has the highest bid. The old man pried further. Did the finance minister mention that as well? In this case, there are far too many clients chasing after the physical enhancement, which has made the price skyrocket. May I ask what the royal family plans to do without it? And how do you intend to pay me? The heavy air was broken by the sound of cold footsteps echoing from outside. Velen's face darkened. Tiger King. Mike stood with his arms crossed, his gaze filled with displeasure. The power the king holds is fading. If it were me, I would have already beheaded those vassals. I'm not a fool like them. Velen stood frozen, his voice trembling with disbelief. Why would the finance minister do this? Something must be terribly wrong. Just then, Elzik stepped forward from behind him, his demeanor calm. I told you before, Your Majesty, you are about to witness something very interesting. Hay immediately spoke up, her voice full of reproach. Elzik, how can you say such things in front of someone who is truly hurting? Hey, politics isn't a child's game. Do you think soothing his heart right now will change anything? She fell silent, forcing a smile but unable to find a single word in rebuttal. He turned his head, his expression grim. You know it too. No matter how glorious the throne is, it means nothing without true power to back it up. Hay froze, a storm of conflicting emotions churning within her. A soft voice called out from a memory of a time when they were known as the Pure Faith Clan. The scene changes, showing two children whose innocent eyes have now been replaced by helplessness and despair. But the moment we lost our power, all the vassals, nobles, royalty, and even the magic tower abandoned us. Elzik wept in bitter silence. Look, it's the hero of Lee Center. He's the son of the Pure Faith Clan. Please look at me. But deep within Elzik's eyes, there was only ice. It was only when I became the hero of Lee Center that the very people who once scorned me as a disgrace to the family completely changed their tune. In the end, power is the only thing that moves this world. His gaze fixed on the king. Your Majesty, you must sharpen your claws. Velen took a half step back, his eyes filled with confusion. My claws? Elzik immediately bowed low, hand on his chest, his voice respectful yet unyielding. You must hone them in the shadows, so that in the final moment, you can use them to seize back everything you desire, and I will aid you on this long journey. The king was speechless, his eyes welling up as emotion surged through him. Elzik smirked. Look at those angelic eyes. I'd say he's completely moved. The other man sneered. He looks like he's ready to sell you his very soul. I must do this to move forward, Mephisto said in a low voice. Don't think I don't know what you're doing. You're just trying to ignite his fighting spirit. Even if you help him, he's the only one who can solve the current crisis. Who knows if he can become as great as those who came before him? Velen spoke hesitantly. Do you know anything about Tiger King Yun? Elzik froze. Tiger King Yun, was he truly the strongest king, the one who led the beastmen to their golden age? He frowned, his eyes sharp with resolve. Everything left behind by Tiger King Yun. I'm willing to trade it all. Even our research into restoring the body fortification art. However, the Flower Temple has been sealed by the Eastern General. Vaughn extended his hand. If you wish to open that door, you will absolutely need me. I will personally guide you there myself. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes, so hand over the body fortification art. Erich immediately clasped his hand, bowing respectfully. We can sit down and discuss the finer details. Vaughn approached slowly, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Was this truly the right decision? No, I can't doubt my own decisions. I am the king, after all. Just as he said, if I only sharpen my own claws, everything will return to its rightful place. Suddenly, he froze, stumbling off balance. Elle rushed forward, gently catching Velen. He blushed, his voice barely a whisper. Thank you. I tripped over my own feet. Unexpectedly, she wrapped her arms around him. How impudent. I may look young, but I am still the king. Elle gently stroked his head. If your majesty wants to cry, then please, let it all out. Holding it in like this isn't good for a child. Velen froze at her words, a panicked look in his eyes. Laugh when you're happy and cry when you're sad. Her voice was a gentle reassurance. It's okay, Velen. He bit his lip, his body trembling. His hands gripped her shoulders tightly. And then, heart-wrenching sobs finally broke free, as if releasing all his sorrow. Elle let out a small laugh. A moment ago, you looked like a true king, but now you're just a little crybaby. He raised an eyebrow. After all, the boy was still far too young to bear the heavy burden of the throne. He cleared his throat. You said you would take me there yourself. Does that mean you plan to leave Annam? Velen rested happily in Elle's arms. The Tiger King spoke up, his eyes filled with displeasure. If my suspicions are correct, then we should be leaving right now. Hey, are you even listening to me? If we waste any more time here, there's no telling what the Minister of Finance and the others will do. We must summon the Royal Guard and leave the palace at once. Hearing this, he answered calmly. We won't be needing the Royal Guard, especially not Irina, the captain of the Royal Guard. She also happens to be the adopted daughter of the Minister of Finance. He only placed her there to keep an eye on me. Elle frowned. So the Minister of Finance already knows you're here. Velen replied nonchalantly. I slipped out of the castle in secret, but I'm sure they figured it out by now. Suddenly, Sun burst into the room in a panic, his voice urgent. Eric, the beastmen are gathering outside the palace. There are a massive number of them. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. So much for leaving quietly. But wait, do we actually need to leave in secret? Autumn's expression remained perfectly calm. Gulati's sharp gaze was cold and sinister, while his own face was pale with worry. His gaze shifted toward Velen and Elle. With the people we have now, we could easily overpower them all and walk right out the front door. Elle suddenly clapped her hands. All right, everyone. At that moment, a strange sound echoed, causing everyone to freeze in confusion. He shot to his feet in alarm. That's an emergency signal. The Rage Tribe has brought their army here. Elle was horrified. The Rage Tribe is a clan of beastmen engaged in a major conflict with Andropomov. If they're here, they'll surely try to stop King Velen from leaving. Outside, the fires raged on. The timing couldn't be worse. Ves was stunned. The enemy is attacking. He commanded with a grim voice, prepare for battle. Suddenly, a gentle voice called out, making Ves freeze. All of you, stop at once. Two figures swept into the room, and everyone stared in bewilderment. Isabel and Herman appeared. Isabel. Elle was shocked. What is she doing here? M. Vict immediately began circling Herman, letting out a low, probing growl. He grumbled in annoyance. Who is this monster? Without a moment's hesitation, he bowed his head. His voice was deep, yet full of respect. It is a great honor to finally meet you, sir. The Azure Lion, Herman, replied humbly. I am but a common warrior granted the title of Count. There is no need for such formality. Let's all head inside first. Isabel stepped forward, bowing her head slightly. Thank you. Father, please be careful coming down. Elle was suspicious. How did you know I was here? He met her gaze calmly. I wanted to thank our benefactor in person. Not only did you save my daughter, you also cured my illness. That's why I came to the capital, only to learn that you had already departed. He flinched slightly, rubbing the back of his neck in embarrassment. Oh, geez. I should have left a note saying where I was going. It seems we just missed each other. He spoke up. Not at all. We should have sent a letter ahead. I wanted to surprise you, so I came looking without any warning. The fault is ours. However, I do see a few familiar faces here, Herman said, his voice laced with sarcasm. I never expected to find the gray lion's hunting dog in a place like this. Hearing that, Hai frowned, his displeasure obvious. I believe I've told you many times that I am not their hunting dog. Elle tilted her head, asking curiously, You know my sister? He paused. She's your blood relative. After all, I have a certain acquaintance who isn't exactly a pleasant person. I'd crossed paths with her a few times, but I never would have guessed. She was a daughter of House Melvinger. It's a small world, indeed. His gaze swept through the crowd, then locked onto a single figure. It's not every day you see that eccentric old monster from the Nearester family out in the open. Otten's brow furrowed. I believe I told you to stop calling me that. A smirk played on his lips. What's so wrong with calling an ancient beast like you an eccentric old man? What else am I supposed to call you? The two men stood facing each other, their gazes clashing like sharpened steel. A faint killing intent radiated outwards, forcing everyone nearby to instinctively take a step back. A sense of dread washed over him, certain they were about to tear each other apart. But then, to his utter shock, they clasped hands like long-lost brothers in arms. Every single member of this crew is a force to be reckoned with. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, and an absolute monster. Elle quickly stepped between them, forcing a strained smile. All right now, everyone just calm down. Homan's gaze was deep, hiding his calculations. This only makes me want you more. Those who can attract great talent are destined to soar to the heavens themselves. Homan sighed in relief, ignoring the crown prince he despised. Coming here was absolutely the right choice. But how did you two even manage to get here? She asked slowly. We heard you made it over the walls, so we just followed your lead. One of our knights scouting the forest saw you being dragged off. We came to get you out. Our people are creating a massive disturbance to distract those freaks. If we want to escape, now is our best chance. The scene was one of utter chaos, with flickering flames casting shadows on the clashing fighters. Elliot watched the scene outside with sharp eyes. It looks like this is the perfect chance for a clean getaway. Good. It's not an internal invasion. Without hesitating, he dropped to one knee, placing a hand over his heart. Has your resolve to leave this place wavered, Your Majesty? Ven was silent, his voice thick with inner conflict. I want to leave this place. But if I abandon my kingdom during a crisis, my subjects will see me as a traitor, and the city will fall into chaos. Suddenly, a warm hand rested on his shoulder. You don't need to worry about that. I've just come up with the perfect plan. Outside, the sounds of explosions and screams echoed endlessly as smoke and fire billowed into the sky. Her steps came to a halt as Yina led her troops forward. A bewildered voice called out, Captain, shouldn't we be defending the city? Her voice was low and firm. No. The sole purpose of the royal guard is to protect the king. And right now, our king is with those disgusting humans. Her voice suddenly dropped, carrying a chilling, cold intent to kill. Once we ensure his safety, we will exterminate every last one of those humans. Irina's expression twisted, her eyes darkening as her breathing grew heavy. A panicked shout echoed from up ahead. Those people are coming out. The army instantly froze in its tracks. A sharp, warning voice cut through the air. You bastards. Where is our king? Sun avoided her intense gaze. How should I know? Yina's eyes turned impossibly cold as a murderous aura exploded from her, blanketing the entire area. Who knows? You're the ones looking for a fight. Their bodies twisted and deformed into giant, ferocious shapes. All of you, assume your beast forms. A sword lunged at him, forcing him to stumble back in alarm. Her eyes darkened. I don't know what kind of trick you're trying to pull, but if you don't return our king to us this instant. Amid the chaos, a decisive voice roared. Stop right there. El had King Ven in his grasp. If anyone dares to make a move, your king is a dead man. The crowd erupted into chaos. Your Majesty, what is that madman doing? You scum, get your filthy hands off our king now. He simply smirked, a provocative grin spreading across his face. Are you sure this plan is going to work? Now, everyone has witnessed the human with body enhancement arts kidnapping their king. El pursed his lips, his eyes glinting with smug satisfaction. Nosir watched silently from the rear. None of them will dare to do anything reckless. Suddenly, his arm shot up in a decisive command. If you want to save your king, then you will clear a path for us to pass. Across from them, Yina was trembling with absolute fury. Nosir leaned in, whispering something into her ear as her fists clenched so tight they shook. The soldiers and beasts slowly parted, retreating to either side. Let them pass. Sun moved with cautious steps. Hallman and Isabel stayed close, guarding against any surprise attacks. Yina scowled. We've cleared a path, just as you requested. Now, release our king at once. He let out a slight smirk, his eyes glinting with mockery. Pushing off the ground, he launched himself into the air. Elle laughed gleefully. And why should I trust you? I will release His Majesty after we've safely exited the city. If you dare to follow us, you know exactly what will happen to him, don't you? With that, he rocketed into the sky before their very eyes. Below, countless gazes followed his flight. Below them, a scene of pure devastation unfolded. Buildings lay in ruins, the city walls were scorched black, and the air echoed with unending screams of despair. "Over here, we need help," someone yelled. "We have to put out these fires first." Eli surged forward, with Victor and Ven right by his side. The question made his eyes flicker with confusion. "Do you want to go back?" Ven asked, his voice laced with urgency. "No. I was the one who said I wanted to leave," he replied. "I have to open the path to the flower temple for you. Let's put that aside for now. What I'm asking," Eli said, his voice firm, "is whether you want to return or escape this place." His gaze darkened slightly. "Just thinking about the castle now, it suffocates me. But my people are a different story. They're good people who trusted and supported me. If I abandon them, the entire city will fall into chaos. Especially if we're invaded." He shot a glance over. "Hey, I don't think you have time for a leisurely chat right now." Eli watched Victor warily. "What did you see?" he demanded. In the next moment, Eli froze. On the horizon, a colossal black vortex was churning. A black sandstorm? Ven's eyes widened in shock. "No." Eli's voice trembled, his gaze locked on the massive cyclone. "That is the Eastern General." The violent whirlwind roared, spiraling closer with terrifying speed. Eli stood his ground, his eyes sharp with vigilance. "That's the same catastrophe that destroyed the North. If I get caught in that, I'll be torn to shreds." Just then, a deep, raspy voice echoed in his ear. Eli was still reeling from the shock. Victor's lips curled into a knowing, cryptic smile. "I think some troublesome pests are riding along with that cyclone." Eli's heart hammered in his chest. "What do you mean?" His face went pale. A massive army was approaching, their footsteps like rolling thunder. "It's the nine-tailed fox," Mao roared with excitement. "Run for your lives. It's the Fury Tribe." Their banners still flew high. The Fury Tribe are the ancient rivals of Anirecap, a coalition of outcasts led by the Tiger King, who turned on their own clan after it lost the legendary body fortification art. The Fury Tribe craved to rule Anirecap, and their leader slowly turned his back on his own people. Until now, there had only been minor skirmishes. They'd never launched a full-scale war. Ven was nearly frantic, his voice shaking. "What is the Fury Tribe doing here?" Eli just raised an eyebrow, letting out a long, sarcastic sigh. "It seems some traders in the castle fed them information about the body fortification art." "You're still so naive." Even after being backstabbed so many times, he snapped, his eyes blazing with red-hot anger. "This is ridiculous," he said sternly. "Otherwise, why would they suddenly decide to invade Anirecap now? And why would they come to the one place where I, the wielder of the body fortification art, happen to be?" Hearing this, Ven's expression fell. He suddenly staggered, as if the ground had vanished beneath his feet. "What are you doing?" Eli stood firm, his gaze deadly serious. "Can you please answer the question I asked you earlier?" His eyes were unwavering. "Will you return to the city, or will you abandon it and leave with me?" Ven froze, his eyes dark with hesitation. In that brief moment, the kind faces of his people flashed through his mind. I will return to the city. I will protect my people." Eli smiled, satisfied. "I knew you'd say that." Ven lowered his head, his voice heavy with self-doubt and anxiety. "But I'm weak. I have nothing to offer you. I can't ask for anything more." Suddenly, Eli stepped forward and pressed their foreheads together, gentle yet firm. "Ow!" Ven cried out, his face a mask of surprise. "That hurt." Eli looked directly into his eyes. "Your Highness, friends don't care about things like that. We're friends." He nodded, his voice filled with sincerity. "You just have to ask." Eli's gaze was resolute. "Ask for help. When you do, your friends will go to the ends of the earth for you." Then Eli turned to Sean, a slight smirk on his lips. "Right?" Sean frowned, but didn't disagree. Ven spoke slowly, his voice sincere. Can I be your friend?" A smile touched Eli's lips, triumphant yet warm. "What's so difficult about being friends? You can be my friend. As long as you can stand having me around." Sean also broke into a wide grin, a rare flicker of joy and relief in his eyes. Eli turned his gaze back to the horizon, where the dark army swarmed forward. "My friend is in trouble. How could I possibly turn my back on him now?" "Right," he said to the others. His eyes hardened with resolve. "The plan has changed." In the distance, the thunderous marching grew louder. Mao growled out a command. Full speed ahead, the mighty army of the Fury Tribe immediately accelerated toward the towering fortress before them. "Anirecap is in our sights." Amidst the howling wind, Hugo lowered his voice. "Chief, the body fortification art is truly in Anirecap." Mao's voice was a low growl. "Are you doubting this?" just because some worthless human supposedly possesses the technique. Yes, sire. It's hard to believe such an inferior race could possess such a masterful secret art, Hugo replied. Mao's tone was calm but intense. Even if the information is wrong, we cannot miss this chance to conquer Enropomov, especially not after our recent defeats. Correct. Hugo answered immediately. That is correct. And if the intel is accurate, we absolutely cannot allow the Tiger King clan, who've already lost the heavenly mandate, to get their hands on it. The entire line of soldiers dropped to one knee in perfect unison, their discipline absolute, their fighting spirit overwhelming. The Blood Wolf King's claws clenched tight. 4 years ago, if that damn blonde, green-eyed mage hadn't stood in our way, we would have built a grand empire upon the corpses of the Tiger King's clan. But no matter. Once I obtain the body-strengthening technique, I will finally restore the tail I lost. I will return to my coveted 9-tailed form. Then, no one will be able to stop me. He roared an order. Soldiers, bring me that technique. Reclaim our honor and our glory. The Blood Wolf King threw his head back and howled, his killing intent exploding outwards. Once I have it, the entire world will kneel before me. His warriors burn with fighting spirit. The one who inherited heaven's mandate is our king. We will protect the Blood Wolf King. The blessing of the tail is ours. Go, bring me the head of the Tiger King. For the Blood Wolf King, go forth and drink the blood of your enemies. But suddenly, a mysterious sigil materialized in mid-air, pulsing with a frigid, blue light. From the heavens, ice and snow descended, rapidly forming massive walls of ice that halted the army's advance. A bone-chilling cold seeped into their very flesh, causing the spirit beasts to howl in agony. A colossal wolf collapsed heavily to the ground, its breath ragged, its body trembling from exhaustion. When it lifted its head, the sight beside it sent a shock through its entire being. It let out a weak growl. Stop, it snarled. But in a flash, its body was trampled by dozens of claws and paws, its blood staining the frozen earth red. A hammer-like blow from a hulking beastman sent it flying to the side. It was thrown violently, its body sliding across the ground. The tattoo on its arm glowed brightly. What just happened? Quite a party we have here. Sun raised an eyebrow. Why are we the only ones fighting? A hammer materialized in her hand. I think this is kind of fun, Elle said. Walk with your head held high. A magnificent castle appeared, and at the main gate, Autorum Gulity stood waiting. Are you just going to stay out there? He asked slowly. The number of enemies isn't that great. Just then, a massive horde of beastmen began pouring into the city. Owen stroked his beard and replied, Bick was the one who requested we don't interfere. Don't worry too much. Let's just see what he can do. 3 figures walking by looked up in confusion. What's happening? Has the Lord abandoned us? A black crow cawed. Get it together, you fools. The Lord hasn't abandoned us. This is just human magic. The aggressive wolf snarled, I heard the humans in Andropom were using magic. I can't believe they'd side with the very people who trapped us in this place. The damn traitors. The black crow spoke in agreement. That's right, they are our enemy. Alec listened, scratching his ear with disdain. We will exterminate every last one of these pathetic humans and take Andropom for ourselves. Swords were raised as the troops rallied. The lead wolf's mind raced. A blonde mage with emerald eyes. A chill ran down his spine as he recalled, I still haven't forgotten the appearance of that bastard from 40 years ago. That monster of a human single-handedly wiped out our entire army. But this one, he's different. Is this a coincidence, or is he mocking us? A bear, fully clad in heavy armor, stepped forward and roared. Hugo, bring me their heads, the Black Crow replied. Understood, Commander. The soldiers moved on command. Avian Demon Corps, advance. Show these lowly humans the true greatness of the Beastmen. With piercing shrieks, the demons soared through the sky. Elle stood her ground, unleashing iron feathers and turning them into pincushions. She stood calmly as a raging cyclone erupted around her, pulling them into the storm. A crow observing from above shrieked in surprise. What is that? Is that magic? A man watched with a grin. Sun, you're doing great. Sun's magic might be nothing compared to the main character, but he was still the third son of the Neurister family. He appeared, his eyes filled with fascination. I didn't understand why you brought along someone so useless, but it turns out he has some skills after all. Elle replied, that's exactly why his family is considered the strongest in the Magic Tower. More importantly, the Neurister family's elemental magic is wind. These birds are nothing but prey for Sun. Sun held out his hand, time to let off some steam. He shot forward, screaming, do you have any idea how painful it is to be a side character? Sun leaped into the air to unleash his attack. Hugo screamed in terror, run, but Sun was already on him. Not so fast. Wind slash. A massive hammer appeared, blocking the attack with a shower of sparks. Sun looked down. The leader spoke with confidence. Something that weak is useless against us, Demon Oxen. The horde roared in unison. Finish them. A hand gently touched the leader's shoulder. Oh my. Z spoke sweetly. This is the first time I've ever seen a cow use a hammer. She challenged him with a fierce look. Want to play with me? The demon ox replied arrogantly. How dare a lowly human speak to a demon ox? He was cut off as Zay smashed him in the face. The hammer and the ox went flying, crashing hard onto the ground. The underlings stared in absolute fear. Zay casually brushed her hair back with a smile. Oh my. I guess I hit a little too hard. The remaining demon oxen charged forward in a rage, screaming, You human scum. We'll avenge our commander. Dodge quickly. She slammed her weapon down with immense force. Elric and Misto watched, stunned. One of them teased, Now I see why you're so scared of her. El scoffed, Unbelievable. She's crushing people with a smile on her face. She has the makings of a true demon lord. The wolf warrior charged forward, sword ablaze with light. It shattered the ice and lunged for the attack. All eyes turned to the unfolding battle. Right on time. I was getting tired of waiting. He raised a hand, declaring, I'll finish every last one of you. The wolves charged. It's only 3 of them. Wipe them out. A vortex of ice exploded from a brilliant light. They shielded themselves, shouting, Damn it. Where did all this frost come from? We can't move forward. The warrior froze, watching El float in the air, conjuring shards of ice. He then roared the name of the spell, Icefall. Frigid shards of ice rained down from the sky. The beasts howled in agony. El watched with mild surprise, thinking, Whoa, more of them survived than I expected. He touched down gracefully. With a smirk, El raised his hand and announced, Now, allow me to show you some magic of my own creation. I'll combine the seals of brutality and ferocity and envelop my body in the magic of a dragon's heart. Then I'll freeze and shatter everything I touch. The rhino-like beast saw this and roared, Stop him. Raise the magic barrier, now. In a flash, El charged forward. Body enhancement art, raging tiger strike. He swept through their ranks, a satisfied grin on his face. Now this feels incredible. His feet slammed into the earth, a fusion of magic and physical reinforcement. El froze. This one is dangerous. A tremor ran through him. Damn, that's an insane amount of spiritual pressure. The immense shadow before him was a tier 4 beast, a true monster among monsters. The giant bear-like creature chuckled with amusement. What an interesting little human. Mao's voice rumbled low. So, you're the one responsible for all this chaos. El analyzed the situation. Stay calm. This isn't an opponent I can take down easily. And just like that, the big fish I hooked got away. What a shame. I can't afford to waste any more time here. Mao's voice boomed from thin air. How dare you turn your back on me? The beast crashed down from above. El dodged aside, impressed. Incredibly fast, but not so fast that I can't stop you. Fist met blade in a thunderous clash, forcing El back. He carefully analyzed his foe. His speed and power are both on another level. If this keeps up, Mao stood motionless. He glanced at the cracks forming on his blade as a powerful aura exploded from him. El's brow furrowed in realization. Damn it. I'm trapped inside his domain now. It'll be impossible to escape with flight magic. Mao issued his command. Hugo, lead the legion to Andropomov. A chilling aura emanated from him. I'll take this one's head and catch up with you later. The beasts surged forward as Hugo commanded, Beast Legion, advance on Andropomov. The horde flew right past El. He watched them go. Damn it all. That bear just made everything a lot more complicated. Mephisto replied with a smile. You're underestimating the beastkin. There was a time when even the demon race wouldn't dare to cross them. El and the beast lords stood face to face. El spoke gravely. Even if their race has weakened, powerful individuals remain. So that's why Andropomov built such high walls and remains wary of those within. The beast stood his ground, stating, Now, it's just the 2 of us. A vortex of power swirled around El. I have to end this. And fast. He took his stance, his expression grim. A faint smirk played on his lips. He gripped his blade tightly. To erase the humiliation of 40 years ago. I have trained day in and day out, even though you are not the man I seek. Mao leaped into the air, roaring. I will tear you to 100 pieces to soothe my spirit. El shot back with a brilliant smile. Then that's too bad for you. You should go train for another decade. Mao, seething with rage, brandished his sword. How dare you mock me? He froze midair. Mao faltered, bewildered. Who are you? A calm voice answered, Herman Go, otherwise known as the Empire's Blue Lion. The man announced, Leave this one to me. You go on ahead. El grinned. Thank you, sir. Mao looked on, questioning. A lion? Their blades met with a deafening crash. Do you think a mere lion can possibly stand against a bear like me? Herman held his sword with unshakable confidence. Then let us see, shall we? El and his companion charged forward. El sensed it. Even without his full strength recovered, the blue lion was not someone who would fall easily to a mere bear. I hope Hay and Anson are holding up okay. In another part of the battle, beast warriors swung massive hammers into demonic creatures, all while wearing gleeful smiles. El and Mephisto arrived at their location. He thought to himself, they really are a perfect combat duo. But they couldn't stop the tide of beastkin scattering in every direction. That's why I need to gather them all in one place. To make this easier, El suddenly turned his head. 3 figures were rushing toward them at incredible speed. They're the Blue Lion Knights. I heard they're supposed to be role models for the Empire. A massive knight laughed heartily as he swung his sword with immense power. El watched, dumbfounded, wondering. Are they really? The man said with a grin, leave this to us. Son-in-law. Another knight waved. We'll make sure not a single ant gets past us. Son-in-law. El shivered and hugged himself tightly. He muttered, I think I just heard something really weird. He shook himself out of it. Now that the Blue Lion Knights are here, I just need to take care of the stragglers. He looked ahead intently. When did they manage to get this far? Approaching the towering city gates, he wondered, what in the world are they doing inside Andropimov? There wasn't a single guard on patrol. Inside the city walls, a council was in session. A brown-haired man argued, this isn't the time for that. We need to come up with a proper plan, right now. The purple-haired man shot back. You think we can stop the Wrath tribe just by talking? Are you serious? Another official immediately countered. So we're just supposed to sit here and do nothing? A grim-faced official stepped forward. He declared, we surrender. The room erupted in confusion. What are you talking about? He roared back at them. What other choice do we have? If you have a better plan, then speak up now. Trembling, another man replied, we must risk our lives to fight and protect this city. The sentiment spread like wildfire. I agree with him. See, another chimed in. Me too. I refuse to die like this. Exactly. You're the only one panicking. Nur listened with his arms crossed. Look around you. Are you trying to lead our people to their deaths? Do you really think they'll spare anyone? If we surrender, we'll all just become food for those monsters. He strode to the center of the room and stopped. I've heard all your opinions, and the finance minister is correct. The man began to panic even more. Nur gave a false smile. All who agree, step over to my side. The panicked official cried out. Prime Minister, what in the world are you doing? Nur's eyes glinted with malice as a dark aura erupted from his body. Shadow Legion. The man stammered in fear. Prime Minister Nur, he screamed his accusation. Are you really abandoning your kingdom and your people? Nur simply looked at him and smiled. Nur raised a hand and gave the order. Eliminate the traitor. The man stumbled backward, his face pale with terror. Chaos erupted in the chamber as Anri yelled, keep moving. But then a strange sound echoed down from the ice cliff above. Halt. The horde of beasts roared in frustration. Stop, stop. They shot a hateful glare upwards. You stopped us at a very convenient time. From the top of the ice wall, a young man leaped down with incredible speed. It was Elric. The sight struck terror into the hearts of the beasts. Elric Melvin landed softly and spoke. I'm a little disappointed I didn't get to play with that bear long enough. So, shall we have some fun? The monsters recoiled in fear. How is that human here? Did he defeat our commander? Just then, Berkset stepped forward to rally them. Don't be afraid. The commander hasn't lost. This human merely escaped from him. Berkset, the monster battalion commander, roared out his orders. Kill him. Then we will storm the city. Faced with their charge, Elric Melvin's eyes glowed as he activated his magic. Body fortification. In an instant, he transformed into a ferocious tiger and lunged at the horde of monsters. The beasts froze, terrified by the sight of the Tiger King. Elric Melvin smirked. Looks like the aura of the Tiger King is more than enough to scare them. At that moment, Misto spoke up. The Tiger King form is powerful, that's for sure. So, how should we deal with this mob? Without hesitation, he replied, body fortification is perfect for crowd control. As he spoke, a brilliant blue light exploded from his ice blast, causing the monsters to simply vaporize. One by one, they disintegrated under his immense power. Elric Melvin grinned. A single area of effect attack is all it takes. He then began strolling toward the few remaining monsters. They raised their weapons, preparing for a last stand, but Elric Melvin wasn't concerned in the slightest. He raised a fist toward them. A direct brawl is always more fun. Instantly, a brutal melee broke out as the two sides clashed in a chaotic frenzy. Elsewhere, Herman's voice was strained. My movements aren't as precise as I'd like. Mao snarled in response. Are you trying to trick me? Herman cut him off. No. I was truly afflicted. It was an illness born from my desire for more power, but thanks to my son-in-law, I've recovered. Now, you'll witness the truth I grasped upon my awakening. Mao's eyes were like ice as he replied, a warrior from a great tribe never retreats from a battle. With that, they once again took their fighting stances. Herman warned him, "Be careful of your lion's claws. They might actually be able to hurt me." The two warriors officially clashed, their battle so intense it seemed to shake the very heavens and earth. As the sun began to set, Mao finally collapsed, panting from exhaustion. He fell to his knees with Herman's blade at his throat. Herman smiled. That was a magnificent battle. It was only then that Mao understood the true power of humanity. Humans are truly incredible creatures. He looked up at the sky, speaking his final words. "Blood Wolf, King, I am sorry I could not complete my mission. I pray your grand plan will succeed." Hearing this, Herman furiously swung his sword, but just as he did, Mao pulled out a signal flare. As the flare shot into the sky, his head rolled to the ground. Herman couldn't stop him in time. He cursed himself for being too late. The signal was sent. Far away, Elric Melvin saw the light streaking across the sky. He wondered, a signal flare. Seeing the signal, the monsters understood. Their commander had fallen, and he had issued his final order. Instantly, the entire horde descended into a mad frenzy. They snarled, their eyes fixed on Elric Melvin with chilling determination. "We offer our very lives for the Blood Wolf King. For the Blood Wolf King." Elric had no idea what they were shouting. What the heck? But with a single, unified roar, the monsters charged. For the Blood Wolf King. Seeing no other choice, he unleashed his piercing technique again, cutting down wave after wave of frenzied monsters. As they fell, the massive glacier began to crack. Seeing the ice give way, the monsters suddenly broke rank and fled. A new command echoed across the field. "The vanguard will clear a path. The main legion will now advance. We will crush the Tiger King's clan. We will tear down and plunder everything they have, and eliminate anyone who dares to resist." He led the charge, his mind racing. The signal from inside should be coming any second now. The Enromov government had finally chosen to side with the Rage tribe. Even with that human mage standing in the way, the outcome of this battle has already been decided. Suddenly, he stopped cold. He spotted something. There, on the castle wall, a flag was raised, the banner of victory. Bareth looked around in a daze. "Wait, what is this?" He stared, refusing to believe his own eyes. "This is impossible. It can't be happening. What's this?" A voice boomed from above. It was Noer. "It seems all the cowards have been executed. Warriors of the Tiger King, heroes of Enromov, do not let a single traitor from the Rage tribe defile this sacred place." At his command, hundreds of arrows rained down. Only then did the monsters realize this was a trap. Under the storm of arrows, the monsters collapsed. One volley ended, and another immediately followed. They fell like blades of grass. A voice called out. Ven ran to Elsic Melvinger. "What's happening? Why is the minister helping us?" He turned to answer. "That, I made a deal with him at Anramo's second castle. I asked him to sell me the body fortification art." Elsic Melvinger scowled. "Damn it, even he's saying that? It proves you can't trust anyone." Noer spoke with a grave tone. "First, there are some things I need to show you. Would you please come with me?" As Elsic Melvinger listened, he suddenly felt Ven's gaze fixed upon him. The young man whispered, "All right." He and Noer then approached a large statue. Elsic Melvinger broke the silence. "This stone statue?" Noer answered immediately. "The Enromov estate has many spirit gates. Please, protect our king from their hands." The old man suddenly bowed his head. "I beg of you." "Suspicious?" he asked Mita. "Why would he say that all of a sudden? A moment ago, he looked like he was about to betray the king." Mita was just as confused. "How would I know?" The old man lowered his head again. "I will pay any price, and I will give you the secrets of the body fortification art." At those words, Elsic Melvinger's eyes shot open in shock. "There are secret techniques?" "That's right. Although we've lost the first and second halves." A thought sparked in his mind. "If I can learn this secret technique, I can complete it myself." His voice turned cold. "But why would you trust a human, the one race you despise most?" Noer let out a long sigh. "Do you know, you look exactly like your grandfather, even with that blonde hair and those blue eyes." He walked to the statue and placed a hand on it. "When we saw your eyes, we called them the jeweled eyes." Suddenly, Noer's hand moved as if flipping a hidden switch. In an instant, a glowing doorway materialized in the room. He said that the one with those eyes would bring light and hope to the world. Seeing this miracle, Elsic Melvinger couldn't help but wonder. A different space existed behind the wall. He stared forward in awe as a giant image materialized. The eyes of his grandfather. The image of Odin Melvinger. For a few seconds, Elsic Melvinger was completely speechless. Seeing the shock on his face, Noer continued. "He once came to this castle wearing a necklace just like yours. He helped us without asking for anything in return. The Tiger King only exists because of your grandfather." And when we asked him why, do you know what he said? Elsic Melvinger cut in abruptly. "What did he say?" Noer turned with a faint smile. he said, because we are friends. When we asked him why we were friends, he told us that the Melvinger family has always been friends with the Beastmen. It seems you already know this story. Hearing that, he replied softly, I've seen it in the family records. But yes, that was 300 years ago. We were shocked that he would consider us his friends. He also once said, all forces, retreat. Evacuate Anromov immediately. An image of a fleeing army appeared before them. Odin Melvinger's expression darkened. At that moment, I'm sorry for arriving too late. It's a memory I carry with me always. So, when someone who looks exactly like him appeared before me, how could I not recognize him? As he told the story, his face grew more somber. By the time I learned of the troubles your Melvinger family was facing, it was already too late to help you. I am sorry that I failed to aid you. Understanding everything, he placed a hand on the old man's shoulder comfortingly. I know the Beastmen are facing their own struggles now. I understand. Thank you. Noah clenched his fists, his voice shaking. I know I have no right to ask for anything more from you, but descendant of the Melvinger family, please, help us one more time. After their conversation ended, he went outside to Velen and Yina. All right, I will protect the king, and that is the reason why he now stands against the enemy, a lone bastion of hope. Velen's eyes welled with tears. I'm so sorry, he whispered. Just then, Sonam rushed in with a report. The Eastern army has been repelled, my lord. Joy instantly lit up Velen's face. This is wonderful news. But Elric Melvinger just smirked, a hint of triumph in his voice. A sudden, deafening explosion ripped through the air. The terrified monsters began to retreat. Shall we end this little war now? Nur and Elric Melvinger now stood back to back. A small smile played on their lips. You're stronger than you look, Minister. I may be old, Nur replied, but my claws are as sharp as ever. Just then, Velen finally arrived on the scene. The moment his feet touched the ground, both Nur and Elric Melvinger knelt in reverence. Though young, the king carried himself with solemn grace. He walked forward, step by step, to face his loyal subjects. Velen raised a hand, his voice filled with conviction. Then he roared for all to hear. We have won. His words ignited a thunderous cheer from the crowd below. Watching this unfold, Elric Melvinger allowed himself a satisfied smile. Velen approached Elric, extending his small hand. I want to thank you, he said warmly, not as your king, but as your friend. As night descended upon the kingdom, everyone gathered inside the grand castle hall. Velen's expression was heavy with worry. Minister, please forgive me for not trusting you. Seeing the young king's sincerity, Nur's heart softened. It is all right. In fact, I should apologize for keeping you in the dark. He took the boy's hand with a warm smile. You have become a truly great king, and you have surrounded yourself with incredible allies. As for me, I have been disloyal. Today, I resign from my position as minister. No, Velen cried out, his face etched with desperation. I still need you. Stay by my side and guide me for a long time. Hearing those earnest words, a deep warmth spread through Nur's heart. He thought to himself, I, too, wish I could stay by your side for a very long time. He pictured the boy growing up, becoming a beloved king, and one day seeing Anromov restored to its former glory and prosperity. But by then, I will no longer be in this world. As he thought this, the spectral image of a roaring wolf materialized behind him. Nur's brow furrowed as Elric Melvinger's sharp voice cut in. Why did you choose to make a deal with demons? At his words, suspicion clouded Velen's face. Duke, what are you talking about? Demons? Elric Melvinger's gaze was firm. The minister's body will soon be completely possessed by a demon. Is that why you can't promise to stay by his majesty's side? Speaking of which, Mito here is a demon himself. Elric turned to him. Is the minister a demon? Startled, Mito quickly replied. To be precise, he's a demon with a binding ring around his heart. He began to explain. The assimilation between the ring and his heart is nearly complete. He will soon become a full demon. A heavy silence fell over the room. Elric pressed on. How did you even encounter these demons? Nur turned away, unable to meet his gaze. After the previous Tiger King passed, I saw no hope left for Anromov. I needed power. Anything to save our kingdom, no matter the cost. It was then that I stumbled upon the demon tree. Both Elric and Mpedo were stunned into silence. The demon tree? Isn't that the source of all demons? I thought my family destroyed nearly all of them. Nur shook his head. It seems your family missed the one. In the field of black snow, Elric's eyes widened. So you ate its fruit? With nothing left to hide, Nur finally confessed the truth. Yes. To gain power, I devoured all of its fruit, and in return, I received the terrifying power of a demon. Soon, it will consume my mind entirely, and I will transform into a true demon. As he spoke, his eyes flashed a terrifying, blood red. That is why I intended to leave this place and die. Because if I die, the demon inside me dies with me. Velen began to tremble. Minister, how can you say such things? Nur could only face the devastating reality. Your Majesty, it is the only way. But then Elric spoke up, his voice sharp. And if there was a way to cure you, what then? A spark of hope ignited in Velen's eyes. Elric, you can do it? Please, you have to save him. Nur rose to his feet, his face grim. If this is some futile gesture, then forget it. If you fail, the consequences will be even more catastrophic. Elric shot a sharp glance toward Impeto. Impeto, are you certain? Of course. If one could wield magic with enough finesse to sever the spiritual connection, it's possible to purge the demonic energy from his body. Elric looked back at Nur, thinking, I could do it, given enough time. But his body would never withstand the strain. Then, there's only one other way. Master, he called out, may I ask a favor of you? To everyone's surprise, a new voice echoed. It was Odgerton. I once told you that you could ask anything of me. Has that time finally come? Elric bowed his head reverently. Yes, Master. There is a cure that only you can perform. Very well, Odgerton replied. Tell me what must be done. Hearing this, even Nur was stunned. Is it actually possible? This would be difficult for most mages, so you have nothing to worry about. The old master approached slowly, speaking as he walked. Not even my grandfather could hope to match my master now. Noah was stunned by the revelation, but the old master remained perfectly calm. Elric Melvin asked again, Master, if you can sever the link between his soul and his heart, I'll handle the rest. The old man replied, I know what you're planning. Be careful. Hearing this, Elric's expression hardened. All right, let's begin. With those words, a brilliant light erupted from Otin's body. It illuminated everything around them as Noah stammered. This is the White Purge. He thought to himself, can this much power really come from a single person? Suddenly, something rooted Noah to the spot. Old man Otten suddenly grew to a colossal size, reaching out for Noah and snatching him up in an instant. In a flash, Noah's second personality manifested a ferocious wolf that roared. I was about to seize his body. How dare you interfere? Beside them, Elric Melvin was already tired of its theatrics. Good grief, this demon talks way too much. Absorb. He quickly devoured its power, then smiled with satisfaction. With this, I can replenish my demonic energy and put Romanov in my debt. It's been a while since I've had such a delicious meal. Go on and feast, but make sure you leave the seal intact. Thanks for the food. Dew's seal had finally evolved. From malicious to tyrannical. While absorbing the power, Elric Melvin's eyes shot wide open. He was suddenly pulled into a virtual world. What just happened? Inside this realm, everything was stained a deep blood red. And looking down from above was Mephisto himself. All mysteries and absurdities originate from me. I am Mephisto, the original sin. In that moment, Elric Melvin was inside Mephisto's mind. I'm inside Mephisto's memories. What? How is this even possible? He now stood directly behind the Demon King. Below, a horde of demons roared his name. Suddenly, Mephisto stepped forward, raising his sword before diving into the demonic crowd. He growled, "You arrogant fools." With a single, devastating strike, he sent a massive earthquake through the ground, wiping out countless demons below. But he didn't stop. He tightened his grip on the sword, unleashing another slash that sent demons flying in every direction. Mephisto snarled, "Did you really think that was enough to kill me?" Every flawless, deadly swing from Mephisto's blade was captured by Elric Melvin's eyes. He thought to himself, I've always seen him as just a spirit to be used. I'd forgotten. This is the true power of Mephisto, the greatest and noblest demon king. Elric placed a hand on his chest, surprised that he could feel Mephisto's emotions. The demon king let out a great laugh, as if to say this wasn't what he wanted. He only acted this way because it was his destiny from birth. In that moment, Mephisto seemed to be driven by madness. Elric's mind raced, trying to understand. To punish all of creation. That is his very nature. Just as I must breathe to live. That's why he is the only demon king known as an original sin. Mephisto slowly unfurled his demonic wings, his eyes turning ice cold as he roared like a true monarch of hell. So, this is Mephisto's true essence. Suddenly, a voice echoed out. What are you looking at? On instinct, Elric Melvin spun around and found himself back in reality. Old man Otten spoke up. Elric, what is it? Are you feeling unwell? He quickly waved his hand to dismiss the concern. It's nothing. I'm fine. He glanced at the unconscious, Noah, and thought, it seems not much time has passed in the real world. Then his mind returned to Mephisto. It seems Mephisto saw my memories, too. How did this happen? The demon I extracted was absorbed into the seal. Then I was pulled into the seal, and then into Mephisto's memories. Suddenly, Mephisto's voice answered his thoughts. What else could it be? Your soul is now linked with mine. This took Elric by surprise. You can hear my thoughts, but I didn't say a word. Mephisto seemed to see right through him. I'm just as shocked about it as you are. I can't believe a link could be formed between a human and me, even in my spiritual state. Do you know what happened? Mephisto replied with a frown. I'm not omniscient, you know. As for the seal you absorbed, I can only guess it's because that seal belonged to one of my lower-ranking subordinates. Hearing this, Elric's eyes widened. A lower-ranking seal of yours. No wonder it looked like a wolf. But why didn't you recognize it from the start? Mephisto snarled back. I was born at the apex of all demons. Why would I bother with the ranks of those beneath me? Are you sure it's not because you just don't have any friends? You bastard. Who needs friends? Elric Melvin shot a teasing smile at Mephisto. So, what did you see? In my memories. But the Demon King just sulked and turned his head away. Back in the infirmary, everyone was gathered around Noah. The old man gripped Elric Melvin's hand tightly, a grateful smile on his face. Thank you. Thank you so much. Elric replied gently, You need to focus on your recovery now. He nodded. I understand. I will rest well, so I can watch His Majesty grow strong. The two shared a warm smile. Nearby, Velen thought, now it's time to collect my reward. Meanwhile, Mitt chided Elric Melvin. For someone so kind, you sure are greedy for money. He shot back with a thought. I've always been this way. The two started bickering again. Stop reading people's minds like some kind of pervert. As if I even want to listen. Suddenly, Elric Melvingo noticed something. Velen had brought him a box, just as he promised. This is the treasure map of the previous Tiger King, and his research on body fortification arts. He wondered, this belonged to the former Tiger King. He slowly lifted the chest's lid. A few items lay inside. Velen spoke, Please look beneath the cloth. Elric Melvingo's eyes widened with curiosity. Beneath the cloth. As he pulled it back, a gasp escaped his lips. Wait, this is a rare herb from the eastern continent. Why would you give me something so precious? Velen answered with a steady voice. In the legends of the Beastmen, when the world faces oblivion, a hero king will rise to lead us all. When the cruel winter arrives, he will appear to drive away the bitter cold. And a warm spring will once again bless these lands. Velen spoke with total sincerity. I believe you are the hero king from our legends. Elric Melvingo whispered the words, Winter leaves and spring arrives. Winter. At that moment, he realized something. That word appearing in the prophecy was no coincidence. He recalled Melvin's apology. I'm sorry for being so late. Does that mean my grandfather went there because it was all part of the family's plan? Velen smiled. Therefore, you are worthy of the royal family's divine medicine. Elric Melvingo accepted it. I am in your debt. Now, I will guide you all to the Flower Temple. The scene shifts to a dark, gloomy place. Hugao trembled, bowing his head. Forgive me, Blood Wolf King. I will not fail you next time. But before he could finish his plea, his life was extinguished, because you have already failed. The Blood Wolf King slammed his fist down in a rage. I will take back my tail. It's the Melvin family again. He began to walk, demanding, Where have they gone? One of his underlings quickly answered, The Flower Temple. His voice dripped with contempt. The Flower Temple. The very path my successor once walked. Burn them. Burn them all down with the temple. At the Black Snowfield, the entire group was gathered. Velen instructed, Give me your hand. But the White Tiger was driving him mad. How insolent. How dare you ignore the Tiger King's command? He then proceeded to chase the White Tiger around. Sun Meter shot a glance in their direction. What were they just talking about? Elric Melvingo let out a small laugh and reached for his sword. Just then, Homan spoke up. Do you have any plans to learn swordsmanship in the future? Elric asked, looking puzzled. Swordsmanship. Homan continued. It's no exaggeration to say you are a peerless genius. Hearing this, Elric Melvingo fell into deep thought. The man pressed on. I think sword skills will be essential. I could teach you a few things. But suddenly, Otten's voice cut him off. Don't be so hasty. With just a few steps, he generated a blizzard behind him from his sheer presence. The sudden display of power shocked everyone. What's happening? He commanded them. All of you, stay put. Everyone froze in their tracks. Galtian issued a chilling warning. One wrong move, and your head will explode. The blizzard howled outside, a perfect storm for burying a body. Seeing the situation escalate, Velen felt a pang of fear. Homan spoke up. Please, calm down. There are children here. His words seemed to stop the two from making any rash moves. The strange object around the man's neck then vanished. Homan walked over, nodding. I have no intention of stealing your disciple. His fighting style is just so unique. I simply thought he could learn some stronger martial arts. Otten replied, intrigued. That sounds fine. But did you really think I wouldn't see through your little trick? Homan laughed back. Are Are you worried I'll steal your prize student? Later that night, the carriage they were traveling in suddenly exploded. Otin appeared out of nowhere. Unleashing his power, he declared, "I will teach you some manners." Then he raised his hand, ready to crush the person inside. But Homan stood firm, sword in hand, murmuring, "This is bad." A brilliant light flashed, igniting a chaotic battle between the two masters. Gultatin sat on his beast, remarking, "A mercenary squad. Are they? Perhaps I need to teach you all a lesson as well." But the men in front were ferocious, charging forward with weapons raised. Hunting monsters is what we do. In the dark of night, a vicious battle erupted between the two sides. Mit spoke up. "I don't understand why they're fighting over you." Elric replied smugly, "Because my talent is just that amazing. Are you eavesdropping on them? It's a bit rude to just read people's minds directly, isn't it? Elric is already my student. Don't even think about taking him from me." Elric Melvingo sighed deeply. "Are you just going to let them fight like this? You're on the verge of death, yet you're still so greedy and selfish." Meanwhile, Otten seemed to be overwhelming Homan. Just as the situation turned dire, Elric Melvingo finally intervened. "Everyone, please calm down. I'll learn swordsmanship." With that, things finally returned to normal. But Otin and Gultatin asked resentfully, "We still have so much more to teach you." "That's right. I have techniques even more powerful than this shadow eye." Elzic answered with a heavy sigh, "Because I need to get stronger. I've come to realize that without a martial foundation, true power is out of my reach. The demons, they are just too powerful. If I learn swordsmanship, my chances of victory against them will skyrocket. But the sword will only ever be a tool to support my magic." Homan then spoke up. "My only wish is to help him become stronger." Elsic placed a hand over his heart, his voice filled with conviction. "But I will not learn swordsmanship without your blessing, because I am your disciple before all else." Hearing this, a heavy silence fell upon them. They exchanged glances, weighing his words. There was no real reason to refuse his desperate plea. "After all, you were the head of the Morbinger clan long before you became our student. Having faced them, I know their sword techniques are nothing to scoff at. Thank you, masters." With that, Elsic shot to his feet. Old Ojin chuckled. "You better take good care of him." Homan returned a satisfied smile. "I will pour my entire being into his training." But in the privacy of his mind, he thought, "Old man, I won this round." Ogin mentally shot back, "I'm only letting you have this single victory." Meanwhile, Elzic Melvingo sat with a stoic face, his mind racing. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to be trained by the legendary Blue Lion himself. "I have to make the most of this opportunity." The moment they left, Elzic's legs gave out from under him. He collapsed in a heap, whimpering, "I feel like I just died and came back to life." Homan walked over, a teasing smirk playing on his lips. "I had no idea your physical stamina was so pathetic." Wiping his mouth, Elzic shot back. "What kind of normal person can swing a sword 10,000 times a day without using a single drop of mana?" Homan simply roared with laughter at that. "That's what every child in my clan must do the moment they learn how to walk." Just then, Morphe's dejected voice echoed in his mind, "Elsic, I've made my decision. The day I finally unify this land, I will show great kindness to the Blue Lions. I'll grant them seats at the right hand of my throne." But in the middle of his grand speech, his spiritual form was forced into a ballet tutu. "Dance," Elzic commanded. At his master's order, Morphe began to spin uncontrollably, cursing him the entire time. "Stop this, you absolute bastard." Suddenly, the sharp screech of a carriage halting cut through the air. "Young Master Elsic, we have arrived." As he stepped out of the carriage, he thought, "So, we're finally at the Flower Temple." Elzic Melvingo took a few steps forward, but his face suddenly darkened. "What is this? This is supposed to be the Flower Temple." Ven turned to him, explaining, "It's temporarily sealed because of the winter season. I informed them of our arrival, so the gate should be opening for us any moment now." Mito let out a sinister chuckle. "When they mentioned the Flower Temple, I wondered if it was that place. So, it still exists." "What are you talking about?" Elzic demanded. "This is a place born for the apocalypse. A kind of gateway." He smirked. Humans, dragons, and giants alike all trembled before the army of the great demigod. They planned to rebuild their world from here after destroying the old one. Of course, it was the Minger clan that stopped their army. Elzic Melvingo clutched the emblem hanging around his neck. Dragons, giants, and demigods. He couldn't help but wonder, was the apocalypse Mito mentioned connected to the visions he had seen? Just then, the ground began to tremble violently. Elzic Melvingo's eyes darted around, trying to find the source. A brilliant, multicolored light suddenly erupted from the gate, and Ven pointed toward it. "Elsic, look! The gate is opening." As he drew closer, Elsic stared in utter awe at the sight. Mito smiled to himself. "I bet a very familiar face is waiting for us inside." The gates swung wide open, releasing a blinding flash of pure light. From within the light, the silhouette of a woman slowly emerged. She glided towards them, hands clasped politely as she spoke. I am the one who manages this flower temple. My name is Hunya Choka. You may simply address me as the gardener. The winter wind is cold. Please, come inside. At her invitation, the group nodded in unison. One by one, they stepped through the shimmering gateway. The world within was a stark contrast to the one outside. When winter comes, the gardener explained, the flower temple enters its slumber. As she led them, she continued, we don't normally accept visitors this season, but because of an urgent request from the Tiger King, who has always been our benefactor, we've made an exception for you. I must insist that all of you follow my instructions carefully. Please be mindful of your actions and gestures. The deity of this place has entered hibernation. Suddenly, a different, whimsical voice chirped. Humans. Are they humans? It's been 40 years since I've seen any. Oh, I'm so excited. A fae? Elsic wondered. The gardener clarified, this is Daphne, the goddess of the narcissus flower. Elsic was stunned. Not just a fae, but a goddess? Daphne zipped over to one of the female companions. My, what a beautiful lady. Oh, thank you, the woman replied. You're very beautiful as well. The fairy then darted over to old Ajin, pointing a finger. Monster, monster, so old and gloomy. You're thousands of years old and have the nerve to call me old? The mischievous goddess then complimented another woman. You must work hard on your unrequited love. You're so pretty and you smell the best. Thank you. Elsic was already getting a bad impression of her. What a noisy goddess. All of a sudden, Daphne let out a loud sneeze, then pointed a trembling finger right at Elsic. So scary. Such dark energy. And so much miasma. Who is this? Mito appeared with a sneer. Looking that ugly, you must be a pumpkin flower, right? No? A wilted jasmine, perhaps. Elsic pointed in shock. Wait, she can see Morphe's energy. But the two beings were already bickering. I am the Narcissus, and I am not ugly. That young lady actually called me pretty. You really think she meant it? Are you some kind of god? Elec marveled internally, shocked that she could somehow see Morphe. Meanwhile, the others were just lost in confusion. What is that Narcissus fairy up to? Playing around like that. They're going to find Mephi for sure. She was causing such a ruckus that Vian had to intervene. She doesn't have many friends, so she just plays by herself. Now I understand her loneliness. Man, what a sad sight. But she suddenly shrieked, I am not lonely. You're the mean one, Vian. Why have you come to our shrine? Elec reached into his pocket, revealing a precious artifact. I wish to give this to Lady Camellia. At his words, Vian began to lead the way. As they walked, Elec commented, this shrine must have been devastated by the Winter General's attacks. I imagined it would be a paradise, straight out of a storybook. Vic chimed in as well. This place was meant to be an arch. A fortress against the attacks of demigods. I can't believe it's in this condition, all because of that blasted Winter General. Why has he been so relentless lately? He crossed his arms, offering his own theory. Just as that beastman said, perhaps he simply had a change of heart. Or maybe it has something to do with your family's arrangements. Don't you find all of this a little too convenient? It's as if everything was set in place, waiting for someone to arrive from the north for the curtain to rise. Hearing this, a jolt of unease shot through Elec. Could this be part of the arrangement my ancestor spoke of? We have arrived. As Vian opened the door, a group of other fairies greeted them from inside. The moment they saw him, they swarmed forward. Who are you? Why have you come here? What do you want with Lady Camellia? And why do you want to give her an ice crystal orb? Elec thought to himself, Lady Camellia isn't here yet? He then introduced himself with formal grace. My name is Elec. At his name, the fairy zipped around him. Blonde hair. Blue eyes. You're a friend. It's been 40 years. An Udanan. They all buzzed excitedly. My grandfather has been here before? Yes. He visited us long ago. Udanan was our dear friend. So, why are you here? Elec held out the crystal orb. I've come to fulfill my ancestor's promise to deliver this ice crystal to her. Where is Lady Camellia now? A sudden silence fell over the fairies. Then, without a word, they led him to where she rested. But as they walked, a dreadful realization dawned on Elec. She has withered. Elec Melvinger spoke the harsh truth. Was it the Winter General? The winter has dragged on for too long, and spring refuses to arrive. Everyone is wilting away. All the flowers are in a deep slumber, and we don't have much time left either. Elec sank to the ground beside what looked like a grave. If I can't give the ice crystal to Lady Camellia, then this entire journey was meaningless, and I'll never be able to restore my family's honor. Vic offered his own cold take. I never thought a god could wither away simply because of a long winter. How pathetic. His words triggered a furious reaction from the surrounding fairies. Silence, Demon King. We only allowed you entry because of our friend. We have no desire to see your face here. The confrontation immediately escalated. Who do you think you are to speak to me that way? You're nothing but a relic of the past. Getting angry? It's pointless. But then a thought struck Alec Melvinger. Wait, they withered from the cold. Withered, not dead. If there's still a seed, then maybe this can still work. With newfound resolve, he placed the crystal onto the mound. And then, he channeled his power into it. A brilliant blue light of revival erupted from his hands. The crystal began to pulse with an overwhelmingly powerful aura. The entire group watched in stunned silence as the seed began to crack open. And from it, a single flower sprout emerged. Suddenly, a blinding crimson light exploded outwards, and from the sprouting seed, a beautiful woman emerged. You've come, just as you promised. Alec Melvinger's desperate effort had finally paid off. Lady Camellia had awakened. Alec reached out his hand. I am Alec, the grandson of Eudanon. May I ask, what was the promise between you and my grandfather? Her expression suddenly turned serious. The promise was, but before she could finish, she was interrupted. Miola. The little fairies zipped towards her. Lady Miola, it's been so long. We miss you so much. Did you sleep well? Miola's voice was faint at first. Hey, listen to me. She cleared her throat, then shouted with renewed vigor. Everyone, be quiet. I am in the middle of a very important conversation. She seemed so much more mature now. As the fairies sniffled quietly, Vic let out a mocking laugh. What happened to that arrogant attitude of yours? Miola turned, a playful smirk on her face. So much time has passed, yet that ugly face of yours hasn't changed a bit. The only thing you had going for you was your original body, and now you're just a wandering spirit, aren't you? Vic's face contorted with rage. I am the king of combat. Some king you are. You don't even have a throne. Who would ever recognize you as a king? Stung by her sharp words, Vic's hands clenched into fists, but he was powerless to retaliate. She turned her attention back to Alec. You said your name was Alec, correct? A beautiful name. He bowed his head. Thank you, my lady. Now, tell me, how did you manage to awaken me? Alec smiled faintly. I sensed a trace of demonic energy hidden within the frost that encased your seed, so I theorized I could awaken you if I absorbed that cold energy, using the seal and the eternal ice crystal. And as you can see, it was a success. Miola praised him. You're just as clever as you are handsome. Thank you, my lady. Then her voice dropped to a tempting whisper. Have you ever considered marrying me? In an instant, Alec's entire body went rigid, his face a mask of pure confusion. Witnessing Miola's brazen proposal, Foe sighed in utter exasperation. There she goes again. She's always been like this. She'll flirt with anyone even remotely handsome. Miola shot back, and your habit of meddling in other people's business is still as pathetic as ever. I see. I have nothing to say to some hideous demon king. Get out of my sight. So, what's your take on this? This is an honor you won't be offered a second time. Faced with this proposal, he found himself at a complete loss. Normally, I'd just ask what kind of nonsense she was spouting. But I can't speak that way to the patron god of my clan. Eli lowered his head respectfully. Thank you for the generous offer. But I am the one who must restore my clan, so I cannot enter a marriage carelessly. I still have far too much to do. For that, I am truly sorry. A glint of amusement sparked in Miola's eyes. Oh my, what a pity. It's been ages since I've felt this. Entertained, enough with the pleasantries. You want to know about the promise I made to you, Don, don't you? Eli answered. Yes. He said his grandson would one day arrive, to banish the winter that plunged this land into darkness and bring the spring. Those words sent a jolt through Eli, his brow furrowing. His hand instinctively tightened around the emblem on his chest. How? How could he possibly know that? Elzic Melvinger, grandson of Udon Melvinger. Will you be the one to end this eternal winter and deliver the spring we have longed for? Eli answered with hesitation. I don't know if I can truly banish the winter, but my grandfather told me to give you this, and to say. Vic crossed his arms with a long, sullen huff. Eli opened his palm to reveal the egg, his gaze suddenly resolute. I am here to erase the winter. Miola gazed upon it with a look of pure fondness. An ice crystal. This is definitely the work of that troublesome human. Still, this connects all the pieces. From now on, you must go to this place. A look of confusion crossed Eli's face. Miola reached out, gently touching a petal as it drifted down, and the entire world seemed to stand still. Suddenly, a thunderous noise shattered the silence. Eli flinched, his eyes flying open in sheer panic. The emblem on his chest suddenly erupted in a brilliant flash of light, and he learned how to banish the winter. He awoke in a field of vibrant wildflowers and lush grass, lying amidst the blossoms as a dazed whisper escaped his lips. It's been so long since I've felt like this. Eli took in the breathtaking scenery, his face still filled with utter amazement. This is the floral shrine. It's exactly as I imagined it. But where is the actual shrine? A sudden gust of wind swept through, forcing Eli to shield his eyes. Sensing a change in the air, he glanced to the side. Huh. In an instant, the vibrant field of flowers transformed into a barren, frozen wasteland. He thought, what is going on here? Just as a voice echoed from behind him. This is the field of black snow. It is the proving ground for your second trial. He looked up at the man, his face a mask of shock as recognition dawned. Could it be Tone? The man smiled. Indeed. It has been a long time, hasn't it? Eli rushed forward with a grin and replied, yes. You've grown so much since we last met. It seems the Seal of Fury has found its rightful place. Eli asked joyfully, why are you here? Tone's expression was gentle. Until you've dealt with this winter, I'll be following you and nagging you. At those words, Eli clutched his head. The traumatic memories were coming back. Tone glanced up toward the mountain range. All right, we're short on time, so I'll get straight to the point. Look over there. This place was once overflowing with blessings, a land where all life began. But when that thing appeared, a shadow of death fell over this land. Eli repeated the name, the Winter General. Precisely. It is a remnant left behind after the demon god passed through this land. A relic of the past, steeped in curses. Listen, my descendant. From this day forward, I will teach you how to devour the Winter General. The moment the words left his lips, Eli flinched. He stared forward, his eyes wide with disbelief, and said, you want me to swallow that colossal catastrophe? Is that even possible for me? But if I could devour it, the power I would obtain would be immense. I could become far stronger than I am now. Tone quietly watched the conflict on Eli's face. He stepped forward and raised a hand to ask, do I just need to absorb the Winter General into the Seal of Fury, like the first time? Tone confirmed with a nod. Exactly. Eli rolled his shoulders, steeling himself and thinking, this is the second trial. This enemy will be far stronger than the Snow Mountain King. He declared confidently, I'm ready. Well, I need to fight it directly, like I did with the Snow Mountain King. Then, the old man presented a single seed. Eli reached out and took it. He stared blankly at the seed in his hand, thinking, this is Miola's seed. Eli asked hesitantly, what am I supposed to do with this? The old man smiled and explained, plant it, and make it grow within 100 days. When the flower blooms, the test will be over. Eli clutched the seed in his palm, looking at Tone. For a moment, Eli froze. Huh? He scowled, his face twisting in disbelief at such an absurd mission. You want me to plant a tree? Tone calmly pushed his glasses up his nose and asked, does that sound too difficult? Eli glanced at the seed, his expression apprehensive as he replied, first of all, we have to plant this seed in a dead wasteland, and I don't understand what any of this has to do with handling the calamity of winter. You will understand when the time is right. Eli scowled and rubbed his temples in frustration. Great. More meaningless riddles. Could he possibly be a little more specific? How am I supposed to work with such vague information? Don't worry. He snapped his fingers, and instantly, a massive portal tore open the fabric of space. I will appoint the perfect guide for you. Suddenly, a voice echoed from within. Could you please stop disturbing my rest? Eli's gaze instinctively followed the sound, his eyes widening in pure astonishment. A young woman with long, sunset orange hair gracefully swept a hand through her locks. She hovered in midair, her beauty so breathtaking it felt as if the very space around her bloomed with ethereal petals. Cherry blossoms danced on an unseen wind. I've told you countless times not to awaken me. The cat goddess, Meola, stared blankly at the figure beside her. Otohan teased, oh? And how would you know who I am, handsome boy? Eli watched her with a skeptical eye. Her appearance was unmistakably that of the cat goddess, Meola. But the presence she radiated was on an entirely different level. Though she wasn't tall, looking at her felt like staring up at a colossal, ancient tree. A world tree that could easily blanket the entire sky. So this is the presence of a true god. Otohan smiled. Allow me to introduce you. He is a descendant of my line, Meola said, stroking her hair. It's a shame you're a Melvinger, but I'll overlook it, since you're so handsome. She gave him a dazzling wink. So, want to marry me? Eli quietly turned away, avoiding her gaze and muttering under his breath. Yep, her personality hasn't changed a bit. Meola's eyes shot wide open in mock surprise. Oh my, Eli. You've already rejected my proposal once, haven't you? Eli just smiled. Of course, she was linked to the Meola in the outside world. The goddess floated playfully behind his back. Well, whatever. Raising a camellia tree is no easy task. Are you absolutely certain you can handle it? He answered firmly. I will give it my absolute all. I will simply stay by your side and offer advice. The actual cultivation depends entirely on you. Eli stared at the seed in his palm, his expression hardening with resolve. That's all I need. Otohan stepped forward. My descendant, this is a communication artifact. It will allow you to monitor the tree's true condition. As he spoke, a magic circle materialized on his hand. You will discover its other functions in time. With the instructions given, the magic in his hand erupted into a blinding flash of light that shot forward. Now then, I wish you success. Amidst a vast, snow-covered mountain range, Miola spoke. The curse of the demon god, also known as the frozen wastes. We are 400 years in the past. You must acquire the specific materials and artifacts I name, and use them. He slowly scanned the desolate landscape, wondering if the environment of this era was any better than the world he left behind. Eli looked up. What's the first step? She crossed her arms. Find a place to plant this seed, somewhere suitable for germination. He hovered in the air, a thought crossing his mind. Would purifying a patch of this cursed land be faster than searching this endless snowfield? Miola's voice cut through his thoughts. Oh, right. This is a spiritual realm. That means the environment here perfectly mirrors the real Black Frost plains of this era. Suddenly, a flicker of movement startled Eli. He whipped his head around to see a pitch-black monster, its vast wings spread wide, diving straight for him. Its shriek tore through the very air. And you also need to be wary of the monsters here. The creature opened its horrifying maw, intent on devouring Eli whole. He reacted in a heartbeat, launching himself into the air and dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. More of them swooped in, their roars echoing across the sky. But in that same instant, they were all frozen solid, becoming statues of ice. Standing below, Eli made a simple gesture. Instantly, the frozen monsters shattered into countless shards that rained down upon the snow. Sani flew up, devouring the fragments as if it were a grand feast. Then, it returned to its place in Eli's arms. He remarked, I didn't realize this place came with an all-you-can-eat monster buffet. Miole rested her chin on her hand, observing him. You're quite capable. The spitting image of a Melvinger. But do you really think you can find a suitable plot of land in this vast, frozen wasteland? Eli frowned, deep in thought. It needs to be open terrain with small trees. There must be a water source nearby, and a location I can easily defend from monsters. He turned back to her. Miola, if we're 400 years in the past, shouldn't the city of Andropomov be somewhere around here? Andropomov, you say? I imagine by this era, they would have already completed the city's construction. This terrain is vastly different from the one you know. How do you possibly plan to find it? Eli simply smiled. It's not as difficult as you think. Without missing a beat, he launched himself high into the sky. Major land features like canyons and high hills don't change much over just 400 years. If I use them as reference points, I can approximate the location. Hearing his logic, Miola nodded in approval. Soon, they arrive at a clearing marked by felled trees and the scattered corpses of monsters. This is it. I've found it. She looked impressed. It seems you paid close attention to Andropomov's surrounding topography and committed it to memory. A clever choice. Just what I'd expect from a Melvinger. Eli held a hand out before him, a confident smirk on his face. All right, time to prepare the soil. A brilliant surge of power flared to life in his palm, forcing Miola to narrow her eyes against the light. She kept her eyes locked on that mysterious light. They both stared forward together. This is enough to plant a tree, right? I don't think enough even begins to cover it. Towering glaciers surrounded them, the entire area protected by a solid, white barrier. The soil quality is pretty good, and most monsters won't dare to come near this place. I know you're a winger, but for a mere human to use the dragon tongue so flawlessly, Mela pressed a hand to her cheek. What am I supposed to do with him? Alec slipped his hands into his pockets, surveying the results of his work. Suddenly, a light began to glow from his chest. Alec pulled out the stone slate, and seeing its reaction, he thought, I think I've finally succeeded. He looked at the words appearing on its surface, and his smile faded. Mission failed, returning to day 0. Instantly, everything around them reset to its original state. Alec let out a frustrated sigh. Starting all over again, Mela glanced at him. This is the work of that mysterious old man, isn't it? During the first trial, I was always sent back to the very beginning every single time I died. But this time, it resets when the mission fails. I'm guessing you've forgotten something. Do you have any idea why? The two of them stared ahead. Because this place is the Black Frost Plain, there are endless reasons why planting anything here would fail. Mela raised her hand, and a shimmering pink portal appeared. She went on. Besides, I think I've already provided you with enough guidance. I'm going to take a nap while I observe the outside world. Where are you planning to go? I'm heading somewhere safe. Just focus on your mission until I return. He quickly reached out to stop her. Before you go, give me a few more hints. Just as he finished speaking, Mela vanished before his eyes. Looks like I'll have to find the reason for this failure on my own. Alec lay silently on the edge of the deep chasm, his empty gaze fixed on the grim, gray sky. He shot up, wondering to himself, what exactly did I miss? A glint flashed in Alec's eyes as a golden aura erupted around him. I can't waste any more time. I need to focus. Alec slammed his foot on the ground, and a wave of golden power shot forward. Suddenly, he spotted something and froze. What is that under the ground? Alec closed his eyes, focusing his senses on a strange presence. Without warning, the ground beneath him began to shake violently. Before he could react, his entire body was dragged down. Alec screamed in pure rage. Damn it! Alec launched himself into the air. A deathworm. They're large enough to swallow most giant monsters whole. It's one of the most powerful monsters in existence. Even 3 or 4 6 circle mages would struggle against it. If you happen to encounter one, run away. The monster guide's warning flashed in his mind. But now, Alec was hovering right above its massive, gaping mouth. A deathworm. Right, a beast that takes at least 3 6 circle mages to kill. I'm not sure I can handle this alone. He tensed his arm, and ice darts materialized in the air. It seems I can't complete this mission. After all, from what I remember, if you want to kill one, you first have to pierce its incredibly durable scales. The shards of ice shot forward to attack the deathworm, but its scales were too tough. Alec's eyes narrowed. If magic is useless against it, he dove from the sky like a meteor, aiming straight for the monster's mouth. I'll have to use my body enhancement secret art. The deathworm snapped its colossal jaws shut. Alec's eyes widened in shock as a stream of green liquid shot straight toward him. He instantly created a shield to block the fluid. It's spitting poison? Unbelievable. This venom is strong enough to melt right through my magic barrier. If I approach it carelessly, I'll be completely devoured by this toxic spray. After spewing the poison, it immediately tried to flee. You're not getting away. Alec gave chase. If I let it escape, I'll run out of time for my mission. The deathworm's speed grew faster and faster. Then it suddenly whipped around, its massive body coiling in midair. Seeing this, Alec realized. So you were luring me into a trap. He leaped onto its long body. You're much more cunning than other monsters. Looks like I'm in real trouble now. It began to spew more green poison. Alec panicked, running and cursing. Damn it all. This poison is relentless. Then, the poison erupted like a tidal wave crashing against the shore. He desperately dodged the unending toxic flood. If I don't kill it soon, I'll have to start my missions all over again. I guess I have to risk it all. Unleashing his full power, energy erupted from his body. He thought to himself, I still remember the combat techniques I learned from the Blue Lion. By concentrating all my power into a single point, I can maximize the attack's impact and I'll have a chance to kill it. White Tiger's secret art, Total Strike. A massive chunk of the beast crashed to the ground. Alec collapsed onto his protective shield. He looked at the traces of poison still sizzling on his body. If I hadn't used every last drop of mana in that attack, I would have been melted by its venom for sure. Alec breathed a sigh of relief. If another one of those showed up now, I'd be done for. Just then, words began to appear on the mission slate. You have fulfilled the necessary conditions. First seal, released. He stared in disbelief. Did I actually do it? A seal? What seal was that? Suddenly, the stone in his hand began to glow. An intense surge of power erupted from his arm. What is this feeling? It was all over. Alec stared at his arm, his expression a mixture of shock and awe. He never thought he'd get the 4th mark this quickly. Could this be used to shatter the ice of the frozen lands, just like he did against the Snow Mountain King? But how would that even work? He didn't even know its real name. He looked up, the memory of Fict's disapproving face flashing in his mind. If Fict found out about this, Alec quickly shook the image away. Whatever, he thought. If he just followed the path laid out for him, he'd figure it out eventually. Now that this place was finally cleared, it was time to plant the seeds. But his moment of relief was cut short by a sudden system alert. Be careful. A sense of dread washed over him. This can't be. Warning. Although death worms are typically solitary creatures in exceptionally rare cases, they live in colonies across a vast territory. There could be a few of them. Or there could be dozens. Alec couldn't believe his rotten luck, his voice filled with utter frustration. You've got to be kidding me. Alec grabbed his hair, screaming in pure rage. There's no way I can get out of this. One of them was a nightmare to deal with. But how was he supposed to handle an entire swarm? Why in the world would the Tiger King want to build a home in a place like this? Only his master would be strong enough to defeat this entire horde alone. But a place with this many death worms also meant the soil was incredibly fertile. He had to find a way. Alec's mind raced, a grin spreading across his face. If he just tried a few more times, surely he'd find a solution, right? The scene cut to Alec, his face covered in bruises and cuts. He suddenly realized just how foolish that idea was. Damn it. Alec lay motionless on the ground. This was his 34th attempt. I've tried everything I can think of, he muttered, resting his chin on his hand in defeat, and I still can't kill these damn death worms. He would have to try a new area, far away from here. The seeds wouldn't sprout. Alec lay surrounded by the unmoving bodies of the death worms. Am I going to be trapped here forever? He thought of his beloved grandfather. Orthon wasn't here. Neither was the cat god, La. His ancestors were probably looking down on his pathetic state and laughing right now. Isn't anyone going to help me? Suddenly, Alec's eyes lit up as if he'd struck gold. Wait a second, he shouted. I'm such an idiot. Why didn't I think of this sooner? They never said he couldn't ask for help from others. The Tiger King's clan. He had to ask them for aid. Elsewhere, Miola was surrounded by a blooming cherry blossom tree, its soft pink petals fluttering down around her. Beneath the tree, Miola was sleeping soundly on a plush bed, looking so peaceful it seemed the rest of the world didn't exist. A sudden voice awakened her from her slumber. You sure sleep a lot. Orthon stood under the cherry blossoms, his hands clasped behind his back. Miola sat up, rubbing her head in a daze. How did you get in here? You shouldn't be able to enter without my permission. Someone else wished for me to be here. She shot up, her voice sharp with anger. Since when? Who gave you permission? Have you already forgotten what happened that day? He teased. It seems you're reaching an age where your memory is starting to fail. Miola just let out a long yawn. I am a queen, living in the ice palace, and yet I'm treated like this. It's exhausting, she complained. So, why are you here? Orthon turned away slightly. As I said, someone else wanted me to come. Are you feeling all right? You had to sacrifice 4 years of your life forced to fight that curse. Miola's expression remained unconcerned. I'm fine. You don't need to worry. I just hope you won't enter without permission again, she said. By the way, how is that boy doing? Orthon held out his hand, and a magic circle appeared before them. See for yourself. They both looked into the screen, which showed Alec being chased by other beastmen. They roared with fury. That is the sworn enemy of our people. Burn the human to ashes. Miola gasped, shouting in alarm. What in the world is happening? Why are those beastmen trying to kill him? Orthon let out a deep chuckle. Isn't it fascinating? She snapped back. How can you be laughing right now? Go help him. But he just kept smiling. Don't create more trouble. Right now, he's carrying out his own plan. Against the dark sky, Alec soared through the air as numerous beastmen gave chase from below, their furious roars echoing. He's the ancient enemy of our tribe. Kill the human. But Alec simply hovered in midair and laughed. He effortlessly weaved through their attacks as if they were nothing. Alec smiled faintly, his eyes scanning everything as a thought crossed his mind. The Tiger King's bloodline has yet to appear. To solve the problem with this quest, I need the help of the people who built a city on this hallowed ground of resting death worms. Just then, the thundering sound of footsteps approached from behind him, then stopped. A voice rang out, Finally caught you, you maniac. Go, tear him to shreds. He thought to himself, searching this vast, black snowfield for the Tiger King's descendants is a truly difficult task. The atmosphere began to shift as a brilliant aura enveloped Alec's body. He was activating the secret body enhancement technique, art of the stalking black tiger. Then, from that very energy, a giant tiger made of pure flame began to materialize, its fur a blazing inferno. He smirked. Luckily for him, he possessed the secret body enhancement technique of the Tiger King's own lineage. A powerful inferno erupted, illuminating the shocked faces of the beastmen, who all immediately tensed up, bracing for a fight. The beastmen recoiled in shock. One of them cried out in terror. How is that possible? How can a mere human use our body enhancement art? As a massive fire blazed behind him, Elzic placed a foot on a higher ledge. He thought grimly, with this much power coursing through me, you really think I'm going to let any of you escape? Elsewhere, the scene abruptly cuts to a vast mountain range. The snow-covered landscape is torn asunder by an earth-shattering explosion as a massive pillar of golden light crashes down from the heavens. Beastmen were sent flying, unable to defend themselves. A pained cry echoed through the chaos. That bastard. We can't let him get away. High above on a tree branch, Elzic stood calmly, his left hand resting gently on the bark. He mused to himself. After wiping out 6 cities, they should be reacting by now. Or have the rumors not spread far enough yet? Once I crush the last few villages in my way, they'll have no choice but to show themselves. From the void, a crimson hand suddenly sliced through the air. A commanding voice boomed out. Get out of the way. In the blink of an eye, the hand swept past him. The tree he was on was instantly cleaved in two. Acting on pure instinct, Elzic leaped away, landing hard on the ground below. His eyes darted to the perfectly smooth cut on the tree trunk, sliced clean in half just behind where he stood. He thought, if my senses were even a split second slower, I would have been cut down before I even knew what happened. Before him, crimson flames erupted violently. A figure emerged silently from the blaze, his form tall and powerfully built. A mysterious voice echoed from the approaching flames. Your senses are sharper than I expected. Elzic's expression hardened, every muscle in his face tensing up. A memory fragment flashed through Elzic's mind, the one who united the scattered beastmen of the Black Snow Plains, who rose to become the Great Lord of the North, a being who brought terror to the Empire itself, the legendary ancestor of the Tiger King lineage. As the figure opened his mouth to speak, hot vapor escaped his lips. For a mere human to have mastered the body enhancement art, this was none other than the first leader of the Beastman Alliance, the Tiger King, Run. Run's voice boomed. Who are you? You are clearly human. Yet, I cannot comprehend what I am seeing. Elzik instinctively took a step back under the immense pressure. The beastmen pursuing him froze, their faces a mix of confusion and fear before the Tiger King. Why have you come here? One of them dared to ask. Run glanced back over his shoulder, his eyes cold. And why shouldn't I be? He retorted. Have I trespassed on some sacred ground I'm unaware of? As his words hum in the air, they stared back, their faces a mix of shock and utter confusion. The tense atmosphere seemed to shift slightly. Elzic's gaze steadied as he processed the scene. He thought the Tiger King was at odds with the other tribes. This must be before he unified them all. That means he can't be at his 5-star peak yet. So why? Why is the pressure radiating from him still this suffocating? Behind Run, the spectral image of a colossal, flaming tiger materialized. He spoke, his voice leaving no room for argument. If you don't plan on fighting me, get out of my sight. The beastmen froze for a split second, their resolve shattering. Then, they turned and fled for their lives. As they retreated, one shouted back, protecting a human makes you an enemy of our kind. You'll pay for this, Tiger King. The chaotic energy began to settle. Run and Elzik stood alone in the smoky clearing. Finally, Run said, some peace and quiet. Elzik remained motionless, wondering to himself, did he just protect me? A faint smirk touched Elzik's lips. It was a smart move to only pick a fight with the Rage tribe. I knew they were hostile to the Tiger King. Elzik gave a slight bow, feeling a wave of relief. His voice was sincere as he said, thank you for your help. Without warning, Run's powerful hand shot out and seized Elzik by the throat. Run leaned in close, his razor-sharp gaze scanning Elzik's face. His voice was a low growl. How do you know my people's body enhancement art? Elzik's feet dangled uselessly in the air. He choked out, I learned it from my master. Run's grip tightened. Explain. In detail, Elzik managed a strained smile, gasping. First, you'll have to let me go. Run released his grip, and Elzik collapsed to the ground. If you lie, Run's voice echoed, I will snap your neck. Elzik slowly sat up, rubbing the bruises already forming on his throat. He began. My parents were farmers. They fled to the Black Snow Plains to escape the Empire's tyranny, but they were killed in a monster attack. I was just an orphan, left to die, until a beastman saved my life. He taught me the body enhancement art so I could protect myself. It's the only reason I've survived out here. Run's expression remained cold and unreadable. Run pressed him. What tribe did this beastman belong to? Elzik lowered his head, his hair falling over his eyes. His voice became quiet. My master said he had forgotten his own name. And in all the years I knew him, he never once told it to me. I couldn't bring myself to press him on such painful memories, so I only ever called him Master, with all the respect in my heart. Run's gaze grew sharp and serious. In response, Ellie stared right back, his expression softening into one of pure, wide-eyed innocence. He thinks he can tell if I'm lying or not. The Tiger King's sharp senses can detect lies by listening to a person's heartbeat and muscle spasms, but I'm controlling my own flow of ki, keeping my body perfectly calm. Deceiving him will be easy. Across from him, Run stood in silence, the tension in his expression finally fading. His features softened completely. After a moment, Run's deep voice resonated. It seems you truly are one of our brothers. Ellie celebrated inwardly, a triumphant thought flashing through his mind. Perfect. He fell for it. Ellie gave a slight bow, his mind racing. The term brother is only used for heirs who have mastered the secret body enhancement arts. In other words, he has finally acknowledged me. Run placed a heavy hand on his shoulder and asked gently, Brother, do you have a place to rest in this barren land? The scene shifts to a vast, frozen wasteland. The two now travel together on the back of a great wolf. Ellie rides behind Run, heading toward the home of the Tiger King's tribe. Suddenly, a massive magic circle blazes to life in the air, startling Ellie. A mysterious voice echoes from within it. You were being far too reckless, the voice chided. And with that, the cat spirit appeared. She perched on Ellie's shoulder with her arms crossed. Why is everyone in the Vinger cat family so reckless? A bit flustered, Ellie replied. Is it really okay for you to appear here? The cat's voice was confident. I've already cast a spell. No one can sense my presence, so don't worry. So, what's your next move? She asked. Do you honestly believe he'll accept you as an ally? Ellie closed his eyes, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he spoke. Of course he doesn't trust me completely, but he'll keep me by his side. The cat was confused. Why would he do that? As Ellie spoke, a flashback revealed his face contorted with rage. Because right now, tensions between the tribes are at an all-time high. Any tribe would welcome a powerful warrior as an ally. regardless of his origins, especially an ambitious leader like the Tiger King, Run. He would never pass up such an opportunity. Finally, after a long journey, Run and Ellie arrived at their destination. A tribesman shouted for everyone to assemble. The cat spirit's eyes narrowed, her small face etched with deep concern. She frowned slightly. In this era, the beastman's hatred for humanity still runs incredibly deep. Will his tribe truly accept this boy like the Tiger King did? The tribe members stared with wide, disbelieving eyes, shocked by what they were seeing. The air crackled with hostility. The warriors looked ready to pounce at a moment's notice. Their faces were masks of pure hatred for the human in their midst. A human? The enemy who killed my father, my king. Why did you bring a human here? Run's gaze swept across the crowd. He gestured to Ellie and declared, "Stand down. He is one of our brothers." A beastman warrior roared, his face twisted with absolute fury. "A brother?" he bellowed. "How can a filthy human be our brother? How could one of them ever be one of us?" Run's expression remained perfectly calm. "Control yourselves. Now, assemble." The tribesmen froze, but their murderous gazes remained locked on Ellie. As they stared, Ellie's mind raced. This is an era of brutal imperial oppression, for beastmen and humans alike. Because of that, the beastman's hatred for mankind is stronger than ever. The pressure mounted. If I can't win them over, Ellie thought, my entire plan will be ruined. Suddenly, in a flash, the look in their eyes completely changed. As one, the entire tribe rushed toward Ellie, but instead of attacking, an emotional cry rang out. "Our master, why did you have to leave us so soon?" A warrior grabbed Ellie's hand, his voice thick with emotion. "You are truly fortunate to have learned martial arts from such a master." Ellie looked at Run and the cat, completely baffled by the turn of events. Not far away, a man named June gave Ellie a subtle thumbs up. Ellie was stunned. What are you all talking about?" He glanced over at Run, who was now smiling, and a suspicion began to form. "Just a moment ago, they wanted to tear me limb from limb. The only reason for this sudden change has to be the Tiger King, Run." The scene flashes back. Run slams his hand on a table. Under the flickering firelight, Jun recounted a story he prepared about Ellie. Jun explained, "That is why, before his master passed away, he spoke these final words. Though the boundary of race stands between beastman and human, I am glad that even as I leave this world, we will forever be brothers under the same master. Let us meet again in the next life, my dear students." As Jun finished the tale, the entire tribe erupted in tears, their sobs echoing through the camp. They cried out, "Damn it! Open your eyes, master. How cruel. How can your youngest disciple carry on without you?" In the middle of this sea of weeping warriors, Ellie stood frozen like a statue, scratching his cheek. He was completely and utterly bewildered. "Did I really say that?" Ellie stood motionless as the tribesmen clung to him, wailing. A few feet away, Run watched with his arms crossed, a brilliant, satisfied smile spreading across his face. Run spoke softly, "Just play along. They're complete fools, so they'll believe anything." Elzik fell silent, his expression softening as a faint smile touched his lips. Just then, an unexpected voice called out from behind them. Elzik immediately shot back. "We won't just accept a human's word for it. Where is your proof?" The two men faced off against each other. A tense silence suddenly filled the air. Miola hovered above, arms crossed, and explained, "They are the Black Wolf tribe, the Tiger King's loyal hounds." Elzik's expression remained calm, but his eyes were deadly serious. He thought to himself, "The Black Wolf tribe. So they must be the ancestors of Minister Nur." As the tension thickened, Run raised a hand, cutting through the hostile atmosphere. He spoke, his voice low. "Zhao, are you defying my command?" Zhao answered, his voice strained, "I am not defying you, my lord. But even if his story is true, how can our tribe accept someone from such an inferior race?" The moment the words left his mouth, Zhao seemed to regret them. Run's response was immediate and sharp. "Inferior race? I certainly hope. You haven't forgotten our creed, Zhao. We, too, were abandoned and cast out. Though our races and bloodlines may be different, we are all one family." At that moment, Jun's anger flared as he warned, "If you've forgotten that creed, my blade will carve a reminder across your throat." Everything went silent once more. Zhao's gaze locked onto Elzik. Elzik stepped toward Run and declared, "To break down the borders between tribes and unite all beastmen as one." He smiled, then continued, "I heard this is the goal of your people." Jun was stunned. "You know about us?" Elzik nodded with a slight smile. "Yes, I heard tales of it while wandering the snowfields alone." Run crossed his arms, the corner of his mouth twitching with amusement. Elzik maintained his calm and gentle demeanor, adding, "Even though that belief has made you an enemy to countless other tribes, they say that more and more people are being condemned just for holding that same belief. As an abandoned human, I was shown great kindness by my master, and you, my lord, you accepted me as a brother. I believe this is simply an extension of the ideals you are fighting for. Beside him, Miola smirked to herself. Just as Melvingo expected, he's certainly good with words. Elzic's eyes hardened in response, filled with unwavering determination. And I will meet those expectations. But first, I must prove my own worth to join you on your journey. Zhao sneered, his words dripping with contempt. I hear that among beastmen, rank is determined by strength alone. What do you want? The two stood face to face. Elzic met his glare and issued a challenge. Let's fight. If I win, I become a part of your tribe. If I lose, I will leave. Zhao trembled with rage, clenching his jaw. How dare a mere human challenge a great warrior of the Black Wolf tribe like myself? A mysterious, challenging smile spread across Elzic's face. Why all the talk? His expression shifted, his sharp eyes taunting his opponent. His next word was soft, but laced with poison. Scared. Zhao's anger erupted into pure indignation. He snarled, "You little runt." Elzic laughed, covering his mouth. "Oh, are you the little runt here?" Miola shook her head, exasperated. A thick, murderous aura exploded from Zhao, spreading like a storm through the air. He was practically insane with rage as he growled, "I'm going to tear you limb from limb." In response to the overwhelming fury before him, Elzic only smirked. He raised his voice to issue a challenge, but in that instant, Run stomped the ground, creating a deep, fractured crater. The shockwave from the powerful impact tore through everything in its radius, sending Elzic and Zhao flying backward. Both were stunned by the force Run had unleashed. They faced each other again, their expressions changed, now filled with seriousness and astonishment. Run spoke up. "Let me ask the two of you something." Run stood with his arms crossed, asking seriously, "Are you both prepared to accept the outcome, even if it means death in this battle?" Zhao cracked a smile. "If this human wins, I will treat him as family." Meanwhile, Elzic raised his hand and swore a solemn oath. "I swear on my master's honor that I will accept the result." Run's eyes showed his approval, now confident in their intentions. His voice boomed. "Good. Begin." The word was barely spoken before Zhao transformed into a true beastman. His body shot forward like lightning, tearing through the wind, his sharp claws ready to rip Elzic apart. Zhao swiped at his head and roared, "I'll tear you to pieces." But with his keen senses, Elzic was able to dodge Zhao's lethal blow. Elzic thought, "This story I concocted won't last much longer. I have to prove my value to Tiger King Run, and with his help, this will no longer be an issue." Zhao let out a wild roar and lunged toward Elzic once more. Elzic focused, channeling his energy for a powerful strike. The magic-infused punch slammed directly into Zhao's body, the impact so powerful that sent his massive frame staggering back. This was the body-strengthening art. Ferocious tiger impact. Zhao faltered, his body trembling from the shock as he clutched his stomach. Elzic spoke. Already overwhelmed by a single punch, the moment he finished speaking, Zhao's fury returned. He roared, "You!" But before he could finish, Elzic unleashed a flurry of punches, giving Zhao no time to react. Witnessing this scene, everyone in the tribe was in utter shock, unable to believe their own eyes. Zhao, one of the royal guard's finest warriors, was being completely overwhelmed. Who would have thought a mere human could master the art of fortification so perfectly? The tribe members cried out in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Zhao collapsed, his face slamming into the dirt as smoke billowed from his lips. Run spoke up. "Looks like this battle ended quicker than I thought." Jun stood with his arms crossed, adding, "This is more than enough for you to become part of our family." But suddenly, Zhao's eyes snapped open. A blazing, crimson fury was aimed directly at Elzic. Spikes erupted from his entire body, like a furious porcupine. His eyes burned with rage, his mouth stretched wide to reveal razor-sharp fangs, letting out a thunderous roar that shook the very air. Elzic was caught off guard, turning back in surprise. He thought to himself, he's gone berserk. When a beastman's rage surpasses its limit, their power increases exponentially, but they are driven only by raw instinct. Fighting him head-on now would be far too dangerous for me. Elzic extended his arm as a brilliant blue energy flared to life. From his open palm, he unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp ice crystals. The beastman slipped on the sudden frost, crashing hard to the ground. Elzic then summoned chains of magical ice. The links tightened around Zhao, digging deep into his flesh. He roared, struggling madly but in complete vain. Elzic raised his hand, preparing the final blow. He used just enough force to shatter the chains, but was gentle enough to end the fight without injuring anyone. He spoke calmly. "Let's have some quiet now." Zhao tumbled to the ground, defeated. Elzic stood perfectly still, his hand outstretched. It was all over, leaving the tribe members utterly stunned. Everyone was amazed and full of questions. He's a mage. That insolent brat is a sorcerer. Did he deceive us all? Elzic's face was grim as he thought to himself, if I wanted to subdue him without killing him, using magic was my only choice. Looking flustered, He turned towards June, wondering. They had to have known this was a possibility, right? A tense silence hung between June and Elzik. He quickly tried to think of the story he had prepared for just this situation. Suddenly, Jun broke into a hearty laugh, showing not a hint of suspicion. Run clapped Elzik on the shoulder repeatedly, laughing with delight. You're more interesting than I thought. I can't believe you know both the art of fortification and magic. Only then did Elzik finally let out a sigh of relief. He thought, I guess I don't have to worry anymore. Elzik placed a hand on his chest, closed his eyes, and bowed his head to express his apology. I should have only used fortification techniques in this battle. But I didn't want to harm someone who was about to become my family, so I had no choice but to use magic. Run chuckled. Whether you take the easy path or hide your true power, the one who wins on the battlefield is the strongest. Their expressions softened. Run asked gently, What is your name? Elzik answered without a moment's hesitation. My name is Elzik. Jun stood before his people, his voice ringing out. Based on the outcome of this trial by combat, we will accept Elzik as a member of our tribe. Are there any objections? A unified roar of approval answered him. None at all. I agree. The beastmen all around them raised their hands to the sky, their faces bright with joy. Everyone was beaming with excitement. Suddenly, the letter inside Elzik's pocket began to glow, materializing in the air. Elzik and Miola watched in shock. Miola whispered, a new message. Words began to glow on a spectral tablet. Required conditions fulfilled. Second restriction lifted. True name revealed. The flat terrain suddenly grew cold. A desolate wasteland appeared, shrouded in deep shadow. The wind that blew was as sharp as a blade. The true name of this seal. The power that imprisons the razor winds of the Black Snow Plains is called the Frostwind Edge. The sigil glowing on Elzik's hand was a rare-grade seal, just like the Sin of Wrath seal the Mountain King gave me. But since I don't know how to activate it, I can't use it yet. Elzik furrowed his brow, thinking, the cat goddess Miola has already vanished. Isn't she going to guide me on how to use this thing? Well, whatever. What can I do about it now? For now, I'll focus on my own long-term plans. The scene shifts to the encampment of the Huolang tribe. At Jun's command, a figure entered the tent, drawing everyone's attention. Come in, Jun said. Now, let's all greet each other properly. From this day forward, Elzik is an official member of the Royal Guard of the Anthrum Kingdom. Honored by this trust, Elzik bowed respectfully. Thank you for accepting me into the Guard. I will do my absolute best. The leader nodded, praising him. That's a good attitude. To commemorate your first day, I'll give you your first mission. The others listening in began to mutter with jealousy. Yes, sir. Please give me my orders. Jun began his request. You mentioned you came here after wandering across the snow fields. Using the experience you gained from your travels, help us find a suitable territory where our tribe can finally settle. Elzik's eyes widened in surprise for a moment, before a sly, hidden smirk crossed his lips. Everything is falling right into place. Elzik stroked his chin, feigning deep contemplation. Model. While scouting the vast snowfields, I spotted the perfect location. Surrounded by canyons and hills, it's a natural fortress, easily defended from any external threats. It has a nearby water source, and the ground shows little erosion, meaning the land is incredibly fertile. But there was one critical flaw. Just as Elzik thought it, June voiced the same concern, a nest of death worms. He elaborated on this fatal weakness. The spot was considered prime real estate, but because of that single issue, it remains completely untouched. Still, finding another location this good in the desolate Black Snow Plains would be nearly impossible. Hearing this, our hero found himself at a crossroads. What's the right move here? Suddenly, a bold idea struck Jun like a bolt of lightning. That's it. We'll do it this way. Elzik shot him a look of utter disbelief. Now, he had to endure 3 hostile glares. I need to figure out how to handle these clowns, he thought. Even Elzik felt a flicker of doubt facing those 3 hulking figures, despite their clashing personalities. The Dark Wolf tribesmen were known for their unparalleled teamwork. So, the choice to group them together made perfect sense. But, he mused, teaming me up with Dark Wolves I barely know. They must be testing my limits. Suddenly, a pair of boots stepped into his view, snapping him out of his thoughts. Fighting death worms is the toughest mission there is. This won't be a walk in the park. It was Dao, captain of the 3rd Guard Squad, siding with his men. He's absolutely right. If some total stranger hadn't opened his big mouth earlier, we wouldn't be stuck dealing with this mess right now. Honestly, what's so great about an old death worm nest anyway? Someone's just trying to score points with the chief by showing off. Pathetic. Elzik's face twisted into a scowl at the blatant disrespect. Look at these mutts. Seriously, Dao sneered, striding toward Elzik with a mocking grin. This is exactly why humans are so. Before he could finish his sentence, a fist slammed into his face, sending him flying. Humiliated, Dao collapsed to the ground, trembling as he stared up at his attacker. It was Captain Wind, his face a mask of pure, chilling menace, bringing personal feelings into the squad. I warned you not to do anything that would disrupt the team's morale. You pull a stunt like this again, and I'll personally snap your neck. Do you understand me? His two lackeys turned pale with fear. Why, yes, sir. We'll work hard. Watching the scene unfold, Elsic saw the captain in a new light. So this is why Tiger King June placed me on this squad. He realized the king trusted this captain completely. With a leader this reliable, any internal conflict would be stamped out instantly. With that thought, Elsic immediately bowed his head in respect. But Wind simply turned his back and walked away, unfazed. Elsic was intrigued by his demeanor. So, you were just doing what needed to be done, huh? I like your style. He then approached the captain to talk strategy. Captain, death worms are creatures that won't surface if they sense even the slightest threat. Is there any way to lure them out into the open? The captain, clearly invested, answered immediately, piquing Elzic's curiosity. There is one method, but it's incredibly difficult and time-consuming. What makes it so difficult? That's when Wind mentioned a mysterious herb. We need to acquire the life and death grass, a type of demonic plant. The worms are extremely sensitive to its scent. With that, we can draw the entire nest of death worms out from the ground. But Wind's explanation was met with a dramatic, wide-eyed stare from Elsic. What's with that look on your face? The captain demanded. Elsic quickly covered it up with a few fake coughs. It's nothing. Please, continue. Wind, unfazed, carried on with his explanation. To bait the death worms, that plant is absolutely essential, but it's incredibly rare, making it almost impossible to find. To his surprise, Elsic just smiled confidently, radiating the aura of a savior. You don't have to worry about that, because I can find it. The captain sighed, feeling a bit helpless at his declaration. Confidence is good, but the grass only grows in the harshest environments. Finding it is one thing, but actually harvesting it is another. Wind pressed him, a skeptical look in his eyes. It won't be easy, you know. And yet, in the very next moment, Elsic was holding the life and death grass. The place was practically overflowing with it, people picking it left and right. As he looked around, he spotted a few familiar faces. Seizing the opportunity, Elsic barked an order at them. What are you all standing around for? Get this stuff bagged up, now. They tried to protest, but their resistance was futile. They had absolutely no idea. Elsic smirked to himself. I've seen fields of this stuff. In the labyrinth of insight my master created. Its magical signature is so potent. I couldn't miss it even if I tried. And if I absorbed the magic from this grass. A fierce determination blazed across Elzic's face. Activate seal. Let's move it, you wolfmen. On the double. I'm picking up the pace, so keep up. For a moment, they just stared, completely dumbfounded. Is this guy completely insane? The moment they returned, the grunts ran straight to Wind to complain. Captain, you won't believe what that guy called us. Wolfmen. But the captain couldn't care less. In fact, he landed another swift kick on Dao. What do you think you're doing, you idiots? Just do what Elsic told you to do. Put in his place again, Dao could only weep internally. Captain, Dao's pathetic cry finally caught Elzic's attention. However, the one who truly entered Elzic's line of sight was Captain Wind himself. He finally laid the herbs before Run, whose spirits instantly lifted. To gather so much death grass in such a short time, his brother's abilities were truly difficult to gauge. Elsic humbly deflected the praise. It wasn't all me. I only managed this thanks to the help of my team members. Nearby, 3 figures were nodding off, looking completely dazed. It seems that was true. Allowing them no rest, Run pressed on. All right, enough chatter. Let's begin. A barrage of firewood was tossed forward, the blazing flames a stark beacon in the dark night. The very ground beneath Run's feet trembled, cracking open into long, winding fissures. A swarm of death worms suddenly burst from the earth. Seizing the moment, he gave the order. All units, attack. But his command was cut short by a sudden voice. Captain, we have a massive problem. He seemed a bit dismissive of the report. What is it? If it weren't important. The soldier wouldn't have been so out of breath. The Rage Tribe is on its way here? Run could barely believe his own ears. What do you mean the Rage Tribe is coming? Explain yourself. The soldier reported with a hint of fear. It seems they learned of our death worm hunt and are now moving to ambush us. The news sent him into a fury. Those filthy bastards. But Run still had to face the swarm of death worms first. Elsewhere, a massive, bulky figure trudged through the night. This was Nier, second in command of the Rage Tribe. Forward, warriors of the Rage Tribe. Today, we hunt the Tiger King. Run. Today, we will extinguish all of their hope. Suddenly, death worms appeared right near Nier, while Run battled 1,000 of their monstrous heads all by himself. With his bare hands, he tore the head off each death worm. Watching this, Nier couldn't help but be impressed. Tiger King Run. He's everything they said he was. His skills are truly the pinnacle of the beastman. But today, I prepared a magical artifact forged in the war against humanity. No matter how powerful you are, you can't block our firepower while you're pinned down. Now, you will all kneel before me, and I shall become the king of the beastmen. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden wind blew towards the raged tribe. Where did that wind come from? His keen nose caught the scent. Death grass? The death worms had crawled right up to Nier, but on Run's side, the creatures were now falling one by one. Run stood proudly atop a mountain of their corpses. Who would have thought they could be annihilated so quickly? He used magic to send a breeze carrying the scent of death grass towards the raged tribe, luring the worms to attack them. The raged tribe would be forced to fight the worms for him. Hearing the plan, Elzik was full of praise. To come up with an idea like that is truly impressive. You must repay those who ambush you in kind. Run couldn't stop a triumphant grin from spreading across his face. It seems you and I think alike. Climbing to a higher vantage point, he declared, "Now then, shall we go clean up the mess?" Meanwhile, his foe was still struggling against the death worms. The survivors of the raged tribe gathered together. A soldier's eyes went wide as he stammered, It's the Tiger King. Run." A massive explosion rocked the ground right in front of them. From within the smoke, Run and Elzik emerged with an overwhelming aura. Nier's eyes burned with rage. Run. Refusing to accept defeat, he swung his blade wildly. "You coward. You rely on sneak attacks." But in his frenzy, Nier accidentally struck himself. Run's face was splattered with fresh blood. Royal Guard. Capture the survivors. Kill anyone who dares to resist. On his command, the Black Wolf soldiers charged forward, attacking like a raging storm. But the others refused to surrender. Do not retreat. The two forces clashed in a relentless battle. Elzik stood to the side, observing. His eyes were locked onto Run's ultimate technique, the supreme martial art of the Tiger King. Elzik smiled to himself with delight. Just by watching, I can see the strengths and weaknesses of my own techniques. He never expected someone to try and ambush him. A blade sliced clean through the beastman's head, stunning Elzik. Not bad, huh? The attacker then bit into the neck of a white wolf. But how was he suddenly attacked? A comrade heard the commotion and turned back. The veins on his face turned a sickly green. Dao closed his eyes, reluctantly speaking. Suddenly, Run appeared at his side. "Are you all right?" Dao's expression worsened. Before Run could finish, Dao collapsed from exhaustion. A mechanical voice suddenly echoed, nullifying the green aura that was flowing out of Dao's body. He was awakened by a desperate shout. Run handed Dao to two other comrades. "Don't worry, he's just unconscious for a moment. Take him somewhere to rest first." They felt a small sense of relief. Understood. Elzik turned back to reply, "We should proceed with the next phase of the plan before the Rage Tribe learns of the situation." But Run stopped him. "Wait." He placed a hand over his chest in a gesture of gratitude. "Thank you for saving him." The soldiers behind him followed Run's lead. In their eyes, he was like a shining god. Elzik continued to watch as the army marched on. His face was heavy with thought. Suddenly, an owl swooped down low beside him. To win the loyalty of the beastmen in just a few days. "Well done." Elzik's tone was simple and questioning. "You've been watching from the start. Why show yourself only now?" Feeling accused, she tried to explain. "I thought you could handle it yourself without my assistance." El couldn't care less. Yeah. Have a nice day." He moved toward the death worms, ready to begin. The crest on his hand sensed the spiritual energy and eagerly began to absorb it. "There's more mana here than I thought." The ice seal's power instantly jumped to 4 stars. He didn't spare a single worm, down to the very last one. Carmela watched, relieved to see the area was now spotless. He had cleaned up everything without leaving a single trace. Thanks to him, no further purification was needed. He focused solely on the task of planting the seeds.
With this much effort, surely they'll grow without any problems, right?
A halo of light shimmered between white and black as pale clouds drifted across the night sky. El remained lost in thought. Since there was no notification of failure, it seemed his task was complete. Suddenly, his blue eyes flew wide open. The seeds Elek had planted were sprouting. He eagerly grabbed the magic stone. "It's done." The seal on his hand seemed to react to the artifact. 3 lines of text etched themselves onto the rough surface. Required condition fulfilled. The 3rd restriction has been lifted. Ambition achieved. Suddenly, Elek's consciousness was torn away. He found himself in the Hoa Lu temple. Only a few faint rays of light pierced the gloom. Stepping inside, his eyes darted around, taking everything in. Elek quickly approached a solitary figure. Who is that? The goddess Carmela. But as he looked closer, a chilling realization hit him. No. That aura belonged to the Demon King. A wave of dread washed over Elek. Who would have ever thought the goddess Carmela was also the female Demon King? With this level of mana, she had to be overwhelmingly powerful. The figure on the throne remained completely still. One half of her face was that of a serene goddess. The other half was shrouded in darkness. How could a god and a demon king coexist within a single being? Suddenly, a frantic voice jolted him back to reality. Alec. Carmela was calling his name, her voice strained with worry. Alec, are you all right? You suddenly lost consciousness. But Alec just stared blankly. Was the ice seal you're doing? Her eyes dropped slightly. Why would you think that? Alec answered directly. I saw you. His words piqued Carmela's curiosity. What did you see? He quickly searched his memory. You were alone in an empty temple. You looked weary, lonely, and sad. And the mana radiating from you and was identical to the seal of the Winter General. She seemed a bit flustered. That is nothing more than long-forgotten history. But he pressed on. The bitter cold across the black snowfields. Was that you? Yes. But that power is no longer mine. I am Carmela, the goddess of flowers. Alec glanced at Carmela. Is this arrangement meant to erase your tracks? She calmly withdrew her aura. Who knows? All I can do is offer advice on planting the seeds. Remember what Otohan told you. Her words brought back Otohan's stern warning. You will learn to devour the Winter General. The Winter General is the past and a mistake of the goddess Carmela. Clutching the stone, Alec suddenly stood up. To make the seeds grow. I have to drive away the cold that comes from Carmela. Before leaving, she reminded him one last time, always be wary of the Winter General. She will become the greatest obstacle in your path. Darkness still shrouded the city of Anthorn. Alec was lost in thought, staring at the tall tree. 91 days had passed since the arrangement began. The flowers were finally blooming, but Alec's smile was cut short by a werewolf running toward him. Hey, the chieftain is looking for you. His mood instantly plummeted. Seriously, again, in the dead of night, the mountains felt even darker. He was suddenly sent flying several meters back. Alec scrambled to his feet, dropping to one knee to protest. Come on! Can't you go a little easy on me? June looked proudly at his handiwork. Weren't you the one who requested a duel as a reward for saving me? I am the chieftain. I cannot go back on my word. Alec could only complain internally. I just wanted to experience body-strengthening techniques, not get beaten to a pulp. The chieftain continued to taunt him. As my brother in arms, you shouldn't give up so easily. He had no choice but to get up and fight again. I managed to recover my stance in the first half, so that should give me an edge. Jun cracked his knuckles, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Let's begin again with Tiger's Rush. But suddenly, his ears twitched and stood on end. An uneasy look crossed Jun's face as he glanced behind him. It seems we'll have to postpone our match. Seeing this, Alec asked, What's going on? But the chieftain just leaped away into the distance. At the gates of Anthorn, crowds of people were gathered, all of them covered in bandages. Seeing the scene before them, June and Alec fell grimly silent. He couldn't help but whisper to Carmela, refugees. Is this the Winter General's doing? She offered her own assessment. Yes. The Winter General has started to make her move. A conflict arose in Alec's mind. I don't remember her being this powerful. Carmela quickly explained. The Winter General from your time was much weaker, but the one of this era is a true cataclysm. She unconsciously glanced over at him. The Wolf King, June, can only quell the chaos, but he cannot defeat her. Suddenly, Jun turned and shouted, Zhao, assemble the clan chiefs at my tent. Zhao quickly acknowledged the order. Understood. Then he crouched down. I want you in your combat gear at my tent, now. With that said, he leaped away. As Alec prepared to follow, a voice stopped him. Hey. Zhao handed him a precious potion. Take this. Alec took it, his curiosity piqued. What is it? The boy grumbled again, shoving an object directly into Elzic's hand. It's nothing. I had extra, so you can take it or throw it away. Do whatever you want. Before Elzic could say another word, the boy turned to leave. Hey, why are you leaving? Krumo glanced at the item in Elzic's hand and recognized it as a rare medicine from the Black Wolf tribe, available only in small quantities. He thought, that kid must have had very little of this for himself. That kid has his cute side, huh? Elzic thought with a slight smile. He hadn't expected this, and for a moment, the tent was peaceful and quiet. A heavy silence hung over the 9 grim-faced leaders. Seeing their despair, the tribe chief finally spoke up. Our tribe has suffered a devastating blow. Our ancestors shed blood to build this place, but now it's just a pile of rubble. We have lost so many of our kin. After hearing this, Run called to the person waiting outside, Elzic, get in here. I have something to ask you. But Elzic quickly interjected. Is it about the catastrophe that's spreading terror among the refugees? Unfazed, Run simply continued. That's right. We must find the East General. Can you use your magic to lead the way? All the chiefs stared at him, their eyes filled with desperate hope. The Beastman tribe also placed their faith in Elzik, and even Tiger King Run himself gave him a look of great expectation. Elzik did not let them down and accepted the task. Yes, I can. Hearing this, Run couldn't suppress his joy. Excellent. A wave of relief washed over the chiefs, and they were finally able to smile. All tribe leaders, gather your elite warriors. We move out tomorrow, they responded without a shred of hesitation. Understood. They all filed out of the tent, their fighting spirits rekindled. Elzik breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was finally falling into place. The plan was to find Tiger King Run and plant the seed, and confronting the East General alongside him was surely part of Aris's grand design. Just like that, the real mission had begun. A group traveled through the freezing cold of the deep night. Run began a conversation with Elzik Melvingo. No matter how many times I see it, magic is still completely captivating. Walking beside him, Elzik proposed an idea. Would you like to learn magic? For someone like you, mastering the basics would be easy. Run just smiled and shook his head. When I already have you, why would I need to learn? Elzik was at a loss for words. Is that a new way to say you want to enslave me? Run shot back. If you don't like it, you can be the leader. I can't believe the strongest king in the history of Beastmen is a total lunatic, he thought. I wonder if his subordinates even know. Run continued his praise. Our tribe has changed so much since I met you. At times, I've even thought you were a lucky star that fell from the sky. Hearing this, Elzik simply replied, Is that so? Thank you for saying that. Run stared at his back. And that is why this is a gift for you. Elzik was confused, his face a mask of complete surprise. The final part of the body forcification secret technique. Elzik spun around as a cold voice cut through the air. Did you really think I wouldn't realize you approached me for a reason? Elzik was shocked and asked, How long have you known? Run took a few steps forward, a human claiming to have learned the body forcification secret technique from a monster hermit. It was suspicious, but not entirely impossible. But what you can't lie about is your magic, and the reason you went around stirring up trouble with all the tribes hostile to me. It was also you could meet me and complete this technique. If you already knew, then why did you leave me alone? Elzik's brow furrowed as he replied, Usually, it's to pursue one's own self-interest. But Run suddenly went quiet. Then, he burst into laughter, clapping him heartily on the shoulder. Because whether you're human or monster, everyone looks out for their own interests, right? I didn't interfere with you because it benefited me, too. Besides, watching you is fun. Krumel warned him in a low voice. From the very beginning, you've been dancing in the palm of his hand. Elzik rubbed his shoulder and spoke. That hurt like hell. But there's still no reason for you to teach me the final part of the secret technique. A hand gently patted Elzik's head. He spoke slowly. I want you to survive. You've struggled so much just to make it here. It wouldn't be fair if you sacrificed yourself to protect someone else's family. Elzik froze in utter shock. The reason he wants to teach me the Beastman's secret art is so that I can survive. Perhaps he only cares this much because he doesn't know this is the past, brought back to life. Elzik smiled faintly. Thank you. Krumel's voice cut in, his face a mask of extreme vigilance. Sorry to break up this touching moment, but now is not the time to be sentimental. Elzik froze as a thought raced through his mind. That energy signature I just saw. It's a massive wave of pure malice, a feeling like it could swallow us whole at any moment. Everyone stood motionless, paralyzed, as his thoughts continued. There's only one word that can describe her. A demon. An unholy power was rushing straight for them. We have to get out of here immediately. He was frozen to the spot in disbelief. What is this? Krumel and the scouting team. I can't pinpoint their location. The East General's demonic aura has severed all flows of mana. If we fall into the East General's trap, Tiger King Run and the scouts will be annihilated. I have to eliminate the East General's darkness before that happens. Eli clenched his jaw, his eyes fixed on the mark searing his arm. The East Wind Seal. It came from the Divine Cat Bead, just like the East General's power. Maybe. I can wield it too. Eli ran a hand through his hair, frustrated. But how the hell am I supposed to activate this thing? Is there no other way? Besides the Winter Wind Seal, he stared at the mark, remembering the words from West Han. That he would have to learn how to defeat the Winter General. I'll have to trap the Winter General in the Seal of Wrath. Just like before. Right? That's right. Elzik held out his hand. If you just close your eyes and absorb it, I'll absorb the Winter General's frost and the Seal of Bitter Cold. A pulse of energy shot up his arm, glowing with an eerie blue light. He clutched his arm, hissing in pain, forcing the demonic aura into Dew's seal. But the demonic energy is leaking from the Seal of Bitter Cold. It connects with the Winter Wind's seal, and the mark stabilizes. He held his arm in agony as two men stood by, simply watching. A voice echoed, causing Elzik to freeze. It was the innocent voice of a young boy. Queen, my queen. These are the buds that just bloomed outside. I brought them, because they look just like you. Queen Cryomela sat there, her expression cold as ice. How are they similar? He couldn't help but wonder. This must be before she became the demon queen. Cheerful chatter filled the air. These flowers are beautiful. How could they not resemble our queen? Don't you agree? Hey, how can these mere flowers even compare to the glory of our queen? You think she would like something like that? Of course, she'll love it. Anyone who disagrees can come and face me. Cryomela sat on her throne in silence, a sad look on her face. Below, concerned voices rose up. My queen, why are you so quiet? My queen? She sighed deeply. And the vibrant scene around her began to dissolve. One by one, the figures vanished. Elzik watched as a profound loneliness crept in, the kind that comes when everyone you love is gone. This feeling, I know it all too well. She could only be vibrant because of the people who followed her in the past. But now, whether her eyes are open or closed, all she sees is an endless void. She must do everything herself in an empty continent. She is the queen, the vassal, and the people. This is the queen's solitude. The scene shifted to her, standing alone. A vast palace, in a territory where not even a single tree could grow. In this barren land, there was only blinding white snow. The houses were buried under a thick white blanket. Cryomela looked on with sorrow. Perhaps I should just go to sleep. Her eyes lit up with a sudden thought. She sank to her knees, despondent. But then, maybe things won't be so boring from now on, he thought to himself. For the first time, the queen's ice-cold face broke into a smile. For centuries, her world had been a single, desolate color. But now, a new color had just appeared. Cryomela knelt on one knee, staring at a tiny green sprout piercing through the swirling snow. There's something you need to know. With her own two hands, she gently gathered the earth around the small sprout. I'm not the kind of person who cares about such trivial things. You better remember how lucky you are. A small smile touched Cryomela's lips, as she used her power to create a wall of snow, shielding the soil and the sprout. You may have chosen to stay here on your own, in a small hollow, surrounded by hard-packed ice. A tiny sapling swayed against the fierce snowstorm. The other person's voice echoed in his mind. But whether you can leave is not up to you. Time passed. Elzik stood motionless, watching the slumbering Cryomela. In the distance, a flower was beginning to bloom. Through the blizzard, Cryomela forced her eyes open and stared ahead. Suddenly, her eyes widened in utter disbelief. Brilliant red flowers bloomed amidst the white snowstorm, their color breathtaking. She was speechless. The flowers, they bloomed. Cryomela approached the flower, gently lifting it for a closer look. But her face suddenly darkened. This can't be. Without another word, she rushed past Elzik. Cradling the pot with the radiant red flower, she carried it inside the palace and began to dig into the earth to plant it. A hand gently touched the brilliant red blossom, its owner sitting and admiring it. So beautiful. Elzik watched the scene from afar and suddenly remembered countless other flowers of every color imaginable. Though the world outside was cold and covered in snow, nameless flowers bloomed in many different places. Eventually, the small sapling grew into a massive, ancient tree, and this place became a garden of flowers. Cryomela reached out, catching a falling petal. She smiled at them, which only confused Elzik. The queen who commands ice and snow, living among flowers? Humph. Abruptly, her face grew pale. Her breathing became ragged and shallow, as if her heart was being squeezed. He stood there, watching with a surge of pity. For someone who lives in the eternal embrace of winter, the warmth of spring is a deadly poison. Cryomela clutched her heart with one hand, while the other still clung to the colorful petals. However, the botanical garden the queen personally cultivated continued to flourish even after she was gone. The image of the people and the child holding the red bouquet for the queen appeared once more. My queen, so many flowers have blossomed. Please, look at them, because this is the place where your deepest memories exist. Cryomela lay collapsed among the flowers, as if in an endless sleep from which she would never awaken. The life of the Winter Queen, who loved this world so dearly. A lonesome wind swept through her hair. She closed her eyes in sorrow as a single tear escaped. It was all over. Flowers of blue, pink, and gold began to tremble, transforming into tiny, glowing spirits. But your dream, my lady, has given birth to new life. The newly awakened spirits gathered around their queen, captivated by her ethereal beauty. Who is she? Who is that? Is she sleeping? She's so beautiful. The gods of flowers were always this way, both in the past and in the present. Alec watched the serene vision unfold, his mind racing. But what happened next? This place seemed so peaceful. Suddenly, a torrent of black miasma shot towards the castle. It swirled around the palace, its corrupting presence so strong the spirits fled in terror. Slowly, the darkness coalesced into a towering, monstrous figure, a demon god. The demon god, with its soulless, white eyes, began to move. It raised a hand, unleashing a pulse of energy in a dark summons. Its form was different, but there was no mistaking it. This was the same demon god from his dream. The demon god unleashed its wicked power, and from the shadows on the ground below, a female form writhed, crying out in frustration. Winter should know its place and just stay winter, shouldn't it? In an instant, the queen transformed, her eyes glowing a cold, menacing red. She was now the demon queen. A wave of black energy surged forward, annihilating the vibrant flowers in its path. A girl appeared, her eyes covered by bandages. Spring will never return to this land. With those words, she unleashed a terrifying torrent of power. The force was so immense, Alec had to shield himself. This was the aura of the Ice General. Bracing against the blast, Alec's mind raced. This power, it was overflowing with the Ice General's malice. And yet, he could also feel the Demon Queen's warmth and cold, her But despite that hidden turmoil, her power had still laid waste to this garden and brought nothing but cruel, desolate winds. Suddenly, the seal on his arm blazed to life once more. The fourth restriction of the East Wind has been released. Alec gripped another magic stone, the words Spirit Release glowing on its surface. A dangerous light gleamed in his eyes as he began to activate it. I get it now. Alec raised his hand, channeling his magic. A swirling magic circle of purple and blue light materialized behind him. This is how you use the Seal of Winter. He thrust his hand forward, unleashing the power and roaring a command to the heavens. Or demon. Instantly, a violent gale of ice shards tore through the darkness like 1,000 blades. The dark miasma was ripped to shreds, revealing a breathtaking, starry sky above. Carmelia watched in awe, gasping, You did it. She gazed at the beautiful sunlight. What was it that you saw? The botanical garden. Carmelia's voice was firm. I will do whatever it takes to restore it. Alec turned to her. To see the beautiful flowers bloom in the botanical garden once more. That was her final wish, wasn't it? That was the one thing she wanted to protect. Even after being reborn as the god, Carmelia. Carmelia was stunned by his words, but before she could even respond, his next statement brought tears to her eyes. If I can master winter, then I can also reclaim the lost spring from the demon god's grasp. She finally asked, Can I truly ask that of you? Alec broke into a wide grin. Don't be so formal. We're friends, aren't we? With that, he shot forward into the sky, and Carmelia followed close behind him. Her mind was reeling. Friends, you're impossible. After I worked so hard to keep a line between us, you just leap over it so easily. Meanwhile, the other warriors were reaching their limit. Damn it all, Run cursed under his breath. He glared at the massive stone golem before him. This thing's tough as rock. He glanced back at his exhausted soldiers. They were taking more and more damage with every clash. Alec would know how to handle something like this. What in the world? In the distance, an entire army of walking stone statues was marching toward them. Are these the monsters the refugees warned us about? There were too many to count. Run suddenly burst out laughing, settling into a battle stance. Ha ha ha. You're telling me you're scared of a pile of rocks? Looks like I'll have to retrain every single one of you when we get back. Hearing this, the warriors looked even more terrified. What are you talking about, sir? I'm saying I'm thrilled to have so much prey. Run grinned, gritting his teeth in excitement. All right, new rule. Only the ones who get injured have to face my special training. With a final roar, Run and his men charged headfirst into the stone army. It's hunting time. Let's wipe them out. Suddenly, the air cracked with a thunderous boom. Blasts of energy, a mix of lightning and slash attacks, tore through the stone soldiers, shattering them to pieces. Chunks of rock rained down around Run and his men, leaving them completely stunned. What just happened? Run looked up to see Alec floating in the sky, a smile on his face. Brother, you made it. Alec landed softly, walking over with a slightly sheepish grin. My apologies, I'm late. So you didn't run away? He asked with unwavering confidence. Have you ever known me to flee from anything? Rune smiled and spoke up. But that thing is too hard. I don't know what it's made of. My attacks were completely useless against it. A spark ignited in Eli's eyes. There must be a specific way to wound this thing. Aura is gathering around its left leg. Damn it, attacking its head was completely useless. Run cleared his throat. I'll use the body enhancement technique to finish this. He began channeling his energy. You can try to copy it, if you can. Run then launched himself forward. Eli's face lit up. Are you going to personally teach me the technique? Don't be modest. With a powerful leap, they both shot toward the stone golem. Run explained. People might think body enhancement is a simple fighting style focused on pure instinct, but only a fool would believe that. It requires the perfect stance and flawless timing to execute a proper strike. Only then can you achieve maximum efficiency and devastating power. Furthermore, even identical attacks produce different results depending on your combinations. He stomped, creating a foothold. With a mighty swing from Run, the power is never the same. The punch erupted in a blinding flash. Body enhancement art, Raging Tiger Strike. A grin spread across Run's face. The principle sounds simple, but mastery is another story. For now, just watch and learn. Eli immediately mirrored the stance. He thrust out a single palm. Stone shards exploded everywhere as the golem's fist shattered upon impact. Run watched, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. You didn't just copy it in a single glance, you integrated your own techniques into it. A smirk played on his lips. You really are a monster. As Run lunged forward, Eli swung his own fist. As I follow his movements, the disjointed steps of body enhancement are linking together, and my three seals are starting to merge. The stone behemoth swatted them away. They landed gracefully on their feet. The energy. It's draining from its body. A wicked grin spread across Ellie's face, which means we can now damage it anywhere. Run looked intrigued. Excellent. Now, I will teach you the final 3 steps. They both lowered into a new stance. These 3 movements are the core for creating your very own style of body enhancement. If the opening moves are like the prowl of a wild beast, then the finale is its claws. This next step is the fangs of the Beast King. They shot forward like cannonballs. Run and Eli swung their fists ferociously, biting deep and sinking them into their target. Once a predator's fangs lock on, they never let go. They held their battle-ready poses. You must ensure your enemy can never rise again. Run lunged with a devastating kick as Eli moved in to support him. If your opponent is still breathing, the fight isn't over. You haven't truly won. Therefore, you must become a living disaster to your enemies. Let them feel an overwhelming, absolute gap in power, so that no one will ever dare to harm you again. A fire blazed in Eli's eyes as he unleashed a crushing blow. He instantly mimicked the form, his fist glowing with raw energy. In this very moment, we are the undisputed kings of this battlefield. Eli stood motionless, lost in thought. He's opened my eyes to something new. My sixth sense has finally awakened. This world is a domain created by my mind and my senses combined. Run's voice cut through his thoughts. How does it feel? Fascinating. Run leaned on his fist, impressed. To think you'd be smiling in a place where you could easily die. You're far from normal. But then again, you're smiling too. Run let out an amused laugh. Did I forget to mention? I've been this way since the day I was born. Run's eyes widened slightly in surprise. The light behind you. It's grown even stronger, hasn't it? Eli was stunned. The 7th circle. I finally broke past the barrier that held me back, all thanks to the Tiger King, Run. His eyes darted to Run, a question burning in his mind. Why is he being so kind to me? We're not even from the same bloodline. He has no reason to teach me any of this. Eli asked, bewildered, why are you helping me? Run rested his chin on his hand. Once I call someone my brother, I choose to trust them, no matter what. He unconsciously reached up and rubbed his head. Even if they hide things from me, that's no reason for brothers not to help each other. Eli froze, stunned into silence. Brothers. Other than my sister, I've never trusted anyone. I know better than anyone how easily people's hearts can change. If I want to lead my own team someday, do I need to be as open-hearted as him? A cold wind whipped past them. The stone golem was not defeated yet. That thing is one stubborn opponent. Heh, that's what makes it worthy of being my adversary. Eli cracked his knuckles and called out to Run. Let's go another round. Meanwhile, deep inside the castle, the air was thick with tension. Isabel stood by the window, nervously biting her nails. An older man's voice broke the silence. My dear, worrying won't change the outcome. Why don't you try to calm down? Isabel turned, her face etched with worry. But it's already the 4th day. A burly man spoke up. Has it truly been that long since my grandson-in-law entered that place? But there's nothing we can do about it. Waikao stated flatly. We are currently occupied with internal clan affairs. Thank you for your concern, but I must ask that you not interfere in this matter, the powerful man warned. It seems they don't want us interfering with their family matters. Besides, with that crazy old man, the White Knight, and the Beast King by his side, you have nothing to worry about. But then a massive explosion shattered the peace, filling the air with tension. What was that? Isabel rushed towards the light, throwing open the window. Isabel tensed up. The garden was a raging inferno. Before Tem lay a vast landscape engulfed in a sea of flames. Nearly everything had been burned to ash. Leader, all of the Blood King's breath has been expended. Tem raised his hand, and a single flame appeared in his palm. All right, this is the last one. Tem declared with an ice-cold voice, let the operation begin. He flicked his wrist, and flames erupted behind the sanctuary. In a flash, they all charged inside. Within, Homan sensed the situation unfolding and let out a furious roar. Who dares attack this sacred ground? A pack of beastmen heard him and snarled angrily, roaring in unison. Humans, annihilate them. They charged forward in a blur. Their savage roars echoed through the space, promising to tear the intruders limb from limb. But mid-charge, something appeared that stopped them dead in their tracks. A man riding a massive, tiger-like spirit beast descended from above. A few of the nearby monsters scattered in pure terror. He glared down at them, his voice thundering with rage. "You wretched bastards! How dare you come here?" Isabel stood frozen, a confusing thought racing through her mind. This is strange. They should be aware of our strength. Why would they launch such a reckless, direct assault? They didn't even attempt a stealth attack. They came straight at us. Could it be? After connecting all the pieces, she had a sudden realization, and a hint of fear flashed across her face. Two men smirked with absolute confidence. The one on the right spoke up, "All right, let's finish them off quickly before there are any more casualties." Isabel lunged forward to block their path. "It's too dangerous." One of them just chuckled. "My, you're a kind soul. Are you worried about us?" "Don't be. No matter how powerful they are, Elzik isn't the one in danger. This is all just a diversion to draw our attention. Their real target is Elzik." At that same moment, at the grand doors of the mansion, he threw a single, powerful punch. The reinforced doors shattered instantly. A subordinate muttered, "How troublesome." Inside, small fairies suddenly appeared. Their tiny voices echoed with immense authority. "Invaders, be gone from this place. This is a divine sanctuary. Those without faith are forbidden from entering." Faced with their rebuke, Tem simply bowed his head. "Forgive me for disturbing the divine slumber. I will accept the punishment for my sins later." Then he looked forward, a chilling smile forming on his lips. Tem pointed directly toward a door within the sanctuary. "The enemy is behind that door." Daffo flew to block his path. "Do not come any closer. If you continue to interfere, we will be forced to use violence." Her entire body trembled as she bit her lip, thinking, "We can't let them." In the back of her mind, Jella's warning echoed. If the dream world is destroyed, the descendants of Otohen Melvinger will be trapped there for eternity. We must not allow anyone to interfere. With that thought, her eyes hardened with resolve. She had to stop them at all costs. Instantly, she thrust her hand forward. A barrage of thorny vines shot straight toward Tem. He didn't even flinch, immediately drawing the sword from his hip. In a flash, his blade danced through the air, shredding the swarm of vines into tiny fragments. The shredded pieces rained down in front of the small fairies. Seeing her power defeated in a single instant, Dafo's face froze, pure fear evident in her eyes. Tem tightened his grip on his sword as his eyes began to glow. "It's useless." With that, Tem lunged, his sword streaking toward the floating Dafo. Terrified, she instinctively covered her face, as if she had given up and surrendered to her fate. After a long moment passed with no impact, Dafo slowly peeked through her fingers. A figure had suddenly appeared, blocking the attack meant for her. The force of the collision sent the attacker flying backward. From behind his blade, Tem stared intently at the person before him. "So, you're the one who captured the leader of the Beast Corps." Blue Lion Homan's expression remained cold as stone as he turned his head. He glanced at Dafo, who was floating in the air, completely stunned. Homan aimed his sword forward, his voice a low, warning growl. "No one is permitted to pass." Meanwhile, Elzik frowned, wiping sweat from his cheek. "Damn it. No matter how much damage we inflict, it just keeps regenerating." Beside him, Run turned and spoke. "You can feel it too, can't you? It's getting stronger. This is a hopeless situation, isn't it?" "Probably. No matter how many times we kill it, it just keeps reviving. We're taking far too many losses. We already completed our mission of locating the Eastern General, but this bastard refuses to let us leave." Before he could even state his plan, Elzik cut him off. "Hey, no way. I already know what you're thinking, so don't even finish that sentence. You're going to tell me to lead the recon team to safety while you buy us time, right?" Run's face was grim. "As of now, you're the only one who can do it. I'll stay behind, so you take them and go." Seeing the unwavering determination in Elzik's eyes, he fell silent, knowing he couldn't argue further. He stared down the monster before him. "I can always start over, but I will not let the Tiger King fall in this round." Dunn immediately pulled rank. "Are you giving me an order? Did your leader abandon you?" Ellie was stunned. But Run's gaze was like steel, absolutely unwavering. "You think I would do something like that at a time like this?" Seeing his unyielding attitude, Ellie froze. A lump formed in her throat, and all the words she wanted to say simply vanished. Run's lips curled into a warning smile. "Dare to refuse, and you'll be charged with insubordination, and put down right here. So, what will you do now?" "I'll do it. I'll go. But I'm coming back soon, so don't you dare die on me." The scout team is returning to Romov. He and the other scouts retreated swiftly, a silent vow echoing in his heart. "I'll get them back safely, and then I'll return. Just hold on until then." Run watched their figures slowly vanish into the distance. As the snow fell thick and fast, a faint smile appeared on his lips as the horde of monsters advanced. From between the massive boulders, a figure suddenly burst forth, his voice thundering with pure rage. A tiger man bared his fangs in a clear threat. "Where do you think you're going? You will not touch the children." Elsewhere, a group of beastmen were guiding each other into a desolate, gloomy place that looked like it had been abandoned for ages. One of them, his face twisted in pain, let out a sigh of relief. "We're safe now. We've been saved." Standing firmly behind Elzik, Du spoke with resolve. "Elzik, you're returning to the chief, aren't you? I'm going with you. I don't know how useful I can be, but let us fight alongside you both." He didn't answer, completely lost in a world of his own thoughts. "Elzik! Elzik!" The calls echoed around him. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted right in front of Elzik. His eyes widened in pure astonishment at the sight before him. Oh no. The seed he had been cultivating for so long had finally come to bear fruit. Exceeding all his expectations, the Lost Cat's bead tree was in full bloom, and a matching light began to glow from his chest. Unconsciously, Elzik reached out to touch it. His mission tablet materialized in his hand, a new line of text etched onto its surface. "All restrictions have been lifted. The order is complete." El looked up. "All of the seals have been broken. The preparations are finished." He launched himself into the air with a powerful kick. The Lost Cat's bead turned its head, puzzled. "Everything is arranged, so what's the rush?" He answered with deep urgency. "I still haven't said my goodbyes." The Lost Cat's bead spoke calmly. "Why do you need to? This place is just a virtual world." He said nothing as memories flooded his mind. "I remember the face of every single person who betrayed my family. One turned and walked away. Those who heartlessly abandoned us. Who drove my sister away even as she pleaded in utter desperation. Those sly old foxes wore friendly smiles but only coveted the few possessions our family had left. Please, don't go. I'm begging you." Among those who left were countless people I had once considered friends or family. People I had trusted and relied upon. After enduring all that humiliation, I closed off my heart and became cold. Because if I let my guard down, countless others were just waiting to prey on me. And yet, I met people who helped me open up again. They slowly started to melt this frozen heart of mine. He thought of Run. And there was someone who trusted me completely and saw me as his own brother. His voice grew serious. "Even if this is just a virtual world that I'm bound to forget." He shot forward like an arrow. "I'm still going to say goodbye." The Lost Cat's bead bowed its head in thought. "Melvingo, I can't find a single reason to hate them." El walked onward, one step at a time, his brows slightly furrowed. Run, who was sitting cross-legged, spoke first. "So, you're back?" he asked in return. "How did it go?" I wanted to ask if he was hurt, but it felt better to ask what he wanted to say, to give him his moment of pride. Run looked back, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Of course I won." His gaze held a sense of wonder. It was impossible to know the true depths of his confidence. He smirked teasingly. "Hey, you didn't actually think I would lose, did you? Others might find him unbearable. But I want to become a man just like him." He put his hands on his hips and replied, "Of course not." Run explained, "The word failure doesn't exist in my dictionary. I might not look so cool right now, but I drove her away. So that counts as a victory in my book." His eyes drifted to his severed arm lying among the debris with a hint of regret. "It's a shame I couldn't witness his fight against the Ice General." A single question cut through the silence. "You came to say goodbye, didn't you?" Run closed his eyes. "What? Are you surprised I hit the nail on the head?" El's eyes shot open in shock. "How did you know?" "I didn't at first, but I figured it out on my own. To be honest, I was extremely curious. I wanted to know why you were so desperate to learn the body enhancement technique. I thought you would eventually tell me why, but after I passed through that shimmering wall, I understood. I finally understood everything. Now I can see through so many things I couldn't before, including who you truly are." He thought to himself. So that's the reason why he's still shining so brightly after such a brutal battle. The Tiger King has shattered his own limits and become a high-tier transcendent. Because he has reached the realm of a superhuman, he has realized that this world is fake. El cried out, "Chief," but he simply replied, "Enough. I'm no longer curious about what happens next or about who you really are. I am simply me. Nothing else matters," El answered, approaching slowly. "All we can do is focus on the present, right?" "You're right," he said coolly. "Very well. Before we part ways, let me ask you one thing. What is your real name?" He replied, "Eric. I am Elzik." Jun fell into a thoughtful silence. Then he let out a huge laugh. "I see now. So that's how it is." Jun rose to his feet and declared, "My brother, Elzik Melvingo. You kept your promise to return alive, and you have once again saved my clan. As your reward, I will show you something incredible. Jun's voice dropped to a whisper. Consider it my parting gift to you, my brother. He settled into a fighting stance. This is a technique I learned. With this, I drove back the Frost General. He slowly demonstrated each step, every single movement, allowing me to observe and commit them to memory. I wouldn't miss a single detail. June and Elsik faced each other. This was his final gift. With a weary sigh from June, the barrier between them began to shatter. If fate wills it, may we meet again. The blue sky fractured into a million shards, and Elzik's eyes shot open. He lay on the grass, a troubled look on his face. Meo and To watched him before finally speaking up. Because you gained far more than we ever expected. You should be proud. But Elzik was resolute. Can't I try the arrangement again? If you give me the chance, I know I can find a way to defeat the Frost General. You can't do it, Melvingo stated flatly. Even the great Tiger King demon had to sacrifice himself just to repel her. How could you possibly succeed in 100 days? Meo's expression darkened. The Temple of Vile Blooms was created because no one could stop the Frost General. Elzik trembled with rage. The curse of a demon god. Is it truly that terrifying? To stood tall. The reason I abandoned the arrangement and sought Eden's help was for your own good. Elzik's mind raced. He interfered with the arrangement. To help me? Our goal was to teach you how to defeat the Frost General through this trial. In return, you must be the one to fight her. To clasped his hands behind his back, his voice ringing with authority. Regardless, you must now face the problems you couldn't resolve in reality. Elzik looked up at the darkening sky beyond the window frame. As he sat in focused meditation, a sinister aura approached. A dark voice echoed, "So, this is where you were hiding." The terrifying monster had spoken. It drew a dagger. To think a lowly human like you would dare stand in the way of the Blood Wolf King. For that crime, you deserve death. The blade lunged for him. Elzik's blue eyes flew open. A tremor rocked the very foundation, and everything around them shattered. Hermigel stared intently at the attacker, thinking, in my prime, I could have taken his head with a single blow. But now, my body is still recovering. Is this my only option? To use the secret technique that cursed me with this mana reflux, even though it granted me new vision and power. Mengel's brow furrowed in concentration. It may be dangerous, but I have to protect Elzik. Yet, looking at the warrior's bloodthirsty expression, he wondered why the man was smiling. As if sensing something, Mengel instinctively glanced behind him. Impossible. At that exact moment, Vit launched a surprise attack on the enemy. You must be executed for your crimes. Elzik closed his eyes, feeling the cold steel of the blade as it drew near. But just then, his eyes snapped open. He unleashed his magic, stopping the man in his tracks. Phyto was instantly paralyzed, as if encased in ice. What? Elzik casually reached out and tapped him on the nose. What do you mean? What? With ice-cold eyes, he broke into a triumphant grin. You're finished. A creature with a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth materialized. Phyto's pupils dilated in disbelief. No. The next thing he saw was a scene of utter carnage, followed by blood-curdling screams. Now, Elzik was completely satisfied. Dew's seal had grown even stronger after their pact. A deep, raspy voice spoke. Beyond ice, you can now command the chilling winds. You can even create snow and clouds to summon winter itself. But Elzik just casually remarked, how strange. Why do I feel so happy seeing that ugly face of yours? The words sent Phyto into a rage. What did you say? Another taunt rang out. It's probably because that ugly demon king's face looks so ridiculous. Mio's next words made him tremble with fury. You just have to accept it, Vit growled. You piece of. While those two were bickering, Elzik focused on something else entirely. Suddenly, the snowflake in his pocket began to glow. Staring at the snowflake in his palm, Elzik couldn't help but wonder. Why did the ice crystal change into this shape? Could it be? Just then, a massive explosion outside grabbed all three of their attentions. A brilliant flash of light erupted, followed by a powerful tremor. He immediately rushed out to assess the situation, and couldn't stop a curse from escaping his lips. Damn it. Ahead of him, Mengel sat silently amidst the wreckage. He slowly raised his head and spoke. Good. You're all right. Elzik sprinted anxiously toward Mengel. He helped him up. Are you okay? He replied, yes. I'm just exhausted from using too much power. But that's when Elzik noticed something. Despite his fatigue, he looked refreshed. Mengel confessed honestly, my body isn't what it used to be. But do you know what wonderful thing happened to me? After I met you and my mana reflux began. Hearing this, he couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? The old man pointed ahead, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. We're getting closer. Before them was a rift in the wall, revealing a cosmos of stars beyond, the place I've always been waiting for. El said softly, I'm going to transfer some mana to you, so stay perfectly still. The old man warned, if this clashes with other energies, it could cause severe internal damage. But before Mengelo could even finish his sentence, El began channeling energy from behind him. Mangala was stunned, feeling the dense, potent aura filling the air. What in the world happened these past 4 days? He couldn't believe the boy possessed such an immense and stable well of mana. He's broken through another power limit. El asked, "Are you feeling any better?" Mangalo gave a slight nod. "Thank you." Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted behind them, showering the area with sparks. Without wasting a single second, he sprang into action. "Still as noisy as ever out there, huh? Well then, allow me." Before El's eyes, blazing crimson flames consumed the space. 2 monstrous beasts, drawn by the sound, were stalking toward them. He quickly unleashed his magic on those bastards. A colossal beam of freezing energy materialized where his finger pointed. He then fired the beam directly into the inferno, striking the monsters mercilessly before they even had a chance to react. They were completely bewildered. "What? That's Minger. Retreat, retreat now." In the dead of night, El's eyes blazed with light. As they fled, his voice boomed. "You may have chosen to enter this battlefield, but you don't get to decide when you leave." But before they could get away, they were slammed by his powerful ice assault. "Damn it, what is that thing now? Don't just stand there like an idiot, destroy it." The 2 monsters glanced back, their eyes filled with utter dread. High above, El hovered, surrounded by a maelstrom of raw power, Blood Wolf King. El gazed down without a shred of fear, as if he were looking at insignificant insects. In the next instant, they were all engulfed by his immense aura. The onlookers could only stare, completely stunned by the spectacle. The water's surface had frozen solid. The sun peeked out from behind a mountain as a clear voice rang out. "Whoa, it's so beautiful." The fairies couldn't stop cheering. "It's snow. It's so white. A snowflake." Dapher pointed forward. "It's real." The frozen trees now resembled magnificent crystal sculptures, thrilling them all. "They're gorgeous. I never imagined anything could be this beautiful." Sunlight gently streamed down. Watching from above, a soft smile graced El's lips as bright rays shone through a window frame. He stated his plan bluntly. "I intend to use these ice crystals to absorb the cold energy and awaken the flowers of winter, and then infuse them with the divine power of the flower gods." Mephi crossed her arms and said softly, "Just like how you awakened me." El elaborated. "If we gather the power of the flowers and plant the winter blooms, we can even place the ice general there and summon the spring." He calculated silently in his mind. "To end this winter," as Mephi said, "I'll need far more than just the elements of ice and the east wind." Then, El held out a brightly glowing snowflake in his palm. Instantly, the entire area was enveloped in a chilling aura of ice and snow. "Here, we have camellia flowers and the awakening elements. The queen, sleeping peacefully in the royal garden." Another thought struck him. "If I take everything the queen released when she fell asleep and place it on a field of black snow, the winter will end, and the forgotten spring will finally return." A vision appeared of fairies frolicking joyfully where the winter flowers had once withered and died. El was determined to bring that peace to this land. A warm spring breeze blew, when suddenly, something caught Belgogio's attention. Soon, a happy smile would grace her face, and the sweet fragrance of spring blossoms would fill the air. Before them stretched a meadow bursting with colorful flowers, bathed in warm sunlight. The scene shifts to a grand castle under a clear blue sky. The sound of an argument broke out. He demanded, "What do you mean how?" "I already told you, we have to kill the Ice General." Nemec quickly interrupted. "I don't mean we shouldn't kill her. I'm saying we shouldn't act rashly without any information." El replied, "Ah, don't worry about that. I know where she is." His words made Nimet suspicious. "Where?" He answered plainly, "The new tribe." Nemet's head spun as he cried out helplessly, "You're doing it again." This just left El confused. "So, is no one else coming?" El stated bluntly, "I think the others feel the same way I do." All of them wore smiles filled with absolute trust in him. Seeing this only made Nemet more exhausted. "Damn it. Fine, since it's come to this, I'll help. I know you want to, so drop the grumpy act." El shot him a smug grin and proudly led the way. "Looks like everyone's on board. Shall we get going then? It's time to stir up some real trouble." A fist slammed down hard on a table. "How could those complete idiots lose?" The Blood Wolf King roared in fury. "It seems our plan to burn the temple to the ground was a total failure." A much calmer voice cut through the tension. The Blood Wolf King sat seething on his great wooden throne. "A place like the Flower Temple means nothing to me, a worthless pile of rubble. But there is one thing that troubles me." From the shadows, a figure in a long, black cloak slowly approached. It was Odo. His voice was grave. "The truth is, you can't handle Melvigo. Can you?" The words hit their mark. The Blood Wolf King's eyes narrowed, his mouth falling open in stunned disbelief. "I am no different, your majesty," Odo said with false sympathy. "That is a troublesome name we have both known for far too long." The Blood Wolf King cracked his neck. "We just need to raise another army and wipe them out. First, we complete the gathering. For that, we need the Eastern General. and unite our forces on the snowy plains. But then, a sudden realization struck him. Raw panic flashed in the Blood Wolf King's crimson eyes. He shot to his feet, bellowing, "How dare he? My tail is disappearing. That damn Melvigo." Odo smirked, a triumphant glint in his eyes. "It seems you could use our help after all." Over at Wrath City, Dongam. A violent purple vortex tore down from the sky, ripping the very earth apart. As it descended upon the city, screams of terror filled the air. The fortress is collapsing. How could the Eastern General let this happen? Where is the Tail's blessing? High above the chaos, Elzik, Mela, and Morphic hovered in the sky. Elzik smirked, a corner of his mouth turning up. "Looks like it's all falling to pieces down there." Morphic crossed his arms, his tone laced with blame. "You're making a huge mess. If they plan to turn the temple into a sea of flames," Elzik shot back, "then they should have been prepared for this." Mela just laughed gleefully, as if a great weight had finally been lifted from her shoulders. Elzik held a glowing blue orb, staring intently into its depths. Inside, the images of 3 men laughed back at him. One large and muscular, one with sharp fangs, and a third whose face was completely hidden. "Hey, nephew-in-law," their voices echoed. "Anything else you need? Just say the word. We'll do anything." The 3 of them burst into another round of manic laughter. Morphic crossed his arms, judging them. "What a bunch of freaks." With his hands on his hips, Elzik retorted, "You're just as much of a freak as they are." But thanks to them, everything is going according to plan. As they destroyed the barrier stone, a massive, towering monolith crumbled before their eyes. The 2 men inside the orb didn't even flinch. Elsewhere, Sun and Hei unleashed their power, shattering another barrier stone. The bastards from the Wrath tribe had lost their Tail's blessing. Now, the demons within the city scattered in panic. "Your Majesty, Blood Wolf King," they cried out, "please, save us." Elzik's voice cut in again. "They're completely helpless against the Eastern General." But Mela looked worried about Elzik's grand scheme. The Wrath Nation holds sway over most cities on the Black Snow Plains. Destroying that many strongholds will be difficult. They won't just sit back and watch it happen. "Even so," Elzik added, "I have no intention of destroying every single stone. The city's loyalty to the Wrath is built on the Blood Wolf King's overwhelming power, and his promise to protect them from the Eastern General. On that power alone, the Blood Wolf King sits on his throne, with his loyal army kneeling below. They kneel in absolute reverence." Back in the devastated Wrath City, wounded demons writhed in agony, while others already lay silent and still. Once the other cities realize he can't protect them from the Eastern General's threat, they will be consumed by fear and doubt, and that will eventually turn into rage. And when the Wrath Nation begins to crumble, Ancom will absorb them. Then, we'll get exactly what we came for. On a remote, snow-dusted mountain, a magnificent and terrifying castle stood shrouded in darkness. Why would Ancom suddenly attack the barrier? The vice commander of the Net Tribes snarled, his voice a mix of fury and confusion. "Even if it means devastating our lands, it doesn't guarantee a victory against the Blood Wolf King. There's no reason for them to take such a massive risk. So what do they really want?" His claws dug into the map spread across the table. Could it be? Net quickly drew a line connecting the 2 attacked cities on the map. How? How could they possibly know this? The cities they attacked form a border. A border established to protect the Night Zone. That's where the Eastern General's real body is hidden. If it gets out that we've been hiding the Eastern General and using fear to control the other cities, all those who swore allegiance will rise up against us. Net turned toward the light, his expression hardening with resolve. "I have to mobilize the army." "Mobilize the army," he roared. His shadow fell across the door, a powerful, imposing figure. Below, among the rolling hills, his people looked up as snow whipped through the air. On a clifftop, a lone figure stood against the blizzard. A low voice cut through the howling wind. "Through my sources, I knew the Eastern General was somewhere in the Night Zone, but I didn't know the precise location." It was Elzik, standing with Morphic and Mela. He continued, "So, by causing a disturbance around the Night Zone's perimeter, I was certain the Wrath Nation would be forced to move and protect him." He gestured toward the distant forces. Just like that, Morphic smirked. "I wonder how they'll react when they finally realize they've been dancing in the palm of your hand all along." Mela simply cackled, enjoying the chaos. Morphic added, "I have to admit, watching your schemes unfold is much more fun on this side." Elzik raised the blue orb. "Blue Lion." Just as we predicted, they're making their move. The person inside the sphere responded with concern. "Are you sure you'll be alright going alone? I can help you right now." "No. It's more advantageous if I go by myself. Please, wait here with your brethren, master." The man in the sphere was Hen. He replied with trust in his voice, "If that is your decision, I will follow your lead." Hen's eyes were still filled with worry. "But I hope you don't overexert yourself." El replied, "Thank you for your concern, I'll signal you later. Now then, shall we move out? From the middle of a temporary camp set up in the forest, a powerful voice boomed, "Is everyone assembled? This is a critical mission, issued by Lord Neoder himself." The speaker was Talon, captain of the 4th Squad. But suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Something was off. "You, in the back. I don't recognize your face." He pointed directly at a lion beastman just like him, but this one's eyes lacked the same light as his comrades. Elric, flustered, stammered out an introduction. "My name is Riken. I was ordered to come here. Did I do something wrong?" Talon interrogated him. "A new recruit?" "Yes, sir. But I haven't received any specific orders yet, so I haven't done anything of note. Not even a single mistake is tolerated here." "Understood." The lion beastman continued to stammer, "Yes, sir. Understood." Talon turned his back to the army, his gaze fixed forward. "I will explain the details when we arrive." Smict and Miola hovered in the air above the lion beastman at the end of the line. It was none other than Elric Melvingo in disguise. Mick spoke with a hint of irritation. "They may be stupid, but how could they fall for such an obvious trap?" Miola replied, "Perhaps they never imagined someone could infiltrate this deep into their territory." Elric closed his eyes, praising himself internally. "My acting skills are truly superb. This is a 7th-tier transformation spell. How could they possibly see through it?" Mick crossed his arms and scoffed, "Superb, my foot. Keep mocking me, and you'll get a taste of the dance of no." Heavy snow continued to swirl as Talon stood before his troops and shouted, "From this moment on, we will defend this position." He pointed forward with a commanding hand. "Ensure that not even a mosquito gets through. Fortify the defensive line." The entire army roared in unison, "Sir." But Elric's eyes remained glued to the path ahead, as if he had already discovered something. He whispered softly, "Conceal and reveal." In an instant, he vanished from where he stood. The demons standing near him stared, mouths agape, shocked to see someone disappear like the wind. Then, Elric, still in his lion form, charged forward with Mict and Miola. "I can sense the magic barrier is concentrated over there. Once we're past it, we need to find the Eastern General." Elric then leaped high into the air, clearing the treetops. He landed softly and safely, placing a hand on the ground to steady himself. Elric Melvingo looked up, and his eyes widened with shock and horror. He stammered, What is this?" Gazing higher, he saw countless chains digging into the flesh of a dark, shadowed figure. A woman was bound from head to toe in iron shackles. The body of the Ice General was trapped by thick, overlapping layers of chains. Witnessing the scene, a shocked Elric cried out, "What is this? Why is the Ice General chained up?" The chains appeared to be rusted over. She must have been bound here for a very long time. Mick stood with his arms crossed, laughing. "I never thought I'd see her shackled like this. This must be connected to the reason you suddenly fell into a deep sleep 40 years ago." Miola replied, his brows slightly furrowed. "Yes. The chains were enveloped in a red energy, as if someone was controlling them." Mick continued, "It's no wonder these chains have this strange, overwhelming scent of flowers. They were forged using divine power." Her expression turned serious. 40 years ago, Eden and I were bound by these very same chains. The seal wasn't overwhelmingly powerful, but you can see just how long it has been maintained. 2 streams of light shot up from the ground, circling the Ice General. As if realizing something, he spoke a name. Wei Fu. The ferocious form of a beastman appeared, its mouth revealing teeth as sharp as daggers. It was the Blood Wolf King. Elric calmly approached her and spoke. "Humph. I never thought I'd be grateful to the Blood Wolf King. I wasn't sure how I'd deal with the Ice General. But since she's already tied up like this, it'll be much easier to seal her inside this frozen crystal." The bound woman screamed in agony. Elric was using an absorption technique, pulling streams of energy from her body into the shard of ice. Without warning, a swirling vortex of dark violet energy tore open the air. Elric instantly closed his fist around the ice shard, just as something lunged out to attack him. A single foot stepped out from the energy portal, followed by a mysterious voice. My, what is a monster doing all the way out here?" Mick put his hands on his hips and wondered aloud. I didn't expect to run into him here." Elric, showing no surprise, answered calmly, "I thought I sensed that energy a few times already." A dodo emerged with a terrifyingly calm demeanor, a demon from the Jory clan. He slowly walked forward and said, "A mere grunt who isn't afraid to face my seal." A dodo's sharp gaze locked onto Elric as he continued, You're one of the Melvingo clan." The beastkin disguise flickered away, revealing Elsic's true form. He smirked. "Seeing through my illusion magic? Not bad, for a demon." Osdo's mind raced, so this is the one. The Melvigo interfering with my clan's master plan. A memory surfaced in Osdo's mind. A towering statue of Azabel dominated the chamber. He had bowed his head, swearing to complete any mission assigned. The organization's orders were clear: aid the Blood Wolf King, and form an alliance in the Black Snow Fields, turn them into allies, and then eliminate the Ice General. Back in the present, they stood face to face. Ozdo's thoughts turned dark. If it weren't for him, my task would already be complete. A wicked grin spread across Ozdo's face as he schemed, but this is a perfect opportunity. With this, I can gain favor from all the others who despise the Melvigo clan. The tattoo on his hand pulsed with dark energy as his thoughts dripped with contempt. Our intel confirmed his power level was, at best, that of a high mage. He's not even in my league. A violent vortex of wind suddenly erupted before Elzik and Melvigo, tearing everything apart in its path. Melvigo planted his hands on his hips and said calmly, "A powerful cyclone. He must have demonic bloodline powers. This won't be an easy opponent." But Elzik stepped forward, his confidence unwavering. "Looks like I've hooked a big one. This is a top-tier prize, one that could rival a sacred totem." Melvigo shook his head with a sigh, as if dealing with a lost cause. Ozdo stared at Elzik, wondering. He's smiling. Has he completely lost his mind? Go ahead and laugh while you can. With a flick of his wrist, Ozdo launched a furious volley of dark energy tendrils straight at Elzik. His mind was still filled with arrogance. "This gale of mine will tear you to pieces." The vortex seemed to shred Elzik's body, his form dissolving into the air. Ozdo let out a triumphant laugh. He boasted, "There are almost none who can withstand my power." But suddenly, Elzik reappeared. He had used a simple shield spell to deceive his enemy. A satisfied smirk crossed his face. Drowning in shock, Ozdo could only whisper, "Impossible." Now, it was Elzik's turn to get serious. He remained perfectly calm as raw power began to gather in his hands. He shot back. "Did you really think I would lose that easily?" He unleashed his technique, Blast. A piercing beam of lightning and magic formed a massive pillar of light, shooting instantly towards Ozdo. The demon immediately summoned layer after layer of massive stone walls to defend himself. "I have to block that attack," Ozdo cried out in alarm. But the beam of light wasn't just powerful, it was savage. It ruthlessly shattered each stone slab, continuing its path straight toward Ozdo. He couldn't hide his shock, his mind reeling. How can he possess the skills of the Ice General? Streams of chilling white light streaked across the sky, feeding Ozdo's growing bewilderment. How can he use the northern wind and the blizzard? Once again, a memory flashed in Ozdo's mind. A voice echoed in his thoughts. A wind that consumes and tears all things apart. A blizzard that paints the world white and freezes all creation. The image of Azabel appeared before him, the very image of a supreme demon, radiating hatred and absolute power. These are the great powers of the demon lord we must reclaim. To crush the empire and resurrect our master. Azabel, back in reality, the captured Ice General, bound behind Ozdo, thought calmly. The one they truly needed to rescue was the general himself. Ozdo stood before the dark vortex, his mind in utter chaos. A lowly human has mastered the northern wind and the blizzard, arts that even we demons struggle to wield. Just a Melvigo. How could he possibly hold such incredible power? Abruptly, Elzik's face emerged from the swirling storm of energy. We're in the middle of a fight here. What are you so deep in thought about?" Elzik activated his body enhancement art, Tiger's Impulse. A dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. Elzik shot forward, his hand outstretched. Ozdo raised his own hand to cast a defensive spell, but he was far too slow. Elzik's technique was overwhelmingly fast. Before Ozdo could even complete his spell, a terrifying force slammed into him, tearing one of his arms clean off his body. Ozdo reeled back in shock, gritting his teeth as his face contorted in agony. But it was too late. He desperately threw up a massive magical barrier in front of himself. "Damn you!" Ozdo roared. He frantically began casting a spell to regenerate his lost arm, his mind consumed by a dawning panic. He kept muttering to himself. He was supposed to be a high-level mage at best. This kind of power. It makes no sense at all. He's at least a 7-circle wizard. The level of an archmage. In his rising terror, Ozdo fumbled for a piece of paper tucked inside his robes. And if he can freely use body enhancement arts, he's on a level I can't possibly defeat. I have to escape with this teleportation, scroll right now, and report this to my superiors. But as he watched in horror, the scroll ignited, turning to ash in an instant. He stared in disbelief, wondering why it failed to activate. A voice came from directly behind him. Of course, that didn't work. Ozdo turned to see Elzik, wearing a smug, victorious smile. Elric's hand clamped down on the fiend's head. He growled, "This is just in case you think about running." A sickening crunch echoed through the air. He ended the creature with a single, brutal slam, its skull shattering against the solid rock. Lifting his hand from the ogre's remains, Elric looked down with a satisfied smirk. I was a little worried since he looked stronger than the last demon, but this was just too easy. Mick hovered nearby with his arms crossed, casually looking away. He commented, A mere follower of Azabel could never be that strong. Inwardly, however, Mick was stunned by Elric's display, thinking, "This monster, what in the world happened to him? How did he get so much stronger in such a short time?" Elric crouched by the ogre and continued, "Still, I never imagined Gregory's influence reached this far." His hands hovered over the corpse as he began to absorb its demonic energy. His voice was low. "I wanted to find out more, but since he's already dead, I'll just absorb his energy." Suddenly, the tattoo on the ogre's arm glowed with a crimson light. The mysterious creature flew over. "Warning, you should be careful." Elric froze, his eyes widening in shock. In a flash, the ogre launched a devastating blow, sending him flying through the air. Stunned, Elric could only shout, "What the hell?" A completely different figure now stood in the crimson-tinged space, its body cloaked in shadow. A terrifying, oppressive aura surged from it in waves. Elric realized he transformed. The Demon King's true form has finally been revealed. Then, the being spoke. "You're the one who killed Khazur." Elric trembled as he stared at the Demon King, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and terror. A single thought consumed his mind. A being with this much demonic energy. Is this a Demon King? Mick's expression grew tense as he thought. Don't tell me. He's awakened. Those blazing red eyes that devoured all light. It could be none other than Azabel. A scene from the past flashed through Mick's mind. Hordes of winged creatures swarming forward as one. The only reason humanity won the war 30 years ago was because the demon legions had no one to lead them. Azabel swung his arm with a ferocious expression. But what if the Demon King Azabel, the tyrant himself, was truly resurrected? This would be a crisis so severe that the royal family and the 6 great Mage Tower clans would have to intervene. The snowy winds began to howl. Elric yelled to Mick, "The storm's getting worse. We need to fall back." But Mick simply shook his head. "No, that won't be necessary." Elric turned to him, serious. "What do you mean?" Mick narrowed his eyes and explained, "That's only a copy." Azabel's lips curled into a smirk, raising a hand to reveal a swirling vortex of power. Mick continued, "An inferior version. It can't become a Cabello." Azabel laughed. "You may think so. All 4 of the great demon kings, myself included, were either sealed or killed. But as long as our true identities exist, we will never truly vanish." Elric's expression was grim. "So that means Azabel's true identity is still out there somewhere." Mick shot him an intrigued glance. If that weren't the case, Gregory wouldn't still be around. His followers are conducting all sorts of experiments, trying to resurrect Azabel's true form. An image flashed in Elric's memory. A grieving girl, clutching a stuffed animal and crying. So, Gregory is causing chaos in the human world. Just like how they used those totems to sacrifice innocent villagers. Right? His face hardened. "This is bad." He narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Hey, you fake. You're right. I'm the one who killed Khazur." As the words left his lips, a new resolve formed. "I'm bound to face Gregory eventually. I won't run away anymore." Azabel's crimson eyes blazed, a twisted smile on his face as he raised his hand, revealing the circle of raw power. "You will die," he declared. Instantly, 2 massive whirlwinds erupted around him. Yet, facing the colossal storm, Elric stood his ground, unafraid. To counter the immense attack, Elric's right hand began to glow, crackling with blue energy. He stared down his opponent with contempt. Just a worthless copy. Elric raised his own hand, summoning a vortex of power that rivaled the Demon King's. "Can't you be reasoned with?" he asked. The 2 colossal maelstroms collided in a violent explosion. Then, Elric summoned bindings from the earth below. Chains erupted around Elric, twisting around his body before shooting straight towards his foe. Azabel's eyes flared. Not so fast. He swung his arm, and a wave of dark purple magic tore the chains to shreds. In that instant, Elric vanished, reappearing behind Azabel. "That was just a distraction, kid." He raised his open palm, gathering a dense, freezing energy. He thought to himself, "The white tiger sharpens its fangs." Elric then unleashed the white tiger's rending claw technique. Its eyes blazed with golden lightning as a powerful shockwave erupted, splitting the very ground beneath them. When the dust finally settled, 2 figures remained standing in the devastation. Azabel caught the blow effortlessly, gripping Elric's arm with a demonic smile. He hissed, the body-strengthening art. Elric's arm was trapped in Azabel's grip, his mind reeling with shock and disbelief. With blinding speed, he launched a surprise attack, aimed right at the man's gut. But the wound regenerated in an instant, dark energy stitching the flesh back together. To Elric's utter shock, the man scoffed. "It's useless." The villain clenched his fist, a sadistic grin on his face, and threw a powerful punch straight at Elric's abdomen. "Die." The danger was immense. A violent explosion erupted, sending shockwaves everywhere and obliterating everything in its path. Elric gritted his teeth. He's this powerful just by possessing a host? Then how monstrously strong is his original body? The longer his soul has to sync with this vessel, the more powerful he'll become. Movito sneered from the side. He may only be a clone, but he's still a copy of the great demon king. What a disgrace it would be to fall so easily to a mere child like you. Elzic Melvingo ground his teeth in frustration. This is infuriating. But Mephi was right. If this keeps up, the best he can hope for is a stalemate. More importantly, Wind gave the order. Spread out and secure the perimeter. Do not let a single intruder escape.
The Rage Tribe is closing in. My plan to covertly absorb the Ice General has failed completely.
Ogioto laughed victoriously. It seems my victory is assured. As his demonic horde charged forward, he gloated with absolute arrogance. You are completely surrounded. Now, how do you plan to escape this? But Elzic Melvingo remained perfectly calm. If I burn through all my mana, I can break free. But it'll be difficult with the Rage Tribe waiting outside. So, what's your next move? Power began to gather in his arm. Movito, do you have any idea? With those words, he brought his blade down in a swift slash. But his opponent parried the blow. Your efforts are futile. Seeing this, Elzic just laughed. Our family's traditions are quite something, aren't they? Those words seemed to drive his enemy into a rage. Impossible. The tables had turned. If I can't have her, then no one will. He unleashed a flurry of slashes at the Demon Queen, giving her no time to react as she took the full brunt of the assault. A flicker of fear crossed Ogioto's face, but Movito just grinned with amusement. You're insane. Elzic's relentless assault made Gola cry out. I knew you were from the Melvingo family. But are you really this crazy? Hearing this, Movito could only laugh at her innocence. Of course he is. That's what it truly means to be a Melvingo.
Since the day you signed our contract, this is the finest I've ever seen you perform.
Weren't you planning to imprison her in ice crystal? Why on earth did you release her? Elzic Melvingo replied with a smirk. What other choice did I have? With those words, he stomped the ground hard and launched himself into the air. Time to make a run for it. Ogioto gave a sinister grin and ordered his minions to give chase. He stared intently at the Ice General, murmuring, Meanwhile, we have to bind her again. We have no idea who or what she'll attack next. Two of his underlings were hot on Elzic's heels. Elzic, if we lose to him here, he will undoubtedly become a massive obstacle to our future plans. He knelt on one knee, hand over his heart, and swore an oath. Therefore, his destruction is paramount. We must extinguish this descendant of the embers before he grows any stronger. Suddenly, Ogioto's body convulsed, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes flashed with fury as he stared angrily at his own blood-stained hand. Damn it! At a time like this body is running out of power. Meanwhile, the colossal Ice General continued her relentless pursuit of Elzic. Movito crossed his arms and asked the woman beside him, Why is she only chasing Elzic? She sighed helplessly. It's because he reeks of the Embers tribe's mana, the same kind that was used to seal her away. He turned, his expression skeptical. If that's the case, shouldn't she also be after the beastmen who helped you seal her? Why focus all of that rage on Elzic alone? Hearing this, Sermella's expression grew awkward. She glanced back at the pursuing Ice General, a thought nagging at her. Something isn't right. The Ice General's rage is supposed to be directed at all living creatures, with no exceptions. She's never focused her wrath on a single target before. She just rampaged like a wild beast. I've been around the Ice General for ages, but I've never seen her act like this. Then, a sudden realization struck Sermella. She moved closer to Elzic. Hey, did you do something to the Ice General? He answered casually, probably not. As he formed an arrow of ice, Elzic continued, right as I was breaking her seal. He then launched the ice arrow straight ahead. It struck the Ice General right on the forehead, making her yelp in surprise. I simply flicked an ice projectile at her forehead. Her eyes started twitching in disbelief. You flicked her? On the forehead? Sermella questioned him furiously. Are you out of your mind? Why would you do something so stupid? In stark contrast to her fury, Elzic looked utterly delighted. I needed her to chase me, so I can lure her exactly where I want her to go. The massive silhouette of the Ice General appeared, causing two nearby monsters to shriek in terror. It's the Ice General. She's been freed. A bat-like monster commanded its soldiers, seize the Melvingo. The monsters were instantly crushed flat beneath her feet, and at the same time, I can use her to take care of all these annoying flies for me. Elzic and Mael shot through the sky, leaving a chorus of terrified screams far below. Let's go. He crossed his arms and approached Elzic, asking dubiously, It's total chaos now, so what's your next move? Elzic shot back instantly. Since we've already made things this messy, might as well make it even messier. Mvito roared with laughter. Now that's the first time I've been impressed with you. Elzic smirked at his reaction, when suddenly, a voice echoed out, Hey, Elzic, what in the world is going on? Elzic pulled out a sphere, revealing three men inside. They asked worriedly, It seems like the cold wave just got stronger. Are you hurt anywhere? Elzik replied, I'm the one causing all this chaos. How could I possibly get hurt? The uncle in the middle, holding the sphere, breathed a sigh of relief. Hey Eric, you better be careful. If anything happens to you, my niece will chew my head off. The man with the goatee spoke up, full of questions. What on earth did you do to make them this ferocious? Elzik answered, It's nothing that serious. But Elzik's next words left all three of them speechless. I just brought the Ice General along with me. The man's jaw dropped, every hair on his body standing on end. The man holding the sphere and the goateed man burst out laughing. We knew it. You're even crazier than we are. You've already got a plan, don't you? Need a hand? Then be my escort. Back with Elzik, he was still flying at rocket speed. A voice from the sphere called out, Where are you heading? Elzik smirked and replied, Exactly. He was still luring the Ice General, drawing her further and further away. I'm on my way to the No Clan. In the quiet of the night, furious shouts echoed through the No Clan's fortress. The barrier of the Shadowlands has been shattered. The Ice General is wiping out the wolf packs. Eldorado has been heavily damaged by the Ice General. And now, she's appeared in the Western Drylands. A hand slammed down hard on a table. How could he possibly have broken the Ice General's seal? So, it was Net. He ground his teeth in fury when suddenly, one of his subordinates rushed in to report. My lord, we're being flooded with questions from all over. They're demanding to know why the Ice General is in the No Clan's territory. And what happened to the Tale of Grace? Hearing this, he fell deep into thought. The Ice General is an indispensable tool for maintaining power, a secret we were supposed to keep hidden. If this continues, the No Clan's entire power structure will undoubtedly collapse. Net pointed forward, his voice filled with rage as he commanded, Send the order to the entire army. If they dare do anything foolish, they won't even get to keep their heads. The subordinate scrambled away. Yes, my lord. Net thought to himself that he first needed to ensure the other strongholds didn't try anything crazy. Once we defeat the Ice General, her escape will be impossible. Net's hand clawed at the table. How did everything turn out like this? He was filled with rage and determination. This is all Menbinger's fault. I will have his head, no matter the cost. Net's eyes blazed with fury as he yelled, demanding his men find any trace of his target. Find out where that Menbinger is right now. He's definitely the one pulling all the strings. His men replied, trembling. We spotted someone suspicious, who looks just like Menbinger. He snarled, Where is he? The subordinate hesitated for a moment. Well, about that. The man was shaking, sweat pouring down his face. He's right outside the main gate of the No Clan's fortress. Net was in disbelief. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? But just then, the fortress was rocked by a violent tremor. He rushed to the window and looked down, and his eyes twitched in shock as he stammered. It was Elzik, flying straight toward the fortress. And right behind him, the Ice General was still in relentless pursuit. That damned, insane bastard. Elzik just grinned and charged straight in. He looked up in fury at the chaotic scene. The Ice General is coming this way. What is happening? High above, Elzik wiped sweat from his brow, sighing in exhaustion. This game of tag is seriously tiring. The other man spoke up. I've always wondered, do you feel any pity for the ones who want you dead? Envito glanced towards the Ice General, who was charging forward with incredible ferocity. What did she ever do wrong? She's just mad because you dared to flick an ice arrow at her. Elzik shot back. What's so strange about that? I'm pretty much the same way, aren't I? He raised his arm high. Now, using his magic, he created countless sharp ice arrows. It's time to make things even more chaotic. Countless arrows rained down on the protective shield. Net pointed up and screamed, Stop him! Stop that madman! Just then, a voice rang out. Sorry to interrupt. It was Hen's squad, all of them fired up and ready for battle. But we're not going to let you lay a finger on him. He pointed and commanded, What is that human babbling about? Eliminate them. Net's gaze suddenly froze. The last protective barrier shattered, and from below, his face was a mask of pure dread. No, this can't be happening. The three of them, Elzik, Envito, and Mael, stormed right into the fortress. The Ice General is entering. He let out a wicked smirk. I'll lead her straight to the central district. Suddenly, the ground began to shake as a massive figure emerged from below. Who dares? The figure shot to its feet, roaring in fury to disturb my slumber. An earthquake shattered the stone floor into tiny fragments. Someone bellowed, Who dares to disturb my sleep? The Blood Wolf King exploded with uncontrollable fury. His eyes blazed crimson red, the tails on his back bristling as he bared fangs that could devour his soul. The demons at his feet roared in unison, Blood Wolf King. Eli's eyes widened in shock. So this was the legendary king he'd only heard stories about. What is this immense pressure? This overwhelming aura, an ethereal, jade-green light mixed with blackness, swirled around the snarling Blood Wolf King, forcing a gasp from Li. It pushed back the Ice General's bitter cold with a torrent of both magic and demonic. The Blood Wolf King growled, his gaze sharp. Blue eyes, golden hair, and that disgusting scent. You must be a Melvinger. Eli was lost in his own thoughts. He had already subdued the eighth tail using his demonic energy. I need body-strengthening techniques to restore the final tail, but as he considered that the king had come for him, the war between the two demons erupted. The Ice General roared, launching forward in a blind rage. The clash between the Blood Wolf King and the Ice General was a symphony of wordless, primal screams, each one vibrating with mysterious power. The Blood Wolf King ground his teeth in fury, his eyes flashing. An incredibly dense killing intent poured out from him, suffocating the area. Then, he threw his head back and let out a raw, thunderous howl, releasing all of his pent-up rage. A mindless beast without a soul dares to target me. The Ice General shrieked in response, "Get out of my sacred lands, now." Their two killing auras crashed into each other like a cataclysmic flood, threatening to drown everything in existence. A massive explosion rocked the battlefield. It burned with the combined wrath of both demons, throwing the world into chaos. Eli asked in confusion, why did the Ice General suddenly attack the Blood Wolf King? Kale answered with a hint of sorrow. She probably saw him as the enemy who tightened the chains that bind her. The three of them remained hovering in midair, continuing to watch the titanic struggle between the Ice General and the Blood Wolf King. Kale asked him, is there a problem? Just then, Ellie suddenly shot downwards, leaving Kale and Mephisto completely stunned. Mephisto, arms still crossed, effortlessly flew down beside him. Kale quickly yelled, "Wait for me. What are you planning to do? Why are you bringing the ice crystal?" In the battle below, the Ice General was clearly losing ground. Enveloped by the Blood Wolf King's murderous aura, she screamed in agony. Eli landed directly in front of her, holding out the ice crystal. The Blood Wolf King already went through the trouble of helping me. I can't let this golden opportunity slip away. A smirk played on his lips as he tightened his grip on the ice crystal, thrusting it forward. It began to glow, casting brilliant rays of blue light in every direction. At the same time, the Ice General let out a final, unwilling scream. Mephisto crossed his arms, a delighted grin on his face. Steal what you need and mercilessly destroy your opponent. You truly have a talent for this. Just like me. Eli let out a loud laugh, his hand still gripping the crystal aimed at the Ice General. Then he glanced up, letting out a small, surprised "oh." In that instant, Ellie spun around, only to find the Blood Wolf King standing right behind him, radiating pure malice, his fangs bared in a terrifying snarl. But Eli showed no fear. A confident smirk spread across his face as he looked at his own arm, where his tattoo was now glowing brightly. It pulsed with a powerful, blue-green aura. Suddenly, Eli roared and charged, thrusting his hands straight at the Blood Wolf King. A blindingly powerful stream of golden-orange light erupted, crashing into the king's body like a flash flood. He desperately threw up his arms to block, yelling in a panic, "What are you doing?" Eli Melvinger grinned, baring his teeth, but his eyes glinted with pure mockery. "You didn't really think we were on the same side, did you?" Mephisto chuckled. "It seems he plans to take the king down by cooperating with the Ice General. That wretched fox must be furious." While Mephisto was enjoying the show, the Blood Wolf King was struggling to withstand the swirling vortex of power Eli had just unleashed. The Blood Wolf King growled, "Melvinger. Melvinger. If I just had my 9 tails, I wouldn't be cornered like this." As soon as he said it, an idea seemed to strike him, a glint of desperation in his eyes. He clenched his jaw, his face contorted in agony, but his expression was resolute. With a sickening snap, one of the Blood Wolf King's tails fell off. And then, that same tail swelled to an incredible size. It shot towards Eli, forcing him to leap backward. Staring at the massive tail before him, he grimaced in disgust and asked, "What is this thing?" Then, another massive explosion echoed out. This one had a distinct blue light at its core, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. As the smoke cleared, an entire army of Blood Wolf Kings was revealed. They were identical in every way, and every single one of them was staring at Eli with pure, unadulterated hatred. Eli scoffed at the cheap trick. At that exact moment, the horde of Blood Wolf Kings lunged with their claws out. With an incredibly cocky look on his face, Eli charged to meet them. Eli stretched out his hand and yelled, "Freeze." But there were simply too many of them. His ice spell barely grazed a few, leaving the horde completely unharmed. Eli landed on the ground, his expression a mix of irritation, confusion, and deep thought. He levitated back into the air. "I don't know what you're planning, but I have no intention of letting you succeed." As if he just realized something horrifying, Eli's mouth fell open in a panic. He prepared to launch a new spell, his hand outstretched, but just as he uttered the first syllable, he froze. A stream of blue light poured from Eli's mouth. The Blood Wolf King let out a triumphant roar. "Got you." And amidst the gently falling snow, Eli was trapped, a swirling vortex of energy wrapping tightly around his body. Elzic's arms fell limp. His body was no longer his own. Trapped in the vortex, Elzic's eyes remained open, hearing the Blood Wolf King's every word. Once I claim the body-strengthening technique from his memories, the ninth tale will finally be mine. The king's consciousness. He arrived in the mental world of the boy named Melvin Vinger. It was a colorless wasteland, dominated by a massive iron gate. Beyond the gate stood a derelict house. In that realm of memory, a small, golden-haired boy sat huddled all alone in the center of a vast courtyard. The Blood Wolf King sneered, mocking the sight. To think a mage would build his soul's fortress in a hovel like this. This just makes my job easier. I'll shatter your very soul into a million pieces. As he spoke, his sharp fangs bared themselves, drool dripping like a beast ravenous for raw flesh. His eyes flashed, locking onto his prize, the body-strengthening technique. With a deafening roar, he launched himself into the air, his 8 tails bristling with power. The golden-haired boy in the memory remained motionless, his face buried in his knees, lost in solitude. A voice thundered through the mindscape. A mere monster dares to touch what is mine. A pair of soulless eyes glared down, pinning the Blood Wolf King in place as an overwhelming aura, crimson like a raging inferno, erupted around him. Whoa, what is this? That terrifying power, you are not worthy to even stand in my presence, let alone devour her. The voice commanded, and beams of blue light materialized into razor-sharp fangs, lunging at the Blood Wolf King. He shrieked, "What?" Ripped from Elzic's stream of consciousness, the Blood Wolf King staggered back into reality, clutching his chest as a searing red light burned from within. His eyes, blazing with fury and terror, fixed on Elzic as he stammered, "What in the hell was that thing inside you?" Elzic was just as stunned, clutching his own arm and gasping for breath, his expression a mirror of the king's shock. "What is living inside my soul?" Mick hovered above Elzic's head with his arms crossed. "Hey, what just happened to me? All I remember is the Blood Wolf King's attack." Mick dodged the question. "Beats me," he muttered, before sheepishly floating away. Elzic stood frozen, completely bewildered. The Blood Wolf King roared again, "You bastard!" His voice was raw with fury. "I'll incinerate you." His demonic underlings scrambled in terror, screaming. The Blood Wolf King is enraged. "Run! Get away! If that fire touches you, you're dead." Elzic thrust his tattooed arm forward, and a translucent shield materialized before him. He grimaced. "What is she doing?" Just then, an unseen force slammed into him, shattering the shield instantly. A flash of brilliant blue light swept through the chaos, leveling everything. The Blood Wolf King growled, "I don't remember the last time I had to unleash this much power." Arrogance returned to the Blood Wolf King. He threw his head back and laughed, his maw gaping wide enough to reveal his gullet. "Even if I couldn't destroy the Ice General, I can still burn that pathetic Melvin Vinger to a crisp." But another voice cut through his triumphant roar. "Ooh, what impressive power. If your flames were just a little bit stronger, they might actually leave a mark." Elzic tapped a finger to his chin, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. With a victorious grin, he held up a shimmering crystal, its power surging around him. "Come on, Foxy. Show me what you've really got." As the sun set, its dying light cast long shadows over a magnificent castle. From within, the sound of pain coughing echoed. A young boy clutched his chest, struggling to breathe. It was Velen. One of his retainers knelt before him, pleading, "My lord, please do not despair. You are the Tiger King, the true monarch of this forest. You must show them the majesty of a true tiger." The retainer, Noddle, urged. But Velen's voice was heavy. "It's not as simple as you think. The clans who betrayed Anthro have been sharpening their fangs against us for years. Do you truly believe mere words will sway them? They'll see me as nothing more than a child, and they will mock me." "Velen!" A clear voice called his name, making both him and Noddle turn. The call came from Hay, with her stood son. Sunlight framed their figures as they entered. Hay spoke, "My lord, did you not say you wanted to rebuild the kingdom and give all beastmen a chance at a happy life? That is a duty that only you, the Tiger King of Anthro, can fulfill." As she spoke, she offered a gentle smile and extended her hand toward him. Sun grinned, running a hand through his red hair. "We've got your back, my lord. You have nothing to fear." Velen looked up, his eyes shining with renewed hope, a small fang peeking from his lips. "You're right. This is a burden that only I can carry." He gazed at the 3 loyal faces, smiling encouragingly at him. In that moment, his resolve hardened like steel. His thoughts drifted to Elzic, to the man who gave him this chance, and to the people who now believed in him. If he were here, Velen mused, he'd handle this meeting with a casual laugh. He'd put anyone who dared oppose me in their place without a second thought. Filled with this new strength, Velen strode toward the great doors, sunlight washing over him, seeming to purify his very soul. He pushed the door ajar, "So I will do my best to become a man just like him." As the door swung open, a herald's voice boomed, "His Majesty, the Tiger King, enters." Rows of formally dressed beastmen lined the hall. Their surprise at his appearance quickly turned to reverence as they all dropped into a deep, respectful bow. Velen's royal cloak billowed behind him, amplifying the sudden, powerful aura of a true king. Cutting back to the battlefield, Elsik floated in the air, clutching the glowing crystal. A look of pure exhilaration was plastered across his face. Incredible, Elric breathed. Kayameo's voice was laced with worry. Elric, just because you absorbed the Ice General's power doesn't mean I've gotten any weaker. I know that, Elric replied coolly. I also know the Ice General learns from its opponents, growing stronger with every second. As if on cue, the Ice General let out a deafening roar, its murderous aura thickening the very air around them. Elric raised a hand, commanding a vortex of ice crystals. But we've already gotten what we came for. My ice seal is now on a completely different level. And more importantly, I found a way to devour the Ice General whole. A flash of triumph ignited in Elric's eyes. In the next instant, he vaulted high into the air, soaring over the Ice General's head. He landed squarely before the Blood Wolf King, casually leaning on his hand. Old Wolf, you look exhausted. Why not just surrender? Sweat poured down the Blood Wolf King's face, but his snarl was pure rage. Why does it have to be a Melvingo? He cursed his fate once again. If only they never existed. The Blood Wolf King's mind drifted back through his memories, to a small pup, shivering alone in a dark cave. As I lay dying in that cold, dark place, abandoned by my own tribe, I met someone who wielded a mysterious power. He was an ancient wolf. The Blood Wolf King's voice grew stronger. After training under him for centuries, I obtained strength that no enemy could match. I built an army and sought to become a true king. I tried to break free from the Black Ice Plains and bring the Empire to its knees. But a colossal wall stood in my way. The Blood Wolf King spat out the words. That wall was Melvingo. He remembered Melvingo, clad in a white hooded cloak, his piercing blue eyes looking down. I am sorry, he had said, but you must return to where you came from. If you retreat quietly, no one has to get hurt. He screamed at his troops, but also at himself. Don't just stand there. Break through that wall for me. I tried to destroy that arrogant human, the king recalled, trembling. But we suffered a devastating defeat. All my followers were slaughtered. Even so, I never gave up. I raised another army, but this time, that bastard's descendant stands in my path, a cursed lineage that obstructs my destiny more than I do. And this time, I wasn't alone. The Blood Wolf King shivered, looking up at the man who had defeated him. The Blood Wolf King fell to his knees. Why can't I win? Why? He opened his jaw wide, screaming as if to swallow the world. How could I lose so miserably to mere mortals? I need more power, a power that no one can ever hope to achieve. His eyes filled with a suffocating darkness as hatred consumed him. And so, I threw away the teachings of centuries and reached for forbidden power. I delved into the realm of demons, beings I once feared. He roared in despair. No one will stand in my way again, so why do you keep blocking my path? The Blood Wolf King muttered the name Melvingo, the whisper growing into a terrifying howl. Why do you always stand in my way? His mind snapped back to the present. Elric stood before him. The king continued to scream, I will never forgive you, Melvingoses. He roared and launched himself from above like a hurricane. I'll tear you limb from limb and drag you down to hell. But as the words left his mouth, a razor-sharp sound cut through the air. The Blood Wolf King looked back in a daze. All 7 of his tails had been severed by a single slash from Elric, scattering in every direction. The Blood Wolf King shrieked, No. No. Hey, old fox, Elric said. It seems you've always had bad luck with my family. Let's end this cruel fate, right here, right now. He leaped down toward the agonized king. Elric swung his arm, his hand slicing through the air like a sword of pure ice and elemental art. With that single swing, a tremendous shockwave shook the heavens and the earth. The Blood Wolf King lay sprawled on the ground, his entire body frozen solid. Even the blood stains in his eyes were encased in ice as they closed for the last time. Elric approached. The king had not yet turned to dust. He struggled to open his mouth. You bastard, this isn't over. Elric stared down at the massive, still form. Not over? He wondered aloud. It seemed everything had finally ended. But suddenly, the Ice General unleashed a blood-curdling scream. Elric stood at its feet. All right, I'm on it. You don't have to rush me. His voice was soft, but carried a heavy gravity. Let's begin. It's your turn now. His eyes were bottomless pits, his expression unreadable. Mo Victor crossed her arms as Kiyomiya watched in confusion. A game of tag, she wondered. He must have seen something. Mo Victor replied grimly. Kiyomiya turned to her, skeptical. What do you mean? Elric began to walk slowly toward the Ice General. Morvik continued, just as he'd said before. After absorbing a seal, he could witness the memories locked within. It allowed him to understand the seal's master. He must have seen something after absorbing the Ice General's power. Camilla fell into deep thought. A fragment of a memory flashed through her mind, an image of him asking her, "Is this the world you always wanted to see?" After becoming the goddess Camilla, she was beginning to understand. Just like when you saw my memories. L. You saw the Ice General's memories, didn't you? But the Ice General was an enigma. Even she couldn't comprehend it. So how could he? The Ice General materialized amidst the frosty aura Alec was absorbing. It let out a roar, dwarfing his small figure with its immense size. Alec spoke calmly. "Why are you so cautious? I thought you wanted to play with me." As the Ice General writhed, he reflected. At first, he assumed it was just a shell for the goddess Camilla, one filled with pure malice. But the memories that came with that fragment, they told a completely different story from what he'd imagined. The Ice General, he saw, was just a lonely child. Its memories began to unfold clearly in his mind. In the beginning, the Ice General held no hostility towards humans. In the distance, its silhouette slowly approached two small children. Camilla's voice echoed in his thoughts. It was born into existence as the Ice General, a divine beast filled with the curiosity of a newborn. But that curiosity quickly twisted into hostility. The children recoiled in fear at its form. "What is that monster?" they cried out. "It's so cold. I feel like my whole body is turning to ice." The pair started grabbing stones, hurling them at the Ice General. Their faces twisted with hatred as they screamed, "Get away, you monster! Don't come near us!" A look of pure shock crossed the Ice General's face. It hadn't done anything wrong. It simply wanted to play with them. Hiding behind a tree, it watched the children laugh and shout. Deep down, all it wanted was to join them in the field of black snow. That was its only simple thought when it approached them. But everyone saw a monster, and everyone pushed it away. Beastmen brandished bows and axes to protect their village. Even other monsters fled, terrified of the Ice General's immense power. The very trees were devoured by shadows. The rivers froze solid, their currents ceasing to flow. It only wanted to make friends, but its presence unintentionally froze everything around it. A dark tide of resentment began to swell within the Ice General. It had no family, no friends, and no idea how to find them. As a newborn being, it didn't know what to do. And in the end, it resorted to destroying everything. The darkness of its hatred completely consumed the Ice General, forging a new, terrifying form. That's why it came to believe the entire world was its enemy. It wanted everyone else to suffer, just as it had. A colossal figure rose from the cold, its body covered in sharp shards of ice. That is how it became a true monster, overflowing with hatred. And yet, deep in its heart, there was still one thing it yearned for. A memory appeared of the Ice General watching children from afar. They were shouting and laughing, having the time of their lives. That children's game, the first thing it ever saw after being born. It looked like so much fun. The longing in the Ice General's gaze was undeniable. It wanted to play that game. Back in the present, Alex stared up at the towering figure. Unintentionally, everything he'd done to get it here had been a lot like a game of tag. Elle looked up with a faint smile. It might look furious on the outside, but I could feel its excitement when I absorbed that fragment. That's why I'm going to keep playing this game with it. Alec grinned, pointing to himself. All right, since you couldn't catch me, it's my turn to be it. To the general's astonishment, Elle released his hold. There. Now you can move again. He placed a hand on the ground as golden energy lifted him into the air. Because if the chaser catches you, Alec soared upwards, aiming a shard of ice right at it. He shot towards the Ice General and continued. That means you lose. The Ice General clenched its jaw and quickly turned away. But as it ran, a look of pure joy spread across its face. Alec gave chase from behind. Morvik and Kamala floated in the air, watching. He crossed his arms and sighed. I can't believe it. All it ever wanted was to play a simple game. How pathetic. Camilla watched the game of tag unfold, her mind racing with thoughts. To think that this was the solution, the key to protecting the fields and the temple, the answer she had struggled for so long to find, was a simple child's game. Camilla's brow furrowed as she was lost in contemplation. The solution couldn't have been this simple. Was it born from my own mistake? A distant memory began to surface in Camilla's mind. Beneath the glittering gown and stunning jewels, her eyes were a portrait of sorrow and solitude. He realized she was just as lonely as he had once been. A deep, winter-like loneliness must have surrounded her. Returning to her senses, Chu Miao Luo's face grew stern. But the result was that her current form, the Ice General, looked completely overjoyed. Elzik had become her friend, helping to ease her loneliness. His face was a mix of focus and excitement as he pursued her. He gripped the ice shard tightly, which was draining the seal from her body. You're a fast runner, he called out. The Ice General began to shrink. Her colossal form receded, returning to her original size. And Elzik kept up the chase. The ice shard continued its absorption. As she ran, the chains binding the Ice General's body slowly vanished. The icy bindings unraveled from her body. Elsic reached out, his finger gently tapping her back. "Gotcha," he whispered. The girl with the small, delicate frame. She turned to face Elsic, her wide eyes lighting up with a brilliant, warm smile. In that instant, the Ice General completely melted away. Her gentle voice then echoed softly, "I had a lot of fun." Before Elzic's eyes, everything dissipated in a flash. In his hand, he held the now fully charged ice shard. Elzic unleashed a dispersal technique. The energy within the shard scattered everywhere, lingering in the air. A thought surfaced in Chumiao Luo's mind. The fragrance of flowers had been infused into the snowflakes, now carried far and wide on the winter wind. The sweet scent drifted through cities, pushing back the encroaching darkness. It enveloped the world, melting the frozen lands, and it awakened all the life that had been slumbering. The Ice General's soft hair appeared, flowing in the breeze. A feeling of renewal washed away the suffocating despair everyone had endured. It was the frost of spring, a sign to all that the long winter was finally over. Overcome with emotion, Chu Miao Luo stood frozen. With tears welling in her eyes, she whispered, "And spring has come." As if everything was being reborn, another voice spoke out. "Is it really over? The Wrath tribe has fallen. I heard rumors the Ice General was defeated, but to see it with my own eyes feels surreal." Beneath the gentle sunlight, Noah added, "I feel the same. Overnight, our longest-held wish has come true. However, the most important thing is what happens from now on. Even with the Wrath tribe gone, rebuilding the Tiger King tribe and uniting the Snow Plains will be no easy task." Velen looked up at him with a smile. "You're right. Now is the time we must be more united than ever." Little fairies suddenly appeared, cheerfully fluttering around Velen's head. Their happy laughter filled the air. "Spring is here. Spring is finally here," they chirped. Da Fo pointed in one direction. As Velen and the fairies looked, she exclaimed, "Look, over there. It's Elzic and Chiu Miao Luo." Elzic slowly approached with Mfit and Chiu Miao Luo, a cheerful look on his face. "You're all here," he said. Da Fo and the little red fairy stared at him in amazement. "How did you do it?" she asked. Elzic declared proudly to the fairies, "It was all thanks to the flower fragrance you gave me. Nothing banishes winter better than that." Da Fo looked confused. "What do you mean?" The fairy next to Da Fo was just as puzzled. "I don't get what he's saying either." Chu Miao Luo crossed her arms and cut in. "He's saying this happy outcome is all thanks to you. If you still don't get it, just accept the compliment." The three fairies joined hands, spinning in a joyful circle. "Wow, we drove away the winter. We helped Elzic banish the cold." Elzic planted his hands on his hips, facing Velen and Noer. "So, is everything settled?" he asked. Velen's face lit up with a warm joy, his eyes shimmering with gratitude. He replied, "Yes. Thanks to you, we were able to convince them." Elzic smiled back. "I only arranged the meeting. You were the one who won them over." Standing a short distance away, Noer listened in. He thought to himself, "Watching our king negotiate with the other tribe leaders, it felt like I was watching Elzic Melvinger himself, a man admired even by the Forest Lord." In Noer's eyes, Elzic's image appeared, hands on his hips, radiating confidence. Noer's thoughts continued with deep respect. He must have been born with the qualities of a king. The future of this continent will undoubtedly be shaped by House Melvinger. Noer's expression hardened with resolve. "We must form an alliance with him, no matter what it takes." Elsewhere, the massive Blood Wolf King lay motionless, an imposing but defeated figure on the barren ground. The Beastmen guards murmured in disbelief. "I still can't believe the Blood Wolf King was turned to gold. That human, Melvinger. He must be incredibly powerful." Suddenly, a streak of darkness shot toward the two Beastmen guards. As they were still talking, one said, "Just look at how he defeated the Ice General. You can tell." The shadow pierced through both of them in an instant, before they could even react. A mysterious voice echoed, "I knew it. It was him." A figure emerged, his eyes burning with rage, radiating a terrifying dark aura. His voice dripped with venom. "Melvinger." His face was lost in shadow, revealing only those glowing, furious eyes. He grit his teeth, his mind seething. "I barely managed to maintain this body by stealing the life force of my underlings just to get here. And yet, the Blood Wolf King and the Ice General have both been defeated." He shot a furious glare at the fallen king's body before turning away. "We poured 10 years into the Blood Wolf King just to get our hands on the Winter General." His fists began to clench. "If the Blood Wolf King can unite the abominations, then conquering the northern gales and winter blizzards is only a matter of time." Ordo looked up, filled with regret, realizing he should have eliminated that meddling Melvinger kid from the start. "We should have burned every trace of House Melvinger to the ground. Our own arrogance has come back to bite us." A truly sinister idea began to gleam in his eyes. "If it's come to this, there's only one way." He looked at the Blood Wolf King and declared, We will awaken the demon that slumbers within him. Order dropped to his knees before the Blood Wolf King, crying out, "O demon god and demon king!" Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged his hand straight through his own chest. As a red light flared, he vowed, "I offer this life to you. Please, turn your gaze to your faithful servant." On the fractured earth, he knelt, his body slumping forward as if his last ounce of strength had vanished. But then, his crimson eyes flashed open, and a deep, mysterious voice echoed forth, "Your wish has been granted. You seem rather desperate, don't you?" Tendrils of shadow began to flow into the Blood Wolf King. The voice continued, "Then gather those feelings, and make them pay 100 times over. That is how you will become a greater demon. A new path will be carved for you." At that moment, the Blood Wolf King's eyes shot open, glowing with a crimson light as sharp as a sword's edge. Back with Alec, things were still calm. Mela the sheep asked him, "What's your plan for the Ice General?" Alec held a shard of ice in his hand and said, "I've now gathered all the materials needed to create winter." He stared at the ice with a grim expression. "I need to complete Winter's zenith." Mela the sheep trotted closer, questioning him. "Do you even know how to do that?" Alec shook his head. "Of course not. I've never even heard of it before today." "Mela, do you know anything?" Mela just shrugged. "Humph, if I know, I know. If I don't, I don't." Alec muttered in confusion. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Suddenly, a massive tremor rocked the area, startling both Alec and Mephisto, their faces tensing for the unknown. Alec's gaze sharpened, his eyes widening in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. He wondered, what is this? When she said it wasn't over, was she talking about the Blood Wolf King? The sky was torn asunder by violent shades of red and black. As the colossal Blood Wolf King began to materialize, its grotesque form and burning red eyes piercing the thick darkness. Its shape was revealed, with razor-sharp claws and a terrifyingly massive maw, its eyes overflowing with hatred and an overwhelming pressure. The Blood Wolf King let out a roar that seemed to shake the heavens and the earth, its black and white fur bristling amidst the chaotic crimson light. Under a sky thick with shadows and crushing pressure, Mela the sheep cried out, "Alec, someone sacrificed themselves, using the power of a demon god to resurrect the Blood Wolf King." Alec backed away, his face tightening as he gritted his teeth. Mela rushed to his side, adding, "If we let this happen, another Ice General will be born." Alec's expression hardened with fury. He quickly reached into his coat, thinking, "I knew things were going too smoothly." He pulled out a communication device and sent an urgent message. "Hey, son, gather the others and get them out of the city now." They both responded in shock. "What?" With a powerful push, Alec launched himself from the ground, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. Hay and Son yelled after him, "Alec, what about you?" He called back, "I can take care of myself." Mephisto gave chase, demanding, "What do you think you're going to do on your own?" Mela flew beside him, her voice filled with worry. She pleaded, "He's right. You have to know that's not something you can handle. You only beat him before because of the Ice General. You won't be so lucky this time." Alec stared intently at the ice shard in his hand and said, "I have an idea. There's one more thing I want to try before using this." But Mela was completely confused. She asked frantically, "What are you talking about?" Alec brought the ice shard to his lips. "I will complete Winter's zenith, right now." Mela and Mephisto stared in absolute horror at his actions. They tried to stop him, yelling, "What do you think you're doing? Stop it right now. Are you insane? Spit it out." Frost began to creep across Alec's face, and his eyes grew vacant and lifeless. As he parted his lips, a bone-chilling mist poured out. The ice's power surged, and his eyes began to glow with an intense, soul-crushing, ice-blue light. He raised his hand, overflowing with power, and commanded, "Come." Winter's zenith. A vortex of raw energy now engulfed Alec's entire body. Even from a distance, Mephisto was hit by the force, making him furious. That idiot is making another mess. Mela was being pushed further and further away by his immense power. She thought to herself, the ice crystal is a mystical artifact of incredible quality. By itself, it's already a dangerous item. But now it also contains the essence of the Ice General, the very entity that brought the endless frost to the snowfields in the first place. Elzik was desperately trying to unleash his power, completely oblivious to the world around him. But suddenly, the nine-tailed fox sensed something was terribly wrong. Even for someone as strong as Elzik, absorbing that power without any preparation, it would shatter his very consciousness. His body could be ripped to shreds by that violent, untamed mana. Fear gripped the nine-tailed fox, but the words wouldn't come out. "Elzik, what in the world are you doing?" He clenched his jaw, trying to contain the chilling energy. "I know. But what is this overwhelming power?" By absorbing this massive energy, the seals of the Ice Path and Frostfang Blade were strengthening at an alarming rate. Suddenly, an agonizing pain erupted from deep within Elzik's body. Blood began to trickle from his lips and hands, completely beyond his control. "My own mana flow. It can't handle this rampage. I have to hold on, no matter what. But his vision began to blur, his determination fading into darkness. Then, from his chest, a strange and beautiful light began to glow. When he opened his eyes again, he was somewhere else entirely. An alien world of endless snow and impossibly tall mountains. Could this be his own spiritual world? Behind him, Otohan was on one knee before the Ice General, making an offer. Will you come with me? She only smiled, offering no reply. He pressed on. What is your answer? Aren't you afraid I'm a bad person, that I might hurt you? At those words, the Ice General's smile vanished. A brilliant light suddenly radiated from behind Otohan. His voice was gentle. You are so kind. Why does the world only treat you like an enemy? All right then, let's go together. If we can reach the other side, your sadness will finally end. That was all she needed to hear. The Ice General rushed forward, embracing him with pure joy. Are you truly that happy? But then, both of their gazes suddenly snapped elsewhere. She released Otohan and ran towards Elzik. The Ice General bowed her head respectfully before him. Elzik looked at her with a rare gentleness. There's no need to thank me, he said softly. Just go over there and be free. Otohan approached the Ice General, patting her head fondly. Then he turned his praise to Elzik. You did better than Eden and I ever expected. We thought you would simply defeat her and seal her away in an ice crystal. But you saw the real her. You understood her pain and soothed her heart. If I had tried to understand her the way you did, perhaps she wouldn't have suffered so much. In any case, this final path I left behind, you walked it far faster than I ever imagined. Elzik quickly changed the subject. So, it's time to hand over Winter to me, right? Otohan chuckled. I never said you were qualified. To inherit a season, you must become stronger, learn more, and understand them piece by piece. Elzik crossed his arms, his frustration showing. What? After everything I just did, you're telling me no? Otohan stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. I'm not saying I won't give it to you. I'm just saying the time isn't right for you to inherit Winter. When the moment arrives, it will be yours. For now, be patient. Elzik crouched down. So that's all you wanted to say. Oh, an Ice General? This old man is the absolute worst. Come here. Hearing this, she darted over to his side without a hint of hesitation. Grasping her hand, Elzik stared directly into Otohan's eyes, questioning him. What kind of scheme are you planning to drag her into? I won't let you get away with it. Otohan just shook his head, looking weary. It seems you get more and more bold every day. How did my own grandchild turn out like this? Elzik didn't get angry. He just jabbed back. Do you really have the right to say that? You're the one always finding ways to bully your own family. So, are you giving me Winter or not? Otohan's voice softened, as if giving in. I was just teasing, but possessing it now wouldn't benefit you at all. First, you must build a solid foundation. Elzik scratched his head sheepishly. Well, I have wanted it for a while. It's just, the situation out there is pretty bad right now. The moment he spoke those words, he was ripped back to reality, his body riddled with wounds. The nine-tailed fox was behind him, and seeing Elzik's eyes flutter open, she screamed, Elzik, snap out of it. Now. But before she could finish, the monstrous fox lunged with lightning speed. As the fangs neared, he instantly severed the connection to that other world. In a flash of steel, he took the beast's head. Otohan's voice echoed in his mind, full of resignation. Good heavens, that's practically an insult to your ancestors. All right, now go. When things out there have calmed down, remember to visit my private estate. Elzik clenched his fist, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. All the materials needed to complete Winter are already gathered there. As his consciousness faded, a piercing voice cried out from the real world. Elzik, hurry up, open your eyes. No. Just then, strange tattoos began to crawl up his arm, radiating an immense inner power that flooded the area. Winter will find its master in a terrifying and cruel form. Let's hope you are not devoured by your own demons. The tattoos blazed with brilliant light. And from within the nine-tailed fox's clenched fist, another light burst forth. That glow illuminated the entire space. He had broken free. Miko couldn't help but be impressed. To think he absorbed a general rank sigil, even with two hands' assistance. That's the talent of a true demon. The enraged nine-tailed fox unleashed a torrent of demonic energy from its jaws. Riding the wind, Elzik shot backward, launching a counterattack of his own. Instantly, mystical bindings wrapped around the nine-tailed fox, sealing it in place. Mio cried out in alarm. Winter? Has he truly obtained the power of Winter and learned to wield it so freely? The nine-tailed fox let out a pained roar, struggling against the powerful restraints. He unleashed another technique, Uprising Tide. Countless wooden spears erupted from the ground, viciously impaling the nine-tailed fox. Watching from a distance, Elzik smirked. My magical energy. It's on a whole other level now, so this is what it looks like. When all the elements of Winter combine, His tattoos began to shift and glow, pulsing with the demonic energy of winter. The nine-tailed fox's tongue hung out, its body pushed to the limit. In a desperate frenzy, its claws shattered the ice binding it. The fox's eyes blazed crimson with rage. Elzik looked on, annoyed. "You're being too loud." His lips barely moved as he uttered a single word. "Silence," he commanded, seal of silence. The technique activated instantly, and the nine-tailed fox was rendered completely mute. Elzik placed his hands on his hips, unable to hold back a triumphant laugh. "Isn't that much better?" he taunted. Icy, ethereal chains now bound the ferocious beast's jaws shut. Elzik extended a hand. Bind. An immense pressure crushed down on the beast, paralyzing it completely. The beast threw its head back, struggling against the chains. Seizing the opening, Elzik shot forward, unleashing a devastating punch. "It's over," he thought. But he was a fraction of a second too late. The beast shattered its restraints, unleashing a massive wave of demonic power right at him. Elzik barely managed to throw up a guard with both arms. She's gotten even stronger. His solid ice barrier began to crack under the immense pressure. Watching his defense crumble, a sense of dread washed over him. My ice barrier can't hold against this. His eyes sharpened with a sudden realization. She's absorbing the demonic energy in the air to power up. He could see it clearly, now the energy flowing into her core. To kill her. I have to destroy that core. But getting close is nearly impossible with those demonic flames. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, a predatory gaze that promised to devour him whole, her crazed thoughts flooding his mind. A single phrase echoed again and again. "I will kill you." If he let this continue, another demon king would be born into this world. He furrowed his brow, trapped in a desperate situation. Elzik clenched his fists tightly. If only an opening would appear. I could do something, but there was nothing. Just then, a voice cut through the chaos. Shane appeared like a savior. "Need a hand?" But Elzik eyed him with suspicion. "Huh? Help? It looks more like you want to eat her yourself." He scoffed. Shane let out a chuckle. "Still too proud to ask for help, I see. Man, you've got some serious pride." He grinned, opening his mouth wide. Seeing his expression, Elzik tried to stop him. "Don't do it if you don't want to." Shane just shrugged nonchalantly. "Oh, I definitely want to." The moment the words left his mouth, he shot toward the beast. Why would I ever pass up a chance to devour a meal like this? Shane's form began to shift, his power surging as he closed in on his prey. Ignoring the beast's desperate struggles, he lunged forward and sank his fangs deep into its neck. The beast roared in agony, thrashing violently. Blood erupted from the wound, spraying in every direction. Watching the scene unfold, a thought struck Elzik, while Shane had her pinned down. This was his chance. His brows furrowed in concentration as he planned his next move. A half-hearted attack will be useless. In the very next instant, Elzik shot forward like an arrow, even if it burns through all my mana. I have to end this in one final strike. I'll use the final lesson that the Tiger King Jun taught me. A brilliant golden light enveloped Elzik's hand, streams of pure mana radiating outwards. His eyes transformed, beginning to glow with the same golden light. Body enhancement art. The spectral image of June appeared behind him, merging as one. Overwhelming power poured out of him. Myriad tiger claws. Countless sharp claws descended upon the beast, tearing into it from every angle. It thrashed in agony, fresh blood pouring from its gaping mouth. The relentless assault continued, hammering the beast again and again. Its flesh was ripped open by the claw marks, finally revealing the energy core within. Demonic energy began to bleed out from it. Seeing this, Elzik's face lit up. It's working. But suddenly, a sharp pain seized his heart. He cried out, clutching his chest in agony. Damn it, the dragon heart's mana. All strength left his body as he began to fall helplessly. At the same time, Shane was also struggling, his own power rapidly fading. Seeing its chance, the wounded beast seized the opportunity to strike back. No. The beast's demonic core was more exposed than ever. If I miss this chance, it's all over. Suddenly, the seal on Elzik's hand began to glow. He gritted his teeth against the pain. Why is Mephisto's demonic energy reacting now? It didn't even budge when I absorbed that low-level barrier. A spectral image of Mephisto appeared before him, answering his unspoken question. It seems my remnant, long suppressed by that damned siesta's power, is finally reacting to the demonic energy you absorbed. Even so, this is just a minuscule fraction of my true power. Hearing this, Elzik grit his teeth. Is Mephisto's demonic energy surfacing? Because the mana for my dragon heart is completely gone. This much energy should be enough. At the same time, the beast's wounds began to regenerate. Elzik's face hardened with resolve as he thrust his hand forward. You damned fox, let's hope we never cross paths again. With that, he clenched his fist, shattering the beast's core. Cracks spiderwebbed across its surface before it exploded in a blinding flash of light, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Everything nearby was violently thrown aside. Velen and his two companions could only watch, stunned by the incredible spectacle. As the young man stood amidst the fallout, Velen stared in disbelief. No, his eyes widened. The long winter was finally over. If that scorching wind had been unleashed, the snowy plains would have faced a devastating drought, turning the environment into a sweltering hell. He roared out the order. Royal Knights and Warriors, protect His Majesty. The demonic energy suddenly twisted, morphing into a terrifying cyclone that everyone watched with dread. The commander's face paled. We can't stop a heat wave like this on our own. In moments like these, they wished for a mage. Their own arrogance had led them straight into this hopeless situation. All they could do was stand frozen, watching the vortex of fire roar towards them. However, as long as the king survived, their kingdom could always rise again. Noer commanded, Great warriors, protect His Majesty, even if it costs you your lives. He glanced up at the inferno, shocked to see it suddenly dissipating. What in the world? Someone was walking towards them through the chaos. It was Ogden, the man from the very beginning. Leave this to me, he said calmly. The scene shifts to a starry night as the old man asks Eric, You don't need my help? That's right, Eric replied. I can't keep relying on you forever. Ogden simply retorted, And what's wrong with that? Before I was your disciple, I was a clan leader. No one will follow a chief who can't even handle his own battles. I will walk the path before me, just like you, master. Even if I must face grave danger to lead my clan back into the light, I have to overcome this on my own. His eyes burned with resolve. After all, this is the destiny of a Melvin Go. The old man pressed, Are you saying that as your master, I'm supposed to just stand by and watch my own student die? Eric quickly reassured him, No, I won't die. But please, protect Valence and Amramov from me. You know how important they are to me. Ogden gazed into the distance. Protecting what is precious to you. That is also my role as a teacher. The old man turned his head. Hey, you beastman. You've met Yuden before, haven't you? The werewolf bared his fangs. I have. Ogden's eyes narrowed, then watched closely. And with that, Ogden began to channel his magic. Tell me, between him and me, who was the more dangerous sorcerer? Ogden's silhouette stood, asking the question with a weary calm. Noer, have you truly met Yuden? The werewolf growled, his fangs on full display. I have. A heavy calm fell over Ogden's features, his expression unreadable but filled with profound meaning. Then pay close attention. The master's eyes and body began to glow, and the air crackled with immense pressure. Between him and me, who is the true threat? Noer instinctively stumbled back in terror. He clenched his trembling fists, his mind reeling. This overwhelming power. Just how strong is this man? Ogden took a single, light step forward. With a flick of his cloak, a torrent of light surged toward Noer. Night itself seemed to rise, a spell of brilliant, clashing blue and white. If the ice storm had blocked out the sun, this magic devoured the very light. Ogden's hair and clothes whipped wildly in a storm of black and white, a terrifying power that consumed both death and existence itself. Noer gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face as the white void enveloped him. He collapsed to his knees, crushed by a power so catastrophic it was impossible to believe it belonged to a human. The barrier of magic shattered like glass, revealing an orange sky. Noer was standing safely behind the old master. The surrounding wolf pack was in chaos. What just happened? They stared in awe as the spell faded. Noer stood silently for a moment, his eyes darting around. That man, he's a living disaster. Velen rushed to his side. Your Majesty, are you all right? He asked, full of concern. We have to get back to the city. Eric is in danger. Ogden calmly replied, You think my disciple would fall to something so trivial? In the distance, Eric and his companions were approaching. Velen's face broke into a wide grin, his eyes shining with relief. Eric walked with his friends, every one of them battered and exhausted. Eric was covered in dirt, but the moment Velen called his name, all the pain seemed to vanish. Standing beside Ogden, Eric smiled and waved, receiving a warm smile in return. But back on the battlefield, he suddenly froze, his eyes rolling back as if his soul had left his body. Velen watched in horror as Eric collapsed into Isabel's arms, causing her to scream, Eric! Sean and Isabel gasped, their faces etched with fear. But he was just faking it. Eric popped back up, scratching his head with a sheepish grin, making everyone burst into laughter. He really knew how to scare people. Beneath a brilliant sunset, the incident on the snowy plains had finally come to an end. The next day was beautiful, with golden sunlight and clear blue skies. Eric sat beneath an ancient tree, his eyes fluttering open as he saw a little girl run towards him. She offered him a bright smile and shining eyes. He asked gently, Are you here to say goodbye? At his words, her smile grew even wider. He was happy to be cared for. Eric's hand gently ruffled her hair. Have fun where you're going, and try not to cause too much trouble, okay? A flicker of sadness in her eyes made Eric's heart ache, and he wondered just where she was headed, but then she beamed, happy for his concern. He hoped her sadness would fade, leaving only the sound of her laughter. After playing for a while, she stood up, clasping her hands neatly behind her back. She looked at him and asked, "Will you play with me again?" Her innocent question made him pause. Eric gave a soft smile. "Of course, I will." The little girl's smile blossomed, and the world around them filled with roses. The petals then floated through the air, drifting towards Eric's room. They drifted down, gently brushing against his face as he dozed, causing him to stir and slowly wake up. He sat up, groggily wondering how long he had been outside. A sudden voice startled him. "So, you're finally awake?" He turned his head toward the sound. He saw Velen sitting in a chair, keeping watch. "How long have you been there?" Velen explained. "Romeo said you would wake up soon, so I came to wait." Eric looked up. "Oh, I see." After a moment of silence, Velen's expression turned serious as he presented a journal embossed with a pouncing tiger. Eric was stunned. "What is this?" "I already received the research materials." He took the journal as Velen explained. "This is the diary of the Tiger King. You." Velen looked puzzled. "Why are you giving this to me?" Elzik explained he found it in the Green Library archives and discovered something interesting. A single green leaf, used as a bookmark, caught Elzik's eye. "I think you should read this. Go on." He began to read, his expression shifting with every word. Flipping the brittle page, his eyes widened. "What is this?" The log detailed a cryptic story. Day 14, encountered a human captured by the ferals. He knows body-strengthening arts. Day 16, he's adapting fast. My worries are fading. Day 17, he suggested a settlement and we made our camp there. February 29th, he's taken an interest in the body-strengthening arts and in my mate. April 16th, the ice general phenomenon is affecting the tribe. We've asked for his help to take it down. He was stunned. It felt too real to be fiction. Is this actually real? His hand trembled, holding the journal. Because the human in the log was him. Staring at the book, he realized the incident with the ice general matched perfectly. He kept turning the pages. A passage described his sister vanishing near a mountain range amidst a flash of light. The name: Elzik Melvingo, the heir to the Melvingo clan. Fear crept up his spine as he looked at the crest on his neck. The emblem was now a riddle. What was this setup? It felt too vivid to be an illusion. Suddenly, a pocket watch materialized. If this was reality, it meant some power could send people back in time. This wasn't a god testing his strength. The face of Otao Han flashed in his mind. "I don't know anything." Otao had told him to find him in his private residence. Elzik got out of bed, the journal lying beside him. "I have to get back to the Empire. Now." C burst through the door, yelling, "Elzik! Thank God. We were worried you wouldn't wake up." Elzik smirked. "I doubt you rush here just because I woke up. What's wrong?" C was sweating, hesitating to speak. "It's war has broken out in the Empire." Sun delivered the urgent news. "War has erupted in the Empire." Elzik frowned. What are you talking about?" Sun whispered gravely. "Count Wind." A cold sweat ran down Elzik's back. The Red Lion family. They rebelled? A majestic, middle-aged man clad in lion-like armor. Count Wind. Everyone knew the Red Lions were one of the 8 vassal families backing the Empire, their soldiers standing in perfect discipline. This family also commands the military colonies that defend the borders. Their army is legendary for its elite skill. Elzik strode towards the door, worried. If they've started a rebellion, this is a serious threat. Sun followed close behind. They say by day's end, the Count will be declared an enemy of the Empire. Elzik stroked his chin, thinking. Something wasn't right here. He looked up. A family known for its loyalty suddenly revolting? It's strange. Sun hesitated. The rumor is, he's allied himself with the demons. Elzik spun around. Demons? Sun's face darkened as he cautiously revealed the truth. Yes, and stranger still. The Crown Prince is leading the charge against him. Elzik let out a cynical, cunning laugh. The Crown Prince who was chasing Jigo is now leading this? The corruption reeks to high heaven. He started walking, urging Sun to follow. Hurry up. We're returning to the Empire immediately. Everyone gathered around the carriage in the main courtyard. Ven grabbed Elzik and Hai's hands. You're leaving already? He bowed his head, his eyes filled with regret. Compared to everything you've done for us, I haven't repaid you. Elzik knelt on one knee, clenching his fist. You think you still owe me? He looked up at Ven with respect. Then become a great king. He offered a bright smile. I'll be waiting. Make sure you repay me handsomely. Ven's face lit up with gratitude. Son Ogtin Golody smiled beside them. Behind them, the white fox secretly wiped away a tear. He nodded. I will do it, and I will always be by your side. That's more than enough. Elzik and Hai smiled. A wise decision, Elzik praised. A sudden voice made him turn. Are they leaving? 3 small, colorful spirits appeared. The red one began to cry. You're leaving so soon? The yellow one pleaded with a frown. Stay and play a little longer. F4 and the 3 spirits hugged his waist, sobbing. She asked why he had to go. He forced a laugh. Haha, I'd love to stay, but... Another voice cut through the air. Everyone stepped back to give her space. Cromella floated over, arms crossed, as E4 and the spirits surrounded her. Cromella, you came. Elzik smiled. I was planning to visit the shrine before I left. She closed her eyes calmly. I knew you were in a hurry, so I didn't want to bother you. She opened them, her silence heavy with unspoken words, then looked down with a worried frown. The path you are about to walk will not be easy. He pushed himself up confidently, leaning on his hand. But an easy path is just plain boring. She smiled, her eyes filled with warmth. Elzik thought, I came north on orders, but I'm leaving with something far more precious. Ven and the others watched as the carriage departed through the palace gates. He leaned out the window, waving goodbye. Ven seemed to draw strength from the gesture, standing tall with a confident smile. Elzik was thrilled. He had restored his family's honor and made an ally of the ruler of the Black Snow Fields. An alliance like this was unmatched. He gripped the flower emblem on his cloak. The sky was blue, the air was cool, the carriage moved steadily on. This was all his grandfather's legacy, a legacy he had to protect and build upon. Cromella smiled brightly, fragrant petals swirling around her. Elzik rested his chin on his hand, the scent of flowers on the wind. It was the responsibility of a family head. Elsewhere, a demon knelt at the feet of a long-haired man with pointed ears. My lord, please have mercy. The man was cold. Return as soon as you receive the order. Destroy the sealed letter. A massive, black maw with fangs appeared, its long, horrifying tongue lolling out. More mouths lunged, tearing into the demon's flesh. Blood sprayed. My lord, spare me. Arg. The man watched, unfazed. And, leave no trace. The letter burst into purple flames, turning to ash. Assemble at the main base. A great mission is about to begin. He clenched his fists, his jaw tight with hatred. If that meddling Melvingo hadn't interfered, we would have already offered the North Wind and the East Winder snowstorm to Lord Azazel. The man raised his foot. But for now, we must retreat. He slammed his foot down, creating a vortex of purple wind. His red eyes burned with resolve. The next time we meet, I will deliver your head to Lord Azazel myself. As night fell, the carriage reached the Great Wall's outer gates. Sean stretched his weary body. Ah, so we finally made it out of there, huh? A sharp voice suddenly pierced the air. Halt. The carriage lurched to a stop, shaking violently. Inside, both Sean and Eli stumbled, gripping their seats to stay upright. Kato, what's going on? Kato stared straight ahead. My lords, I think you should see this for yourselves. Ellie and Sean exited the carriage. From atop the walls, guards aimed their crossbows, their voices ringing with threat. Disobey, and you will be treated as invaders. We will open fire. Ela's brow furrowed in suspicion. They had even deployed ballistas, weapons meant only for times of war. Could this be the work of the Red Lion clan? A soldier shouted down, demanding they state their identities and number of travelers. Sean snapped his fingers with a flourish. We are the caravan from the House of Nemido. We passed through here 2 months ago. A glowing pink crest materialized above them. At its center, a 5-petaled flower encircled by intricate patterns. The sigil hovered over their carriage as Sean yelled, Now, please open the gate. A guard gasped in astonishment. The House of Nemido. They've actually returned. We received no word for 2 months. We thought you were all dead. Sean shouted impatiently. Just open the gate already. Startled, the guard quickly relayed the command. Open the gate. Immediately, the massive gates creaked open, allowing the carriage to pass through. A man with platinum hair and a sharp goatee bowed low. My name is Vanille. He raised his head, his gaze falling upon Eli and Sean. Please, forgive our hostile reception. Sean waved it off. It's no problem. He then gave a respectful bow. As a citizen of this empire, I feel proud seeing you all defending our borders so diligently. Vanille let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha. High praise from the 3rd young master of Nemido. In my 30 years of service here, I've never been so moved. He stroked his chin, genuinely pleased, but it is strange. Why have so many distinguished guests arrived at this remote outpost today? Sean asked. There are others besides us? Vanille nodded. Indeed, he offered with a smile. The 4th prince himself is here. Would you care to see him? L.A. and Sean jolted, exchanging a look of pure shock. He must be waiting for us, Sean whispered. Eli nodded, his mind racing with suspicion. But why would the 4th prince himself come all the way to the border, A hand tapped a steady rhythm on a throne's armrest. Chrome Heo, the fourth prince, sat with his chin in his hand, waiting. What new scheme was he devising? He listened intently to his attendant's report. Your Highness, Eli, and I have a connection that goes back to our childhood. Jodio bowed low, desperate to be trusted. If you allow me to speak with him, I can persuade him to join our cause. Rodeo Foron. The fourth prince tilted his head, a thoughtful hum escaping his lips. Under Chrome Heo's intense gaze, Jodio steeled his resolve. He had to seize this chance. The fourth prince's eyes were like ice, seeming to peer straight into his soul. This was the royal genius whose swordsmanship was acknowledged even by the Golden Lion, the Black Wind Lion. He was one of the 3 stars who led the empire, and the man most likely to become the next emperor. The prince finally nodded. Very well. I will trust you. This once. His trust secured, Jodio bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. A calculating glint in his eye revealed his true ambition, to become the next head of House Foron. Meanwhile, Sean and Eli were having their own discussion. Sean couldn't believe what he was hearing. Are you seriously going to meet with him? I thought you hated the royal family. But Eli simply folded his hands, his expression calm. Have I ever been one to let emotions rule me? Sean stared in disbelief. You damn schemer. You're planning something, aren't you? Eli chuckled softly. A plan? Yes. A scheme? Not quite. I've realized I can no longer sit idly by. I am going to rebuild my house. Sean was stunned into silence. Rebuild? By relying on the fourth prince? But Eli remained elusive. That's something I'll decide after we've met. Unable to change his mind, Sean could only sigh. So, you're planning to spread your wings on the battlefield. Is that it? It was a bold gamble, but Eli had calculated the odds. To restore his family's honor, he needed influence. The fastest path was through battlefield glory or the royal court, and with the crown prince out of the picture, this was the perfect opportunity. The fourth prince would be a valuable piece on the board. Just then, the door creaked open and Homan stepped inside. You were looking for me? Sean quickly stood to greet him, but Eli acted as if he'd expected him. Ah, so you've come. Sean offered his seat to Homan. Eli beamed. I've been waiting for you. Homan replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. I was hoping you'd be practicing your swordsmanship, but this atmosphere, it seems not. Eli just laughed and gestured for him to sit. Next time, I promise. Please, have a seat. Homan accepted the offer. So, what is it you wish to discuss with me? Eli's expression turned serious. There are a few things I need to ask you. The first is about the Black Lion. Homan paused to consider. The Black Lion, you say? Homan grew contemplative. The world calls him a man of boundless ambition, but I don't see him that way. His eyes suddenly held a warning. He is simply a lion, obsessed with the sword and the martial path. Eli was startled, realizing the hidden meaning in his words. Homan added gently, you may find you're compatible, or you may not. But perhaps you'll find he's not so bad once you meet him. Eli nodded. Thank you, sir. Thanks to you, I now have an idea of how to approach him. Suddenly, Homan studied Eli with a satisfied smile. You've changed a great deal, haven't you? Just then, Mito appeared, interjecting. I can feel it. He wants to spar with you. Eli replied, I also wish to test my skills. He then turned to Homan and made the request. Sir, would you honor me with a friendly duel? Homan grinned. That is precisely what I was hoping for. The 2 men headed outside the border walls to face each other, but a crowd of soldiers was already gathered to watch. Eli's face tightened. Did you summon them here? But Homan played dumb. I have no idea what you're talking about. Ho ho ho. Mito chuckled from the sidelines. His acting is just as bad as yours. Eli narrowed his eyes, putting the pieces together. How did word of this spread so quickly? Only one possibility came to mind. It must have been Isabel. He had to admit it. Isabel was no ordinary woman. Her political instincts and strategic mind were razor sharp. Eli nodded in understanding. She truly is brilliant. To quickly prove her worth to the Border Defense Force and raise her value before her audience with the fourth prince, Eli slowly settled into his stance. It seems both you and your daughter wish to give me wings. In that case, I will have to show you just how high I can fly. Homan's killing intent flared as he drew his sword. Don't expect any mercy from me. You better stay sharp. One was armed with a sword, the other with his bare fists. Their eyes locked, and they charged without a moment's delay. A relentless flurry of attacks rained down, the blade striking from impossible angles. The watching soldiers whispered in disbelief. They were fighting without magic or aura. It was astonishing. The head of a mage family was going toe-to-toe with a bare-handed blue lion. This is impossible, one soldier muttered. If mages can fight like that, what chance do ordinary knights like us have? Dust and smoke exploded from the force of their blows. After a fierce exchange, Hitchmen gained the upper hand, driving Alec back several feet, his boots carving deep grooves in the ground. Your face is covered in mud, men noted, but your movements are far smoother. It was a backhanded compliment, but a compliment nonetheless. Alec braced himself, gasping for air. It seems I still need your training, sir. Just then, the sound of footsteps drew their attention. The soldiers immediately parted, bowing to a member of the royal family. The fourth prince clapped slowly in appreciation. He strode forward and stopped right in front of him. It was the fourth prince, Cromwell. Both men bowed deeply. Later, as Elzic walked down his starlit corridor, a voice called out. Jodio was waiting by the door. Alec, it's been a long time. Mito disliked him instantly. What's with that smug look on his face? Do you know this guy? He asked. Elzic's expression grew dark. Of course. He's an heir to the Foron family. Jodio slung an arm around his shoulder and grinned. Foron? Mito repeated. You mean the infamous Forons of the Blood Fortress? The very same. In that instant, Mito understood everything. Jodio laughed. So, you're the traitor everyone talks about. Seeing Alec's stunned silence, he prodded. Why so quiet? He then answered his own question. It must be awkward, after all this time. Jodio shot Alec a provocative look. I know he hates my family, but with the Melvingo legacy in our hands, he can't afford to show it. Now that the Foron family is the strongest power behind the throne, he wouldn't dare oppose us. He smirked with arrogance. If my family offers to return the Melvingo legacy, he'll be forced to take my hand in friendship. Jodio leaned in closer. Before you meet the prince, I'd like to discuss the Melvingo legacy, the one my family is protecting. Alec's face hardened. Get your hand off me. His eyes were as cold as ice. I said, get your hand off. For a second, a flicker of fear crossed Jodio's arrogant face. Mito chuckled. So, the one who calls himself Melvingo's right hand knows nothing about him. Fury blazed in Alec's eyes. Count Foron himself should be bowing his head to me. Yet a mere third son like you dares to harbor hatred for House Melvingo? He gritted his teeth, his anger threatening to boil over. How dare you use that tone with the Duke of the Empire? The sigil on Alec's arm began to glow. Count Foron should show me the proper respect. And yet, a brat like you dares to provoke my wrath. Do you have any idea who you are talking to? Jodio, realizing he poked a hornet's nest, stumbled back in fear. House Foron of the Blood Fortress, guardians of the Melvingo legacy for over 1,000 years, vassals who shed their blood to protect this very land. That's why my sister and I used to call their patriarch uncle. We trusted him more than anyone. But when tragedy struck, they sided with the royal family. The ones who stole our birthright and caused the fall of House Melvingo. Worse, they tried to swallow our magical bloodline whole by forcing their heir to marry my sister. When we refused, we were abandoned in a ruinous state, left to struggle for survival. The memory made him tremble with fury. And now, they dare to show their faces with such shamelessness. Jodio quickly regained his composure and bowed low. I have been disrespectful, your grace. Alec turned his back. Now that you realize it, get out of my sight. I don't wish to see your face. Alec then walked away without a second glance. Jodio gritted his teeth, his heart burning with humiliation. He entered the main hall to greet the fourth prince. Elzic Melvingo, the Starlight Duke and head of House Melvingo, offers his greetings. Cromwell was waiting. A pleasure to finally meet you, Starlight Duke. From the prince's perfectly calm expression, Elzic knew he had overheard everything. He doesn't care in the slightest that his subordinate was insulted. In fact, he seems to find the whole situation amusing. Elzic understood. He must know Jodio's character perfectly well. This wasn't about expectations. He just wanted to test my reaction. Suddenly, Cromwell asked, You used body reinforcement magic during your duel with the Blue Lion, did you not? Alec was stunned. Reinforcement magic? How could he have recognized it? The fourth prince descended from his seat, clapping Alec on the shoulder with a disarming smile. Oh, don't worry. I know it's a forbidden spell. Your secret is safe with me. Cromwell's smile turned unsettling. Now, to business. What are your thoughts on the former Melvingo territory? The words caught Alec completely off guard. What? The prince's smile widened. He had successfully launched a preemptive strike, seizing control of the conversation. Elzic knew he was at a disadvantage. He expected a slow negotiation, but the prince went straight for the heart of the matter. If he wasn't careful, he'd lose all leverage. He clenched the fist, marked with his sigil, suppressing his rage. Alec feigned ignorance. I'm sorry, your highness, what are you implying? A pleasant smile touched the prince's lips, but his eyes were pure ice. Let me be direct. If House Melvingo supports my cause, I will reward you handsomely. Alec questioned him with a severe tone. The divine land is now a cursed wasteland. What could you possibly demand from such a place? The prince's aide whispered in his ear. He seemed to ponder it, then waved the thought away. Perhaps I misspoke. My apologies. The fourth prince then offered a new proposal, a piece of land. equal in value to the former Melvingo domain. For instance, he declared with a sweep of his hand, I will grant you the borderlands currently held by the Red Lion family. Alec scoffed internally. The Red Lion's territory is a golden goose, and he's just offering it up. He even said he'd personally handle their allied nobles. This is no trivial matter. Outwardly, however, he remained composed. Forgive me, Your Highness. I am merely a subject of the Empire, and I only obey the commands of the Emperor. His gaze was unshakable. From the very beginning, he had no intention of negotiating. He only wanted to measure his own worth and understand the man called Chrome Heo. But the fourth prince was still determined to recruit him. My offer still stands, he insisted. Consider it carefully. If it's not enough, I'll add more. Seeing the tempting offer Chrome Heo presented, Alec knew the prince wouldn't give up, so he cut straight to the point. Then allow me to make a demand of my own. A loud bang echoed from outside the door as a fist slammed against the wall. Jodio trembled with pure rage. Alec Melvingo, you have some nerve. He seethed, muttering about the day's humiliation. You think you can insult me just because you're a noble? I swear I will repay this disgrace 1,000 times over. The butler arrived to summon him. With arms crossed and a grim face, he announced, Lord Jodio Foron. His Highness is looking for you. He rushed into the guest room. You summoned me, Your Highness? Jodio froze when he heard Alec's condition. That's right. I summoned Jodio Foron. Now, state your demand. Jodio glared at Alec, muttering under his breath. That bastard Alec. It seems he wants to use me as a pawn now that his negotiations failed. Jodio scoffed, dismissing the man's foolishness. Did he really think this would resolve the tension? His eyes burned with hatred. Fine. Name your price, he snarled. I'll make you regret this. But Alec's demands stunned the entire room. He pointed and declared, Give me one of Jodio Foron's arms. The condition even caught Chrome Heo by surprise. Jodio's jaw dropped in sheer terror. What the hell? What did that madman just say? The prince frowned, reminding Alec, the Foron family are my supporters. But Alec was unfazed, shrugging with mock regret. Well, that's a shame. Chrome Heo bit his lip, calculating his next move. Jodio sneered with absolute arrogance. You think His Highness would abandon my family for you? The House of Foron has been loyal to the fourth prince for years. Suddenly, the prince spoke. Jodio Foron, you are my subordinate, are you not? Jodio replied with absolute certainty. Yes, the Foron family and I have sworn our undying loyalty. The fourth prince's final words were cryptic. Then, you'll have to forgive me for what happens next. Before Jodio could even grasp his meaning, the fourth prince's blade flashed. A single, clean strike. The left arm flew off, landing on the ground as they both stared in utter disbelief. Jodio screamed in agony, my arm. He never imagined the prince would actually do it, that maniac. I just wanted to break off the negotiation. Chrome Heo calmly picked up the severed arm and presented it to Alec. How's this? He asked with a crazed smile. Is this enough to make you my friend? Alec had to admit. The man was truly insane. Sweat beaded on his face. You're sacrificing far too much. Just to gain a single ally. Don't you realize? The Foron family and the other nobles will turn their backs on you now. But Chrome Heo didn't care. The House of Foron will never abandon me. The butler dragged Jodio's bloodied body out of the room. Alec finally understood. It seemed the prince held the leashes of the Foron family and many others besides. A bold thought crossed his mind. Keeping this man as a friend could be very interesting. Mofito realized it too. Birds of a feather truly do flock together. The two men stood, as if sealing a pact. The prince extended his remaining arm. I have shown my sincerity. What do you say? But before Alec could answer, he was cut off. Well now. He turned toward the door. Chrome Heo sensed the disturbance as well. The glass shattered as the butler burst in, his face pale with terror. Your Highness, he screamed. A squad of black-clad assassins stormed the room, aiming for the prince. Get back. One of them lunged at Alec with a dagger, but he dodged effortlessly. Assassins. Blue magic flared to life in his hand. With both the border garrison and the royal guard present, they still dared to make a move. It was ice magic. Alec froze them solid in an instant. He clenched his fist, concentrating his power, shattering their frozen bodies one by one. He had to protect the prince, fast. Chrome Heo was just as formidable, not showing a hint of fear. Are you unharmed? One foot slid back into a ready stance. He stomped down hard, shattering the floor tiles. As the debris flew up, he used his other leg to pivot instantly. One by one, the assassin's limbs were severed. Chrome Heo's face was calm and focused. Not a single foe escaped his blade. He stood in the center of the room, watching them fall with a cold, sharp gaze. Alec watched, fascinated by the display. Of course. That man is the Black Lion. My worrying was pointless. But just then, another, larger group swarmed in from outside. There's the prince. Alec grew concerned, but Mofito was furious. Do these bastards have a death wish? His enraged voice put the attackers on high alert. Who dares attack the prince? The voice belonged to the Blue Lion. Stop the assassins. Protect his highness. A line of soldiers stood tall and ready. Weapons were drawn as everyone took a battle stance. The royal guard and the Blue Lion's forces joined the fray. The assassins saw this, but charged forward anyway, rushing headlong into their own demise. Hemin and Chrome Heo nodded to each other, then raised their swords and surged toward the enemy. Chrome Heo's slash left a crimson arc in the air, while Hemin's created a trail of brilliant blue. Alec watched with amusement. At this point, I almost feel sorry for them, having to face both lions at once. His eyes glowed blue as he scanned the room for any remaining hidden enemies. I'll purge every last one of them. The assassins, still hiding in the shadows, faltered as they watched the slaughter. One of them recognized who to avoid. He warned his comrades, ignore the Blue Lion. Just target the prince. He raised his hand, still watching. A signal for a coordinated strike. A few more assassins leaped out, only to be met by a volley of ice arrows. Every single one was taken down, shocking their leader. What? But he didn't give up. He drew his dagger and locked onto his target. Alec narrowed his eyes, a chillingly inhuman smile on his face, as each arrow flew toward its mark with impossible speed. Pierce right through them, Melvingo. Alec pretended to blow smoke from a gun barrel. Mofito frowned at the display, but Alec remained casual. What kind of pose is that? I don't know. I just felt like it. The enemy leader grit his teeth in rage while Alec calmly created more ice. Those poor souls. Elite assassins who specialized in stealth. But unfortunately for them, their natural predator was here today. His expression turned grim. But who were these people? Why would they throw their lives away just to assassinate the fourth prince? He dropped to one knee, his mind racing. First things first. He had to capture one of them alive and hunt down their masters. You can't catch them that way. Eli stumbles back, completely unprepared. What? Sis? He turns, confused. Why not? She explains calmly. They've been conditioned to this point. Across the field, the battle still rages. Even if they don't self-destruct, a brainwashing trigger will activate to finish them. Eli asks, astonished, you know who they are? The Red Shadow. He repeats the name, filled with doubt. The Red Shadow? You mean that organization is real? His surprise doesn't faze her. They are new and operate in total secrecy. This just makes him more determined to uncover the truth. Her expression turns ice cold. How do you know that? Because the leader of my mercenary squad is their sworn enemy. He puts the pieces together. A secret organization that has never been exposed. On the other side, a man who seems to be their leader orders a full retreat. A fire ignites in Eli's eyes. He's ready. Trying to run? In that case, he unleashes his golden threads to tag them all. I'll attach tracking sigils to find their base. Eli smirks, proud of his clever move. Didn't see that coming, did you? But a demonic voice echoes, shocking him to his core. Now then, if this mission continues, your entire organization will be torn out by the roots. Eli can't believe what he just heard. That's impossible. A dark cloak flutters against a blood-red backdrop. A living being, a figure, clearly the leader, looks down from a balcony. But he has no energy flow. This one is on a completely different level. So this was your little game. He draws his powerful sword, creating a violet arc. Instantly, golden spots appear on the backs of his men. Dread washes over Eli. Damn it, he even detected the tracking sigils. Hera halts her attack, focusing on the new threat. So you're the leader. Who sent you to kill me? The man doesn't even flinch. In fact, he seems amused. Do you really think I'd just tell you that? Your Highness. Hera takes her stance, the ground shattering around her as power surges into her blade. You're right. It's no fun if you confess so easily. Herman and Hera launch a combined attack, charging him. They leap towards the balcony where he stands. He prepares a magic circle, but being trapped by two lions is a bad omen. They're both shocked by his sheer power as they're blasted backwards. Reacting instantly, they land safely on the opposite side. The leader smirks. I'd love to continue this, but today's not a good day. I'll be taking my leave now. A vortex of ice and snow blasts forward like a blizzard, shattering and dispersing. What is this? The newcomer's eyes turn crimson upon seeing the scene. How did you get in here? Eli lets out a triumphant roar, lunging at the leader with a fist cocked back. You're not getting away that easily. And that's all the time we have for this video. What you just saw was a summary of this epic series. If you have any thoughts, be sure to leave them in the comments section below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you don't miss out on more amazing videos. For now, take care, and I'll see you in the next one.